You fortuitously traversed into the realm of immortal cultivation, yet found yourself ensnared within a rift in the void for 1,000,000 years. It is only upon your awakening that you come to realize. The system not only automatically checks in for you, but has also accumulated several billion spirit stones. Jing A 58158, Jing A 60371, Jing A 56890. At this moment, while you excitedly peruse the treasures within your system's inventory, countless magical artifacts and exquisite celestial tools have been generously bestowed upon you. A commanding figure suddenly caught my eye, the formidable Su Chen of the explosive Heaven Gang. Instantly, my heart raced with astonishment. Should such a treasure be summoned directly, it would undoubtedly sweep away all in its path. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. Beijing A 20986. The system has successfully activated, commencing the journey through dimensions. Beijing A 41963. In the next moment, your consciousness swiftly dissipates. Accompanied by a gasp, you abruptly open your eyes. Jing A 68013, Jing A 23456. The young master has awakened. Quickly inform the head of the family. Upon hearing the sound, your face instantly radiated joy. However, that smile soon began to fade away. As you sift through the remnants of memory, you come to realize that although the original self was a paragon of the Yi family, a prodigy of exceptional promise, not long ago, they were ambushed, gravely wounded, and left in a precarious state. Consequently, their cultivation was entirely obliterated, rendering them utterly incapacitated. This fellow is truly unfortunate. However, rest assured, I shall live on in your stead. A glimmer of excitement flickered in your eyes. Since the inferior constitution of the exceptional spiritual root has been rendered obsolete, the primary objective is to reconstruct the physical body. You immediately open the system backpack to begin selecting the most exceptional physiques for signing in. However, you have only managed to draw a mere 37 varieties of physiques at the level of celestial bodies. At the forefront stands a so-called most formidable celestial body, the Hongmeng celestial body. In the later stages, it not only possesses the ability to cultivate the essence of Hongmeng, but this essence also harbors an unparalleled destructive power, capable of annihilating all existence. Just as you were preparing to merge, a figure swiftly entered, bearing the license plate Jing A 69360. Xiao Fan, how is your health? Hurry and exit the system space. Jing A, somewhat awkwardly, called out to Uncle San. The individual approaching is none other than Yi Yuanba, the third elder of the Yi family. His face is adorned with a look of deep concern as he gazes upon you, expressing his relief that you have finally awakened. Your elder brother expended countless resources in pursuit of medical treatment to cure your ailment, nearly draining the family's wealth in the process. Upon hearing these words, a warmth enveloped your heart. The Yi family, despite its numerous members, possesses an extraordinary unity, devoid of overt or covert strife. Where has my third uncle gone? My dear brother recently embarked on a journey to the vast mountains, seeking a remedy for salvation. It is anticipated that he shall return shortly. A new wave of warmth surged within my heart. The sense of belonging to the Yi family suddenly intensified, drifting in that ethereal void for 1,000,000 years. I am finally no longer alone. In the depths of my heart, I silently pledge. From now on, the Yi family shall be under my protection, Yi Fan. As soon as Yi Yuanba departed, you immediately shifted your focus to the system backpack. Just as you were about to utilize the Hongmeng immortal body, a sudden notification sound from the system echoed. Does the host require the manifestation of anomalies? Beijing A. Recalling the introduction of the Hongmeng immortal body, it describes the extraordinary phenomenon of being born amidst 1,000,000 strands of primordial purple qi, with myriad immortals rising and falling. Having just traversed this realm, you resolve to proceed with caution. As the words fell from your lips, your body underwent a swift transformation. The veins within you hardened like iron, while the liquid coursed through your being, roaring like a surging river. Your gaze morphed into a mesmerizing shade of purple. This is precisely the unique ability known as the Eye of Primordial Chaos, possessed by the celestial body of the small town. Not only can it pierce through illusions and eradicate malevolent idolatry, but it can also analyze the enemy's intentions and observe the essence, rendering it astonishingly powerful. Though you currently possess no cultivation, this physical form alone is sufficient to rival a Yuan infant stage practitioner. Moments later, the strange phenomenon dissipated from your body. You sensed a subtle rise in a fragment of the immense power within you. The identification number Jing A07306 lingered in your mind. A slight elevation in your abilities indicated that it was time to enhance your cultivation. Your attendance system has accumulated nearly 100 billion years of cultivation. Beijing A. Beijing A45689. Beijing A88999. Beijing A44321. Let us begin with a trial of 100,000 years. In the next moment, your breath begins, only to cease its ascent at the midpoint of sanctity. This outcome has left you utterly astonished. In the entirety of the cloud heaven realm, the saint is a supreme overlord. With merely 100,000 years of cultivation, one has attained such a remarkable state. If fully harnessed, one might ascend directly to immortality. As you are enveloped in astonishment, a roar of fury suddenly reverberates throughout the Yi residence. Do you dare to engage me in battle? Or will you merely cower like a timid turtle? You immediately released your consciousness. Upon recognizing the visitor, your expression grew cold in an instant. Are you seeking trouble? With that, you strode directly towards the door. A young man with a stern countenance stood proudly outside the Yi residence, accompanied by a middle-aged man who vigilantly observed the surroundings like a sentinel. The members of the Yi family unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon the young man. Li Haishan, you despicable and shameless wretch. When our young master was in his prime, you did not dare to utter a word. Now that he is in peril, you have the audacity to show your face. You are truly not a man. With such a character, do you even presume to stand against our young master? The Li family is indeed one of the 5 prominent families in Minghua City. Within their lineage resides a formidable cultivator at the God transformation stage. In your foundational period, you once dared to challenge the younger generations of various esteemed families. Li Haishan, the most gifted member of the Li family, met a complete and humiliating defeat at your hands. Thus, he only dared to seek vengeance after your powers were utterly diminished. Li Haishan spoke coldly. You, the once proud prodigy of the Yi family, are now nothing more than a worthless wretch devoid of any cultivation. If you still possess the courage, come forth and battle me. The members of the Yi family were abuzz with discussion upon seeing Li Haishan, the one who summoned the challenge. How utterly shameless is Li Haishan, daring to issue a challenge only after Yi fans' cultivation has been rendered ineffective. At this moment, apart from the esteemed elder Yi Yunxian who is away, the remaining 4 elders of the Yi family have all gathered here. Yi Yuanba let out a furious roar, exclaiming that the Li family had gone too far. Why not confront Li Haishan directly? Why not be straightforward? Yi Qingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. The second elder, the family head, and the grand elder, all formidable beings at the transformation stage, were presently seeking ways to heal Chener. It would be wise to avoid conflict with the Li family during such a critical moment. Yi Yuanba was seething with anger. Are we to simply wait like this? The resources of the Yi family have dwindled to less than 1 million, sustaining us for no more than 3 months. 10 days hence, what treasures will be presented at the Wanbeige auction? Jing A04837. Jing A06295. The Wang family already boasts 3 individuals at the divine transformation stage. Should another be added, my Yi family shall surely face annihilation. Jing A00000. The elders present, upon hearing this, wore expressions of grave concern. At that moment, an anxious voice resounded. Jing A. Elder 3, it is dire news. The young clan leader is heading to confront Li Haishan. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuanba abruptly rose to his feet. I had just observed his condition, and he was struggling even to walk. Without further ado, he hurried off to investigate. Li Haishan from the Yi family occasionally scoffs with a few words. Beijing A27161. Beijing A50516. Beijing A09764. Beijing A58158. Beijing A. The insults directed at you are particularly laden with disdain. Beijing A23456. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. Li Haishan, with your incompetence. How dare you approach the gates of the Yi family? As Li Haishan discerned the identity of the visitor, his pupils dilated in sudden alarm. A primal sense of dread surged within him, however. Recalling that the individual had been rendered powerless, he swiftly regained his composure, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Oh, is this not the renowned genius of Mingyue City? I thought you would spend your entire life hiding away in the Yi family like a timid turtle." His expression was filled with derision at the mere mention of the word genius. Jing A Ling Qi San Ling Liu. Jing A San Su Wu Liu Ba. You cast a glance at Li Haishan with a blank expression. Individuals like you, so utterly inept, possess no rightful claim to contend with me. Yet your incessant noise is truly unbearable. As soon as these words were spoken, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Yi Yuanba swiftly emerged from the Yi family, exuding the formidable aura of the late nascent soul stage, leaving those around him gasping for breath. He hurriedly approached you, his face alight with joy. "Xiao Fan, you are unharmed. You do not conceal your smile and nod. Beijing A, my third uncle has nearly recovered." Upon hearing this, Yi Yuanba furrowed his brow slightly. "Xiao Fan, Li Haishan has come solely to humiliate you. South, be sure not to fall into his trap." At this moment, Uncle Yi Qingyun stepped forward, his tone gentle. "Though your cultivation has been rendered ineffective, the Yi family will never look down upon you. We will do our utmost to address the issue with your spiritual roots. Will you return home with us?" Listening to the concerned words of the two individuals, you feel a warmth in your heart. "Uncle San, Uncle C, rest assured, I'll be fine. Jing A Ling Ling Yao Yao R. Jing A San Ba San Ba San." Yi Yuanba and Yi Qingyun immediately felt a surge of tension. However, upon witnessing the resolute glint in your eyes, they could only sigh in resignation and step aside. "In such critical moments, we shall take action." Li Haishan gazed at you with a cold smirk. "Beijing A, if you possess the courage, accompany me to the training ground." He deliberately chose that location, intending to humiliate you in public. You nonchalantly remarked, "Why complicate matters? Let's resolve it right here." In the next moment, your figure vanished into thin air. When you reappeared, you were already beside Li Haishan. With a casual wave, Li Haishan's abdomen instantaneously burst open, revealing a grievous wound. Spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. "Did you not mock me as a worthless being? Now, you shall experience the bitterness of being worthless yourself." Li Haishan trembled as he knelt on the ground, his entire being in disarray. He had not even discerned the opponent's movements before his own abilities were rendered null. Upon witnessing this, the expert in the infant stage from the Li family narrowed his eyes sharply. "How dare you incapacitate Li Haishan? Hand him over to me." Yi Qingyun, recovering from his shock, bellowed in fury, "Li Qiu, do you dare?" However, in Li Qiu's eyes, there remained only the remnants of the formidable might unleashed by the genius Yi fan of our clan. In the following moment, an overwhelming terror surged forth, accompanied by an unrestrained display of power. The faces of the onlookers transformed dramatically. Yi Qingyun's expression contorted in anguish. Yet it was evident that there was no time to act. He could only shout, "Fanner, quickly take cover." You cast a cold smile at Li Qiu. "With such a thing, do you even dare to call a weapon before me?" Your icy fist strikes out like a cannonball. With just a single encounter, Li Qiu was sent hurtling away, plunging dozens of meters into the ground. Web-like cracks spread outwards, devoid of any breath of life. The sudden upheaval rendered everyone collectively petrified. Jing A. Jing A29639. Jing A56891. Li Qiu has fallen. Yi Fan's cultivation was supposed to be nullified. Yet how could he defeat the elder of the Li family with a single blow? How could it be possible with just one strike? After a brief moment of silence, the members of the Yi family erupted into exuberant cheers. Beijing A04837. Beijing A88888. Beijing A41963. Beijing A22222. Young master. Several elders of the clan were moved to tears. It turns out that the young master has not only avoided being discarded, but has instead advanced further. Heaven bless the Yi family. Among the audience originally gathered to witness the performance, many wore somber expressions. Remarkably, Yi Fan had not been discarded. A few streets away, a scarred man, with an unappealing and cold demeanor, instructed someone in the shadows, report the situation to the master quickly. Yi Fan's cultivation has not been diminished. He has likely already concealed his strength after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Soon, he shall attain the transformation stage. It is imperative for the esteemed ones to act swiftly against the Yi family, for delaying may render future endeavors exceedingly challenging. Please notify the Wang family to take swift action. Beijing A56790. Wind. Beijing A25813. Those who wish to reap the benefits without effort shall find no opportunity. The scarred man turned his gaze towards you in the distance, his eyes filled with apprehension. Jing A88888. Jing A72840. Jing A43211. Jing A28528. To possess such prowess at a mere teenage age, you undoubtedly harbor significant secrets. As he contemplated this, a sinister smile crept across his face. Beijing A66666. Beijing A40506. Beijing A55555. Yi Fan, your fate is truly remarkable. 30 nascent soul cultivators were expended, yet you remain unscathed. How astonishing it is that even after sacrificing 30 nascent soul cultivators, you still endure. However, it will not be long before the entire Yi family meets its demise. When that time comes, I shall demand you to submissively kneel before me and surrender your secrets. Meanwhile, Yi Yuanba and Yi Qingyun swiftly rushed to your side. Although they were filled with numerous doubts, they did not hesitate to shield you behind them. Yi Qingyun cast a cold, piercing glance around, his voice as chilling as ice. Jing A49505. Jing A43211. Li Qiu recklessly laid hands on the younger members of my clan. Jing A08653. This is purely a consequence of his own actions. Should the Li family feel aggrieved, they are welcome to seek an explanation from the Yi family. Jing A58258. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly took hold of you and returned to the Yi residence with haste. In the grand hall, Yi Qingyun furrowed his brows in deep concern. Jing A66666. Fanner confided in his second uncle, revealing the truth of his predicament. A glimmer of anxiety, stemming from a sense of possession, flickered in his eyes. You have long harbored your thoughts within. Without uttering a word, you lightly swung your fist towards Yi Qingyun. This seemingly casual strike unexpectedly forced Yi Qingyun, at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, to stagger back several steps before he could finally regain his footing. Yi Qingyun's face was etched with astonishment. This young man effortlessly delivered a punch that rendered him utterly defenseless. With a slight tilt of his cornered mouth, he remarked, "Second uncle, I had once apprenticed under a formidable master in my childhood. However, he instructed me to keep his identity a secret. Thus I have concealed it from everyone all along. I do not possess an extraordinary spiritual root. In fact, I am endowed with a sacred grade constitution. This unique constitution only fully awakens under the imminent threat of demise." Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingyun's expression drastically changed, and he could not help but swallow hard. Yi Fan possesses such an extraordinary constitution, along with a mysterious master. Why was there no prior indication of this? His gaze suddenly turned vigilant. Jing A07306. What gift did I bestow upon you on your 7th birthday? Beijing A86420. You awkwardly scratch your head, glancing towards the first place. I named it Gentle Breeze, but unfortunately misplaced it later. Beijing A38383. At that time, you were in the adjacent courtyard delivering it. Beijing A69360. Beijing A87531. Beijing A55555. Yi Qingyun's taut nerves finally began to relax. Jing A88888. Jing A22344. Jing A40506. It appears that he has indeed not been possessed. At that moment, two figures entered the Yi residence. The head of the family, Yi Qingtian, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Upon their return, they had already learned of the events that transpired. Fang Ba not only recovered from his injuries, but also incapacitated Li Haishan, sending Li Qiu to his demise. The key lay in the sacred tier system that existed solely within ancient texts. Yi Qingtian swallowed hard, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Chunba, give me your all and strike me with a punch. I wish to ascertain just how formidable you have become. You raise an eyebrow, are you certain? Beijing A50616. You arch an eyebrow. Father, are you sure? At present, with my intermediate saintly cultivation, I could send this cheap old stool flying with a mere sneeze 1,000,000 times over. Beijing A20986. If I were to unleash my full strength in a single punch, he would undoubtedly reunite with the ancestors of the Yi family. However, one does not wish to reveal too much of one's capabilities. Beijing A26160. Beijing A. The fact that the Hua Jing system exists is indeed quite absurd. Beijing A00000. Thus, you feign a posture of utmost exertion. Jing A84062. Jing A88888. Jing A83715. In reality, you have not even utilized 1/10th of your strength. You lightly throw a punch towards Yi Qingtian. The tremendous force causes Yi Qingtian to. The immense force caused Yi Qingtian's corner to twitch imperceptibly. He cleared his throat twice, feigning calmness as he discreetly placed the back of his hand behind his body. The strength is quite commendable, having reached at least the threshold of half-step transformation into divinity. Jing A88888. Jing A06395. It appears that our Yi family will soon welcome another adept at the divine transformation stage. Yi Yunxian and Yu Guangdu noticed Yi Qingtian's slightly trembling hand, his face etched with astonishment. How could Fanba be so formidable? It is worth noting that Yi Qingtian is indeed a genuine mid-stage transformation realm cultivator. Upon encountering your inquiry, Yi Qingtian deftly shifted the conversation. Behold, the license plate Jing A45689. Today, esteemed elders are present. Why not deliberate on how to address the tribulations besieging our clan? Now, Jing A03580, the third brother, do enlighten us on the remaining amount of spiritual stones within the family. Zhou responded with an unappealing demeanor. The response was unappealing. Yi Qingyun, Beijing A. South. The elder brother has approximately 930,000 remaining. Beijing A88,888. Beijing A00011. In an instant, darkness enveloped the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian's countenance darkened. Even if the Yi family tightened their belts, this meager amount of spirit stones could only sustain them for 2 to 3 months, utterly insufficient to guarantee the cultivation resources for their clan members. Elder Yi, he sighed in resignation. The Yi family has resided in Mingwei City for merely over a decade. Unless we resort to robbery, it is truly arduous to acquire spirit stones in such a short span of time. Upon uttering these words, a profound sorrow enveloped the faces of all present. You quietly glance around and discreetly access the system to check the quantity of spirit stones. Beijing A43211. Beijing A55443. Beijing A06395. Beijing A61728. Inferior spirit stones. 6,500 Beijing. 1,564 trillion. Beijing A00011. You find a specific numbers tedious to count. Casually retrieving the top-tier spatial ring obtained from sign-in. Jing A. Jing A60471. Jing A88888. I filled it with 300 million unrefined spirit stones and handed it to Yi Qingtian. Jing A55555. Jing A00111. Father, I still possess some spirit stones here. They should assist our family in overcoming this crisis. Yi Qingtian shook his head with a wry smile. Chinner, you might as well keep this little stash for yourself. The family's demand for spirit stones is immense. Even if you were to give all of yours, it would still be merely a drop in the bucket. You insist that this is a token of my sincere sentiments. Beijing A55555. Beijing A88888. Though it may be modest, I find solace in your acceptance. Beijing A00011. Seeing your fervor, Yi Qingtian had no choice but to accept the spatial ring. Upon glancing inside, he was instantly rendered speechless by the astonishing sight. Yi Yinshian furrowed his brow and immediately snatched the spatial ring away. Beijing A88888. Beijing A75308. Beijing A55555. Beijing A67902. Let me see what is going on. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, gazing at you in disbelief, scrutinizing you from head to toe. Yi Yuanba, upon witnessing the scene, also leaned in to observe the unfolding events. Beijing A88888. Beijing A68912. Beijing A23345. Beijing A50616. 3 billion. Yi Yuanba could no longer contain himself and broke into a falsetto. Jing, the Wang family, with a legacy of 1,000 years, has not amassed even 1 billion. In this round, we shall surpass them threefold. 3 billion. Several elders hastily seized the spatial rings, their trembling hands meticulously examining each one. Beijing A65544. Beijing A58158. Beijing A03580. Upon confirming the numbers, they collectively raised their gazes, fixated upon you. Beijing A55555. The look in their eyes resembled that of encountering a specter. Is this still the same junior they once knew? Beijing A00111. Beijing A. Beijing A83715. First, he effortlessly defeated Li Qiu, and now he casually tosses out 3 billion. Beijing A59269, and nonchalantly claims it to be a mere token of goodwill. Beijing A54322. Beijing A09764. Yi Qingtian was the first to regain his composure and tentatively inquired. Jing A50616. Jing A43210. Could this possibly be a gift from your master, Fanba? Your heart blooms with joy. Isn't this a ready-made opportunity? Immediately seizing the moment. You truly possess an extraordinary insight. The Yi family is my family. In times of difficulty, I shall undoubtedly step forward. Feel free to use this 30 billion. I still have 8 billion remaining. In a hushed tone, you speak with an air of mystery. My master is a reclusive powerhouse. To him, this modest amount of spirit stones is akin to scattering a handful of rice. Suddenly, Yi Yinshian's hand, holding the teacup, trembles, causing the porcelain cup to shatter into fragments. Just when he thought 30 billion would provide his family with some respite, you unexpectedly produced 3 spatial rings, waving them before him. Did you see? Each one contains 3 billion. If it's insufficient, feel free to reach out to me at any time. 90 billion. Beijing A. Yi Yinshian almost bit her tongue. Can we ask for more after using it? Isn't this master possibly a spirit stone mine? Beijing A66666. You casually tossed the ring onto the table, doubting your own judgment. Beijing A88888. Beijing A16059. Beijing A55443. Yi Yinshian coughed as he meticulously examined each piece. With every ring he scrutinized, his pupils trembled as if shaken by an unseen force. Beijing A61728. The entire hall lay in a profound silence, enveloped in opulence. The crowd found themselves rendered speechless, beholden to the overwhelming wealth on display. In the Wang family of Mingyue City, today, the 4 prominent families have gathered for the transformative period of their respective realms. Wang Ming lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Have you all heard about the affairs concerning that young lad, Yi Fan? A glint of cold light flashed in Li Feiqi's eyes as his fists cracked ominously. Beijing A88888. Beijing A03580. Beijing A23456. The enmity of my third brother is one that cannot be reconciled. That young master of the Wang family. That young master of the Wang family. The enmity of my third brother is one that cannot be reconciled. South, at your mere command, the Li family will immediately confront the Yi family with fervent resolve. Li's family was already weakened, and they suffered a significant loss in their yuaning. The situation in Jing, it was dire, almost costing him his life. Had it not been for the formidable presence of the two great transformation deities from the Yi family, he would have already taken his people to confront them. Do not rush. Wang Ming raised his hand, signaling to turn and look at the other two individuals. Beijing A00011, Beijing A83715. How do you both perceive this? He squinted his eyes, his tone infused with a sense of urgency. Yuan Hao immediately donned a cheerful smile. The four prominent families are interconnected naturally. Our Yuan family will align with the Wang family. As this statement resonated, every gaze in the room turned sharply towards He Hongyuan. He Hongyuan's back was slick with cold sweat. He was originally contemplating whether to embrace the Yi family's grandiosity. However, with the three prominent families joining forces, he feared that if he were to dissent, the He family might vanish from the map by tomorrow. He Hongyuan clapped his hands decisively. Indeed, Master Yuan affirmed, the Yi family is our common adversary. Wang Ming revealed a satisfied smile. Then it is settled. Suddenly, Wang Ming's expression darkened. Yi Hongyuan was still alive. What? Beijing A. The crowd gasped in astonishment. That ancient being, who is half a step into the void refinement stage, surprisingly has not yet. Beijing A88888. Beijing A59269. Li Feiqi's face turned ashen, his fists clenched until they were white. If that old man were still alive, even if our four families joined forces, it would be futile. The head of the Wang family should not make such a jest. Years ago, Yi Hongyuan entered Mingyue City with barely half a life remaining. Now, over a decade has passed. How could he possibly still be alive? Wang Ming leisurely sipped his tea, unhurried. Beijing A00000. Beijing A08653. That old fellow indeed had not revealed everything, but it was soon to come. His fingertips lightly tapped the tabletop. Beijing A. The purpose of summoning you today is to engage in something even more extraordinary. Beijing A50616. Beijing A88888. Beijing A43210. Cut off the Yi family supply. The Yi family's foundation is feeble and their resources scarce. We merely need to sever their financial lifeline. They can exhaust their resources, let them drain their energy. After 3 to 5 years of this, we shall see who falters first. Li Feiqi's eyes sparkled as a sudden smile graced his lips, a truly delightful sight. Beijing A. Nanjing. Beijing A66666. Beijing A22222. What a charming smile it was. It was heard that last month, the Yi family had only allocated 60% of their resources as originally planned. Beijing A88888. Beijing A08653. The four individuals reached a consensus instantly. Showa Street, Yulin Street, Fenghua Street. As the Yi family arrived, ready to commence their business, they noticed an abundance of unfamiliar shops lining the street. Beijing A00011. Beijing A08754. Moreover, the merchandise offered by these shops is quite similar to theirs. Beijing A27271. Beijing A54433. Beijing A33333. However, their prices are approximately 20% lower than those at Ye's establishment. The air in the Yi family council chamber seemed to have solidified. Yet, you merely waved your hand dismissively. Let them make a fuss if they wish. For the Yi family is not lacking in resources. Subsequently, you casually tossed a spatial ring. Beijing A54432. Beijing A88888. Father, within this ring lie 500,000 first-grade gathering spirit pills and 130,000 second-grade returning essence pills, all bestowed by Master. What? Beijing A. Yi Qing stands tall in the sky and earth. South. As his consciousness swept through the mountains of elixirs piled within the ring, his hands trembled in trepidation. It is worth noting that the entire stock of spirit-gathering pills in the city of Mingyue amounts to less than 200,000. Yi Qing Tian never imagined in his wildest dreams that one could effortlessly produce such an abundance of low-grade elixirs. You shrugged. I am the holy body, and my master is also a remarkably powerful cultivator. Jing A30741. Jing A22222. Jing A23445. Isn't it quite reasonable to indulge in snacks? Casually bestowing hundreds of thousands of first-grade elixirs. Yi Qingtian's corner twitched. Beijing A. However, upon further reflection, one cannot deny the validity. The sacred physique, coupled with the esteemed master, renders 500,000 first-grade elixirs less valuable than a single sixth-grade elixir in their eyes. Yi Qingtian took a deep breath and surveyed the crowd in the hall. From today onwards, all shops will be closed. Everyone could devote themselves to their cultivation without worry. The atmosphere instantly erupted. Master of the house, reconsider. How will we survive after closing up now? Jing A68912. Jing A07306. Nan. Yi Qingtian waved his hand grandly. Beijing A. I have my own plans. After the meeting, several elders surrounded Yi Qingtian, examining the space ring. Upon seeing the mountains of elixirs within, their pupils trembled in astonishment. Yi Yuanba rushed forward with an exuberant embrace. You are indeed the fortunate star of our Yi family. The other elders also wore smiles on their faces. Yi Qingtian's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. The future of the Yi family, with Yi Fan, is indeed a blessing for them. In 4 days, the Wanbao Pavilion will host an auction for mortals. Beijing A. Perhaps you should accompany your second uncle instead. The auction at Wanbeige immediately triggers your realization it is for the coveted spirit jade essence. Yi Yinxian smiled and said, Indeed, this matter is something we should not even contemplate. With these 3 billion spirit stones, obtaining the spirit jade liquid shall be but a mere trifling task. This extraordinary substance is indeed a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Beijing A. Beijing A26,160. Beijing A22,222. Within it lies the essence of a universe, capable of assisting those at the nascent soul stage to transcend to the transformation stage. Beijing A84,051. It can aid nascent soul practitioners in their ascension to the transformation stage, harboring the very essence of heaven and earth, and it bears no side effects whatsoever. If the Lingyu liquid is purchased, it will not be long before the Yi family possesses 4 formidable beings at the transformation stage. At that point, the Yi family shall no longer be constrained by the influence of the 4 major families. A servant from the Wang family respectfully reported that all the shops of the Yi family in the capital have closed their doors, with none remaining in operation. With a slight lift of his brow, Wang Ming listened intently. After hearing the words, a subtle smirk graced his lips. The Yi family is still too inexperienced to contend with me. Once my Wang family secures the spirit jade, the annihilation of the Yi family will be merely a matter of time. At this moment, a faint furrow appeared on Wang Ming's brow as he gestured for his servants to withdraw. A figure clad in a flowing robe emerged from the window, their visage obscured and identity unrecognizable. The robed figure engaged in a contest of skill with Wang Ming. Today, an unexpected turn of events unfolded within the Yi family. Yi Fan bestowed upon Yi Qingtian a spatial ring, the contents of which remain a mystery. However, it appears they have discovered a potential solution to their predicament. Wang Mingguang opened his eyes. Beijing A. Could you elaborate further? The robed figure shook his head, expressing his helplessness. At that moment, Yi Qingtian and his son communicated through thoughts, leaving me unaware of the caution they needed to exercise. As his words faded, he ceased to linger, turning away and vanishing into the night. Wang Ming delicately lifted the corner of his teacup, a hint of disdain dancing upon his lips. Jing A08653. Jing A73940. Jing A88888. Yi Qingtian is merely putting on a facade. I am far more familiar with the true nature of the Yi family than you are. If you can indeed devise a solution, I shall spell my name, Wang Ming, in reverse. Jing A43211. In the Yi residence. Upon your return to your courtyard, Yi Yuanba rushed in a state of urgency. Xiao Fan, come quickly. Seeing Yi Yuanba's solemn expression, one couldn't help but wonder what had transpired. Jing A40506. Jing A03580. Jing A66666. What has happened, third uncle? Yi Yuanba has awakened, specifically calling for you young ones. A tremor coursed through your heart. Could it be that he had not yet? With a sweep of his consciousness, he detected a formidable yet waning presence within the Yi family. It was none other than Yi Honyuan, who stood at the threshold of the semi-virtual realm. With your saintly prowess in the present day, nothing can elude your perception. However, you have never delved into the inner workings of the Yi family before. Before long, several of you enter the main courtyard. Beijing A40506. Beijing A32109. You then navigated through a series of winding paths, ultimately arriving at a concealed passageway. At the end of a desolate path, an aged man, bearing the mark of time, is seated upon a mat. His visage is frail, and his eyes, dim and devoid of luster, suggest a soul that hovers on the brink of departure. Before the elder stood a multitude of the direct descendants of the Yi family, including several esteemed elders and their offspring. Yi Qingtian called out as he saw you approaching. Beijing A22222. Beijing A00011. Beijing A. Fan, come forth to pay your respects to your grandfather. You promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Yi Honyuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clouded as he managed to reveal a faint smile. You are indeed the unparalleled genius of the Yi family, he remarked, possessing an exceptional spiritual root. His voice was abruptly interrupted by a violent fit of coughing. As you were about to approach, he gestured to halt you. Do not concern yourself with my old habits, they are of no consequence. He took a deep breath, fatigue evident in his voice, and continued. Your future embodies the hopes of the Yi family. I trust that you will lead our lineage to greater heights. Alas, I fear I can no longer accompany you. Although it is our first encounter, you cannot help but feel the warmth and compassion emanating from Yi Honyuan. Beside her, Yi Tianjiao was already weeping softly, her eyes brimming with tears. Beijing A. Beijing A24703. Beijing A50616. Beijing A88888. Yi Qingtian, too, appeared divine. Yet within his somber gaze flickered a glimmer of self-reproach. As for Yi Honyuan, in his current state, he understood that all of this stemmed from the upheaval of years gone by. Had it not been for that past event, Yi Honyuan would not have found himself in such a decrepit condition at this moment. Clearly, one can exist for 5,000 years at the half-step void refinement stage. Yet, Yi Honyuan, at merely 1,500 years, flickers like a candle in the wind. All of this ultimately hinges upon one's own wisdom. Damn it, Jing A. Yi Qingtian clenched his fists, his heart swelling with an insatiable tide of resentment. Yi Honyuan gazed at Yi Qingtian, his eyes filled with gentle reassurance. Child, do not take it too much to heart. All of this is destined, and it is not your fault. What happened back then? Since the Yi family settled in Mingyue City, this marks the first occasion that Yi Honyuan has summoned the entire family. This heralds the imminent approach of a farewell. Yi Honyuan sighed. Qingyan informed me that the 4 prominent families have united against you. Regrettably, I am unable to assist. I can only remain in the Yi family, helpless to aid you. This authentic cloth possesses a formation upon which it relies, drawing strength from the earth to sustain its existence. Once it departs, it will swiftly decline. Even if there is will and strength, it would avail nothing. Yi Qingyan was nearly overcome with emotion. Father, you have already done too much for us. There is no need for you to worry any further. The paths we cannot traverse, we shall navigate with grace. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyuan's face revealed a faint, fragile smile. This brings me a sense of relief. You fixate intently on the old gentleman. The license plate reads Jing A. Jing A66666. You perceive that his condition is peculiar. Jing A00000 is not merely the approach of his twilight years, but rather a consequence of his frail body and spirit, as if he had once ignited or employed a forbidden technique that has now rebounded upon him. Yi Honyuan cast another glance at all of you, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmly announced, Jing A45689, Jing A00111. To see you all one last time, I have no regrets. Jing A88888. You may all leave now. I wish to have a moment of solitude. Jing A06396. Everyone's faces were etched with sorrow. This would be the final farewell. Jing A08754. Jing A. Jing A07306. Jing A27261. Yi Hongyuan's breath was rapidly dwindling. Jing A00000. At most, he could last for another 2 or 3 days. Even though he has never strayed from the path over the years, he remains an immense pillar of the Yi family. Had it not been for him, the Wang family would have long since allied with the Yuan and Li families to challenge the Yi family. Suddenly, Yi Qingshan's eldest son, Yi Minghu, exclaimed, "Is there truly no way for grandfather to be saved?" Within the Moonlight City, there exist numerous precious natural treasures known to bestow longevity. These are not particularly difficult to find. The younger generation cast puzzled glances towards him, their eyes filled with confusion. Yi Hongyuan opened his eyes, and a gentle expression adorned his face. "My concern does not lie in the span of life, but rather in the exhaustion of vitality. Only a miraculous treasure can offer salvation in such a dire circumstance. Such rare artifacts are scarcely found in this world, yet your heartfelt intention brings me great solace, my dear grandson." Upon hearing this, a shadow of sorrow darkened Yi Minghu's eyes. They were unwilling to let Yi Hongyuan fade away just like that, despite Yi Hongyuan's demeanor of calm resignation. However, one can sense a profound sense of helplessness that resides deep within him. At that moment, Yu unexpectedly made a request. "Father, I hope to remain and have a private conversation with the old gentleman, if you would allow it." Yi Qingtian nodded silently, his heart heavy, and turned to leave. Beijing A21087. Beijing A29639. Beijing A56891. The others chose not to speak further. Taking into account your standing within the clan, they gradually exited the cave. Beijing A53085. In an instant, only you and Yi Hongyuan remained in the cave. Jing A00011. Jing A08653. Yi Hongyuan's visage radiated kindness. "My child, what would you like to discuss with me?" After a moment of silence, Yu spoke up, inquiring about the conditions required for the old gentleman to offer his assistance. Jing A5926. Yi Hongyuan smiled wryly and shook his head. "You wish to seek assistance from your master, do you not?" "Qingtian has already mentioned your master to me. My situation is different. Had it been a few years earlier, there might have been hope. Now, the vitality within me has withered, my veins are ruptured, and my physical form has deteriorated. To rescue my treasure, it must be of heavenly rank. Moreover, it must possess the extraordinary ability to breathe life into the bones." Yi Hongyuan attempts to dissuade you from expending your efforts on him. Though you have the support of your esteemed mentor, he feels that the issues at hand are far too grave and beyond redemption. At that moment, a formidable life force suddenly surged forth from the depths of the cavern, so potent that it considerably amplified Yi Hongyuan's feeble presence. Yi Hongyuan's pupils constricted suddenly, gazing in disbelief at the crimson fruit in your hand. It bore intricate golden patterns and an ethereal aura, emanating a vitality that transcended the ordinary. Your tone is calm. The old gentleman is merely a celestial being. This is known as the Earth Store fruit, capable of reviving the deceased. It should suffice to resolve your concerns. Beijing A50616. Yi Hongyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The features of his face, illuminated by the evening light, were filled with excitement. "This is truly a heavenly treasure. This is also a gift from your revered master." When he initially heard Qingtian mention that you had a master, Yi Hongyuan presumed it was merely a skillful practitioner at the integration stage. He never anticipated that you would possess a heavenly artifact of such magnitude. You responded with serene composure. "Of course, the heavenly stairs are not a rare treasure." Glancing at the system's inventory, you noted the presence of over 3,000 earthly Bodhi fruits. A trivial matter indeed. You handed the Xidagarba fruit to Yi Hongyuan. "The elder will test its efficacy. If it proves ineffective, I possess even more potent options." Yi Hongyuan's body trembled. "You actually possess a treasure of an even higher grade than the Xidagarba fruit." Jing A07396. Jing A80246. Jing A00011. He has come to despise himself entirely. It seems he has suddenly realized that he has spent over a decade in this abyss. The world outside has become utterly unpredictable. What, truly, Is the background of your master, Fana? You shrugged in bewilderment, your face a canvas of confusion. I find myself equally perplexed. He has never disclosed his true identity. At times, a simple falsehood can yield more favorable outcomes. Beijing A68912. An overly perfect fabrication may inadvertently reveal its flaws. Beijing A50616. You feigned ignorance with remarkable skill. Even if they harbor doubts, they are unable to uncover any evidence. Beijing A00112. Since no proof can be found, it must be the truth. Upon hearing these words, Yi Hanyuan chose to remain silent. Beijing A04837. Beijing A55555. Resolutely, I accepted the Xidigarba fruit you offered and swallowed it whole. Beijing A22222. In an instant, a profound vitality surged within him. The withered meridians swiftly rejuvenated, akin to parched wood encountering the spring. The aged physique transformed in a heartbeat, regaining youth and vigor. The elderly visage of Yi Hanyuan instantaneously reverted to that of a robust man in his 60s. It has not ceased. The vitality contained within the earth's treasures flows enduringly. In mere moments, the once feeble and decrepit has transformed into the formidable presence of a middle-aged man. I have successfully restored my strength. Yi Hanyuan, with a face full of excitement, relied on a single earth Bodhi fruit. Not only did he heal all his injuries, but he also regained his peak prowess, reaching the semi-transcendent stage. All thanks to you, Fanner. Yi Hanyuan gazes at you with profound affection. Without you, dear grandson, he fears he might meet his demise in just 2 days. You offer a gentle smile, deeming it a trivial matter. Yi Hanyuan slightly calmed his inner excitement. I may need to retreat and strive for the refining void stage, and I am temporarily unable to go out. Not only does the recovery fruit restore the body, but it also allows him to approach the bottleneck of the void refinement stage. He must seize this opportunity to break through. You bid farewell with courtesy, refraining from further intrusion. Yi Hanyuan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze following your retreating figure, eyes shimmering with brilliance. I have always sensed an extraordinary essence hidden within you. Beijing A80246. Beijing A. It seems there remain enigmas yet to be unraveled. Apart from that enigmatic master, there are likely aspects yet to be revealed. Beijing A63186. Yet Yi Hanyuan never inquired further. For who among us is devoid of secrets? As long as you do not bring harm to the Yi family, he is more than willing to enjoy the benefits. Yi Hanyuan pondered silently. Beijing A. You have grown up and should seize the opportunity to reveal that matter. Beijing A88888. Beijing A29630. After muttering to himself, he withdrew into his thoughts, his inner tranquility once again stirring. He was exhilarated by the surge of power coursing through him. If he could transcend the void refinement stage, the Yi family would gain dominion over the entire Minghua city. After emerging from the cavern, most individuals had already departed. Only Yi Qingtian and Yi Yunxian remained. Yi Qingtian sighed helplessly. It appears that the formation has been activated, and the old man is unwilling for us to enter again. Let us return, Fanner. You have not disclosed the circumstances of Yi Hanyuan. When he emerges, his kin will inevitably be informed. As Yi Yunxian was about to depart, you abruptly inquired of your second uncle, to what extent are you acquainted with matters concerning my mother? Yi Yunxian's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, an air of awkwardness enveloping the moment. Isn't your mother already deceased? Why the sudden inquiry? Yet, you merely shook your head and replied with a smile. It is but a mere curiosity. As soon as the words left his lips, Yi Yunxian swiftly departed. You gazed at his retreating figure, a myriad of doubts swirling within your heart. It seems that the Yi family harbors some secrets yet to be unveiled to you. It has come to your attention that the Yi family was originally not a force within Minghua City. They hailed from a distant region in the eastern domain, a place situated thousands of miles away from Minghua City. It was only after certain unforeseen events transpired that they chose to relocate to this area, seemingly in an attempt to evade something. The following morning, it was the moment for the family to distribute cultivation resources. All direct descendants gathered at Yeha to receive their allocations. Yi Minghu held the Qinkuan bag, his eyes brimming with confusion. Jing A76666. Jing A04833. 37. In the past, resources were dispensed directly. Why must they be contained within the Qingquan bag this time? As all the direct descendants have received their shares, they stepped out of the courtyard of Yeha, at which point they finally began to examine their surroundings. To his astonishment, Yi Minghu's eyes gleamed with surprise as he beheld the staggering amount of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 recovery pills. What a remarkable display of generosity. In the past, the direct lineage was typically allocated 3 to 5,000 spirit stones, occasionally accompanied by a medicinal pill. However, the resources distributed this month are astonishingly tenfold compared to previous allocations. Yi Minghu swiftly returned to the courtyard, confronting Yi He with a puzzled inquiry. Why are there so many resources allocated during this challenging period for the family? The youngest daughter of elder Yi Yunpeng, Yi Shanshan, echoed the sentiments expressed. Beijing A53075. Beijing A55555. Beijing A45689. Beijing A00111. The foremost priority is for Uncle Wu to navigate the family's tribulations successfully. Beijing A66666. Beijing A04827. Having endured a few months without resources, we barely managed to hold on. The direct descendants have collectively expressed their willingness to return the resources. Yi smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Enough, stop jesting. You are the future of the family. Is there anything more important than you? These are the directives from the head of the household. Please focus solely on your cultivation and do not concern yourself with the matter of resource expenditures." Chapter 15. The Wanbao Pavilion Auction, the impoverished Su family? Sui spoke with an air of authority, leaving no room for retorts from the younger generation, promptly expelling them. The only individuals aware that the Su family was not lacking in resources, aside from a few elders and the family head, were none other than the immediate descendants themselves, who remained oblivious to this fact. Su Yunqian's eldest son, Su Yuza, stood as the strongest among the youth, second only to Su Chen, having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. With unwavering resolve, Su Yuza declared, "Since the family places such importance on us, we should not shy away from our responsibilities. We must cultivate diligently and, in due time, give back to the family." Upon hearing his words, the others fell silent. The resources for cultivation among the main line of the Su family had surged, yet the collateral branches remained unaffected, receiving their usual allotment. The main line was the very core of the Su family, forever bound to it, while the collateral branches had the option of allegiance or independence. Wanbao Pavilion. This establishment stood as the largest trading company in Mingwest City, boasting treasures of all tiers, including items of the transformation stage. Should one possess more advanced requirements, a deposit could secure the transfer of higher-grade goods from their superior branches. Su Chen accompanied Su Yunqian, preparing to attend the day's auction. The refinement void stage. Su Chen's gaze was calm. A mere glance revealed a powerful presence stationed within Wanbao Pavilion. Truly, Wanbao Pavilion was formidable, having dispatched a refinement void expert to oversee the branch. As today marked the auction at Wanbao Pavilion, various factions from Mingwest City converged, resulting in a vibrant atmosphere unmatched by any other trading company. The auction, held annually, consistently featured an abundance of treasures, far surpassing those offered by any other establishment in Mingwest City. This was the fundamental reason for its dominance in the region. Isn't that the Su family? Do they dare to attend the Wanbao Pavilion auction? Can they afford anything here? Li Feiqi stood at a distance, his expression cold and laced with mockery. Although tensions had previously existed between the Li and Su families, with no overt conflict, the murder of Li Qiu by Su Chen had ignited a fierce rivalry. Su Yunqian's gaze was indifferent. "What does it matter to you?" With that, he led Su Chen into the Wanbao Pavilion. Li Feiqi trembled with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Su Yunqian, I wonder how long you can maintain your stance." The arrival of the Su family immediately drew the attention of many. The Su family had come to participate in the Wanbao Pavilion auction. Wasn't it said that they were now so impoverished they could barely make ends meet? Indeed, I heard that the Su family had even closed their shops and that the resources distributed last month had been halved. How could they possibly have spirit stones for the auction? At this auction, I have heard whispers of ethereal spirit essence, a treasure of great renown. However, based on previous valuations, it is anticipated that this item will fetch no less than 100 million spirit stones, a sum that the Su family could scarcely afford. The murmurs of speculation erupted abruptly. It is a well-known fact that the Su family is lacking in spirit stones. Upon witnessing the Su family's presence, members of the four great families could hardly contain their derision. The Su family, mere paupers, dare to contend for the spirit essence? Such aspirations are nothing short of delusional. While outsiders may not fully grasp the Su family's plight, merely relying on hearsay, the four great families are acutely aware of their dire circumstances. The fact that they could even muster 1 million spirit stones would be a remarkable feat. The taunts continued to echo, with Su Chen remaining largely unperturbed, while Su Chen's irritation began to surface. How audacious they are, he thought. This time, my family will secure the treasure entirely. He had resolved, regardless of the item, to make a direct purchase. Before long, nearly all attendees had taken their seats. The Wanbao Pavilion auction is not open to the general public. It operates on an invitation-only basis, allowing access solely to those who have been summoned. Thus, the attendees are predominantly cultivators or factions from Mingyue City who have reached at least the core formation stage. Those below this threshold are permitted only in the company of their elders. An elderly man in his 60s ascended the auction platform, a smile gracing his features. Esteemed guests, I am Zhu Li, the steward of Wanbao Pavilion. I trust we are all familiar with one another, he began. I shall preside over this auction, and I kindly ask that you maintain decorum and not disrupt the proceedings. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, sending a tremor through the gathered crowd. A cultivator at the virtual refinement stage, Zhu Li continued, still smiling. Now, without further ado, let us commence with the auction items. With a flourish of his hand, 3 plump pills materialized on the stone platform beside him. The first item, a third-grade pill known as the transformation pill, is said to significantly enhance the chances of successful transformation during the core formation stage, with an opening bid set at 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many first-time attendees were taken aback. To start with such a coveted item as the transformation pill is indeed a testament to Wanbao Pavilion's prestige. Su Chen maintained a calm demeanor. While the transformation pill is valuable, it is not an extraordinary rarity within Mingyue City, and with sufficient spirit stones, one can typically procure it. 510,000 spirit stones. 530,000 spirit stones. Bids continued to rise, swiftly reaching 800,000 spirit stones, a price deemed standard for a transformation pill. 800,000. Does anyone wish to bid higher? Zhu Li inquired with a tranquil smile, scanning the room for any further offers. Noticing the silence, he resumed, 800,000 once, 800,000 twice. I bid 1 million. Su Chen's voice rang out, calm yet firm. Su Chen immediately turned to him, her expression one of confusion. Did you not already achieve core formation? Yet, recalling that he possessed a substantial fortune of 100 billion low-grade spirit stones, she dismissed her concerns and turned her attention away once more. At present, Su Chen appears unfeeling. Spending 1 million seems hardly an issue. The auction hall fell into silence, with all eyes fixed on Su Chen, particularly the individual who had bid 800,000, whose expression was one of disbelief. Does the Su family truly lack such elixirs? Li Feiqi let out a hearty laugh. The Su family is indeed remarkable, uniquely so, even vying for such worthless pills. Elder Yuan Qi of the Yuan family chimed in. Perhaps the Su family can only afford this transformation pill. Ha ha ha. Laughter resonated throughout the auction, predominantly from members of the 4 great families, while others, despite their amusement, refrained from openly mocking. Regardless of the Su family's financial state, their strength remains formidable, making them not a target to provoke. Zhu Li continued, 1 million going once, twice, thrice sold. Congratulations to young clan leader Su Chen on acquiring 3 transformation pills. The auction proceeded to the next item, a 4th-grade Wanling pill, with a starting bid of 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 16. the spirit essence jade liquid. Do you dare to claim that the Su family is impoverished? The next item up for auction is a 4th rank universal pill with a starting bid of 3 million low-grade spirit stones. The universal pill. Members of the 4 great families all wore solemn expressions, astonished that such a pill would be included in this auction. The efficacy of the universal pill is quite straightforward. It allows one in the nascent soul stage to break through a minor realm, remaining effective until the nascent soul reaches perfection. This pill is a treasure that, even in Mingwest City, is more valuable than available. It is unexpected that the second item in this auction is indeed the universal pill. According to the rules of the Wanbao Pavilion, 15 items are auctioned each year, progressively improving in quality. If the second item is a universal pill, the subsequent items will surely be even better. The 4 great families redirected their attention, deciding to reserve their spirit stones for later, particularly coveting the spirit essence jade liquid. 3,500,000 spirit stones, a nascent soul cultivator spoke, and immediately the venue erupted with competing bids. 3,600,000 spirit stones. 3,900,000 spirit stones. The price gradually climbed, and the voices of bidders dwindled, ultimately settling at 6 million spirit stones. 6 million once. Julie announced. 6,500,000. Su Chen's calm voice resonated. Instantly, the crowd turned to him, many faces adorned with expressions of confusion. What was happening? Were they not told that the Su family had little spirit stones? How could they afford to spend 6,500,000 on a universal pill? Li Feiqi's eyes narrowed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This is the Wanbao Pavilion auction. One cannot frivolously call out prices. Can the Su family truly produce 6,500,000 spirit stones? In his view, it was impossible for the Su family to have such wealth. Although Wanbao Pavilion does not partake in the disputes among the major factions, they are well aware of the circumstances within Mingwei City. Zhu Li, with a serious expression, cautioned, "Young friend, one must not jest when calling out bids. Haphazardly shouting prices can have severe consequences." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen tossed a spatial ring. Zhu Li accepted it, examining it briefly before his serious demeanor shifted to one of delight. 6,500,000 once. Twice. Sold. Young Master Su, once the auction concludes, the pill will be delivered to you immediately. Business people are often those who shed their pride the quickest, their expressions shifting like chameleons. Su Chen nodded lightly, then cast a scornful glance at Li Feiqi, who remained silent but harbored contempt in his gaze. Yet, this very demeanor infuriated Li Feiqi. Su Chen, I will inevitably exact revenge for Li Qiao. Confusion filled Li Feiqi's eyes. How could the Su family still possess such a wealth of spirit stones? Following this, several more items were auctioned, nearly all of which were of nascent soul level, and without exception, they were all secured by Su Chen, who made direct payments on the spot, leaving the spectators utterly bewildered. Were they not told the Su family was destitute? In just this brief period, they had spent nearly 40 million spirit stones. Even the Wang family would hesitate to be so extravagant. Wang Ming's eyes brimmed with an icy demeanor. An unsettling premonition lingered within him. What on earth is happening? The steward of the Wang family beside him promptly interjected, "My lord, this is illogical. The intelligence we receive from our pawn within the Su family is reliable. They possess at most 1 million inferior spirit stones, making it impossible for them to have amassed such a fortune. Furthermore, those individuals have been our collaborators for some time. Betrayal is out of the question." Wang Ming's expression darkened as he recalled the information relayed to him recently, hinting that the Su family had undergone some changes. Let us observe further. I refuse to believe that Su Chen can afford everything. Within the auction hall, Zhu Li raised his hand, causing 4 flags of varying hues to materialize above the stone platform, each imbued with immense energy. He proclaimed again, the 13th item, a mid-level mystic array, the 4 symbols array, capable of both offense and defense. Most importantly, this array is inscribed upon the flags, allowing for convenient transport. However, it requires a substantial amount of spiritual power to activate. The starting bid is 10 million inferior spirit stones. An immediate hush fell over the assembly. Although the four symbols array was impressive, its price was steep. All eyes turned to the 5 great families, with mid-level mystic treasures now on display. It seemed unlikely that anything beyond this point would be within their competitive reach, relegating them to mere spectators. Li Feiqi spoke up nonchalantly. I bid 11 million spirit stones. The Li family's strength paled in comparison to the Wang and Yuan families, and they had little hope of acquiring the spirit essence jade liquid this time. Thus, acquiring something useful seemed prudent. After his bid, silence reigned in the hall, with no one daring to raise their offer. Clearly, the other families deemed this item unnecessary for competition. 2 million. Su Chen's languid voice pierced the silence. Li Feiqi immediately turned, his eyes filled with fury. Su Chen. He was baffled. How could the Su family still possess such an abundance of spirit stones? I bid 13 million spirit stones. Su Chen declared once more. 20 million spirit stones. A collective gasp echoed through the hall upon hearing Su Chen's bid, which had surged by 7 million, a ferocious escalation unprecedented in this auction. While others had been cautious, incrementally raising their bids, Su Chen's audacity left them in disbelief. Just how many spirit stones did the Su family truly possess to sustain such bidding? Li Feiqi seethed with frustration, wishing to strike down Su Chen immediately. Yet he refrained from acting recklessly in the domain of Wanbao Pavilion. The 20 million spirit stones exceeded his expectations for the 4 symbols array. With a disdainful snort, he ceased to engage further. Let us see how much more you can afford, Su family. He could not accept that Su Chen could maintain such arrogance and acquire everything in sight. Su Chen casually tossed a spatial ring forward. Zhu Li inspected it briefly and then joyfully announced, "Congratulations to young Master Su on acquiring the 4 symbols array." Upon witnessing this, Su Yinxian could not help but chuckle wryly. "Chen'er, even if you possess spirit stones, you shouldn't spend them so recklessly. Su Chen replied calmly, "Uncle is merely a trivial amount of spirit stones. I initially intended to spend 1 billion, yet I have not even utilized 1/10 of that. The people of Mingwei City are simply too impoverished, presenting no challenge at all." Su Yinxian's lips twitched. Truly a case of the well-fed being oblivious to the hunger of the starving. Do you comprehend the significance of 1 billion spirit stones? Based on the previous operations of the Su family, with an annual harvest of 5 million spirit stones, it would take 200 years of frugality to accumulate 1 billion spirit stones. Moreover, considering the Su family's expenditures, they could only save 1 or 2 million spirit stones a year, necessitating nearly a millennium to amass that sum. Zhu Li then produced another item, a finely crafted porcelain vial exuding a faint aura of vitality. Esteemed guests, I trust you are all familiar with the next treasure, the 14th item. The spirit essence jade liquid can assist a perfected nascent soul cultivator in seamlessly breaking through to the god transformation stage without any adverse effects. Excitement ignited within the venue, and Su Yunxian was no exception. This was precisely the reason the Su family had come to the auction. Naturally, it was also a coveted item for several other prominent families. However, to have the spirit essence jade liquid listed as the 14th item implies that the final treasure must be even more invaluable. Zhu Li calmly announced, "The starting bid is 70 million low-grade spirit stones." Chapter 17. The competition for spirit essence and jade liquid. The bewildered crowd. So the Su family is this wealthy? 80 million spirit stones. Yuan Hao was the first to speak, his calm voice resonating throughout the auction hall. Upon hearing this bid, many in the audience gasped in astonishment, as it was a staggering increase of 10 million in a single breath. Su Chen inquired, "Uncle, if I recall correctly, the last sale of spirit essence and jade liquid went for 270 million lower-grade spirit stones, correct?" Su Yinxian was about to call out a bid, but paused to respond. "Indeed, why do you ask?" With the exact price confirmed, Su Chen promptly raised his hand, 300 million spirit stones. Boom! This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, their incredulous gazes fixed upon Su Chen. 300 million spirit stones. This figure exceeded the previous auction by 30 million spirit stones. How can the Su family possess such wealth? Who spread the rumor that the Su family was impoverished? Such slander deserves punishment. Can a pauper truly produce 300 million spirit stones? Wang Ming and Yuan Hao sprang to their feet, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Su Chen, while the head of the He family, who had been poised to bid 90 million spirit stones, was left utterly speechless. What has transpired? 300 million spirit stones is utterly outrageous. A sum even Wang Ming had not anticipated. Su Chen stood frozen, realizing that this was how they played with spirit stones. Having endured hardship, he was typically frugal with his resources. However, he refrained from stopping Su Chen's extravagant bidding. After all, it was Su Chen's own wealth to spend as he pleased. Zhu Li, momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's audacious bid, quickly regained his composure, declaring, "Young master, Su has bid 300 million spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to counter?" Wang Ming's eyes glinted with cold fury. He had never imagined that the Su family possessed such wealth. Infuriating. No wonder they had closed their shop, exuding confidence that they could sustain themselves for quite some time without it. A miscalculation. Wang Ming swiftly readjusted his strategy, proclaiming loudly, 310 million. With a dismissive snort, he asserted that the Wang family was not lacking in spirit stones, and no matter how affluent the Su family seemed, they could never rival the Wang family's resources. Today, he would demonstrate what true wealth entailed. Su Chen, with a nonchalant glance at Wang Ming, raised his hand to bid 400 million spirit stones. Wang Ming was momentarily stunned, turning his head with disbelief etched on his face. An increase of 90 million in one go. 400 million spirit stones was already exceeding the value of the spirit essence and jade liquid. However, given its rarity, a higher price was not entirely unexpected. Yet 400 million spirit stones seemed excessively steep. As Su Chen's bid echoed in the hall, a profound silence fell over the audience. 400 million. This was truly terrifying. Su Chen, with an air of tranquility, inquired, "Does the head of the Wang family wish to raise the bid?" Wang Ming's expression darkened. This price was evidently exorbitant, but the Wang family still possessed considerable reserves of spirit stones. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Su Chen, do not revel too much in your triumph. The spirit stones of the Wang family are beyond what your Su family can compare to. 410 million spirit stones." Li Feiqi sneered as well, remarking, "What are you pretending to be affluent for? I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. With such a high bid, you must be nearing your limit, aren't you?" Clearly, he believed that Su Chen's tactic of making such a substantial bid stemmed from a lack of confidence, an attempt to intimidate the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's face regained a semblance of confidence. The Wang family had been established in Mingyue City for so long. Even if the Su family possessed some heritage, it could never rival the depth of the Wang family's foundation. Su Chen let out a cold laugh and slowly declared, 500 million spirit stones. The smiles on Wang Ming and Li Feiqi's faces froze instantly. The Su family could actually raise their bid. How many spirit stones did they possess? Wang Ming suddenly felt that his economic sanctions against the Su family were nothing but a joke. With such abundant resources, could the Su family truly be intimidated by their sanctions? Not yet willing to concede, Wang Ming exclaimed, 500 million, 600 million spirit stones. Before he could finish, Su Chen's voice effectively drowned him out. Wang Ming's hand, which had been raised, became rigid in midair. He was caught in a dilemma of whether to lower it or continue bidding. 600 million spirit stones were simply exorbitant. After Su Chen spoke, he added disdainfully, "If the Wang family has so many spirit stones, why not increase your bid further?" Su Chen had an abundance of spirit stones, having recently signed a contract that granted him 30 million celestial crystals. According to the classification of spirit stones, they range from low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, top-grade, holy crystals, to celestial crystals, and beyond his knowledge. Each tier was 100 times more valuable than the last, equating one celestial crystal to 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. 30 million celestial crystals was almost beyond comprehension. Moreover, Su Chen's low-grade spiritual roots were calculated in Jing, which he could hardly exhaust. As Su Chen's voice resonated, the venue fell into a profound silence once more. Wang Ming could not help but feel his eyelids twitch, while the Wang family steward beside him wore an expression of disbelief angrily retorting, "How could your Su family possess so many spirit stones? I refuse to believe it. Zhu, I suspect the Su family is merely making random bids." Not only he, but everyone present found it implausible that the Su family could offer such a sum. It was terrifying, to say the least. An increment of 1 billion spirit stones? 600 million spirit stones could procure 2 portions of spiritual essence jade liquid. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "As long as it is confirmed to be mine, I will pay the spirit stones on the spot." Hearing this, Zhu Li immediately turned to the Wang family steward, coldly stating, "Please do not disrupt the normal order of the auction." As a trading firm, Wanbao Pavilion naturally had to uphold the interests of its more valuable clientele. Furthermore, Su Chen had always been proactive, offering the spirit stones directly to him. The Wang family's steward fell silent, yet he still could not accept the fact that the Su family could produce such a vast amount of spirit stones. Wang Ming's gaze turned icy. He did not cease to raise his bid, but whispered to the Wang family's steward, "Send word to those individuals. We must take action against the Su family. This time, the Wang family will spare no effort to completely eradicate them." It was evident that Su Chen still possessed spirit stones. Further bidding was futile, as 600 million spirit stones far surpassed the actual value of the spiritual essence jade liquid itself. He could not bear to witness the Su family's power grow any further. He must immediately initiate the plan to eradicate the Su family. Otherwise, once another member of the Su family reached the transformation realm, and with Su Chen's potential breakthrough, managing the Su family would become exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing this, the steward of the Wang family was visibly shaken. He respectfully nodded and departed from the Wanbao Pavilion without delay. Wang Ming, remaining silent, cast a glance at the representatives of the other 3 great families. The 4 shared a tacit understanding, exchanging glances filled with coldness and murderous intent. After several inquiries from Zhu Li and confirming that no one would raise their bid, the Lingjing jade liquid was awarded to the Su family. Su Chen promptly paid the 600 million spirit stones on the spot, observing the mountain of low-grade spirit stones piled within the spatial ring. Zhu Li could not help but gasp in awe, his expression brimming with exhilaration. This year, S performance promised to soar. As the steward, Zhu Li was entitled to a commission, and the greater the sales, the higher his earnings. He waved his hand once more, and a medicinal pill appeared on the stone platform. Next up was the highlight of this auction, the 6th-grade pill, the transformation dragon pill. What? Wang Ming suddenly rose to his feet, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at the pill adorned with dragon patterns on the stone platform. The finale was indeed the transformation dragon pill. This pill was akin to the universal pill, but far more potent, capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation in the transformation realm, requiring at least a 6th-grade alchemist to concoct. A glimmer of greed ignited in his eyes. The Su family had already expended such vast amounts of spirit stones on the Lingjing jade liquid. Surely they could not possess surplus spirit stones to purchase the transformation dragon pill. With the Wang family's formidable assets, they could easily overshadow the other 3 families. If he could acquire this transformation dragon pill, it would not be a loss at all. A confident smile returned to Wang Ming's face. Chapter 18, The Outset. The great battle approaches. Zhu Lilong's booming voice resonated through the hall. The starting bid is 100 million inferior spirit stones. Just as Wang Ming prepared to speak, that familiar voice echoed once more. Su Chen calmly declared 600 million spirit stones. Wang Ming's smile vanished instantaneously, replaced by a look of bewilderment as he stared at Su Chen. Does your Su family still possess spirit stones? Moreover, you have audaciously added 500 million in one go. Surely, even if you have spirit stones, this is not how one raises a bid. Not only Wang Ming, but many others in the auction hall gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Su Chen. Casting a glance at Wang Ming, Su Chen inquired, "Does the head of the Wang family wish to participate? Then I shall raise it by another 100 million, bringing the total to 700 million spirit stones." Damn it! Wang Ming's face was a mask of fury. Ever since assuming the role of family head, he had rarely been angry. Yet at this moment, He felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Su Chen. This was utterly despicable. Su Chen's brazen bidding silenced the three prominent families who had been poised to act. This was not merely a bid. It commenced at 700 million inferior spirit stones. Among the four great families, only the Yuan and Wang families could muster such an amount. Yet Su Chen's demeanor suggested he possessed even more spirit stones. They were utterly perplexed. How could the Su family have amassed such wealth? It was preposterous. The attendees were profoundly shocked. This was undoubtedly the most outrageous auction they had ever witnessed. Typically, bids were raised incrementally, yet Su Chen had elevated it by hundreds of millions. Some in a nascent soul stage felt particularly uncomfortable, as their family's total spirit stones barely amounted to several tens of millions, while others casually produced billions. The disparity was insurmountable. However, some observers wore expressions of cold disdain. The Su family's audacity was tantamount to courting disaster. The four great families would not simply allow the Su family to thrive unchallenged. Within the Li family, Li Feiqi was accompanied by his eldest son, Li He, at the auction. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Li He's eyes were filled with concern. "Father, what should we do?" The financial might of the Su family rendered their prior economic strategies utterly ineffective. With the Su family acquiring several treasures, the four great families would find it increasingly difficult to target them. If the Su family were allowed to grow, it would spell doom for the four families, particularly since the Li family had already severed ties with the Su family. Li Feiqi's gaze darkened. "Rest assured, the Su family will not survive today." Upon hearing this, Li's eyes sparkled with hope. "Father, does this mean we are finally taking action against the Su family?" Li Feiqi nodded, sneering. "Well, they're treasures. It ultimately depends on whether they have the life to utilize them. Given time, the Su family might indeed experience a rapid surge in power. Yet they currently possess only two individuals in the transformation stage." On the elevated platform, Zhu Li's face was adorned with a benevolent smile. 700 million spirit stones, once, twice, thrice sold. Congratulations to the young clan leader Su for acquiring the transformation dragon pill. This auction concludes successfully. Esteemed guests may now depart in an orderly fashion. Upon hearing these words, the crowd departed in a daze. This auction was unprecedentedly absurd, as all the items had been purchased by a single individual, a situation never before witnessed. Many of the younger attendees wore expressions of exhilaration, as the experiences they had encountered today would provide them ample material to boast about for an entire year. Within a lavish private box of the auction house, Zhu Li beamed with delight as he presented a spatial ring. "This contains the items acquired by the young clan leader. You may inspect them at your leisure." Despite being in the void refinement stage, he exhibited remarkable service etiquette, adopting a notably humble demeanor. The managers of Wanbeige typically ascended from humble beginnings, and given the Su family's immense wealth, he was keen to treat them with utmost care, recognizing the potential for future lucrative benefits. Su Chen took a step back and addressed Su Yunxian. "Second uncle, your experience surpasses mine. Perhaps you should verify this." His statement was clearly intended to flatter Su Yunxian, as he had come along to broaden his horizons, and it now appeared as though Su Yunxian were the assistant. Su Yunxian, unperturbed, stepped forward to accept the spatial ring and began to examine it meticulously. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he turned to Zhu Li and said, "Thank you for your assistance, Manager Zhu." Zhu Li promptly waved his hand. "It is my duty." However, he spoke in a tone that was both sardonic and enigmatic. "It seems the Su family is encountering some difficulties. Should you possess sufficient spirit stones, I could introduce you to reliable, powerful guardians. Provided the price is right, even those in the void refinement stage could be secured. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Li would not make such introductions, but given the astonishing financial prowess demonstrated by the Su family, he felt compelled to mention it. Su Yunqian's expression shifted with surprise. Indeed, Wanbeige could even procure those in the void refinement stage. "May I inquire, Manager Zhu, how many spirit stones would be required?" Zhu Li smiled and replied, "Based on past experiences, 100 million low-grade spirit stones would suffice to secure the protection of a void refinement expert for a year." 100 million spirit stones. Su Yunxian was taken aback. The price was undeniably staggering, yet the Su family was not incapable of affording it. Noticing the contemplative look on Su Qian's face, Zhu Li handed him a communication jade talisman, saying, "Elder Su, should you require assistance, feel free to reach out to me." This arrangement was one Zhu Li orchestrated discreetly. The business of Wanbage had acquainted him with many powerful individuals, including several void refinement cultivators in need of spirit stones. By facilitating introductions for them, he could earn a considerable commission without incurring substantial risk. Su Chen nodded respectfully and then departed Wanbage with Su Chen, knowing they needed to deliberate on such matters. The Su family currently had a void refinement expert, so their need was not particularly pressing. After the two had left, Zhu Li gazed at their receding figures and then turned his gaze towards the distance, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, "It seems Mingyue City is poised to bustle once more." Following their exit from Wanbage, the two hastened towards the Su family estate. Su Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. The Su family had acquired an abundance of items, and with such a display of formidable financial strength, he genuinely feared the Wang family might sever their facade of civility. As the words fell, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from the distance, enveloping the two individuals in an instant. "This is bad." Su Chen's expression changed abruptly. The prophecy had indeed come to pass. "Su Chen, you must remain here." Wang Ming's figure materialized, revealing no intention of concealment. He raised his hand, unleashing a massive fireball that hurtled towards Su Chen with lethal intent. This fireball seemed capable of incinerating all in its path, emanating an intense heat. Su Chen, being only at the initial stage of the transformation realm, struggled to defend against it, and then roared in anger, "Wang Ming, does your Wang family seek to engage in a death struggle with my Su family?" His eyes were filled with concern, as Wang Ming had clearly revealed his position, indicating that he was fully prepared for a relentless confrontation with the Su family. How infuriating! If only the Su family had a little more time. They would no longer need to fear the Wang family. "Su Chen, today your Su family is doomed." Li Feiqi's figure suddenly emerged, his expression chilling and rife with murderous intent. "And you, Su Chen, I shall flay you alive." The moment Li Feiqi appeared, the head of the He family and Han Yuan also arrived, accompanied by the remaining two transformation realm experts from the Wang family. Su Chen wore an utterly indifferent expression, even displaying a hint of derision. "Rest assured, today you will not kill anyone." Just after uttering these words, he realized he may have been a touch overconfident, considering he was ostensibly still merely a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, should the Su family truly face peril, he would intervene directly. Of course, after today, even if the Su family emerged unscathed, he would obliterate the four major families of Mingyue City. A multitude of transformation realm auras manifested within Mingyue City, causing countless individuals to display expressions of terror, particularly for those factions and groups in close proximity. Upon sensing the extraordinary nature of the impending conflict, they had long since fled to a safe distance. A battle of transformation realm cultivators was about to erupt. No one wished to witness the intensity of such a confrontation. Even a careless nascent soul cultivator could perish in the aftermath. "Do you truly intend to engage in a life and death struggle with my Su family?" Su Chen's gaze was frigid. Su Qingtian's figure also appeared beside him instantaneously, having sensed the situation and hurried over. His expression was gravely solemn. The four major families of Mingyue City collectively possessed 7 transformation realm cultivators, while the Su family had only 2. Previously, these individuals likely refrained from action out of fear of the old patriarch's lingering influence, but now they could no longer contain themselves. What did Elder Su say? Yuan Hao's voice resonated as he slowly descended from the sky, accompanied by another transformation realm cultivator from the Yuan family. Thus, all transformation realm experts from the 4 major families had gathered. Yuan Hao cast a disdainful glance at Su Chen and remarked, "Does your Su family even have the right to engage in a death struggle with our 4 major families? Were it not for the consideration of Su Han Yuan, you wouldn't even qualify to enter Mingyue City." Chapter 19. The mysterious Su Chen enters crisis upon hearing these words. Su Qingtian and Su Chen exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. Indeed, without Su Hongyuan's presence, the Su family lacked the qualifications to contend with the four prominent families. In a calm demeanor, Su Chen advised, "Chen'er, at the first sign of conflict, seek an opportunity to escape. Your third uncle is already making arrangements. You need not concern yourself with anything other than ensuring your safety. Even if the Su family faces annihilation, as long as you survive, the essence of the Su family endures." Despite his composed tone, the gravity of the situation was evident in Su Chen-tian's solemn expression, revealing the dire nature of their predicament. It seemed inevitable that the Su family would face destruction. Su Chen pondered whether he should directly eliminate the members of the four families. However, how would he explain his actions? Would his master's guidance truly be sufficient? The thought seemed absurd. He was not overly worried about Su Chen-tian and Su Yunshian's safety. With his presence, their demise would be improbable, though the matter of explanation loomed large. A solution soon came to him, and with a smile, he declared, "Father, you underestimate me. I am at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. With my strength, I am invincible against those in the mid-stage of the transformation stage and below. Have you not heard of prodigies who can defeat foes beyond their level?" Su Chen-tian was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he inquired, "Is that truly the case?" The combat prowess of 3 individuals in the transformation stage would undoubtedly surpass that of 2, significantly enhancing their chances of survival should they need to flee. With a grin, Su Chen transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards Li Feiqi. Li Feiqi, with a look of disdain, thought it audacious for a mere nascent soul cultivator to initiate an attack. He raised his hand, intending to seize Su Chen. "Since you've delivered yourself to me, do not blame me for being ungracious." However, as he attempted to grasp Su Chen's fist, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force, causing his expression to change dramatically. Bang! Li Feiqi was sent flying, crashing into the city below. What? All present stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Su Chen possessed such strength that he could send Li Feiqi, a mid-stage transformation cultivator, soaring with a single punch. A feat that defied reason given the significant gap in their realms. Su Chen-tian and Su Yunshian widened their eyes, as if witnessing a ghost. Was Su Chen truly this formidable? Delivering a blow that could propel Li Feiqi like that was beyond even Su Yunshian's capabilities. Yet, Su Chen had accomplished it effortlessly. The power of his physique was truly terrifying. Li Feiqi coughed up blood, the punch infused with hidden energy. Had he not reacted swiftly, he could have sustained severe injuries. Why do you possess such strength? Li Feiqi raised his head, disbelief saturating his voice as he struggled to accept that he had been injured by a single punch. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "You have yet to witness many things." Wang Ming then bellowed, "Enough with the banter. Swiftly eliminate them without holding back." Su Chen's prowess left him utterly flustered at barely 19. He possessed strength rivaling that of an advanced deification stage practitioner. If granted 2 more years, would he not directly ascend beyond the refinement void stage? Moreover, the Su family showcased astonishing financial resources, intensifying their anxiety. Wang Ming, exuding the aura of a late deification stage expert, swiftly unleashed his oppressive presence across the entirety of Mingwei City. The 5 deification stage members from the Wang and Yuan families surged towards Su Chen-tian and Su Yunshian, while Li Feiqi and He Honyuan advanced menacingly towards Su Chen. The impending battle was palpable. Su Chen-tian's eyes brimmed with gravity as he exuded a primal energy, his muscles taking on a crimson hue. "Fight!" he commanded, but facing 2 against 5, there was little hope. Within mere exchanges, Su Chen-tian and his companion found themselves retreating steadily. "Do not linger in battle. Find an opportunity to flee," Su Chen-tian urged in a low voice. Wang Ming coldly declared, "No one can save you today." He raised his hand, casting forth several stones inscribed with mysterious, glowing symbols. These were formation stones, typically engraved with intricate arrays, akin to the 4 symbols array, readily deployable when needed. Wang Ming quickly established the formation, and by the time Su Chen-tian realized it, they were already ensnared. Cursed be this. Su Chen silently cursed, his expression darkening considerably. Wang Ming laughed heartily. This formation is a mid-level Xian tier slaughter array. I have spared no expense to ensure your demise. With that, he commanded the array to activate, summoning a colossal long blade that surged violently towards Su Chen. This blade, a manifestation of the formation, carried the lethal force capable of dispatching a deification stage opponent. Su Chen barely evaded, but the blade swiftly redirected towards Su Chen. With his strength at the initial deification stage, Su Chen found himself unable to evade the blade's swift approach and could only struggle to defend himself. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through his defenses, aiming straight for Su Chen's forehead. I come to your aid. Su Chen roared, his aura reaching its apex, and with a mighty punch, he shattered the blade, saving Su Chen from imminent peril. Seeing this unfold, Wang Ming's eyes glinted with cold malice. This is far from over. Immediately, 3 weapons materialized within the array: a long blade, a long sword, and a spear. Concurrently, the deification stage practitioners from the Yuan and Wang families entered the fray, coordinating with the formation to assail the two. Woe betide us! Su Chen grimaced. The 4 major families had clearly been prepared, filling him with a sense of helplessness. The joint force of 5 deification stage experts, coupled with this formidable formation, spelled doom for them that day. In that moment, Su Chen bellowed urgently, "Chen'er, flee at once. Do not concern yourself with us." However, he soon found himself momentarily stunned. What do I see? In his line of sight, Su Chen was holding his ground against Han Yuan and Li Feiqi. Was Su Chen's strength truly so outrageous? Both of these adversaries were mid-deification stage practitioners. It was already unbelievable for a nascent soul stage practitioner to contend with one. How could he withstand the onslaught of 2 simultaneously? Han Yuan bellowed, "Master Wang, swiftly eliminate those 2. This young man's power is rather peculiar." Wang Ming, witnessing the duo's inability to subdue Su Chen, instinctively shouted, "Incompetence!" Frustrated, Han Yuan retorted, "Why not step in and face him yourself?" Su Chen's speed was astonishing, and his physical prowess was formidable. Just as he prepared to cast a spell, Su Chen was already upon him. Engaging in a physical confrontation would only lead to him being battered. It was exasperating beyond measure. Furthermore, Han Yuan sensed that Su Chen was toying with them. Wang Ming diverted his gaze once more to Su Chen and his companion, coldly commanding, "Hasten and eliminate them." The fact that Han Yuan and Li Feiqi were incapable of defeating Su Chen added to his agitation, instilling doubts about whether the 2 had colluded with the Su family. The 4 major families were merely temporary allies. Once the Su family was eradicated, they would inevitably return to their covert rivalries. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the 2 without inflicting harm, but that now seemed increasingly improbable. A cornered rabbit will bite, and with 2 nascent soul stage practitioners, should they resort to desperation, injuries would be inevitable, potentially providing other families with an opportunity. Even if the people of Mingyue City refrained from intervening, others would certainly seize the chance to act. Such a substantial prize as Mingyue City would attract many eager eyes. Suddenly, a sword lunged toward Su Chen and caught unawares. A deep gash was inflicted upon his arm, blood gushing forth. Chapter 20. A change of fortune. The unexpected turn of events unfolded as the 3 formidable void refinement stage experts engaged in battle, leaving no room for doubt. Especially after the Wang family's transformation stage, cultivator discarded all reservations. Su Chen and Su Chen found themselves utterly defenseless. With a resounding crash, Su Chen was hurled through the air, crashing to the ground and spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His aura diminished to an alarming degree. "Kill him!" Wang Shou's murderous intent erupted as he lunged towards Su Chen. "Damn it!" Su Chen attempted to resist, but the searing pain coursing through his body rendered him momentarily paralyzed. He could barely lift a hand. "Second brother!" Su Chen shouted in desperation, his eyes filled with anxiety. Wang Ming sneered, "Do not worry. I shall soon send you down to accompany him." Just then, a horrific wave of energy emanated from the distance, sending chills down everyone's spines. What's happening? The crowd turned their gazes towards that direction, their expressions grave. This is the aura of a void refinement stage cultivator. A sense of foreboding washed over the four great families. Wang Shou trembled, his spiritual power wavering under the oppressive force, causing the attack he had just formed to explode in his grasp. Within the Wanbao pavilion, Zhu Li noticed this ominous energy and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. A look of anticipation upon his face. The four great families are in for a calamity. In an instant, that formidable aura vanished. And just as the crowd exhaled a sigh of relief, a figure tore through the fabric of space, towering and exuding a commanding presence. The newcomer's gaze was sharp and fierce. Is this what it means to be at the void refinement stage? The members of the various families gasped in shock and hurriedly bowed in respect. We pay our respects, esteemed elder. Su Hanyuan let out a cold laugh as he raised his hand, causing the void to shatter. Wang Shou found himself gripped in his grasp, utterly powerless, like a mere chick. Elder. Wang Shou's face turned pale with panic, unable to comprehend why this void refinement stage expert had targeted him. The expressions of Su Chen and Su Chen transformed dramatically upon seeing the arrival. Old master, you have broken through? The figure before them resembled Su Hanyuan from long ago, though the battle had drained his vitality, leaving his appearance frail. The two were filled with exhilaration and joy upon witnessing Su Hongyuan's breakthrough. They had not anticipated that he could rise from the brink of despair. With a void refinement stage expert in the Su family, they had no reason to fear the four great families any longer. Su Hanyuan smiled, of course. You have worked hard. Leave the rest to me. With that, he exerted a slight force, causing Wang Shou to explode, his demise instant. Wang Ming, sensing Su Hongyuan's aura, suddenly realized the truth and screamed in horror. You are Su Hanyuan. How is it possible that you are alive? When Su Hanyuan had entered Mingyue City, he had been in a dire state, as if death were imminent. So many years had passed, and rather than deteriorating, his condition had improved, even advancing from half-step void refinement to the void refinement stage. Wang Ming found it utterly unbearable to witness the scene before him. Su Hanyuan wore a cold smirk as he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the formation Wang Ming had meticulously arranged. The shock wave surged towards the Wang and Yuan clans' god transformation experts, forcing them to retreat incessantly. This was merely the residual force. Had it struck them directly, they would likely have been reduced to mere dust. As one progresses into the later stages of cultivation, the disparity in strength becomes increasingly pronounced. The difference between the god transformation stage and the void refinement stage is but a single realm, yet their combat prowess diverges vastly, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. The overwhelming might instilled terror among the nascent soul stage cultivators, and Wang Ming's countenance darkened to an extreme. With Wang Shou deceased, even if they exterminated the Su family, the losses for the Wang clan would be devastating. Glaring at the formidable Su Hanyuan, he could not help but roar in frustration. How much longer will you remain mere spectators? Su Hanyuan sneered disdainfully in response. Do you have any allies remaining? However, his expression soon shifted to one of grave concern as he glanced into the distance. There, the void suddenly rent asunder, revealing four figures emerging. The foremost individual appeared somewhat disheveled, even missing an arm, with a faint aura surrounding him. Wang Ming's pupils constricted in shock. He recognized the one-armed man as his prior ally in the endeavor to annihilate the Su family, a formidable expert at the god transformation late stage. Yet, who were the three behind him? The imposing auras they exuded unmistakably surpassed the god transformation stage, marking them as void refinement experts. What was happening? Fear gripped Wang Ming's heart as he pondered how this situation had escalated to involve three void refinement cultivators. Among the trio, a gaunt man with a long nose chuckled coldly. How effortless this has become. I never anticipated that the shadowy organization issuing the bounty would be the Su family. Shadowy organization. The crowd gasped in astonishment, recognizing the name. The shadowy organization was a notorious assassination force in the Eastern Domain, renowned for its assassins and bounty postings. Available for anyone to claim. Wang Ming was filled with dread, who had placed a bounty on the Su family to attract 3 void refinement experts. Su Hanyuan's complexion paled dramatically. After evading them for so many years, had they finally been located? The critical point was that the 3 before him were all more powerful, and the one who had spoken emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Late-stage void refinement. The other 2 were also at the mid-stage. My lords, I have brought you here. May I be allowed to take my leave? The one-armed man pleaded desperately. Ming scoffed, raising his hand to obliterate him without hesitation. At your age, still so naive. Afterward, he turned his gaze back to the individuals from the Su family, ultimately fixating on Su Hongyuan. Are you Su Hongyuan? Su Hongyuan's expression grew grave. He was taut with tension, prepared for an imminent counterattack. He had only just broken through to the void refinement stage and was now faced with 3 formidable adversaries, each presenting an immense pressure. Ming coldly remarked, "You've reached the void refinement stage, which contradicts the intelligence we received. It appears you have made a breakthrough during this period. Weren't you gravely injured and on the brink of death? Your recovery is indeed a surprise to me." He then pointed at Su Chen. "Are you Su Chen? And what of Su Chen? Why are 4 individuals missing?" Luo Xingye sneered, "Brother, why not capture them and extract their souls to find out?" Ming laughed heartily. "That's a valid point." Immediately, his gaze transformed into one of insatiable greed. A single head is worth 2 million top-grade spirit stones, and they are merely a group of useless individuals. I wonder which powerful faction you have offended to warrant such a hefty price on your lives. Upon hearing this, the members of several prominent families were taken aback. 2 million top-grade spirit stones. That equates to 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. How could the Su family members be worth so much in the Dark Watch? Su Hanyuan suddenly shouted, "Qin Tian, take Chener and flee." At the same time, his aura erupted violently, becoming increasingly ferocious. Su Hanyuan was burning his vital blood, forcibly elevating his strength for a brief period. He must hold off the 3 in the void refinement stage to buy time for the Su family to escape. Little did he expect that just after his breakthrough, he would have to fight for his life again. Su Chen trembled. This scene was all too familiar. He clenched his fists, rooted to the spot. Su Chen urged in a low voice, "We must leave at once." Su Chen slowly replied, "Second brother, the events of that year are deeply intertwined with me. It was my actions that led to our patriarch's grave injuries. I cannot allow such a tragedy to unfold again. You take Chener and flee. I must remain here." Chapter 21. Is Su Jiaxing, the mysterious master of Su Chen, truly that formidable? Su Chen bellowed, "You must come with me. No one is allowed to escape." Ming sneered disdainfully at Su Hanyuan, remarking, "A mere newly advanced void refinement stage cultivator is hardly impressive." As his words faded, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, enveloping the city like a celestial decree, leaving countless individuals trembling in terror. In this world, lacking strength equates to vulnerability. When faced with a powerful adversary, one can only hope for mercy, with no alternatives available. Here, the strong reign supreme. A powerful individual can slay the weak, and even if the latter is innocent, it is deemed entirely normal by all. I will deal with Su Hanyuan. You 2 go and eliminate the remaining 6 targets. They must not escape, he commanded. Luo Xingye laughed viciously. Rest assured, big brother, they won to get away. In the distance, Su Chen observed the sudden appearance of the 3 men, shaking his head in resignation. He had hoped that once the old man emerged, matters would be resolved, only to face this unexpected turn of events. It seemed he had to intervene after all. He raised his hand slightly, and a beam of spiritual light erupted forth, tearing through the void and hurtling towards Luo Xingye. Thud! Luo Xingye's head exploded in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. The scene utterly horrifying. What? Ming and Pan Huan, both seasoned warriors accustomed to peril, reacted swiftly, preparing to flee without a moment's hesitation. The capability to eliminate Luo Xingye without warning indicated that the assailant possessed extraordinary strength, far beyond their reach. Thud! Thud! 2 more beams of spiritual light flashed, and the heads of the 2 men met the same fate, their essence extinguished. All 3 were formidable void refinement stage cultivators, yet before Su Chen, They were as defenseless as ants beneath a boot. The demise of these three powerful individuals transpired in less than a breath. The scene fell into a profound silence, with bewilderment etched across every face. What had just occurred? However, none present were ordinary folk, though they lacked clarity about the events. The deaths of the three void refinement stage cultivators sent the prominent families into a panicked retreat. Su Hongyuan was the first to take action, delivering a powerful punch that felled Wang Ming instantly. The disparity between the late-stage divine transformation and the void refinement stage was simply too vast. Su Hongyuan bellowed coldly, "Kill them!" The members of the prominent families were consumed with dread, their eyes brimming with terror. Regardless of how the situation unfolded, they were destined to suffer. Should the Su family emerge victorious, the other families would face annihilation. Conversely, if the Su family lost, the three void refinement stage cultivators would surely silence them. Particularly, He Hongyuan was filled with regret, wishing he had never boarded the Wang family's ill-fated vessel. Previously, he had believed victory was assured. Now, he realized that such confidence was folly. Associating with the Wang family was a surefire path to doom. In no time, the divine transformation stage cultivators from the prominent families were slaughtered on the spot, leaving only members of the Su family in attendance. Su Hongyuan respectfully addressed the high heavens. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance." In the stillness of the heavens and the earth, an air of silence prevailed, with no signs of response. Su Hongyuan's gaze was filled with bewilderment, pondering who could be offering assistance. Su Chen stepped forward and inquired, "Master, is that you?" Suddenly, a vortex of spiritual energy swept through the atmosphere, only to vanish moments later. The members of the Su family exchanged startled glances, realizing that it was indeed Su Chen's master who had intervened. Although they had heard whispers of Su Chen's mentor, they had never laid eyes on him, leaving them with a sense of unreality. Yet, the events of that day unfolded with undeniable authenticity. The ability to effortlessly obliterate three practitioners in the void refinement stage, one of whom was in the late stages, was nothing short of terrifying. Noticing the reaction, Su Chen expressed his gratitude once more. "I am grateful to my master." However, this time, the heavens offered no reply. Su Hongyuan regarded Su Chen with a complex expression, astonished that the one who had repeatedly rescued the Su family was merely a junior. "Qingtian, perhaps it is time for you to step aside and allow Chen to assume the role of family head. He is more suited for it. You may then serve as his advisor." Su Qingtian retorted, "Old man, is that polite?" Nevertheless, he bore no resentment and turned to Su Chen. "Chen, what say you? Would you like to become the head of the Su family? Rest assured, your father and several uncles will handle all matters, leaving you to focus on the broader decisions." Su Chen's displayed prowess was indeed formidable, aside from the terrifying strength of his master. His own impressive record of holding his ground against two mid-stage transformation realm practitioners was enough to command respect. The head of a family often symbolizes the highest combat power, not necessarily requiring direct involvement in every affair. At this moment, Su Chen undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to lead the Su family. After contemplation, Su Chen opted to decline the offer. "Father, you may continue to be the head for now. We can revisit this matter in a few years." Su Qingtian pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. "Very well. I shall retain this position for you. Whenever you wish to take it up, simply let me know." He then cast a serious look towards Su Hongyuan, who anticipated his unspoken question and preemptively replied, "It is all due to Chen that I have been able to recover and break through." Indeed, Su Qingtian's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Su Chen, realizing that his son was shrouded in more secrets than he had previously imagined. However, he refrained from probing further. Su Chen too had his own mysteries. Su Hongyuan continued, "Second brother, attend to those who were lurking in the shadows earlier. Qingtian, return with members of the Su family and deal with the assets of the four major clans. And remember, eradicate any lingering threats." A murderous intent enveloped Su Hongyuan's gaze, for they hailed from a bandit lineage, not known for their gentility. The members of the four major clans must be entirely eliminated to prevent future repercussions. Su Qingtian filled with determination, clasped his hands and affirmed, "Understood." With that, he promptly turned and departed. Soon, a tempest of bloodshed swept through Mingyue City as the four major clans were annihilated within a single day. Not a soul was spared, leaving no trace behind, as if even the most insignificant of creatures were swept away in the tide of destruction. It is common knowledge that the dispute between the four prominent families and the Su clan has culminated in the latter's victory. With the ascension of the new monarch, the various factions within the city have fallen into an eerie silence, fearful of inciting wrath and retreating into the confines of their homes, resulting in a marked decline of pedestrians on the streets. Until the dust settles, they dare not venture outside. This trepidation is particularly pronounced among the vassal factions of the four families, who are gripped by fear, apprehensive that the Su clan may eliminate them as well. In the current landscape of Mingyue City, aside from the Su family, there exists not a single practitioner at the transformation stage. On the same day, Su Chen has employed the essence of spiritual jade to achieve a breakthrough, ascending to the rank of a transformation stage expert. Upon his return to the Su residence, Su Chen was met with reports that darkened his gaze. In a voice as frigid as ice, he commanded, "Summon Elders Su from the collateral line." Chapter 22. The Fall of the Four Families and the Secrets of the Su clan. Soon, Su approached with a demeanor of utmost respect, bowing deeply. "Greetings, esteemed family head." Su Chen, with a somber gaze, spoke coldly. "Elder Su, do you comprehend the reason for my summoning you?" A chill ran through Su Yi's heart, yet he forced a smile, feigning confusion. "I do not know." Observing his countenance, Su Chen eyes grew even colder. "The greatest disdain of the Su family is reserved for traitors. Are you aware of the consequences of betrayal, as dictated by the rules of the Qing Feng gang?" Hearing this, Su realized that his treachery had been uncovered, and in terror, he knelt and pleaded, "Family head, allow me to explain. It was the Wang family that coerced me. I beg for your mercy." "Coerced?" Su Chen scoffed. "The Wang family's representative made it abundantly clear that you approached them of your own volition." The pleading expression on Su Yi's face froze instantly, his eyes filled with dread. From the outset of his collaboration with the Wang family, he had been certain of the Su family's impending downfall, which is why he had invested early. Yet, he could not have anticipated the outcome. The four great families had been utterly vanquished. Moreover, the Su family had suffered no loss, save for minor injuries to Su Chen and Su Yinqian. With a frigid tone, Su Chen declared, "As the head of your lineage, the rules dictate that your betrayal warrants the forfeiture of your entire lineage's cultivation and their expulsion from the Su family." Upon hearing this, Su was struck with horror, urgently pleading, "I implore you, family head, spare my lineage. I am willing to bear all consequences." Su Chen gaze was icy. He simply raised his hand and annulled Su Yi's cultivation on the spot. "Bring forth Su Yi's entire lineage, strip them of their powers, and cast them out of the Su family. For traitors, I shall show no mercy. Hang Su at the entrance of the Su family for 3 days, and after that, execute him as a warning." Su Chen words pierced Su Yi's heart like daggers. Realizing that pleading was futile, Su screamed in rage, "Su Chen, you butcher! You are willing to turn against your own kin. You are a beast." Su Chen retorted coldly, "Did you not consider these consequences when you betrayed your kin? Were it not for Chen and the elders' breakthrough to the void refining stage, the entire Su family would have faced annihilation because of your actions. Have you ever contemplated this? To preserve your own lineage, you dared to commit treason. Su death would not suffice to atone for your deeds." He ignored Su Yi's furious shouts and turned away. The guards of the Su family promptly seized him, dragging him to be hung beside the entrance. News of Su Yi's actions spread rapidly within the family, inciting countless members of the Su clan to brandish whips in righteous fury against him. The Su family harbored profound contempt for traitors, and the selfishness of Su Yi's actions was utterly reprehensible. Initially, he was to be hung for 3 days before facing execution, but within mere hours, he had been whipped to the brink of death, his body drenched in blood. Yet, the wrath of the Su family was not yet sated. They continued to lash at his lifeless form. Collaborating with the enemies of the Su family was an egregious offense, and even a slight misstep could have led to the complete destruction of the clan. Thus, they were filled with intense rage. After a few days, Mingwei City returned to tranquility. Following the destruction of the 4 prominent families by the Su clan, there were no further actions, which brought a sigh of relief to many. In fact, for a considerable period thereafter, the Su family remained exceedingly quiet, leading many to speculate whether they had encountered some unforeseen turmoil. Within the inner courtyard of the Su residence, Su Honyuan, Su Qingtian, and Su Chen were seated together. Su Honyuan appeared somewhat hesitant, but after a prolonged internal struggle, he slowly began to speak. "Chener, when you were young, I allowed Qingtian to withhold certain truths from you. However, now that your strength has matured, it is time for you to learn the truth." Su Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing that there were indeed some hidden intricacies surrounding past events. Su Honyuan sighed, a look of nostalgia gracing his countenance. "You should be aware that our Su family was once known as the Qingfeng gang. The origin of all these events traces back to your mother, Yi Qingling." At the mention of Yi Qingling, a shadow of sorrow and melancholy crossed Su Qingtian's eyes, his mood growing exceedingly heavy. Su Honyuan continued, "Your mother and father met by chance, and within 3 years they became husband and wife, giving birth to you. Yet, less than a month after your birth, the forces behind Qingling came knocking. These individuals were immensely powerful, their strength beyond imagination. At that time, I was merely a half step into the refinement void stage, yet even the weakest among them instilled in me a sense of suffocating pressure." A look of dread washed over Su Honyuan's face as he recalled the dark memories. "They abducted Qingling, intending to annihilate our Su family, believing we had sullied their bloodline. Had it not been for the intervention of a mysterious, powerful ally, our family would likely have been eradicated, albeit I still bear indelible scars from that ordeal. To this day, we remain ignorant of Qingling's fate or even the identities of those who took her." Upon hearing this, Su Chen fell into a contemplative silence. In his previous life as a seasoned internet enthusiast, such a narrative felt eerily familiar. Su Qingtian, with eyes brimming with hope, remarked, "I have heard that those with a sacred physique have the potential to transcend the shackles of heaven and earth, becoming the legendary, saintly beings. Chenya, should you ever reach such heights, you must bring your mother back." As he concluded, Su Qingtian's voice was laden with sorrow and helplessness. As a man, the inability to protect one's beloved is among the most profound of anguishes. Were it not for Su Chen's assistance, Su Qingtian might have lived a lifetime steeped in regret. All that transpired stemmed from his actions. Had it not been for him, the Qingfeng gang would not have dissolved, the elder would not have been gravely injured, and Qingling would not have been captured, her fate uncertain. Each and every aspect of this calamity was entwined with him. Yet, he was acutely aware that he could never bring Qingling back. His innate talent had its limits, having reached the pinnacle of the refinement void stage. Only Su Chen possessed the potential to achieve such a feat, endowed with remarkable talent and a formidable master safeguarding him. With unwavering determination, Su Chen declared, "Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly bring mother back." Though he had never encountered his mother, he felt an undeniable obligation to bring her back, both for himself and for Su Qingtian. Upon hearing Su Chen's affirmation, Su Qingtian nodded with a sense of relief. Su Honyuan sighed and remarked, "This may be the one thing you are unaware of, but I implore you not to act foolishly. Until you possess sufficient strength, do not seek them out." Su Chen smiled and nodded, refraining from a direct response. Once he returned to his courtyard, his eyes shimmered with starlight, revealing an enigmatic rhythm of Tao. In the next moment, his form ascended high into the sky, gazing down upon the diminutive figure of Moonlight City. The quest to reclaim his mother was not merely a verbal promise. He had his own burdens and did not need to endure the arduous trials akin to those protagonists in novels, ultimately leading to a grand rescue. Chapter 23. The Might of the Sage and the Anomalies of Heaven and Earth in the Realm of the Sage, where the Tao reaches perfection and all things remain undying. Boundless power resides. Su Chen sought to delve into the heavenly path, eager to uncover the truth of his bloodline kin. However, He soon found himself furrowing his brow in frustration, as he was unable to glean any information. How could this be? Such a predicament could only imply one of two outcomes. Either his mother had perished, or a more formidable practitioner was concealing her presence from him. Narrowing his eyes, Su Chen resolved to ascertain the truth, regardless of whether she was alive or dead. Yet, as he continued his inquiries, he found himself empty-handed. It was evident that a powerful entity was obstructing his search, for he had learned nothing about his mother. Ordinarily, even if she had passed away, he would still be able to sense her essence. Utilizing his cultivation 100,000 years, recognizing that his current power was insufficient, he sought to amplify it further. Does the host wish to suppress the fluctuations of their cultivation? The system's frigid voice echoed in his mind. Without hesitation, Su Chen opted for suppression. Instantly, his aura began to rise. He broke through to the late sage stage, achieved sage perfection, entered the initial phase of the Sage King realm, ascended to the mid-stage of the Sage King realm, and finally reached the late stage of the Sage King realm. This time, his 100,000 years of cultivation only allowed him to transcend one major realm. Furrowing his brow slightly, he declared, "Utilize 2 million years of cultivation." Once again, his aura surged, ascending at an astonishing speed, as though he were cultivating himself, without any adverse effects. He reached the pinnacle of the Sage King realm, transitioned to the initial phase of the Sage Emperor realm, progressed to the mid-stage of the Sage Emperor realm, ascended to the peak of the Sage Emperor realm, entered the early stage of the Post-Heaven Ancient Saint realm, and finally the pinnacle of the Post-Heaven Ancient Saint realm, culminating in the early stage of the Pre-Heaven Ancient Saint realm. With 2 million years of cultivation, Su Chen advanced through 2 significant stages. In this moment, he felt omnipotent, as if the very heavens and earth lay within his command. Extending his divine consciousness, he enveloped the entire eastern domain, all events, great and small, flooding into his mind, leaving no secrets concealed from him. Indeed, if he so desired, he could effortlessly obliterate the entire eastern domain with a mere gesture. Is this the essence of the pre-heaven ancient saint? Once more, Su Chen probed, and this time he received a faint response of bloodline fluctuations. At last, he had found it. Having attained such a realm, he intuitively grasped many truths about the universe. Above the pre-heaven ancient saint, there existed another tier, the supreme sage. Ascending further led to the emperor realm, which itself was divided into 3 stages, the quasi-emperor, the emperor, and the ancient emperor. However, the most recent individual to reach the emperor level had vanished from existence hundreds of thousands of years ago. Just as Su Chen prepared to exert his full strength in the search, the surrounding void suddenly began to collapse, a phenomenon that steadily spread. It seemed that the heavens and earth could scarcely endure the weight of Su Chen's power. Should he persist in his probing, an area spanning 1,000,000 miles would likely be reduced to nothingness. What is happening? Su Chen's brow furrowed. Was the heavenly path of this world truly so fragile? However, he quickly regained his composure and began to ponder how he could locate his mother. To exert his full strength would lead to the collapse of the void, resulting in the demise of countless beings, and even the majority of the eastern region would fall into chaos. Yet, if he did not search with all his might, he would be unable to ascertain his mother's whereabouts. After much contemplation, Su Chen ultimately decided against it. The fact that his mother was still alive and shielded by such a formidable practitioner indicated that no immediate danger was present. Although Su Chen could not pinpoint his mother's exact location, he was certain she resided within the Xiantian realm. As long as she remained there, their paths would eventually cross. Furthermore, the individual capable of obstructing his search possessed significant power. Undoubtedly, at least at the early stages of the innate ancient saint realm or higher. With such formidable strength, finding them within the Xiantian realm would not be overly challenging. It merely required some time. However, what was the nature of the heavenly Tao? Su Chen focused intently on sensing the power of the heavenly Tao within the Xiantian realm, feeling an inexplicable frailty, as if it were a mere wisp of breath, ready to wither away. Suddenly, a strange voice penetrated Su Chen's mind. As the power of the heavenly Tao surged around him. What is this? Su Chen's entire body trembled, his eyes filled with solemnity. It appeared that the heavenly Tao had attempted to communicate with him, akin to a wild beast seeking aid from humanity. The voice bore a multitude of emotions, pleading, despair, and suffering. When he attempted to probe further, the power of the heavenly Tao had vanished completely, leaving him unable to sense anything at all. What on earth is happening? Su Chen's brow furrowed. It seemed a significant upheaval had occurred within the Xintian realm. Even the previous version of Su Chen would have remained oblivious to such a situation, had he not sought to use the power of the heavenly Tao to investigate his bloodline. Otherwise, he would likely have been unaware of the Tao's disturbances. Strange, undeniably strange. He felt an instinctive sense that this world concealed some profound secret. Even the former sage Su Chen had been unaware until he broke through to the innate ancient saint realm and delved deeper into the heavenly Tao, whereupon he experienced a faint awareness. Afterward, Su Chen conducted a thorough investigation, yet still yielded no results. Peculiar. Unable to draw any conclusions, Su Chen had no choice but to cease his efforts. As for his mother, there was no need for him to search. Those individuals had issued a mission at the Dark Outpost. Once they learned of the Su family's whereabouts, they would likely move to annihilate them at the earliest opportunity. Intriguing. A smile graced Su Chen's face. If everything were to remain tranquil, it would certainly lack excitement. Regardless, he possessed numerous hidden cards. Should the situation become dire, he could unleash all his cultivation, with billions of years of experience propelling him to an extraordinarily terrifying level. If that proved insufficient, he still had Su Xiaoqiue's summoning card. Following the annihilation of the four great families, the Su family entered a phase of rapid development, having inherited the legacies of the four great families. The current Su family could be described as immensely wealthy, possessing a staggering 30 billion spirit stones accumulated by the four families. In addition, there were countless other treasures and resources. Of course, the most significant aspect remained their industries, which could continually supply the Su family with resources. Among the four great families, the He family was the smallest, yet their population approached 10,000. The Wang family is even more formidable, boasting a population nearing 70,000. Beyond merely sustaining the family's operations, they have amassed a considerable fortune in spiritual stones, highlighting the enormity of their profits. In contrast, the relatively smaller population of the Su family results in a greater distribution of resources for each individual. The cultivation resources originally allocated to the direct descendants have increased tenfold. Following the annihilation of the four great families, this amount surged by approximately 3 additional times. Even the resources available to the collateral branches of the family have experienced a similar tripling. Merely half a month after the downfall of the four great families, the four major cities in the vicinity came to congratulate the Su family. In this corner of the eastern region, there are 5 prominent cities: Mingyue City, Gusu City, Wanli City, Pingyang City, and Fengshue City. The power dynamics among these 5 cities are relatively balanced, and they have consistently maintained a state of alliance, reminiscent of a confederation. Each city governs its own affairs, yet in the face of external threats, they readily extend mutual support and assistance. Chapter 24. Revisiting the Treasure Pavilion. Moreover, the powers of the other 4 major cities willingly offered to pay an annual protection fee to the Su family. The amount was not substantial. Each force of the transformation realm contributed 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, totaling nearly 10 million spirit stones for the Su family each year. Among the other 4 cities, there are close to 20 forces at the transformation realm. In the long run, over a decade, this would amount to a remarkable 100 million low-grade spirit stones. However, their approach demonstrated foresight, for the Su family currently possessed strength that far surpassed the other 4 cities, which ostensibly included 4 transformation realm beings and 1 refinement void expert. In the shadows, there also existed the formidable figure of Su Chen. The actions of the 4 cities were akin to voluntarily becoming vassals of the Su family. Had they not taken the initiative, Su Chen would inevitably unify the 4 cities in due course. Within the Xintian realm, powers are categorized into ranks: king, emperor, saint, and sovereign. The king level includes forces such as the Jing dynasty, which is situated near Mingwest City, or any force harboring a combine realm expert. The emperor level comprises forces with Dao entry experts. The saint level encompasses those sacred lands, ancient clans, and powers guarded by beings of same caliber. As for the sovereign level, it refers to forces or families harboring a great emperor, a classification that has become extinct in the current Xintian realm. Nonetheless, some families that once produced great emperors still refer to themselves as imperial clans. The Su family is not comprised of ineffectual individuals. Su Chen harbors his own lofty aspirations, seeking to elevate the Su family to the rank of a king-level power. Achieving this requires an immense influx of resources, and subjugating the other four cities would undoubtedly benefit the Su family greatly. Even though various forces are currently showing goodwill towards the Su family, Su Chen will inevitably compel them to submit, complete and utter submission. Chinner, you should keep this transformation dragon pill for your own use. In the inner courtyard of the Su family, Su Chen handed over the pill acquired through auction. He believed that Su Chen would derive the greatest benefit from this elixir. Su Chen's expression soured slightly. Father, I've already told you that I lack for nothing in terms of resources. You may keep it for yourself. What I provide to the Su family is for the family to utilize. Please do not be so polite with me in the future. While Su Chen concern for him was commendable, the crux of the matter was that Su Chen was entirely self-sufficient in resources. With a casual wave of his hand, a rich aroma of medicinal essence filled the hall, with each emanating energy surpassing that of the transformation dragon pill in Su Chen hand. I am not lacking in 6th grade elixirs. Su Chen intended to respond, but upon witnessing the appearance of several 6th grade pills in Su Chen's hand, his pupils dilated in shock. Good heavens! He was utterly taken aback. 6th grade elixirs are rare treasures in Mingwest City, akin to the transformation dragon pill, which had not appeared in a decade. Yet Su Chen effortlessly produced several 6th grade elixirs, each of a higher grade than the transformation dragon pill. This left Su Chen so astonished that he was rendered speechless. I have been woefully uninformed. This is utterly outrageous, a sheer absurdity. Su Chen awkwardly stowed away the elixir. Noticing this, Su Chen remarked, "Keep this elixir for yourself, and strive to swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage. When the time comes, I shall procure a transmutation pill for you." Su Chen expression shifted in shock. You can actually obtain a transmutation pill? In comparison to the dragon transformation pill, the transmutation pill is indeed a true treasure, allowing practitioners at the divine transformation stage to directly break through to the refinement stage. However, such a pill can only be concocted by a 7th grade alchemist, rendering the transmutation pill a rarity throughout the Eastern domain. Su Chen responded calmly, "It's merely a 7th grade pill. I can acquire 8th grade and 9th grade pills as well. You may not have a clear understanding of my master. After all, that master is somewhat of an enigma, and one can easily boast about him." Su Chen was left speechless, astonished that 8th grade and 9th grade pills could be obtained. Are there even 8th grade alchemists in the Eastern domain? While lost in thought, Su Chen stood up and turned to leave the hall. I shall step out for a moment. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Su Chen remained silent for a long while, ultimately raising his head with a smile, his eyes brimming with pride. Qingling, our child, is destined for greatness. After departing from the Su family, Su Chen made his way directly to the Wanbao Pavilion. Although the Su family was not lacking in cultivation resources, they faced a significant issue. The resources were overly homogeneous, and the selection of techniques was limited. There was not a single alchemist or artifact crafter among them. A vast family comprised solely of combatants was evidently unreasonable. Furthermore, Su Chen confronted another dilemma. He possessed an excess of low-grade spirit stones. These stones were cumbersome to absorb, far less effective than precious materials. Thus, Su Chen planned to expend some spirit stones to acquire more celestial materials and earthly treasures to enhance the Su family strength. Upon arriving at Wanbao Pavilion, the receptionist's eyes lit up at the sight of him. "Greetings, young clan leader." The Su family was now the dominant force in Mingwest City. and coupled with Su Chen's extravagant bidding at the previous auction, they regarded him as a wealthy patron. What does the young clan leader wish to purchase? I shall promptly escort you to view our offerings. The receptionist's face was a mask of flattery, his eagerness palpable. Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, stating coolly, "Please summon Manager Zhu. I have numerous items to acquire." The receptionist maintained his smile, responding respectfully, "Please wait a moment, young clan leader. I will fetch the manager at once." With that, he hurried away. If it were anyone else, even Wang Ming for back then, they would not have had the audacity to directly summon Zhu Li. However, since the incident at the auction, Zhu Li had specifically instructed that Su Chen's arrival be reported immediately. In less than 10 breaths of time, Zhu Li approached him, wearing a congenial smile. "Young friend Su, I was occupied earlier and could not personally welcome you. I sincerely apologize for my oversight. It must be said that the representatives of Wanbeige are quite tactful. Even in the presence of Su Chen, they maintain a remarkably humble demeanor, despite being at the void refinement stage. This is only to be expected, as they are here to present spirit stones, and adopting a lower posture is hardly an issue. For merchants, a thick skin serves as their most formidable weapon." Zhu Li, with a smile gracing his face, invited, "Please, esteemed friend, this way." Before long, they entered an opulent private room, where two of them sat opposite each other, a table adorned with delicacies and freshly brewed tea between them. Su Chen picked up a piece of light pink confection, smiling as he remarked, "Manager Zhu, you truly spare no expense. To offer such a high-grade spirit cake is quite generous." The delicacies on the table were imbued with immense spiritual energy, and if sold individually, each would fetch no less than 30,000 spirit stones. Zhu Li chuckled, saying, "Esteemed friend, you flatter me. You are indeed a valued guest of Wanbeige. If you take a liking to this small treat, I shall have some packaged and sent to the Su family immediately, as expected of a seasoned merchant." His words left Su Chen feeling immensely gratified. Zhu Li then shifted the conversation and inquired with curiosity, "What may I assist you in procuring this time, esteemed friend? I shall have it brought forth at once." Chapter 25. Clearing out the Wanbao Pavilion. 200,000 pieces? Are you jesting? Su Chen inquired with curiosity. "What is the usual inventory of spirit stones at your Wanbao Pavilion?" Zhu Li, somewhat perplexed by Su Chen's inquiry, donned a contemplative expression and, after a brief moment, provided an approximate figure. The branches of Wanbao Pavilion typically determine the level and quantity of items based on their regional context. For instance, the branch in Mingwei City has a reserve of at least 4 billion spirit stones worth of goods. As he spoke, Zhu Li's face was imbued with pride. As the steward of Wanbao Pavilion, he felt a natural superiority over the local powers in Mingwei City. After all, their financial prowess utterly eclipsed that of the local factions. He anticipated a look of astonishment from Su Chen, yet it was not forthcoming. "4 billion? Su Chen's brows furrowed sharply. He found the amount surprisingly meager. He calmly stated, "Please, Steward Zhu, calculate the exact figure in spirit stones and prepare to package everything. I will take all that Wanbao Pavilion has to offer." Watch it. Zhu Li suddenly turned to Su Chen, asking in a tone of disbelief, "Young friend Su Chen, did you just say what I think you said?" "I said, I want everything from Wanbao Pavilion, regardless of what it is," Su Chen replied with serene composure. Zhu Li gasped sharply, his expression rife with gravity and confusion. 4 billion spirit stones. Was young friend Su Chen truly serious? The prospect of clearing out Wanbao Pavilion was terrifying. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Zhu Li harbored doubts about the financial capability of the Su family, considering they had already expended a significant amount of spirit stones. Even if the Su family had annihilated the 4 great clans, they could barely muster 4 billion spirit stones. He found it hard to believe that the Su family would purchase so many items of little utility. Of that 4 billion worth of goods, at least 1/3 would be of minimal benefit to cultivation, essentially amounting to items that would merely gather dust in a warehouse. Su Chen, uninterested in further discourse, nonchalantly tossed a spatial ring containing 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. "Consider this a deposit." Upon receiving the ring, Zhu Li gasped in astonishment. A deposit of 1 billion spirit stones. At that moment, even his doubts began to wane. Others were making deposits of 1 billion. How could this possibly be a ruse? Zhu Li's eyes sparkled with fervor. The prospect of earning commissions from 4 billion spirit stones was indeed staggering. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare immediately. Zhu Li, eager to avoid keeping Su Chen waiting, dashed out to arrange for the packing of the items and to calculate their total value. In merely half an hour, Zhu Li returned with all the goods before Su Chen. Young Master Su, here is everything from Wanbao Pavilion, totaling a value of 4 billion. 357 million low-grade spirit stones. However, as this is the first time we have encountered such a generous client, we have graciously waived 7 million spirit stones. Zhu Li held 11 top-tier spatial rings, each vast and filled to the brim with rare treasures. Zhu Li thoughtfully categorized various treasures, rendering them instantly comprehensible. After confirming everything was in order, Su Chen promptly handed over the remaining spirit stones. However, he couldn't help but express a hint of dissatisfaction, asking, "Is this all you have at the Wanbao Pavilion? Surely, there must be something better?" Zhu Li swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of concern. After all, several of the items Su Chen purchased were meant for cultivators at the void refinement stage. Wasn't Su's family limited to just one cultivator at that level? Yet, Su Chen's tone dripped with disdain, as if to imply that Wanbao Pavilion was lacking. Zhu Li, who had previously taken pride in the establishment, found his confidence wavering as Su Chen's significant purchases emptied their stock. What did he mean by better? Su Chen did not respond directly, but instead inquired, "Is it possible to place an order at Wanbao Pavilion?" Zhu Li's heart raced with surprise. If Su Chen intended to order more, it suggested that the Su family still possessed spirit stones. Goodness! Zhu Li quickly replied, "Of course. Whatever you wish for, I can procure from other branches or our headquarters, though a portion of the deposit is required in advance." Nodding slightly, Su Chen began, "I would like 10,000 of each type of medicinal pill, ranging from 3rd to 5th tier, as well as 10,000 healing potions." After stating this, he fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhu Li's smile abruptly faded, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. "What are you saying? 10,000 pills of 3rd to 5th tier? Are you certain about that number?" "Hold on, young Master Su. Are you sure you haven't misspoken? A 3rd-tier medicinal pill starts at a minimum of 50,000 spirit stones, which means 10,000 would total 50 billion spirit stones. 4th-tier pills begin at 500,000 spirit stones, and 5th-tier pills are generally priced from 2 million upwards. Are you truly intending to purchase so many?" Had Su Chen not emptied Wanbao Pavilion's inventory, Zhu Li would have thought him a fool for requesting such a quantity of 3rd to 5th tier pills. Yet, now he instinctively felt that Su Chen could afford it. Su Chen pondered briefly. All his previous purchases summed up to just over 200 billion, seemingly not even reaching a trillion. His balance of low-grade spirit stones remained at 6,500 trillion and 156 billion. Adding 10,000. That would still be just 20,000. Observing the seriousness etched on Su Chen's face, Zhu Li could hardly contain himself, initially believing Su Chen was merely reorganizing his thoughts. Little did he know, Su Chen considered the quantity insufficient. After finishing his request, Su Chen cast a skeptical glance at Zhu Li. "Manager Zhu, is Wanbao Pavilion capable of fulfilling this?" "Can. What nonsense!" Zhu Li's lips twitched as he replied, "This is indeed somewhat challenging. 3rd and 4th tier pills are certainly no problem, but 20,000 5th tier pills is rather excessive. Even our headquarters cannot amass that quantity in a short time. Perhaps you might consider other options?" As he spoke, Zhu Li hurriedly presented a catalog detailing all the items available at Wanbao Pavilion. In truth, he had been somewhat obstinate earlier, not to mention 5th-grade elixirs. Even 4th-grade elixirs would be impossible for them to gather 20,000 pieces. Only with 3rd-grade cultivation elixirs could they possibly scrape together a few. Su Chen cast a skeptical glance at him, suspecting that the Wanbao Pavilion likely did not possess such an abundance of elixirs. He pointed to the transforming dragon pill he had purchased at the auction and inquired, "Does your Wanbao Pavilion have many of these elixirs?" Zhu Li's expression grew somewhat awkward as he responded. "The refinement of such elixirs is exceedingly complicated. and Wanbao Pavilion has a limited stock. Su Chen waved his hand, disinterested in hearing more. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "Your Wanbao Pavilion is rather lacking. You seem to have no elixirs of worth." The smile on Zhu Li's face became rigid, yet he found himself unable to retort. With a demand for 20,000 fifth-grade elixirs, what grounds did he have to counter? However, to speak candidly, Zhu Li harbored some concerns as well. Even if Wanbao Pavilion were to truly produce 20,000 fifth-grade elixirs, that would at least equate to a staggering 2 billion low-grade spirit stones in value. Could he genuinely procure such an amount? Chapter 26. Ordering after poring over the items for quite some time, Su Chen remarked with a placid expression, "Very well. Return to your superiors and ascertain the exact inventory of Wanbao Pavilion. I shall acquire it all." He contemplated that the surplus low-grade spirit stones were excessive, and converting them into treasures would greatly augment his resources. Furthermore, he possessed countless medium-grade and high-grade spirit stones yet to be utilized. Zhu Li furrowed his brow, exuding a sense of bewilderment as he replied, "Young Master Su, our Wanbao Pavilion houses numerous treasures, roughly estimated to be worth trillions. This is no jest." If Su Chen had merely requested to purchase 100,000 pills, Zhu Li might have entertained the notion. But to deplete the entire inventory of Wanbao Pavilion was simply unfathomable. It was preposterous. Who in the eastern region could empty Wanbao Pavilion? Only those of saintly powers could entertain such a possibility. Trillions? Su Chen silently calculated. A trillion equates to 1 Jing, and trillions correspond to 1 Jing. Remaining low-grade spirit stones, 6,500 Jing and 1,563 trillion. By heavens! Su Chen could not help but utter in astonishment. Have I expended merely 1/6,000th of my efforts? After careful consideration, he ultimately abandoned the notion of liquidating all his resources. It was simply too arduous and undeniably outrageous. Shaking his head, Su Chen suggested, "Let us consider an alternative. Wanbao Pavilion shall supply the Su family with 3 billion low-grade spirit stones monthly. Select the popular techniques, formations, and pills, avoiding the obscure ones. Ensure a balanced selection, from the qi condensation stage to the void refinement stage. If the quality is satisfactory, I shall continue to purchase. If not, I shall refrain." As he spoke, Su Chen produced a spatial ring and presented it. "Here are 200 million low-grade spirit stones as a deposit." As a congenital ancient sage, he held no concern that Zhu Li would abscond with the spirit stones. Finding a void refinement cultivator would be a trivial matter. Zhu Li observed Su Chen's serene demeanor, and a sense of trepidation washed over him. Having engaged in commerce for many years, he discerned that this young master was far from ordinary. He undoubtedly harbored great secrets. Yet, Zhu Li dared not entertain even a hint of greed. Su Chen's willingness to present spirit stones so confidently indicated that he was not worried about inciting covetousness. Moreover, the Jing Commerce Association had no precedent for exploiting its clients. With a respectful countenance, Zhu Li affirmed, "Yes, young Master Su, rest assured. I shall promptly report this matter to headquarters and expedite delivery to the Su family." Su Chen uttered no further words, nodding before swiftly departing from Wanbao Pavilion, leaving no room for hesitation. As Zhu Li watched Su Chen's retreating figure, he felt a sense of surrealism, as if the day's events were but a dream. Suddenly, he slapped himself sharply, the sting jolting him back to reality. He realized this was indeed real. Gazing at the now barren Wanbao Pavilion, Zhu Li couldn't suppress a bitter smile. The once bountiful pavilion now contained only spirit stones. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he departed from Mingwei City and proceeded to the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion to report. The Wanbao Pavilion is solely engaged in business. Even if Su Chen possessed an abundance of spirit stones, they harbored no ill intentions. It is precisely for this reason that Wanbao Pavilion has been able to thrive and expand in the Xintian realm to its current magnitude. However, Su Chen is indeed rather extraordinary. How could one possess such a plethora of spirit stones? Such a person should not exist in Mingwei City. On his journey back, Su Chen gazed at the treasures acquired through the system's sign-in feature and curiously inquired, "System, can those spiritual roots and bodies be utilized by others?" He had amassed an overwhelming amount of physiques through sign-ins. For instance, he possessed hundreds of exceptional spiritual roots. Among the more remarkable ones were the sacred body and celestial body, both in considerable quantities, yet he could only possess one physique. Having more would lead to conflicts. Thus, the surplus would be quite wasteful. The system responded, "They can be used by others. However, outsiders lack the system's protection and will endure excruciating pain when integrating spiritual roots or special physiques." Su Chen was instantly elated. It seemed he could bestow those extra physiques upon the direct lineage of the Su family. Would he still need to worry about the Su family's rise? Su Chen now regarded the Su family as his own kin and naturally wished for their empowerment. Upon returning to the Su family, Su Chen refrained from handing over all the items purchased from the Jing Merchant Association. Instead, he selected treasures worth 1 billion spirit stones that would aid in cultivation, while keeping the rest for himself. Having previously been bestowed with immense resources by Su Chen, Su Chen was significantly more composed this time around. Holding the spatial ring given by Su Chen, a myriad of emotions swirled within him, accompanied by a profound sense of perplexity. The peculiarities surrounding Su Chen instilled in him a feeling of unreality. Shaking his head, Su Chen's gaze regained its tranquility, regardless of the secrets you harbor. "You are my child, Su Chen's son, and the young patriarch of the Su family. That alone suffices." He had no desire to delve into the mysteries surrounding Su Chen. Returning to his courtyard, Su Chen reclined in his chair, his expression one of utter contentment. This life, after transcending, was not in vain for the million years spent in the void. Upon seeing Su Chen return home, Han Shi promptly approached him, eager to give him a massage. The servants of the Su family were well trained, their techniques rivaling those of professionals outside. Su Chen smiled and remarked, "Not bad. You've already reached the 8th layer of qi condensation." Hearing Su Chen's praise, Han Shi's face lit up with excitement, and she gratefully replied, "It is all thanks to the young patriarch's guidance that I was fortunate enough to break through." Su Chen smiled slightly, choosing not to continue the conversation, but rather closed his eyes to quietly relish the moment. In truth, nurturing the Su family was not only due to his fondness for this place, but also stemmed from another significant reason. Su Chen despised solitude. He preferred the company of many. In his previous life, he had observed many protagonists who lived solitary lives, devoted solely to cultivation. However, Su Chen found such a life exceedingly mundane. Whether human or beast, it is indeed quite challenging to extricate oneself from social circles. Moreover, Su Chen had no need for cultivation, as the signing-in system had meticulously arranged everything for him. Resources, cultivation levels, treasures, almost all could be obtained through this mechanism. He could easily adopt a completely relaxed approach to life. A single bowl of rice may seem unremarkable when consumed alone, yet if 3 individuals vie for it, it becomes delectable. If the path of cultivation in the future were to be traversed alone, how would it differ from wandering in a void? Nevertheless, the members of the Su family possessed inadequate cultivation and talent. Among the younger generation, aside from him, the finest spiritual root quality was merely of medium grade. Their cultivation level only reached the late foundation establishment stage, which, although respectable in Mingyu City, still fell considerably short. After some contemplation, Su Chen resolved to elevate the entire Su family to celestial spiritual roots before gradually advancing them to spiritual bodies and sacred bodies. After all, an immediate leap to spiritual power and sacred bodies would indeed be rather difficult to justify. Su Chen preferred a more gradual approach to strengthening the Su family's capabilities. A step-by-step method is undoubtedly the most prudent course. Chapter 27. Transformation of Spiritual Roots. Su Chen opened his system backpack to inspect the number of his heavenly spiritual roots. Heavenly spiritual roots. 1798. Is there truly such a multitude? This quantity is nearly sufficient to elevate the qualifications of the entire Su family. Yet he was resolute in not doing so indiscriminately. Among the collateral branches and servants, he would undoubtedly select only those who were loyal and trustworthy. Turning to Ruo, she beside him, Su Chen instructed, "Please notify the direct lineage of the Su family to gather here, including the head of the family and the esteemed elders." The direct lineage of the Su family was not extensive, numbering merely over 30 individuals at most. Upon receiving her orders, Ruo, she promptly departed, fully aware of Su Chen's elevated status within the family and the necessity of performing her duties well to earn his further appreciation. Soon, the direct lineage of the Su family convened. The elders, showing great respect, hurried over at Su Chen's call. It was uncommon for Su Chen to summon them, so this gathering undoubtedly signified an important matter. Su Yuanba chuckled. "Little Chen, do you have something to discuss?" Surveying the assembly, Su Chen noticed their expressions were rife with curiosity and confusion, prompting him to speak. "Indeed, there is a minor issue. Fourth uncle, since you were the first to speak, I shall allow you to experience it first." Su Yuanba was taken aback, but nonetheless approached and, under Su Chen's guidance, seated himself upon a stone bench. The onlookers from the Su family gazed on with intrigue, their faces reflecting their bewilderment at what Su Chen intended. With a smile, Su Chen addressed his fourth uncle. "There will be a bit of discomfort shortly. You must endure it." "Discomfort?" Su Yuanba laughed heartily. "Little Chen, you underestimate your fourth uncle. Pain is the least of my fears. But what exactly are you planning?" Su Chen offered a mysterious smile. "You will find out momentarily." Using heavenly spiritual roots, a stream of spiritual light gathered in Su Chen's hand and then surged into Su Yuanba's body through the crown of his head. In the next instant, the previously calm expression on Su Yuanba's face shifted dramatically. He felt a fiery sensation igniting within him, escalating in intensity as if needles were being mercilessly thrust into him. Gritting his teeth, Su Yuanba persevered. Though the pain was considerable, it remained within his threshold of endurance. Trusting Su Chen, he refrained from resisting the agony. Merely 10 heartbeats later, the torment intensified, transforming into a sensation akin to being prodded by a stick that stirred his very innards. Su Yuanba's visage contorted in agony, tremors racking his body, and veins bulged upon his forehead. Observing his distress, Su Chen could not help but inquire, "Chener, is your fourth uncle in danger?" Su Chen shook his head, reassuring, "Do not worry. It will only be slightly painful." Hearing this, Su Chen felt a modicum of relief, yet he remained perplexed about Su Chen's true intentions. It was not just him. The entire assembly of the Su family was equally mystified. A cry of despair erupted as Su Yuanba collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, his body visibly writhing as if a colossal worm were squirming beneath his skin. An utterly terrifying sight. "Father." In Su He's bright eyes, a deep concern was evident. Soon, the anguished screams intensified, as if Su Yuanba was enduring infinite torment. The expressions of the Su family shifted dramatically. Was this merely a hint of pain? "Father, are you all right?" Su He exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of Su Yuanba's distress. But Su Chen interjected, blocking her path. "Do not worry, Sister He. Your brother Chen would never harm his own kin." A serene smile graced Su Chen's face. Upon hearing this, Su He's anxious heart began to ease considerably. At that moment, Su Yuanba's cries ceased, and he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. "Xiao Chen, is this what you call a little discomfort?" Su Yuanba's voice was weak, clearly indicating the extent of his suffering. Yet, his expression soon transformed with astonishment. "What is this?" As he sensed the surging spiritual energy around him and the vast, unyielding meridians within, disbelief washed over his features. Why has my absorption of spiritual energy accelerated so dramatically, at least 5 times faster than before? 5 times. Su Chen exclaimed in astonishment, sensing the aura of spiritual energy enveloping Su Yuanba. "Fourth brother, try to refrain from absorbing any more energy. Cease your cultivation for now." Although puzzled, Su Yuanba complied. Remarkably, an incredible scene unfolded, despite not cultivating. The spiritual energy from the heavens continued to flow into his body. In harmony with the universe, automatic cultivation. This is the hallmark of a heavenly spirit root. What? The Su family members gasped in unison. At this moment, Su Chen stepped forward, declaring, "Indeed, this is the heavenly spirit root. I possess a method to elevate your talents to that of a heavenly spirit root, without any adverse effects, perfectly attuned to your physical form. One merely needs to endure some pain. However, the younger and less experienced you are, the lesser the discomfort will be." The pain Su Yuanba experienced stemmed from the deep-seated nature of his roots. The enhancement of his spiritual root was a forceful transformation, and it was no wonder he suffered. Fortunately, this process would not be overly lengthy, typically concluding within 30 breaths. Otherwise, Su Yuanba might truly reach a breaking point. To elevate to a heavenly spirit root, Su Chen swallowed hard, realizing that the best talent within the Su family was merely of upper-grade spiritual roots. If the direct descendants could all be elevated to heavenly spirit roots, it would immensely benefit the entire Su family. The enhancement of spiritual roots postnatal was traditionally deemed impossible. Yet Su Chen had achieved it. Had the evidence not been so apparent, Su Chen would find it hard to believe. "Who shall be next?" Su Chen proclaimed with vigor. The notion of becoming a heavenly spirit root spurred Su Chen to step forward. "You shall go," with a defiant demeanor. Su Chen regarded Su Yuanba with a hint of disdain. "Fourth brother, your capacity for enduring pain is lamentably poor. It's not as if you are dying. I cannot fathom your outcry." A flush of embarrassment crossed Su Yuanba's face. He had previously boasted to Su Chen about his resilience to pain, only to succumb to screams. It was indeed somewhat humiliating. Su Chen then proceeded to perform the same procedure on Su Chen. Moments later, a piercing scream resonated through the courtyard, even more intense than before, nearly echoing throughout the entire Su family estate. Many collateral branches and servants wore expressions of perplexity, pondering what was transpiring in the inner courtyard. Su Chen, being at the transformation stage, naturally endured a more excruciating ordeal. The screams soon subsided, and Su Chen, drenched in sweat, appeared utterly spent. The pain was overwhelming, yet almost immediately he erupted into laughter. Such a rapid absorption rate. "At long last I, Su Chen, am no longer of mediocre spiritual root. I have ascended to the realm of heavenly spiritual roots." Su Yuanba scoffed. Who was it that claimed they would not scream just moments ago? The smile on Su Chen's face faltered, replaced by an expression of embarrassment. Su Chen, however, paid no mind and continued. Next. Chapter 28. The entire clan's heavenly spiritual roots within the inner courtyard of the Su family. Anguished cries intermittently echoed, persisting for nearly an hour. The members of the Su clan sat on the ground, their faces pallid and drained. All the direct descendants had been elevated to possess heavenly spiritual roots by Su Chen. However, this was merely the first step. Su Chen would further enhance their innate talents in due course. The faces of the direct descendants of the Su family radiated with unrestrained joy. Heavenly spiritual roots. I too possess heavenly spiritual roots. Such a caliber of potential was virtually non-existent in the 5 great cities. I have heard that even in the illustrious empire of Jing, only 2 or 3 individuals possess such extraordinary gifts. Heavens, someone pinch me. I feel as though I am ensnared in a dream. Slap. Su-kun-san, did you truly strike me? Are you serious? I was merely expressing my astonishment. The audacity of your force. Is this intentional? Su Kongshan wore an expression of grievance. Didn't you ask me to do it? Su Chen also wore a face of exuberance. With such a multitude of heavenly spiritual roots, how could the Su family not flourish in the future? He suddenly spoke up. The young patriarch has enhanced your talents. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Although the reason behind Su Chen's miraculous abilities was unclear, it mattered little. The future of the Su family undoubtedly belonged to Su Chen, and it was prudent for the younger generation to cultivate a good rapport with him for their own benefit. The younger generation promptly reacted, rising to pay their respects. "Thank you, young patriarch." At that moment, their gazes towards Su Chen transformed, infused with a mixture of reverence and gratitude. Su Chen did not decline their thanks. He merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Su Chen spoke with gravity. "No one is permitted to leave. all must go to the Grand Elder. The other elders immediately grasped Su Chen intent. Today's events must not leak outside, for it would spell disaster for the Su family. The ability to enhance talents was unheard of, even after perusing countless ancient texts. Such enhancements were typically attributed to rare treasures that could strengthen the body and elevate one's limits. Yet, the assistance Su Chen provided was fundamentally different. He had truly transformed their innate potential, a concept entirely distinct. Thus, Su Chen resolved to employ the soul-binding curse on all direct descendants, forcibly restraining their spirits to ensure that today's events remained confidential. Su Chen also declared, "Follow me." Some of the direct descendants were bewildered, unsure of the proceedings, while others, possessing keen insight, understood the necessity of the situation, yet exhibited no aversion. For them, it was imperative that today's occurrences remain undisclosed. Once they had departed, Su Chen turned to Ruo Shi beside him and calmly said, "Ruo Shi, you should join us." Ruo Shi paused momentarily in surprise before quickly regaining her composure, her face alight with ecstatic joy. "Thank you, young patriarch." Before long, Ruo Shi was rolling on the ground, howling in agony. Enhancing Ruo Shi's cultivation was, in truth, a straightforward task. The young girl had demonstrated unwavering loyalty and commendable capability. By elevating her cultivation, she would be able to assist him in numerous endeavors. In the courtyard, only Su Chen and Ruo Shi remained. Not long after, the anguish on Ruo Shi's face vanished, replaced by an exuberant expression as she felt the spiritual energy surging into her body. From this moment forth, I too possess a heavenly spiritual root. Ruo Shi hurriedly knelt before Su Chen, her tone brimming with reverence. "Thank you, young clan leader, for your generous bestowal." Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "I grant you the heavenly spiritual root with the expectation that you will diligently fulfill your duties. Do not let me down." Ruo Shi's heart tightened as she spoke solemnly. "Rest assured, young clan leader, I shall forever remain yours, unwavering and loyal." She understood, well, that what mattered to the young clan leader was not mere capability, but loyalty. Given Su Chen's stature, he could easily find someone more capable to serve him. Yet, he chose to enhance her qualifications, indicating that he valued her loyalty above all. Filled with exhilaration, Ruo Shi realized that as long as she remained loyal to Su Chen, she would be held in high regard. From the moment she began serving him, she was his, and loyalty was her fundamental duty. Furthermore, she was now willing to give her life for Su Chen. What difficulty could loyalty present? Su Chen remarked lightly, "I hope your words are not mere rhetoric." He turned and returned to his chamber. Ruo Shi, watching his retreating figure, bit her lip in anticipation and blushingly inquired, "Young clan leader, do you require me to attend to your bedchamber?" In the Su family, it was customary for handmaidens not only to care for their master's daily needs, but also to attend to their intimate affairs when necessary. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and re-entered his room. Ruo Shi, overjoyed, interpreted his failure to close the door as an invitation. Her face radiated excitement as she hurriedly followed him. Finding him reclining on the bed, approaching the bedside, she gently shed her garments and climbed onto the bed. Remembering the instructions from the Su family steward, Ruo Shi's face flushed crimson as she delicately unfastened Su Chen's clothing, and then a night of passion ensued. As dawn broke, a mist enveloped the world, imparting a refreshing ambience. Su Chen emerged from his chamber, feeling invigorated, while Ruo Shi followed behind, her steps somewhat awkward, clearly indicating the events of the previous night had left her in a state of disarray. Su Chen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He was no saint. Since he had traversed into this world, he intended to relish life to the fullest. Living a solitary existence without family was not his desire. For a man, the most alluring pursuits are power, wealth, and women. Only a child makes choices. I desire them all. Thus, when Ruo Shi proactively offered her services, he did not decline. However, there remained one individual in the Su family whose spiritual root had yet to be elevated, Su Hongyuan. The elder had just broken through to the void refinement stage, but his foundation was somewhat unstable, prompting him to seclude himself upon returning to the Su family. Su Chen would need to find time to enhance his spiritual root. Days passed, and Su Hanyuan emerged from his seclusion, having stabilized his realm. To celebrate, the Su family hosted a grand banquet, though it was solely for the family and not open to outsiders. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen elevated the elder's spiritual root to that of a heavenly grade. In Mingyue City, Su Chen lay on his bed, clad in a thin white robe, while Ruoxi tenderly massaged him beside him. Report to the young master. There is someone outside looking for Ruoxi, named Li Qingqing. Ruoxi's hands abruptly halted, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to massage Su Chen. Go and see, it's nothing, Su Chen said. Ruoxi hesitated, and after a moment of inner conflict, she stood up. Thank you, young master. Su Chen waved his hand, and Ruoxi turned to leave the courtyard. At the entrance of the Su residence, a young woman in her 20s wore an expression of deep anxiety, pacing back and forth. Before long, Ruoxi emerged. Upon seeing Ruoxi, Li Qingqing rushed over as if she had spotted a beacon of hope. Sister, I implore you, please help me. There's been an incident at home. Chapter 29, A Request for Rescue. Forging the Su family identity? Ruoxi's expression was somewhat indifferent as she disregarded Li Qingqing's words, coolly stating, Since the day you abandoned me at the Su family's doorstep, I have had no ties with you. Do not seek me out again. She had been cast aside by the Su family at a tender age, scarcely 2 years old. Were it not for the kindness of a steward within the Su family, she might have perished. Having spoken, Ruoxi turned to leave. Li Qingqing, witnessing this scene, was overcome with desperation. Little sister, our parents did not wish for it to be this way. At that time, we could scarcely afford a meal, and that year was particularly harsh. You were too young to endure it, which is why they had no choice but to send you to the Su family. I implore you, please help us. As she spoke, Li Qingqing knelt before Ruoxi, nearly bowing her head in reverence. Ruoxi paused, taking a deep breath, her face betraying a flicker of compassion. She was aware of her family's dire circumstances. Indeed, they had been exceedingly difficult. During her early years, her family would occasionally visit her and would inquire if she wished to return home during festivals. However, Ruoxi harbored a profound resentment towards that household. Why had they cast her aside for the Su family, leaving behind 3 sisters? Why had they chosen to abandon her? Yet, despite her harsh words, she did not wish for any misfortune to befall her family, for that would burden her with guilt for a lifetime. Turning her head, she spoke in a tone that was still somewhat aloof. What is it that you wish to convey? Seeing Ruoxi halt, Li Qingqing's face lit up with gratitude. She hastily replied, A few days ago, the Changya gang captured Sister Ying and Sister Xiao, and they also injured our parents. Thankfully, they were not grievously harmed. But the Changya gang intends to send Sister Ying and Sister Xiao to the Changhong courtyard as courtesans. You are the only one who can save them. Li Qingqing's voice trembled with tears, her expression filled with despair and helplessness. The Changya sect was a well-known force in Mingyue City, boasting 2 formidable individuals at the nascent soul stage. Apart from the Su family, they ranked among the most powerful entities. How could they, a humble family, contend with such a formidable sect? Ruoxi's eyes narrowed, and her face flushed with anger. Where are Sister Ying and Sister Xiao now? These 2 were her biological sisters. Although they had only met a few times throughout their lives, blood ties ran deep. Hearing that her kin had been taken to become courtesans ignited a fierce rage within her. They were at the Changhong courtyard, and 2 days had already passed. She had no idea how they were faring. Li Qingqing quickly rose, tears streaming down her face as she led the way. Soon, they arrived at a bustling building adorned with red banners, where a throng of charming young women enthusiastically solicited patrons. The Changhong courtyard. Ruoxi approached, and, at the entrance, a girl immediately greeted her with a smile, saying, Oh, we have a little beauty here, but this is a place for men, not for women. Many of the girls in the Changhong courtyard could not help but chuckle. Ruoxi's countenance darkened. I am of the Su family. Summon your manager. The Su family. The woman was taken aback for a moment, then scrutinized Han Shi carefully, her expression tinged with skepticism. Please hold on, she said. Although she found it hard to believe that Han Shi belonged to the Su family, she decided it prudent to report the matter. given the Su family's formidable reputation that warranted caution. Moreover, Han Shi's demeanor suggested she was there to cause trouble. Few dared to confront the Longyas sect openly in Mingyue City. Before long, 5 men emerged from the Changhong courtyard. The middle-aged man at the forefront furrowed his brow upon seeing Ruoshi. "I am Hu Huan, the deputy leader of the Longya gang. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Su family," Ruoshi replied, producing a token that served as a symbol of identity for all members of the Su family. In the past, Ruoshi had merely been a servant, and her token was a simple wooden one. However, due to Su Chen's influence, she had gained significance. Her token upgraded to a silver one typically held by a steward. A silver token. Hu Huan's expression shifted, realizing that only those who had reached the perfected stage of the core formation could possess such an identity badge. Though he was taken aback by Ruoshi's youth and cultivation level, he smiled and bowed. "Ah, I see you are a steward of the Su family. I failed to recognize you at first. Please forgive me. May I ask if your visit to our Changhong courtyard is for a particular purpose?" While Hu Huan spoke respectfully, his gaze remained fixed on Ruoshi. When had the Su family appointed such a young female steward? He had never heard of her before. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he understood that no one in Mingyue City would dare forge the Su family's identity, leaving him in a state of half-belief. Ruoshi's voice turned cold. "I am here to request the apprehension of 2 individuals." Requesting people? Hu Huan was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Suddenly, Gao Xiao, standing beside Hu Huan, glanced at Li Qingqing, momentarily stunned, before his eyes narrowed, and he whispered something in Hu Huan's ear. "Deputy leader. That girl beside her is." Hu Huan's eyes narrowed at the mention, and he turned to look at Li Qingqing, then back at Ruoshi, before bellowing, "How dare you forge the Su family's identity? Seize these 2 at once." The men beside him immediately surged forward, preparing to encircle the 2. Ruoshi's beautiful eyes flashed with fury as she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? Are you not afraid of offending the Su family?" "Offend the Su family?" Gao Xiao scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "You think too highly of yourselves. Are you addicted to pretending to be from the Su family? And as for you, Li Qingqing, to rescue your sister, you dare to usurp the Su family's name? If the Su family finds out, your entire family will perish. To save your sister is simple. Just provide me with 1,000 spirit stones, and once you return them to me, I will naturally ensure your sister's safe return." Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing's eyes burned with hatred. She shouted, "Gao Xiao, my sister only borrowed 50 taels to pay for our parents' medical bills, and yet you demand 1,000 spirit stones? We do not possess such wealth." In the vicinity of Mingyue City, many commoners still relied on silver and gold as their currency. In the vicinity of Mingyue City, individuals of this ilk constitute the majority, with nearly 70% being mere mortals. The exchange rate of a single spirit stone to approximately 500 taels of silver starkly illustrates the extent of the usury perpetrated by Gao Xiao and his ilk. It can be aptly described as predatory lending of the highest order. Upon hearing Li Qingqing's words, the young women within the Changhong courtyard displayed a fleeting glimmer of sorrow in their eyes. The ladies who find themselves here are predominantly victims of the Changyao gang's oppression, coerced into becoming courtesans to appease men. The location of the Changhong courtyard attracts considerable foot traffic, and upon witnessing the altercation, a throng quickly gathered. The audacity of the Changyao gang is truly astonishing. Transforming 50 taels of silver into 1,000 spirit stones is emblematic of their notorious tactics. It has long been rumored that the women of Changhong Courtyard are forcibly brought here. Regrettably, these 2 individuals appear quite youthful. Is that not a token of authority from the Su family in his possession? How reckless the Changyao gang must be to provoke the Su family. The Su family, indeed. Have you ever encountered such a young steward? Merely at the qi condensation stage. The situation unfolds thus. The sister of that young woman was captured and brought to the Changhong courtyard, and in her desperation to rescue her, she resorted to fabricating an identity from the Su family. Such folly, if one is to forge an identity, one ought to ensure is befitting their strength. To have a qi condensation stage individual impersonate a steward of the Su family is utterly absurd. Whispers of disbelief permeated the crowd. With no one willing to accept that Ruo, she could genuinely be a steward of the Su family. After listening to Li Qingqing, Gao Qiu let out a cold laugh, remarking, "If you cannot repay your debts, why did you borrow in the first place? Or do you claim I forced you to take the silver? The obligation to repay debts is as fundamental as the laws of nature. If you lack spirit stones to return to me, is it not reasonable for me to bring you to the Changhong courtyard to settle your debts?" Chapter 30. Bewildered. Do these people not fear the Su family at all? Gao Qiao spoke with an air of righteousness, as if the fault lay entirely with them. Ruo, she trembled with fury, her eyes glinting with frost. "Is it not the spirit stones you seek? I will provide them, but release my people at once." With that, she threw 1,000 spirit stones towards them. Engaging in conflict with the Longya gang was decidedly disadvantageous for her. Despite being affiliated with the Su family, she wielded no authority. Even if she desired to confront the Longya gang, she lacked the means. Moreover, with 2 nascent soul cultivators among them, it was improbable that the Su family would risk enmity for a mere servant. Unless she sought assistance from Su Chen, but as a servant, she was subordinate to him. Servants typically execute the wishes of their masters. It is rare for a master to assist a servant. Upon witnessing Ruo, she produce 1,000 spirit stones. Gao Qiao's eyes sparkled with delight. He exchanged a glance with Hu Huan, and upon receiving a confirming nod, Gao Qiao sneered coldly, speaking with disdain. "The 1,000 spirit stones are merely the debt owed to me by Li Ying and Li Xiao. We have taken them to the Changhong courtyard for training and guidance, teaching them how to be proper ladies. Therefore, you must also provide 100,000 spirit stones as a guidance fee if you wish to retrieve them." Ruoshi's face was a mask of fury. "You cannot be serious." Her expression darkened at the sudden escalation to 100,000 spirit stones. It was clear they had no intention of releasing the captives. Passers-by witnessed the scene, shaking their heads in disapproval. The tactics of the Longya gang were utterly despicable. However, what recourse did one have against such overwhelming power? It seemed both young women were doomed, paying a heavy price without any gain. And with the methods of the Changhong courtyard, they would likely become part of that establishment in the future. One onlooker commented, "That delicate young woman is rather attractive. If she becomes one of their ladies, I would certainly choose her." While some displayed disdain, others felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, the might of the Longya sect was too formidable. Even those who felt compassion dared not intervene. Gao Qiao coldly stated, "Enough of your nonsense. Present 100,000 spirit stones, and you may take your people. If not, both of you will remain at the Changhong courtyard." He then licked his lips, his gaze revealing a lascivious intent. Ruo, she was not lacking in beauty. Even within the entire Mingyue city, she was quite rare. With a little refinement, she would undoubtedly become a top contender. Given his status, he could indulge in the ladies of the Changhong courtyard at will, and he was keen to savor them thoroughly. Gao Qiao appeared to have both women firmly in his grasp. Even if Ruo, she managed to produce 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could always conjure another excuse, such as the fabrication of their identities as members of the Su family. Li Qingqing's face was filled with panic as she hid behind Ruo, her voice trembling as she said, "Sister, what should we do now?" Ruoshi's complexion was ashen. "I am of the Su family. Do you dare to harm me without fearing the Su family's retribution?" The mention of the Su family only elicited a barely suppressed laugh from Gao Qiao, his face full of contempt. If Li Qingqing and her companions were truly backed by a steward from the Su family, it would be inconceivable for them to live in such dire straits, to the point of having to borrow money for medical expenses. He could not possibly believe that Ruo, she was a member of the Su family, not to mention the Su family itself. If one were unable to produce spirit stones today, not even the King of Heaven could intervene. Gao Qiao was well aware of Li Qingqing's family. They had no notable background, merely ordinary villagers from a small mountain hamlet, with no practitioners emerging from their lineage for 3 generations. Such individuals were easily manipulated, posing little risk. As the crowd around them grew increasingly larger, Hu Huan suddenly spoke up. "Rest assured, our Longya gang is not unreasonable. If you can earn 100,000 spirit stones for the Changhong courtyard, I shall grant you your freedom." Hu Huan did not wish to tarnish his reputation too severely. which prompted him to adopt a more conciliatory tone. Huanxi trembled with indignation, taken aback by Hu Huan's shamelessness and his ostentatiously righteous demeanor. Hu Huan then shifted his tone, becoming somewhat menacing as he continued, "Of course, you have another option. We could take you to the Su family. But the consequences would be dire. You and your family would meet a tragic end. Falsifying an identity from the Su family is a grave offense. And the fact that this gang leader is willing to offer you a chance at survival is a tremendous mercy." Hu Huan surveyed the surroundings, subtly signaling Gao Qiao. Gao Qiao immediately understood and commanded, "Seize her." Huan Shi's heart jolted. She drew her sword and exclaimed with a powerful aura emanating from her, "I dare anyone to try. Such formidable sword energy." Gao Qiao's eyes widened in surprise. Although Huan Shi was merely at the qi condensation stage, he sensed a dangerous presence emanating from her. Merely at the completion of the qi condensation stage, yet she dared to pose as a threat before him. Gao Qiao scoffed. Despite Huan Shi's seemingly potent aura, nearly rivaling that of a Foundation establishment practitioner, she remained firmly within the qi condensation stage. He lunged towards her, unleashing an aura of his own from the core formation stage, instantly tightening Huan Shi's expression with anxiety. She had not anticipated that these individuals would have no fear of the Su family. Since joining the Su family, she had never encountered such a situation and had not contemplated matters of survival. Her daily thoughts revolved around how best to serve her master. But today, having left the Su family, she realized how perilous the outside world truly was. "Stop!" A booming voice rang out, and a robust figure emerged from the crowd, dressed in simple attire. Upon witnessing Gao Qiao's aggression towards Huan Shi, he erupted with anger. "What are you doing? Do you not recognize that she is from the Su family?" Gao Qiao was momentarily stunned, then burst into uproarious laughter. "Are you resorting to any means necessary to save her? Even going so far as to stage a performance together? Stage a performance?" The sturdy man retorted vehemently. "I'll perform for your mother." He then produced a wooden token inscribed with a prominent character for Su. However, this token was edged in silver, and the reverse bore the character Peng, setting it apart from ordinary servants' tokens. "I am Su Li, the seventh son of the third branch's steward, and should you dare to claim that I am impersonating the Su family, do you seek death?" If it were an ordinary collateral branch, they would truly hesitate to confront the forces of the nascent soul stage. However, the third branch of the collateral line is indeed considered a core faction of the Su family. The steward serves as the leader of this branch and holds considerable power within the Su clan, being a figure at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Naturally, he harbors no fear of the Changyao gang. Su Li then furiously rebuked, "You wretched scoundrels. This is Miss Ruoxi, a person of great significance beside the young master. How do you think of making her serve as a maid at Changhong Courtyard? If the young master learns of this, your Changyao gang shall face annihilation." Evidently, upon hearing someone accuse him of impersonating a member of the Su family, he was consumed by rage. Gao Qiao was initially intimidated, but after a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. "How dare you insult me?" He was resolute in his belief that Li Qingqing lacked any connection to the Su family. Their household had endured hardship over the years. Had they truly possessed any affiliation with the Su family, even as mere common servants, they would not have suffered so miserably. Gao Qiao's eyes blazed with fury. "Dare to insult my Changyao sect? Today, I shall sever your limbs to serve as a warning." With that, a formidable aura erupted from within him, his palm hardening like iron as he lunged towards Su Li, intent on killing. Su Li was immediately taken aback. Being merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, he could not withstand the might of a core formation practitioner. He was utterly bewildered. "Do you not fear the Su family? Has the world of Mingwest City truly changed? My father is the steward of the third branch. If you dare to kill me, your Changyao gang will surely be obliterated." Su Li bellowed, his eyes filled with indignation, unable to believe that Gao Qiao would actually dare to strike. Gao Qiao snorted coldly, his gaze laced with mockery. "Still pretending? I shall witness how the Changyao sect meets its end. If you are indeed from the Su family, then I am the king of heaven." Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed, followed by a sword beam surging from the distance. imbued with a rich essence of sword intent, which swiftly severed Gao Qiao's arm. Chapter 31. The Reckoning of Those Who Dare to Harm the Su Family. A piercing scream erupted from Gao Qiao, filled with unimaginable agony. Su Chen appeared from a distance, his eyes glistening with a chilling intent to kill. As the eldest son of Su Yuanba, he was also the brother of Su He. With an icy tone, Su Chen remarked, "Well, it appears I have witnessed something astonishing. The Changyao sect dares to lay hands on members of the Su family." He had initially been enjoying drinks with Su Li when this unfortunate incident unfolded. He had assumed Su Li could handle the situation, but to his dismay, the Changyao sect dared to murder a member of the Su family. When Hanshi caught sight of Su Chen, a sense of relief washed over her. The direct descendants of the Su family had arrived. It seemed that all would be well today. Su Chen cast a frosty glance at Hu Huan and warned, "You had better provide me with an explanation, or I fear today this event shall not conclude amicably." Before Hu Huan could respond, Gao Qiao roared with rage, "You brat! Are you seeking death?" Having lost an arm, his fury was at its peak, especially since Su Chen was merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, while he himself was in the early stages of core formation. To be defeated by someone at the foundation establishment stage was an utter humiliation. Hu Huan hastily restrained Gao Qiao, his expression growing increasingly grave. Su Chen exuded an extraordinary presence, and with his foundation establishment cultivation. If this Li Qingqing truly had a foundation establishment practitioner backing her, there was no reason for her to seek Gao Qiao's assistance for mere silver. Were they truly members of the Su family? At that moment, a sense of panic began to creep into Hu Huan. With a respectful bow, Hu Huan inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name, young master?" Su Chen replied with indifference, "Su family, Su Chen." Su Chen? Hu Huan furrowed his brow. He had not heard of this name before. The Su family had only arrived in Mingwei City less than 20 years ago, and whether from the direct or collateral lines, the younger generation had seldom made appearances, rendering Hu Huan somewhat unfamiliar with Su Chen. However, witnessing Su Chen's confident demeanor, a flicker of concern ignited within him. After careful consideration, Hu Huan continued, "Young Master Su Chen, if you can prove your identity as a member of the Su family, I shall immediately release Li Ying and Li Xiao." At this statement, Su Chen erupted into laughter. Observing Su Chen's unabashed mirth, Hu Huan's expression darkened considerably. Gao Qiao coldly interjected, "Vice leader, they are undoubtedly performing a charade. I have investigated Li Qingqing. She is absolutely not related to the Su family in any way." Upon hearing this, Hu Huan's vigilance began to wane. After a moment of laughter, Su Chen, now weary of jesting, cast a scornful look at Hu Huan. "Leader Hu, are you all fools in the Changyao sect?" Su Li could not help but add, "Indeed, I have never encountered such foolishness in Mingwei City." Preposterous! Hu Huan could no longer restrain his fury. In his rage, he lost a semblance of reason. Coupled with Gao Qiao's assertion that these individuals could not possibly belong to the Su family, he launched an immediate and thunderous assault on Su Chen. The overwhelming might spread swiftly, as Hu Huan unleashed two formidable strikes imbued with the power of thunder, causing Su Chen's complexion to shift dramatically. The disparity in their realms was simply too vast. Before the nascent soul stage, Su Chen, a mere cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, was no different from an ant. What bewildered Su Chen even more was Hu Huan's audacity to act against the Su family's direct lineage in Mingwei City. Did he not fear for his life? Was he truly a madman? "Hu Huan, you seek your own demise." And as a member of the Su family's direct lineage, he naturally possessed life-preserving trump cards. However, just as he prepared to utilize them, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Hu Huan was propelled backward like an arrow released from its bow, crashing into the ground before the Changhan courtyard and creating a deep pit several meters wide, blood gushing from his body. Standing before Su Chen was a striking figure, clean-cut and handsome, tall and remarkably charismatic. "Young master!" A cry of astonishment arose, with Ruo Shi's face alight with joy. Su Chen also reacted, his expression brightening. "Fifth brother, He was merely a few months younger than Su Chen, making the address entirely appropriate. Su Chen nodded at him, then turned his gaze towards Huan, his tone cold and detached. A mere initial stage, nascent soul dares to lay hands on the Su family's direct lineage. He truly does not know the meaning of mortality. Upon seeing Su Chen, many nearby were instantly taken aback. This person looked remarkably familiar. No need to ponder. He is indeed Su Chen, the young clan leader of the Su family. My heavens, could these individuals truly be members of the Su family? It appeared that the Longya gang was doomed. If Su Chen was indeed of the direct lineage, their fate was sealed. To dare attack a member of the Su family, Huan had genuinely reached the end of his rope. Or rather, the Longya gang had met its demise. Su Chen knew few people, but he was acquainted with Su Chen. Witnessing Huan's misfortune, a collective expression of schadenfreude spread among the onlookers. Huan's chest caved in. Had he been an ordinary person, he would likely have perished. Yet, the vitality of a nascent soul cultivator was astonishing, allowing him to survive, albeit severely injured. Struggling against excruciating pain, Huan hastily rose to his knees, terror etched across his face as he pleaded, "Young Master Su, spare my life. I was misled by slanderous words and nearly harmed the Su family." He could hardly believe that the individuals before him were indeed members of the Su family. The crux of the matter lay with Li Qingqing. How could she sway so many from the Su family while her own household languished in such misery? Even if he harbored doubts about Su Chen's identity, it was now irrelevant, for after their recent encounter, he was certain he was no match for Su Chen. "Enough," Su Chen said coolly. "I have no patience for such meaningless chatter." With that, he moved with the swiftness of a specter, appearing beside Huan, and lifted his foot to stamp down. What appeared to be an unremarkable kick shattered Huan's nascent soul within his dantian. As a result, Huan's cultivation was irrevocably destroyed, reducing him to the status of an ordinary mortal. The spectators could not help but gasp at the sight. A nascent soul cultivator, rendered powerless like a mere beast. Su Chen spoke with a fierce tone. What audacity to challenge the direct lineage of the Su family. What prestige will remain for us in Mingyue City? He commanded Su Chen, take this person back to the Su family. In 3 days, let him meet his end in the martial arena. His reluctance to execute Huan immediately was not out of compassion, but rather a strategic move to establish dominance, ensuring that the name of the Su family instills fear and trepidation in all. Otherwise, such incidents would surely recur. The absurdity of today's events was striking. Members of the Su family had revealed their identities, yet someone dared to strike against them, and in Mingyue City no less. Su Chen promptly nodded, "Yes, young patriarch." Despite their shared lineage, Su Chen's status eclipsed his own. He moved forward, seized Huan, and unceremoniously handed him over to Su Li. "Take him away." At that moment, despair filled Huan's eyes. He realized he had unwittingly walked into the Su family's trap. Simultaneously, he felt a profound resentment towards Gao Qiao. Had it not been for his misguidance, he would have exercised caution and verified the identities of those before him before making any decisions. As the vice leader of the Fangya gang, having ascended to the Yuanying stage, he was no fool. Yet today, he had stumbled at the hands of his own. Li Qingqing was merely an ordinary person. How could she possibly have the audacity to impersonate a member of the Su family? This alone warranted vigilance. However, due to her lowly status, he struggled to associate her with such a formidable entity as the Su family. Coupled with Gao Qiao's misleading information, he had assumed these individuals were not affiliated with the Su family at all. Suddenly, Huan shouted furiously at Gao Qiao, "Gao Qiao, you wretched cur." His harsh words poured forth, but Gao Qiao, now gripped by fear, stood paralyzed and bewildered. With a slight gesture, Su Chen unleashed a terrifying force that swept through the members of the Fangya gang, leading to their immediate demise, including Gao Qiao. The annihilation of the Fangya gang left the onlookers in a state of utter dread. Is this the Su family? A force at the Yuanying stage, and yet so effortlessly vanquished. The most alarming aspect was that Su Chen appeared far more formidable than the rumor suggested. Chapter 32. The Demise of the Fang Gang. I not invincible? Should I not pursue a touch of grandeur? At the same moment, two formidable auras erupted within Mingwest City, enveloping the surroundings in a suffocating pressure, one distinctly more powerful than the other. A transcendent being of the transformation stage, alongside another of the nascent soul stage. Elder Su Chen, why have you targeted my Fong sect? I have never wronged the Su family. Accompanied by a furious roar, the aura of the nascent soul stage swiftly extinguished. A collective shock rippled through the crowd, particularly among those outside the Changhong courtyard, who were acutely aware of the unfolding events. For many, a being of the nascent soul stage was a formidable powerhouse. Yet, in the face of the Su family, such a figure was rendered utterly feeble, devoid of even a shred of resistance. Such an easy annihilation. Many felt a profound sense of injustice for the Fong Gang's leader, who had been brutally slain without any knowledge of the impending doom. However, such occurrences were all too common in Mingwest City, a realm where the strong prey upon the weak, devoid of any semblance of fairness. On the other side, after Su Chen had eliminated Hu Huan, he vanished from the scene. Thank you, young master. Ruoshi expressed her gratitude as she gazed at the spot where he had disappeared. The demise of the Fong gang spurred some bolder maidens within the Changhong courtyard to flee. One led the way, and soon, the entire assembly of maidens erupted into a chaotic escape. Two figures darted from the Changhong courtyard, adorned in flamboyant attire, their faces marked by panic. These two were Li Ying and Li Xiu, who had been coerced by the Fong sect, using their parents as leverage to forcibly engage in their unsavory trade. Initially, both had succumbed to despair, resigned to their grim fate. Today marked their first day of receiving clients. Yet before a single patron could arrive, calamity struck. Initially hesitant and fearful, they observed the other maidens fleeing without oversight, which compelled them to join the exodus. Xiaojia, Yingjia. Li Qingqing called out urgently upon spotting the pair. Startled, Li Ying and Li Xiu turned towards the voice, recognizing a familiar figure alongside an unfamiliar presence. They instantly identified this individual as Ruo Shi, whom they had briefly met years ago during a visit to the Su family. Though it was a fleeting encounter, the memory of their sister Ruo Shi lingered vividly in their minds. They rushed over, grasping her hands as they fled together. Hurry! Ruo Shi did not resist, and once they had distanced themselves, they paused at the roadside to catch their breath. The joy of reuniting with Ruo Shi filled Li Ying and Li Xiu with elation. And upon learning that their sister had been the one to rescue them, they were utterly astonished. They had assumed Ruo Shi was merely a servant within the Su household, only to discover she served as a personal attendant to the Su family's young master. Seeing Ruo Shi's fortunate circumstances, their eyes gleamed with envy. Ultimately, the three sisters earnestly urged Ruo Shi to return home for a visit, but she declined, still uncertain about how to face their parents. I will arrange suitable accommodations for you. Please move to Mingwest City at your earliest convenience. You can find me directly at the Su family. Ruo Shi stated before turning to depart. Li Qingqing could not help but smile wryly, realizing that their younger sister still harbored grievances. Both Li Ying and Li Xiu sighed in unison. They recognized that their past actions had indeed been misguided. If Ruo Shi had been left to fend for herself within the Su family, without the warmth of familial care, subjected to untold hardships, it was only natural for her to feel resentment. However, compared to the dire fate of starving alongside them, her situation could be considered a lesser evil. At that time, a calamity had struck, bringing a sudden drop in temperature, which did not affect the cultivators but caused great suffering for ordinary mortals. Had they not sent Ruo Shi away, the only outcome would have been starvation. The three elder sisters, being somewhat older, were capable of work, but Ruo Shi was too young and had to be reluctantly entrusted to the Su family. In truth, their parents had been deeply troubled when they abandoned Ruo Shi, lingering at a distance for half a day, only leaving after she was taken into the Su residence. Nevertheless, judging by Ruo Shi's current demeanor, there seemed to be a significant turning point. At the Su residence, Su Chen continued to recline in his chair, a contented expression gracing his features. Home was indeed a comfortable place. After dozing for half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. The Su family now boasted 3 members at the God transformation stage: Su Qingtian, Su Yunqian, and Su Qingyun, while the remaining 3 elders had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. It would not be long before they broke through to the god transformation stage. Although such progress was commendable, much more was needed. A formidable force requires more than mere cultivation. It also necessitates potent techniques and formidable auxiliary paths, such as alchemy, artifact forging, and formations. Su Chen retrieved a formation known as the Spirit Calling Array, a mid-tier, celestial-grade formation that could accelerate the generation of spiritual energy in the surrounding area. Centered around the Su family, the array would double the speed of spiritual energy generation within a radius of 500 meters, increase it by 50% within a distance of 10,000 meters, and maintain a one-fold increase over the next 3,000 meters. The cultivation environment in Mingwei City could only be deemed average. It was exceedingly difficult for void refinement stage cultivators to emerge, and even more so for those at the integration stage. To remedy this situation, one would either need to enhance the environment, an endeavor that would require considerable effort, or directly relocate the Su family from Mingwei City. Relocation. Clearly, Su Chen believed the latter option to be preferable. There was little reason to remain in Mingwei City. The Xintian realm was replete with numerous paradisiacal locations suitable for the Su family to inhabit. Even if they needed to improve their environment, they could choose a more favorable site. The primary issue was that the 5 great cities were too remote, hampering the Su family's development. However, such matters could be addressed later. There was no need for urgency at present. Su Chen began to contemplate his own affairs. Due to his previous use of cultivation, he had now fully realized the primordial immortal body, within which resided the terrifying and formidable primordial purple chi. Nevertheless, he sensed a lingering inadequacy. His offensive capabilities felt somewhat one-dimensional, lacking the flair and panache he desired. Su Chen's gaze shifted to the section detailing his techniques, where an abundance of methods ranged from Earth grade to Celestial grade. The Blazing Fireball technique, a high-level Xian stage method, could unleash scorching tidal waves of immense power. Without hesitation, Su Chen opted to employ it. In the next moment, the intricate pathways of the Fireball technique were indelibly etched in his mind, as if he had practiced it himself. Subsequently, Su Chen began to select other martial arts. The Illusory Divine Art, a high-level heavenly technique. Cultivate. The Rift Sky Sword technique, a mid-tier imperial art. Cultivate. The Devouring God 9 Strikes, a third-grade celestial technique. Cultivate. In total, Su Chen selected nearly 100 martial arts for cultivation, with a small portion being below heavenly grade, while majority were of saintly and celestial levels. Only then did he contentedly close the system space. In the future, when he took lives, he would no longer rely solely on his physical prowess, but could also wield these techniques. Although the effects were similar, the elegance was elevated to an entirely new echelon. The primordial celestial body was immensely powerful, with a single punch comparable to celestial techniques. It was too straightforward and lacked flamboyance. Since he was already invincible, why not pursue a touch of grandeur? Chapter 33. The rapid advancement of the Su family and the emergence of the 9 dragons competing for the throne in the period that followed. Su Chen dedicated himself to guiding the younger generation of the direct lineage within the Su family in their cultivation. Gradually, the Su family became increasingly aware of Su Chen's formidable and enigmatic nature. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, within the Su family, 3 exceptionally powerful auras erupted, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Many residents of Mingwei City raised their heads in astonishment, their eyes filled with dread. This energy emanated from the Su family, indicating the emergence of 3 new transformation stage experts. Does this mean the Su family now boasts 5 transformation stage practitioners? Wait, have you forgotten about Su Chen? Rumors had previously circulated about his peak nascent soul strength. Has he now also ascended to the transformation stage? By this reckoning, the Su family possesses 6 transformation stage experts and 1 refinement stage practitioner. It seems the family head is also at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, suggesting that it won't be long before he too breaks into the refinement stage. The refinement stage is notoriously difficult to achieve. Such breakthroughs are not easily come by. Discussions erupted throughout the city, filled with awe whenever the Su family was mentioned. The current status of the Su family is undeniably formidable. With the addition of 3 transformation stage experts, their standing among the 5 great cities has become unassailable. Moreover, Su Chen has provided the Su family with numerous powerful cultivation techniques, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. The family once had only 1 third-tier alchemist, but this number has now risen to 7, alongside 1 fourth-tier alchemist. With the blessing of heavenly spiritual roots, the younger generation of the Su family has experienced rapid growth. For instance, Su Yuza has already reached the peak of the core formation stage, merely a step away from the nascent soul stage. A year has swiftly passed. In Mingyue City, a palpable tension filled the air, as if the very atmosphere had been siphoned away, leaving everyone feeling stifled and uneasy. What is happening? The crowd turned their gazes towards the source of the energy, fear etched upon their faces. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from within the Su family, causing everyone to feel like mere ants, forced to prostrate themselves on the ground. The aura belonged to a refinement stage expert. The residents of Mingyue City were filled with trepidation, overwhelmed by the presence of such a formidable figure. Soon this aura reached its zenith, and a figure soared into the sky, the surrounding void rippling with energy. Ha ha ha! I, Su Chen, have finally broken through to the refinement stage. Su Chen laughed heartily, embodying the might of a celestial being, radiating an aura of immense pressure. This is Su Chen, the head of the Su family. My heavens! Another member of the Su family has achieved the refinement stage. How powerful! Is this the pressure that comes with a refinement stage? Countless individuals displayed expressions of shock and fear. With 2 refinement stage experts now within their ranks, the Su family's strength has become even more unassailable. Especially after the other 4 great cities learned of this development, they hastily brought gifts to express their loyalty, while Su Chen demanded that the other 4 cities submit to the Su family. Unsurprisingly, all forces from the 4 great cities agreed and willingly pledged to provide annual tribute to the Su family. At this point, the 5 major cities had become the territory of the Su family. In this year alone, 5 members of the direct lineage of the Su family had successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage, while 2 associates also advanced to the transformation stage. Currently, the Su family boasts a remarkable 8 individuals of the transformation stage, with nearly 30 members in total at the nascent soul stage, an astonishingly formidable number. Half a year later, Su Hongyuan achieved another breakthrough, reaching the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. This accomplishment quelled any lingering dissatisfaction among the other 4 cities. The direct descendants of the Su family, all possessing heavenly spiritual roots, benefited greatly from the cultivation resources provided monthly by the Wanbao Pavilion, enabling them to ascend swiftly. In a short span, the Su family had reached an unprecedented zenith, their triumphs even garnering attention from the Jing Empire. The Jing Empire, however, was not in a state of tranquility. Emperor Jing was preparing to retreat into seclusion to break through to the return to origin realm and intended to abdicate. Nevertheless, the stability of the empire must be maintained, prompting the 9 princes to vie for the position of heir. The Jing Empire, along with the current Jing monarch, had witnessed 3 emperors, yet during each succession struggle, nearly all participating princes perished, leaving only the final victor. Thus, among the 9, only one would ultimately survive, rendering the royal competition exceedingly brutal. During this tumultuous period, the 9 princes were backed by numerous formidable allies, with the strongest among them, the eldest prince, already having reached the mid-stage of void refinement and commanding the largest following. He was considered the most likely candidate to seize the throne. The struggle for supremacy among the 9 had reached a fever pitch, with nearly all factions at the void refinement stage aligning themselves. Amidst this turmoil, the emergence of 2 individuals at the void refinement stage from the 5 major cities, one of whom was at the mid-stage, sparked a shared ambition among the 9 princes. They must win over the Su family. Despite the overwhelming strength of the Jing Empire, the number of individuals at the void refinement stage remained limited, representing a crucial echelon of combat power. The presence of two such individuals could often prove pivotal. Just days after news of the Su family's exploits spread, the princes of the Jing Empire began sending envoys to express their intentions of alliance. However, as the Su family had only just stabilized their position, Su Chen declined almost all overtures. In a reception hall of the Su family, a finely dressed man sat, his expression somewhat grim due to Su Chen recent rejection of the eldest prince's proposal. Huang Qi, his countenance marked by displeasure, remarked Patriarch Su, "The eldest prince has extended a sincere offer. Refusing brings no advantage to you. Moreover, the eldest prince wields the greatest power, and should he secure the support of your two void refinement experts, his chances of victory would significantly increase. Once he ascends to the throne, will your Su family still wish to reside in these remote corners of the 5 major cities? The eldest prince can select a site rich in spiritual energy for you within the Jing Empire." Su Chen, maintaining a courteous smile, replied, "Lord Huang, our Su family harbors no ambition for conflict. We merely seek to preserve our own existence. The struggle of the Jiolong is indeed terrifying. A moment's carelessness could spell the annihilation of the Su clan. There exists no necessity for him to involve himself in such peril." Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's expression darkened further. With the conversation having reached this critical juncture, one would dare to refuse? Huang Qi rose to his feet, his aura as a mid-stage void refinement practitioner slowly emanating, resembling a furious lion. "Master Su, I hope you can comprehend this. The 5 great cities are a lawless expanse, merely an agreement forged between the former emperor of the Jing Empire and the lords of the 5 great cities. Yet now, the lordships have vanished, and you have spurned all the princes. Regardless of who ascends to power, there shall be no sanctuary for your Su clan. Do you truly believe you can remain unscathed, Master Su?" Su Qingtian's countenance shifted abruptly. Although the Su clan boasts 2 practitioners of the void refinement stage, they remain powerless against the might of the Jing Empire. If a prince were to take an interest, it would indeed mean the reckoning for the Su clan, irrespective of who claims the throne. Huang Qi, weary of further discourse, let out a cold snort and turned to depart. Master Su, take care of yourself." In the chamber, only Su Chen remained, his expression tinged with melancholy. The Su clan merely seeks to develop in peace. Is such a simple desire truly so unattainable? Shaking his head, Su Chen let out a resigned sigh. This world operates as such. The lack of strength is the fundamental issue. Thus, 2 days passed. "Master, there is someone outside seeking an audience. He claims to be an old acquaintance of yours." Chapter 34. The 7th Prince of the Jing Empire, Lin Jing, in the reception hall, upon seeing the person standing inside. Su Qingtian's face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Brother Lin Jing, what a pleasant surprise." Standing in the hall was a man with a congenial demeanor, exuding an air of maturity and composure, infused with a subtle essence of authority. Lin Jing responded with a smile, "Brother Su, it has indeed been a long time." Su Chen laughed heartily. "Brother Lin, it has been far too long since our last meeting. Please do not leave so soon. We must indulge in some fine wine and revel in each other's company." Lin Jing was someone Su Chen had known since the days of the Qingfeng gang. In fact, it was Lin Jin's assistance that had facilitated the Su family's significant migration to Mingyue City. However, upon hearing Su Chen words, Lin Jin's smile faded, replaced by a bitter expression as he replied, "Brother Su, do you truly believe I possess the heart for merriment at this moment?" Su Chen suddenly fell silent, momentarily forgetting Lin Jin's true identity, the 7th Prince of the Jing Empire. Su Chen was acutely aware of Lin Jin's purpose for visiting, and his expression grew somber. The struggle for the throne? Surely, one can withdraw from it? Lin Jing spoke with a calm demeanor. Withdraw? How does one withdraw? Regardless of who emerges victorious, all will ultimately face reckoning. Should I ascend to the throne, I would not spare the other princes. In the Jing Empire, with the presence of powerful ancestors in the fusion stage, the identity of the monarch holds little significance. What matters is one's royal lineage. Even if one were to become the Jing king, others could still conspire to unseat you. In this realm, strength reigns supreme. The notion of public favor is a mere illusion. If one possesses the capability to slay the Jing king, then they're the rightful ruler of the empire. Thus, the first order of business for anyone ascending the throne is to eliminate potential threats, ensuring the demise of any rival brothers. Su Chen fell silent, struck by the stark reality of the competition for the throne, which he had heard was notoriously brutal and sanguinary. Yet, there exists a certain merit in such a system. Those who rise to power are devoid of weakness, their talents and skills invariably at the pinnacle. Such individuals steering the empire could ensure its continued prosperity. However, the drawback lies in the absence of familial bonds, where even dear brothers may betray one another. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the hall, with both men rendered speechless. Eventually, Jing let out a resigned sigh. Among the 9 princes, my influence is the weakest. The other princes all have at least 3 formidable allies at the refinement stage, while I can muster only 2. Judging by the movements of my brothers, it seems they are inclined to eliminate me first, the most vulnerable among them. Upon hearing this, Su Chen eyes reflected deep conflict. Jing was a close friend, who had invested considerable resources and connections to assist the Su family in their migration. Without Jing's support, their journey to Minghua City would have been far more arduous. Thus, the Su family owed Jing a significant debt of gratitude. However, the stakes of survival for the Su family weighed heavily on him, causing him distress. If Jing's relative weakness among the princes suggested a high probability of failure, then aligning with him could spell disaster for the Su family. Though he was the head of the Su family, it was a family belonging to all, not merely to him alone. Jing's words had grown increasingly clear, subtly implying his desire for Su Chen's allegiance. Suddenly, Su Chen inquired, "Brother Lin, before we arrived in Minghua City, you mentioned that your child was about to be born. Is it a boy or a girl?" Jing smiled and replied, "How long has it been? I have a daughter now. She's already 18. If given the chance, I would like to introduce her to you." As he spoke, a tinge of bitterness flickered at the corner of his mouth. Having failed in the struggle for power, he knew that his family would likely face utter annihilation. Perhaps there would be no such opportunity. Jing discerned Su Chen's predicament, and he stood up to say, "Since that is the case, Brother Su, I shall not impose any further. There are many matters within the Jing Empire that require my attention." He understood that aligning Su Chen with himself was a perilous endeavor. Thus, his visit today was merely an attempt, not an effort to leverage the favor Su's family owed him in the past. After all, even with Su's assistance, his chances in the struggle for power were not particularly high. It was unnecessary to lead Su's family to their demise alongside him. Just as Jing was about to depart, Su Chen hastily said, "Brother Lin, please wait. My family is not one to forget righteousness for profit. Previously, all but one of the 9 princes have sent representatives to our door. It would not be so simple for the Su family to avoid involvement. However, given the gravity of the situation, I must consult with my kin before making a decision." Jing's heart soared with joy. "Thank you, Brother Su." Su Chen nodded and then began to summon all the senior members of the Su family, including the 5 primary elders and the 13 leading stewards from the collateral lines, with Su Chen naturally among them. In the council hall, Su Chen recounted the entire situation in detail. After hearing this, Su Chen immediately stated without hesitation, "The 7th prince once aided us. Now to assist another prince would be tantamount to turning against the 7th prince." Upon hearing this, the hall fell into silence. Aligning with any of the princes appeared to be a multiple-choice question, but in reality, there was only one viable option: to support the 7th prince or to abstain entirely. The Su family had always valued loyalty. Choosing another prince would mean sending the 7th prince to his doom, an act that contradicted the family's principles. Sui furrowed his brow. "I have investigated the circumstances within the Jing Empire. The 7th prince is weak, with only 2 practitioners at the void refinement stage by his side, while the 1st prince boasts 9, 3 of whom have reached the peak of the void refinement stage. The disparity in strength is quite significant." Once this was said, those who had contemplated aiding the 7th prince fell silent. With such a vast difference in power, how could they hope to contend? The discussions in the hall grew animated, yet no clear consensus emerged regarding whether to support the seventh prince or to abstain. Some even suggested that the best course of action was to flee, avoiding allegiance altogether. They believed that if they left now, by the time the struggle for power concluded, it would not be so easy for anyone seeking revenge against the Su family to find them. After an hour of debate, no satisfactory resolution was reached. Ultimately, Su Chen turned his gaze towards Su Chen. "Chinner, do you have any suggestions?" The members of the clan immediately turned their gazes towards Su Chen, their eyes brimming with anticipation. In the past, whenever the family faced challenges, Su Chen was always there to assist them. Would this time be no different? Su Chen spoke calmly, asserting that there was no need for hesitation. Since the Su family owed Lin Jing a significant favor, they ought to choose to lend their aid. Should his father decide against assisting anyone, no one would dare to hold him accountable afterward. His words exuded confidence, and upon hearing them, the emotions of those present in the hall stabilized considerably. In Su Chen's view, if the Jing Empire truly dared to seek retribution, he would not hesitate to suggest replacing its ruler or even annihilating the empire altogether. To him, a royal force of merely the integration stage was no different from an ant. Upon hearing Su Chen's declaration, Su Chen made up his mind. They must assist Lin Jing. The debt of gratitude must be repaid. Furthermore, Su Chen could not simply stand by and watch Lin Jing perish. The primary elders of the Su family, along with the sideline stewards, were not entirely familiar with Su Chen, yet they all understood that his current transformation was entirely due to his own efforts. Thus, they placed immense trust in him. Su Chen continued, "If that is the case, I shall venture alone to the Jing Empire. It so happens that I also intend to explore a little." Chapter 35, Journey to the Empire of Jing, setting an ambush. "Are you going alone?" Su Chen expression bore a hint of gravity. As the assembly within the hall exchanged glances, their faces etched with uncertainty. Su Chen's prowess was merely at the initial stage of the transformation realm, at least according to his own assertions, though none of them truly believed him. Even if his combat capabilities rivaled those at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, or even the void refinement stage, it seemed utterly inconsequential. The seventh prince certainly did not lack for someone of that caliber. With an air of calm, Su Chen declared, "Rest assured with my presence. The seventh prince will undoubtedly secure his claim. No one shall usurp his position." Upon hearing these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The battlefield for the contest of succession was indeed one of the void refinement stage. Could Su Chen truly sweep away all challengers? After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen eventually nodded. He held considerable trust in his son, recognizing that Su Chen was enigmatic and formidable, far beyond merely being in the transformation realm. Yet, he had never explicitly stated this, so Su Chen chose not to expose it. Furthermore, with his son's mysterious and powerful mentor, regardless of whether the seventh prince could successfully claim the throne, at the very least, Su Chen would remain unharmed. The Su family quickly reached a consensus, ultimately deciding that only Su Chen would accompany Lin Jing, while the Su family continued with their affairs as usual. Outside Mingwest City, 3 dragon carriages came to a halt, instilling terror in the eyes of passers-by. The unique insignia on these carriages revealed them to be those of the royal family of the Jing Empire. As Su Chen and Lin Jing emerged from the city, Lin Jing regarded the composed youth beside him, his eyes filled with confusion. Could he truly assist in securing the throne? Recalling Su Chen unwavering tone as he departed, Lin Jing began to feel a sense of bewilderment. Was Su Chen merely jesting with him? Su Chen's aura suggested he was only at the transformation realm. What influence could such an individual wield in the contest for succession? The struggle for the position of heir was not merely a brutal contest among the princes. It unfolded in 2 distinct phases. The initial phase involved the princes striving to diminish their opponents' numbers as much as possible before the actual contest commenced. When the true battle for succession began, it would be presided over personally by His Majesty the Emperor Jing, allowing the formidable subordinates of each prince to clash in fierce combat. Ultimately, the victor would emerge as the heir. This contest required not only personal strength, but also a keen sense of strategy and cunning. Among the 9 princes, although the first prince possessed the greatest strength, the second and third princes were only 2 stages behind in the void refinement realm. Should they form a temporary alliance, they could pose a significant threat to the first prince. Presently, with merely 7 days remaining until the contest, Jing found himself with only 2 usable subordinates. The prospects for victory appeared bleak. Jing had not considered Su Chen as part of his strategy. In his view, the Su family had merely offered Su Chen as a gesture to avoid any potential embarrassment. However, he bore no resentment, as his own chances were already so slim that even with the Su family's assistance, the outcome would remain unchanged. He did not wish for his own predicament to lead to the downfall of the Su family. With a heavy heart, Jing sighed. In just over a decade, Su Chen had become a figure so unfamiliar, so adept at navigating the intricacies of human relationships. If one is unwilling to assist themselves, a direct refusal is all that is required. There is no need to lead Su Chen to his demise. I pay my respects to the 7th prince. At the side of the dragon horse carriage, a middle-aged man immediately stepped forward to pay his respects, his gaze lingering on Su Chen and his brow furrowing slightly. A manifestation phase, Jing remarked indifferently. This is Su Chen, the young master of the Su family. He will accompany us to the Jing Empire. He offered no further explanation, clearly not considering Su Chen of great significance. Zhang Yin's brows furrowed deeply. He could not help but sigh, realizing that the prince had not invited anyone from the Su family. He was one of Jing's subordinates, a novice in the void refinement stage, specifically tasked with protecting Jing on this journey. Your Highness, Zhang Yin's expression turned grave. The absence of additional void refinement practitioners meant that the 7th prince's retinue consisted of only 2 in that realm. Jing waved his hand dismissively. Let us proceed. We shall discuss matters later. Neither of them paid much heed to Su Chen. After all, he was merely at the manifestation phase. No matter how talented, how formidable could he truly be? Soon, the dragon horse took flight, its hooves seemingly treading upon the very air, vanishing into the horizon. This hybrid dragon horse was tamed by the founding emperor of the Jing Empire and had always been a royal mount, capable of traversing the winds with astonishing speed, rivaling even the peak of the manifestation phase. Within the carriage, Su Chen observed the swiftly retreating scenery and began to ponder whether he should also seek a magnificent steed. However, ordinary beasts would not suffice. He required a divine creature as a starting point. That was a quest for the future. Just then, Su Chen gazed into the distance, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated trouble would arrive so swiftly. No sooner had he thought this than a violent disturbance rippled through the space directly before the dragon horse carriage. A massive rift in the void suddenly appeared, unleashing 4 formidable attacks that surged forth from the fissure, rapidly barreling towards Jing's carriage. The clouds above roiled ominously, stirred by the terrifying force of the assaults. Your Highness, be cautious. Zhang Yin's pupils constricted as he summoned all his strength to defend. Yet, the ferocity of the 4 attacks, coupled with their ambush nature, rendered him, a novice in the void refinement stage, unable to fully withstand them. A spray of crimson blood erupted, and Zhang Yin's aura grew feeble. An ambush! Jing's eyes blazed with fury, filled with a murderous intent. Did they truly intend to kill him so soon? He turned his gaze towards another dragon horse carriage, the one Su Chen occupied, but it was now utterly destroyed. Su Chen's demise extinguished all hope within him. When departing from his Su family, Su Chen had fervently claimed that Su Chen possessed great abilities. Yet now, it seemed, words could hardly convey the truth. Jing could not fathom that his close ally had indeed been deceiving him. Ha ha, 7th prince, today you shall not escape. A masked figure clad in black emerged, emanating a fierce blade aura capable of cleaving through all. Merely a glance was enough to cause discomfort to the eyes. Following closely behind, 3 more figures emerged from the void, each exuding an incomparably powerful presence. For individuals, all at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, In contrast, Lin Jin's side possessed only Zhang and, who was merely at the initial stage of void refinement. The outcome seemed exceedingly apparent. Lin Jin raised his head, his tone icy as he inquired, "Who sent you here, my elder brother? Or perhaps my second brother?" The man wielding the blade chuckled coldly, remarking, "No wonder you are the seventh prince. You remain so composed under such circumstances. Truly a talent, what a pity." As he finished speaking, he swiftly raised his hand and lunged towards Zhang, and knowing that with Lin Jin merely at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm, eliminating Zhang and would make vanquishing Lin Jin a mere trifle. Zhang bellowed, "Your Highness, flee. Do you truly believe you can escape today?" A chilling voice reverberated, instantly freezing the surroundings for miles, the temperature plummeting to an unbearable degree. Even Zhang, at the void refinement stage, could not help but shudder. In that moment of action, Lin Jin recognized his identity, Duong Wuhuan, the master of the Icebound Valley and a subordinate of the first prince. Meanwhile, Zhang let out a wretched scream as one of his arms was severed cleanly, his expression contorted in agony. However, such an injury was not fatal for someone at the void refinement level. At this realm, regrowing a severed limb was far from insurmountable. "Seventh prince, I bid you farewell," Duong Wuhuan intoned coldly, his voice reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from the underworld, as a massive ice spear coalesced and hurtled towards Lin Jin. This contest for the throne saw the princes vying for power, while these followers sought their own futures. Should the prince they supported ascend to the throne, it would yield immeasurable benefits for them and their factions. Conversely, failure would cast them into an endless abyss. Thus their desire to triumph surpassed even that of the princes competing for the throne. "To kill me, you shall find it no easy task." Lin Jin's eyes were filled with frost, his aura surging as if breaking free from shackles, instantly elevating from the pinnacle of spirit transformation to the initial stage of void refinement. Without hesitation, he grasped Zhang and, preparing to tear through the void and escape. "I never expected you to be at the void refinement stage." Duong Wuhuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 36. The Cunning Lin Jin, with endless hidden cards. Where can he flee? A killer at the refinement void stage, wielding a blade, descended upon Lin Jin with a fierce strike, the blade's aura slicing through the air, severing the rift of space that Lin Jin had torn open. At this moment, the eyes of the four refinement void experts were filled with a palpable murderous intent. For Lin Jin was unexpectedly at the initial stage of refinement void, yet his aura was thick and robust, indicating he had long since surpassed that threshold. Among the 9 imperial princes, only 4 had broken through to the refinement void stage, and now there was one more. The key was that the previous 4 were openly recognized, while Lin Jin had concealed his prowess. Such restraints suggested he harbored many unexploited methods. Therefore, he must be eliminated today. Simultaneously, the 4 resolved to strike with lethal intent. The battle for succession had yet to commence, and individuals like Lin Jin, who projected weakness while secretly gathering strength, posed a latent threat that they could not afford to allow to persist. He must be killed. The 4 advanced towards Lin Jin, and the heavens began to tremble. The earth seemed unable to withstand the pressure, cracking and splitting beneath them, creating a terrifying spectacle. In the mountains and forests, countless low-tier beasts displayed expressions of fear and scattered in flight. Zhang Yan's eyes were wide with shock. He had just realized Lin Jin was at the initial stage of refinement void, yet he bellowed, "Your Highness, do not concern yourself with me. Flee quickly." Lin Jin paid him no heed, removing the jade pendant from his waist and hurling it towards the 4. In an instant, a torrent of violent energy erupted forth, engulfing the 4 in its midst. This energy seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently as massive rifts appeared. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, a deep pit manifested in the ground, stretching for dozens of miles. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Jin and Zhang tore through the void and departed. He understood that this blow would not be sufficient to kill the 4. As for Zhang Yan's insistence that he escape alone, that was never a consideration. Even if he could flee today, how would he evade the battle for succession? Lin Jin's expression darkened to an extreme. Among the 8 imperial princes, he had always been the least favored, having received scant support since birth. In contrast, the other princes had family backing that eased their paths considerably. Thus, Lin Jin had learned to conceal his strength from a young age, waiting to amass sufficient power to contend for the position of crown prince. Unfortunately, fate had not favored him. The sudden abdication of the sovereign had thrown his plans into disarray. Although he possessed several strategies, he had only 2 genuine experts at the refinement void stage under his command. Should he abandon Zhong'an, it would mean he had but 1 refinement void expert remaining. On the day of the succession battle, defeat would be inevitable. Awaiting him would be the reckoning from the new ruler. Bitter frustration filled Lin Jin's gaze. If only he had a little more time, perhaps a century. Even if granted another century, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament. In 100 years, he could accomplish many things. He could break through to the mid-stage of refinement void, or even the late stage. And he could attract more experts at the refinement void stage to his side. By then, his chances of claiming the position of crown prince would increase dramatically. As he teleported a mere dozens of miles away, formidable auras rapidly pursued him, though lacking the previous intensity. The 7th prince exhibits remarkable tactics. With the sound echoing, a rift in the void spanning several dozen feet was torn open. Following this, a blade of light surged towards Lin Jin. The might of this strike surpassed all that had come before, causing the very fabric of space to collapse in its wake, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Simultaneously, 3 other lethal assaults surged towards Lin Jin. His anxious expression abruptly transformed into one of calmness. He halted abruptly, casting a frigid gaze at the 4 figures behind him. Miraculously, the 4 attacks were halted 10 meters before Lin Jin, as if an invisible barrier shielded him. At this sight, the hearts of the 4 trembled in alarm. This is bad. At that very moment, flames began to flicker across the heavens, and colossal pillars surged up around them, each inscribed with enigmatic crimson runes. Within the area encircled by these pillars, the temperature soared abruptly, rendering even those at the refinement void stage nearly incapable of enduring the heat. The 4 attempted to break free, but the immense pressure emanating from the pillars rendered them virtually immobile. Lin Jin's eyes were icy. This burning heaven inferno formation was originally intended for the struggle for supremacy, designed to annihilate those at the pinnacle of the refinement void stage. It was now wasted on you. You shall perish. The burning heaven inferno formation, a high-tier Earth-level array, renowned for its ferocity, feeling themselves being incessantly refined. Terror etched itself across the faces of the 4. The 7th prince actually possesses hidden cards. Moreover, his intellect is alarmingly formidable from the very beginning. He had orchestrated every detail, revealing his cultivation to instill caution in them, then utilizing an explosion to buy time, and finally setting the formation to ensnare them. Lin Jin had comprehended this entire scheme from the outset. Die, all of you! Lin Jin roared, his eyes brimming with sharpness. This formation was one of his trump cards, and its activation now indicated that his initial 2/10 chance of victory in the struggle for supremacy had diminished significantly. The 4 let out cries of agony, the searing heat becoming unbearable. In no more than 30 breaths, they would be reduced to mere ash. Are you not going to act? Duan Wuhuan could no longer contain himself and shouted. He, a practitioner of ice-based techniques, found the oppressive heat excruciating. As his words fell, a fierce sword light suddenly cleaved through the void, creating a breach in the burning heaven inferno formation, causing the temperature within to plummet and the formation to teeter on the brink of collapse. Though breaking the formation from within was exceedingly difficult, even for those at the pinnacle of the refinement void stage, it was relatively simple from the outside, which constituted a significant flaw. Simultaneously, a peculiar figure charged towards Lin Jin, wielding a short dagger, his gaze devoid of emotion, resembling a machine devoid of feelings. Lin Jin's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief flooding his expression. To eliminate him, they had dispatched 2 at the late stage of refinement void, alongside 4 at the mid-stage. Infuriating. Lin Jin's countenance turned exceedingly grim. To be truthful, he still possessed a hidden card, yet to reveal it in such a setting would jeopardize the contest for succession. His heart was brimming with fury. How infuriating! Why must I, the weakest among them, be the first target? Among these individuals, at least 3 factions, represented by 3 princes, had simultaneously directed their strikes at him. From their perspective, he was the most vulnerable, with virtually no chance of contending for the throne, essentially relegated to the role of a mere spectator. Thus, it seemed they aimed to eliminate the onlooker before the brawl commenced, to preempt any opportunistic advantages. Lin Jin's gaze turned cold. If they sought to take his life, then none of them would emerge unscathed. Just as he prepared to take action, he discovered he was utterly immobilized. What was happening? Shock flickered across Lin Jin's eyes. Yet soon, he perceived that everyone around him had come to a standstill, as if the very fabric of reality had frozen. A captivating spectacle was unfolding. A languid voice echoed, and Su Chen emerged slowly from the void. Upon catching sight of Su Chen, Lin Jin's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. It was him. Chapter 37. Arrival at the City of Surprises. In this moment, Lin Jin's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was actually Su Chen. How could this be possible? Had he not perished? From Su Chen, Lin Jin sensed an overwhelming aura of oppression, as if his own spiritual energy had encountered a formidable adversary, retreating within him, paralyzed and seemingly frozen. How terrifying! This young master, Su Chen, possessed such formidable strength? Lin Jin had initially thought that Su Chen was jesting, but it appeared he was entirely serious. To exude such an immense pressure, Su Chen must undoubtedly be a powerful cultivator at the integration stage. If he were to secure the support of a cultivator at this level, who could possibly contest for the position of crown prince against him? In the Empire of Surprises, there existed 3 notable cultivators at the integration stage: the King of Surprises, the National General, and the Grand Tutor. However, the latter 2 had not appeared in a century, remaining in seclusion for cultivation. The King of Surprises had not explicitly prohibited integration stage cultivators from joining the struggle for succession. In his view, if a prince could enlist the aid of a powerful cultivator, it was a testament to his own capabilities. Su Chen stood upon the void, emanating a disquieting aura that instilled terror in the hearts of all present. This aura, though faint, was exponentially more terrifying than that of a cultivator at the refinement stage. Under this oppressive presence, it felt as though needles were stabbing into their skin, inflicting intense pain throughout their bodies, even tormenting their very souls, leading to a sense of mental collapse. The refinement stage cultivators who had come to ambush Lin Jin were now filled with dread. They had surmised that Su Chen was indeed the formidable ally Lin Jin had summoned. The fact that Lin Jin could procure the assistance of an integration stage expert implied that he was destined for victory in this struggle for succession. At this moment, regret overwhelmed them. They had not anticipated that the seemingly weakest 7th prince would turn out to be the most powerful. How foolish they had been to target the strongest from the outset. Was that not courting death? Su Chen fully emerged from the void, raising his hand to draw forth a long sword, which appeared unremarkable and devoid of power. Yet, as Su Chen swung his hand, an invisible sword chi erupted instantaneously, slicing through the air towards the distance. There were no fierce fluctuations, nor any remarkable phenomena. Everything appeared exceedingly ordinary. However, this seemingly mundane strike resulted in the immediate demise of a late-stage refinement cultivator standing before Lin Jin. In quick succession, Su Chen wielded his sword again and again, each swing claiming another life. Before Su Chen, they were akin to ants. The most harrowing aspect was that none could move. They could only helplessly watch as death approached, engulfed in despair. This helplessness was their greatest torment. Ultimately, the 6 individuals were effortlessly slain by Su Chen, as if he were chopping vegetables. With that, the oppressive aura that had blanketed the heavens and the earth dissipated entirely, and Lin Jin's movements returned to normal. He hastily approached Su Chen, his demeanor tinged with respect as he said, "Thank you, young Master Su, for your timely assistance." Although Su Chen was technically his junior, Lin Jin dared not assume an air of superiority before him. After all, he was an integration stage cultivator. The very thought of how Su Chen had effortlessly vanquished 6 late-stage refinement cultivators sent a shiver down Lin Jin's spine. If Su Chen had intended to kill himself moments ago, it would have been a trivial matter. Lin Jin was immensely shocked. The talent of Su Qingtiansun was indeed extraordinary, being a cultivator at the integration stage. Achieving such a breakthrough at this age is exceedingly rare, even within the entirety of the Xiantian realm. Only the most exceptional prodigies of the holy clans could possibly possess such innate gifts. Lin Jin felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Su Qingtian had truly been blessed with a remarkable son. Su Chen nodded lightly, his voice calm as he remarked, "It's a trivial matter, let us proceed." With the dragon horse carriage having been slain, the 3 were left to continue on foot, and Lin Jin once again suppressed his cultivation to the god transformation stage. As for Su Chen, his aura consistently emanated from the integration stage. Zhang cast a sidelong glance at the two, unable to suppress a gulp. Truly ominous. One who is at the void refinement stage masquerading as a god transformation cultivator is one thing, but you, a formidable integration stage expert, are also disguising yourself as a god transformation cultivator. Everything that transpired today stirred a myriad of emotions within him. Originally, he owed Lin Jin a significant favor, which had prompted him to lend assistance. He had even resigned himself to the certainty of death, given Lin Jin's exceedingly slim chances of success. However, his perspective had undergone a dramatic transformation. Lin Jin was far from the simple figure he had perceived. Moreover, with the support of an integration stage powerhouse, the odds of seizing the throne had risen to nearly 90%. With this thought, Zhang felt invigorated, experiencing a sense of having survived a calamity. He need not face death. Should Lin Jin ascend as the new king, he could secure a promising future akin to that of the current Grand Tutor and the great general of the nation, both of whom had assisted King Jinghong in his ascension. Neither Lin Jin nor Su Chen moved at a rapid pace. Zhang took the initiative to guide them through the rift in the void towards the Jinghong Empire. The 5 great cities in the Jinghong Empire were merely 1,000 miles apart, and they had long since entered the Jinghong Empire, though their destination was the royal city. Jinghong City. As a royal-level force, the Jinghong Empire's territory was vast, encompassing 27 prefectures, each spanning tens of thousands of miles, immensely expansive. Su Chen observed his surroundings with great interest. It was undeniable that the spiritual energy in the Jinghong Empire was significantly denser than in the 5 great cities, increasing the likelihood of rare materials and spiritual stone veins emerging here. Furthermore, the population density was much higher, with any given city being at least twice the size of Mingyue City. In less than 2 hours, a colossal city came into view. Jinghong City, they had arrived. In terms of scale, this city was approximately 30 times the size of Mingyue City. Truly formidable. Su Chen was assigned to a guest chamber within the royal residence, attended by 3 exquisitely beautiful maidens. Lin Jin, with a respectful demeanor, said, "Young Master Su, should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to inform me. This humble prince will do his utmost to accommodate." Su Chen smiled. "Thank you for your kindness." Noticing that Su Chen seemed disinterested in further conversation, Lin Jin exited the courtyard. Simultaneously, upon Lin Jin's return to Jinghong City, the news quickly reached other princes. Some remained composed, yet 3 bore expressions of grave concern. In the prince's residence, the abode of the Grand Prince, Lin Mu's countenance bore a deep shadow of discontent. With a frigid demeanor, he inquired, "Are we still unable to establish contact with them?" Beside him stood an elderly man, who, with a troubled expression, nodded in affirmation. The Grand Prince inhaled deeply, his eyes regaining a semblance of tranquility. "This time, both the 3rd and 5th princes have intervened. Despite our combined efforts, we could not subdue the 7th prince. It appears he is far more elusive than anticipated, having managed to dispatch 6 formidable practitioners of the void refinement stage." Though his tone was markedly calm, the underlying fury was palpable to all present. The loss of a late-stage and a mid-stage void refinement practitioner was an irretrievable blow to him. Originally, he commanded 9 such experts. Now, he was reduced to 7, significantly narrowing the gap with the second and third princes, which incited a profound dissatisfaction within him. The elder pondered momentarily before speaking. "Your Highness, I believe the fault does not lie solely with the seventh prince." Lin Mu furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are you suggesting that other princes are involved?" The elder nodded, prompting Lin Mu to adopt a contemplative demeanor. It was widely acknowledged that Lin Jin's capabilities were feeble. Despite any attempts at subterfuge, the undeniable fact remained that he commanded only 2 practitioners of the void refinement stage. Furthermore, his own cultivation was merely at the divine transformation stage, rendering it impossible for him to annihilate 6 void refinement experts. It could only be surmised that other princes, wishing to preserve Lin Jin's life, had discreetly intervened to safeguard him. With this realization, a chilling expression enveloped Lin Mu's features as he scoffed derisively. "If you seek to fish in troubled waters, you ought to consider whether you possess the requisite qualifications." Chapter 38. The detestable Su Chen. Lin Mu inquired once more, "Has the Su family of Mingwei City extended assistance to the seventh prince?" The elder promptly responded with great reverence. "According to reports from our scouts, it appears that Mingwei City is indeed aiding the seventh prince. Although their 2 cultivators at the void refinement stage have not intervened, merely sending forth the young clan leader, Su Chen." "Oh," Lin Mu furrowed his brow. "What is the background of this Su Chen?" The elder took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. "There is quite an abundance of information regarding this individual. Most intriguingly, he was merely at the core formation stage a few years ago, yet after suffering a sneak attack, his cultivation was rendered null. Upon re-emerging into the public eye, he effortlessly dispatched a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Subsequently, rumors within the Su family have circulated that Su Chen has since broken through to the god transformation stage. Many within the Su family hold Su Chen in high regard. His status often eclipses even that of Su Chen. He recounted in detail the various deeds of Su Chen in Mingwei City. After listening, Lin Mu fell into deep contemplation. Though he firmly believed the throne rightfully belonged to him, he resolved not to underestimate any opponent. "The god transformation stage, you say?" "Ultimately," Lin Mu scoffed. Despite the peculiar nature of Su Chen's rapid ascent from core formation to god transformation, such matters were of little consequence. While the god transformation cultivator, even if there were some oddities, could he truly rival someone at the void refinement stage? Lin Mu's expression darkened. "The Su family is clearly ungrateful. Once I secure the position of crown prince, I shall ensure they face utter annihilation." Meanwhile, upon entering the Jin Wangfu, Su Chen was lavishly treated, which attracted considerable attention from those within the palace. At such a critical juncture, Lin Jin returned with a companion, and they initially viewed Su Chen as a savior. However, upon discovering his mere god transformation strength, despair enveloped the individuals of Jin Wangfu. They were all loyal servants of Lin Jin, and should their master perish, they too would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Su Chen, however, remained utterly at ease, enjoying a life of comfort as servants delivered sumptuous meals to him daily, primarily consisting of items rich in spiritual energy. Indeed, Jinghong City was extraordinarily prosperous, and once he resolved the matter concerning Lin Jin, he intended to explore thoroughly. With a contented expression, Su Chen reclined as a maidservant massaged his shoulders, relishing the luxurious sensations. "My lord, we have arrived," a servant announced from outside the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a gentle voice reached the interior. "Young Master Su, I am Lin Yimeng, the young lady of the Lin family. Having heard you are from the Su family of Mingwei City, I have come to pay my respects." Su Chen's brow furrowed. The name seemed familiar, as he had occasionally heard it mentioned by the servants of Jin Wangfu. Ah, yes, she was the princess, Lin Jin's daughter. What could she possibly want with him? "Come in," Su Chen replied indifferently, then resumed his position in the recliner, continuing to bask in the soft comfort provided by the 3 maidservants. Before long, 2 figures entered the courtyard. At the forefront stands a tall and elegant woman, her brilliant eyes and radiant smile illuminating her flawless complexion. With a touch of subtle makeup enhancing her already captivating beauty, she exudes an air of mature allure. Clad in a delicate green gown and adorned with embroidered black and white shoes, she is a striking figure. In terms of appearance and grace, she far surpasses Ruo Shi. The disparity between them is quite pronounced. If we were to assign a score out of 100, Ruo Shi might only muster 80, while Lin Yimeng would undoubtedly score at least 95. Though the difference is merely 15 points, it is starkly evident to the observer. Behind her is a venerable elder in his 60s. Though he conceals his cultivation, Su Chen perceives him to be a practitioner at the mid-stage of the void refining realm. It appears he is the second void refining practitioner from a Jing Wangfu. Upon entering, Lin Yimeng's gaze fell upon Su Chen, who lay languidly in a chair, eyes closed in indulgent repose. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. Here I am, paying a visit, and he remains reclined, failing to even rise, a blatant disregard for her presence. Initially, Lin Yimeng thought her father's decision to bring a transformation stage cultivator was justified. Yet it now seems that Su Chen is nothing more than a spoiled scion. Clearly, she has been misled. The three handmaidens also sensed the princess's discontent, their faces reflecting a flurry of anxiety. Nevertheless, bound by the prince's orders, they continued to serve Su Chen with unwavering resolve. While savoring the ethereal grapes, Su Chen casually remarked, "So, you're Lin Yimeng? I have heard of you. What brings you to me?" At the mention of Sister Yimeng, Lin Yimeng felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. She was taken aback, anger bubbling within her, yet she stifled her indignation. "Master Su, my father has decreed that you represent the Jing Wangfu as the third participant in the succession battle. Thus, I wish to meet you and discern what makes you so favored by my father." Lin Yimeng managed a smile, her tone gentle and composed. Her purpose for this visit was straightforward. She sought to probe Su Chen, though her instincts told her that such caution might be unwarranted. Lin Jin had kept his strength a secret, known only to Zhang and himself, even from his own daughter. However, upon seeing Su Chen, Lin Yimeng felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Prior to this, after the emergence of two void refining practitioners from a Su family, she had conducted her own inquiries, gaining a considerable understanding of Su Chen. She had eliminated irrelevant details, arriving at a conclusion. The rapid ascent of the Su family from two transformation stage powers to their current status in less than 2 years was likely attributable to Su Chen's influence. Given this conclusion, coupled with her father's decision to bring Su Chen back, she was convinced that he must possess depths beyond his outward simplicity. Yet at this moment, it seemed although Lin Yimeng understood the folly of judging by appearances, Su Chen did not exude the aura of a formidable expert. Su Chen opened his eyes, glanced at Lin Yimeng, and then closed them again, saying, "Well, now you have seen." Lin Yimeng waited silently, expecting Su Chen to continue. However, after a considerable pause, with no further words from him, she found it increasingly difficult to contain her rising frustration. How infuriating! Su Chen. Chapter 39. The ascendance of Su Chen and the commencement of the succession war. Su Chen's demeanor prompted Lin Yimeng to contemplate turning away in frustration. It was infuriating. Typically, any man encountering her would be eager to please, yet Su Chen seemed utterly indifferent. After taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger, she redirected the conversation and inquired once more, "Young Master Su, do you possess any confidence regarding the succession war?" This inquiry was her primary objective for being there, to gauge Su Chen's disposition. Although his attitude was somewhat exasperating, Lin Yimeng remained unconvinced that her father would bring back a mere incompetent. While others might perceive Lin Jin as weak and lacking presence, Lin Yimeng recognized her father as a man of great ambition and strategy. He would never engage in an endeavor devoid of significance. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "As a mere cultivator at the transformation stage, what confidence could I possibly have?" Lin Yimeng furrowed her brows, her eyes flashing with displeasure. Though she managed to maintain her composure, the elder beside her could not contain himself. Preposterous! Su Chen's arrogance was indeed infuriating. How could a cultivator at the transformation stage be so presumptuous? With a sharp rebuke, Gong Sun Yang unleashed his mid-refining void pressure, enveloping Su Chen instantaneously. Under normal circumstances, a typical transformation stage cultivator would likely have collapsed under such pressure, yet Su Chen remained unfazed. What is happening? Gongsun Yang's brow creased in confusion. However, as Su Chen gradually opened his eyes, an intangible aura of oppression descended upon Gongsun Yang. In that moment, Gongsun Yang felt as if he were ensnared in the depths of the underworld, surrounded by vengeful spirits. His expression suffused with terror as a chilling sensation coursed through him. Despair and helplessness surged within his heart. Looking again at Su Chen, Gongsun Yang perceived him as a deity of unfathomable stature beyond reproach. He swallowed hard. Fear compelled him to instinctively retreat. Lin Yiming noticed the elder's unusual behavior. Her eyes filled with confusion. Master? Gongsun Yang had been her mentor since childhood, and now, in the face of crisis at the Jin Wangfu, he had chosen to risk his life for her. As Su Chen averted his gaze, the oppressive aura dissipated, and Gongsun Yang seemed to revive, hastily approaching with a respectful bow. I beg your pardon, esteemed sir. Please do not take offense. Though he was unaware of Su Chen's precise cultivation level, the pressure he had just experienced suggested that Su Chen was at least a half step into the integration stage. To his astonishment, the Jin Wang had managed to secure the allegiance of such a remarkable individual. Witnessing Gongsun Yang's deference, Lin Yimeng could not suppress her astonishment. Her teacher, a mid-refining void cultivator, was treating Su Chen with such reverence, indicating that he was indeed extraordinary. Her intuition had proven correct. Yet, what had transpired moments ago? Observing Su Chen's seemingly disinterested demeanor, she quickly adorned her face with a charming smile. Young Master Su, we shall not intrude any further. Please, continue your rest. At that moment, she suddenly found Su Chen to be quite handsome. Su Chen nodded slightly and resumed his meditation, savoring his moments of tranquility. It was only after they had distanced themselves significantly from Su Chen's courtyard that Lin Yimeng halted, her expression grave as she inquired, Teacher, what is the situation with Su Chen? Gongsun Yang swallowed hard, his eyes still betraying a hint of fear and lingering trepidation, and replied in a low voice. I do not know. Do not know? Lin Yimeng's eyes were filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend. Why is it a matter of uncertainty? Gongsun Yang's demeanor grew exceedingly serious. This individual must not be offended. His strength is extraordinarily formidable, and beyond that, I am not informed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yimeng formed a tentative assessment of Su Chen. However, her curiosity was piqued. Based on her investigations, he was merely a top-tier spiritual root and, 2 years prior, had only reached the core formation stage. Why then had he undergone such a dramatic transformation in just 2 years? He had even ascended to a level of terrifying prowess. Su Chen was not yet 21 years old, and at such an age, combined with his exceptional spiritual root, even with rapid cultivation, reaching the God transformation stage should have been the limit. Lin Yimeng's eyes brimmed with perplexity. She could not pinpoint when it began, but even before she had encountered Su Chen, she was already filled with intrigue about this enigmatic figure. She turned to look back at the courtyard where Su Chen resided, a flicker of concern crossing her gaze. She hoped she could assist her father in the struggle for supremacy. Otherwise, in the contest of the 9 dragons, only one could emerge victorious, compelling them to prevail or face irrevocable ruin. There was no retreat, only the necessity to forge ahead resolutely. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the contest for supremacy arrived. The Royal Martial Arena, the largest of its kind in Jinghong City, could accommodate millions simultaneously. Many from the Jinghong Empire gathered, eager to witness this grand event, and the arena was abuzz with the sounds of countless voices, filled to the brim with spectators. The contest among the 9 dragons for supremacy. Such a spectacle had never been heard of before. Likewise, it was the first time since the establishment of the Jinghong Empire that the 9 princes openly vied for the throne. In previous contests for power, princes had secretly amassed strength, employing various schemes to sabotage one another and ultimately usurp the throne. This time, however, was completely different. Of course, it was also possible that the power of the Jinghong king was so overwhelming. At the half-step return to origin stage, it was indeed terrifying. As long as the Jinghong king remained alive, it signified the eternal existence of the Jinghong Empire. No matter how tumultuous the prince's disputes became, they would ultimately be inconsequential. Yet, once one ascended to the position of the Jinghong king, it meant access to the empire's vast resources, making breakthroughs into the combined body stage a mere formality. Along with unparalleled authority, who could resist such a lure? Nevertheless, the fundamental reason for this contest likely stemmed from the Jinghong king's eagerness to enter seclusion and break through, thus not affording the princes the luxury of time to compete. Directly pitting them against each other was the simplest and most straightforward approach. The contest for supremacy among the 9 dragons was exhilarating. It was worth the long journey from Qingyang County. Who do you think will emerge victorious this time? I believe the first prince is assured of victory, don't you? I beg to differ. Just a couple of days ago, I heard that misfortune befell the first prince's entourage. Originally, there were 9 formidable practitioners at the void refinement stage, yet now only 7 remain. It seems 1 practitioner at the initial stage and another at the mid-stage have perished. But what of it? The first prince still has 3 fully realized void refinement experts at his side, capable of utterly overwhelming anyone else. The second and third princes each possess merely 1 fully realized practitioner of the same stage. In the Huang family's martial arena, the atmosphere is electric, bustling with fervent discussions about who will ultimately seize the throne. Nevertheless, the majority seem to favor the first prince, for his power is unmatched. While you all debate the prospects of the crown, I am certain the 7th prince stands no chance. Agreed. It's utterly laughable. I noticed the list for the competition revealed that the 7th prince has even enlisted a practitioner at the nascent soul stage to fight. Is he desperately grasping at straws? The contest is meant for void refinement practitioners, yet he dares to bring a transformation stage participant. How absurd. Does such a fool truly deserve to be a ruler in my Jinghong Empire? It's preposterous. The derision directed at the 7th prince is palpable, and no one believes he can secure the victory. When discussing the 7th prince, their tone resembles that of mocking jesters. One can only say that every gathering has its fair share of keyboard warriors. Chapter 40. The soaring monarch in the royal martial arena. Within the preparation hall stood a myriad of formidable figures, each exuding an aura of immense power. At the forefront were the 9 princes of the soaring empire. Some bore expressions of cold indifference. Others carried faint smiles, while a few appeared visibly anxious. Among them, the eldest prince was accompanied by a figure whose presence was notably potent, causing the expressions of the other princes to become increasingly grave. 7th brother, you even brought a god transformation stage cultivator. Are you that eager to win? Remarked the 3rd prince. Lin Yu, his tone seemingly calm, though the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Upon hearing his words, the others turned their gazes towards the 7th prince. Within the preparation hall, aside from a few princes who had reached the pinnacle of the god transformation stage, the remaining cultivators were at the void refinement stage, making Su Chen's presence particularly conspicuous. The disdainful looks directed at Lin Jing were palpable. Lin Mu had previously suspected that Lin Jin's decision to bring along a god transformation stage cultivator was a strategic ploy or an effort to conceal his true capabilities, preparing to unleash a hidden trump card. However, after their encounter, he was nearly certain that Su Chen had not concealed his strength. To ensure victory in this contest, Lin Mu had even procured a divine artifact for detection, a mid-grade earthly treasure that rendered anyone virtually transparent to his scrutiny. Lin Mu regarded Lin Jing with a frosty gaze, a faint golden glimmer flickering in his eyes as he sneered derisively. What use is it to hide one's cultivation at the early void refinement stage? There are only 2 available at that level. The rules of the succession battle were straightforward. Akin to a typical contest, each prince would select a subordinate to challenge another prince. The challenge party could not refuse, even if there were disparities in cultivation levels. For instance, if the eldest prince sent forth a pinnacle void refinement cultivator to challenge one at the early stage, refusal was not an option, which, one might argue, was grossly unfair. This implied that 2 princes could simultaneously target a single individual, challenging their respective subordinates. Should a prince find themselves without a suitable candidate, they could enter the fray themselves or choose to forfeit. Ultimately, the victor would ascend as the ruler of the soaring empire. Such seemingly arbitrary rules, however, left little room for exploitation. The contest hinged more on one's raw strength and strategic acumen. Lin Jin replied nonchalantly, "Who will win or lose remains uncertain." Ah, Lin Yu clicked his tongue, his tone dripping with condescension. "So, you, dear seventh brother, are quite confident in your chances against us? It seems you still have some hidden cards up your sleeve." The onlookers immediately turned their attention back to Lin Jin and then scrutinized the three individuals behind him, ultimately scoffing derisively. One at the God transformation stage, one at the early void refinement stage, and another at the mid-void refinement stage. What could such a combination achieve, even if they had a trump card? Despite this reasoning, a few gazes towards Lin Jin shifted, contemplating that when the succession battle commenced, it would be prudent to eliminate him first. Better to confront him before the chaos of the battle allowed him to seize an opportunity. As Lin Yu observed the scene, a faint smile graced his lips, inciting the others to harbor animosity towards Lin Jin. This maneuver would allow them to eliminate one contender, thereby diminishing the competition to a mere 8 individuals. Though the difference was only a single person, it significantly enhanced their chances in the struggle for supremacy, aligning their thoughts toward a common goal. Suddenly, the fifth prince, Lin Hong, spoke up, a subtle smile adorning his face. "Elder brother, since your strength is unparalleled and seventh brother appears to be out of the running for this contest, why not take the opportunity to deal with him? This would grant seventh brother an early respite while simultaneously showcasing your formidable presence. Given Lin Jin's capabilities, he could virtually overwhelm him in a straightforward confrontation. Even sending a late-stage void refinement expert would suffice. Should Lin Jin possess any hidden cards, it would merely serve to deplete Lin Mu's strength." Lin Mu, with an inscrutable smile, acquiesced, saying, "No problem." Upon hearing this, Lin Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, and his smile grew increasingly radiant. Meanwhile, Su Chen observed the intricate web of overt and covert rivalries among the 9 participants, each with a multitude of schemes. In the face of their direct and indirect antagonism, Lin Jin exhibited an impressive calmness, appearing remarkably serene. He believed that with Su Chen's presence, his chances of victory were considerably heightened. A formidable powerhouse, at the very least, a half step into the harmonization stage, would undoubtedly prove a match even against Lin Mu's 3 fully realized void refinement experts. However, a shadow of concern flickered in Lin Jin's gaze. The freedom of this contest for supremacy was alarmingly extensive, permitting the use of formations, talismans, and numerous formidable artifacts. Such high levels of freedom translated to a contest of resources. The first prince possessed the most substantial backing, as his maternal family belonged to another royal force within the empire of the Starlit Phoenix, known as the Du family. Although the Du family was merely a vassal of the Starlit Phoenix Empire, their unwavering support for Lin Mu could summon even their ancestor, a harmonization stage expert, to assist directly. Fortunately, the participants had been finalized 3 days prior, and among them was no sign of the Du family's ancestor. Perhaps due to apprehensions regarding the Starlit King's scrutiny, the Du family dared not overtly support Lin Mu. Currently, among Lin Mu's 7 subordinates, there were 3 at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, 3 in the late stage, and 1 in the mid-stage, their collective prowess overshadowing that of the other princes. Furthermore, this was merely the surface strength. With Lin Mu's cunning, he would undoubtedly procure numerous treasured artifacts, significantly enhancing his might. Lin Jin felt a twinge of exasperation. Were Lin Yu and Lin Hong truly so foolish? Among the 9 present, who lacked a hidden trump card, targeting him as the weakest was less astute than focusing on Lin Mu, the strongest. Once the mightiest was dealt with, couldn't they then engage in their own squabbles? Of course, he considered this without factoring in Su Chen's influence. Nonetheless, Lin Hong's objective was indeed achieved. Under normal circumstances, Lin Mu's intent to eliminate him would serve as a means to gauge Lin Mu's strength while also exhausting some of his resources. After a round of verbal skirmishes and psychological maneuvering, a palpable silence enveloped the preparation platform. Approximately half an hour later, a piercing voice resonated. echoing throughout the martial arts arena. Silence. Our king has arrived. The first to emerge was a eunuch clad in resplendent white silk adorned with cloud patterns, radiating an overwhelmingly formidable aura. A half-step into the harmonization stage, the entire royal martial arena fell into an immediate silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. As countless gazes turned towards the source of the sound, their eyes filled with trepidation. Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in a soft purple robe stepped forward. His countenance was stern and commanding, exuding an innate authority that resembled that of an emperor reigning over the heavens, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon all present. From his being emanated a chilling aura that was suffocating in its intensity. He was the king of the Jing Empire, a practitioner at the half-step return to Origin Realm. Countless individuals watched the Jing king with fearful eyes, scarcely daring to breathe. He was the steadfast anchor of the Jing Empire. As long as he existed, the empire would never face annihilation. Chapter 41. This seventh prince is quite remarkable. 4 chapters presented. In the preparation arena, the ninth prince gazed at the majestic King Jing. His eyes ablaze with fervor, each of them envisioning a day when they would stand in such glory. An unparalleled sovereign, above all others. King Jing ascended to the highest point of the martial arts arena, surveying the assembly with a calm voice that resonated. Today marks the contest for the throne of the Jing Empire. I extend my gratitude to all who have come to witness. The identity of the next Jing king shall be revealed today. As King Jing words echoed, an uproar erupted in the arena, a surge of enthusiasm evident in the eyes of countless spectators. After a brief moment, King Jing raised his hand slightly, and the clamor ceased, restoring an atmosphere of profound silence. Such is the influence of a king. Every word and action commands reverence. Seated upon his rightful throne, King Jing spoke with composure. The rules of this contest are clear. Each shall rely on their own abilities, and all means may be employed. With that declaration, he continued, "Let the contest begin." As his voice faded, a figure suddenly leaped from the preparation platform, wielding a long blade and emanating an overwhelming aura of battle. Boom! The figure landed heavily at the center of the vast arena, the sound reverberating in the ears of the onlookers as if they had been struck. It has begun. Excitement and fervor filled the eyes of the spectators, for this was a clash between cultivators of the void refinement stage. Though the Jing Empire is formidable, practitioners below the nascent soul stage still comprise the majority. While nascent soul cultivators are not uncommon, those of higher realms are indeed rare. Today's contest for the throne features predominantly void refinement experts. How could they not be thrilled to witness such a grand battle? As their gaze turned to the stage, they immediately recognized the identity of the combatant. It was Su Chen, the leader of the Mingtai sect and a practitioner at the late void refinement stage. He was also a disciple under the first prince. Truly, the first prince demonstrated his strength right from the start by sending forth such a formidable individual. The cheers erupted. The first prince shall surely triumph. The first prince shall surely triumph. Above the martial platform, Su Chen's eyes glinted with cold determination as he turned to the preparation stage. I represent His Highness the First Prince, and I challenge Gongsun Yang, the disciple of the seventh prince. Please enlighten me. In the preparation area, Gongsun Yang's expression was grave. Su Chen's prowess far surpassed his own, and being a blade master, he felt that defeat was all but certain. Lin Jin transmitted a message. Mr. Gongsun, if you find yourself unable to contend, simply concede. The contest is ostensibly for practice, and with His Majesty observing, he would not dare to harm you. Just do your best. Gongsun Yang nodded solemnly, then tore through the void to arrive at the preparation stage. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited once more. A battle at the void refinement stage. This was my first time witnessing such a spectacle up close. Alas, it seemed Gongsun Yang was destined for defeat. I dare not speculate further, but the seventh prince's chances in this contest for the throne appear bleak indeed. The seventh prince lacks capable subordinates. Having a mid-stage alchemist like Gongsun Yang is already commendable. Yet, one cannot disregard the fact that the seventh prince's dearth of followers is largely attributable to his mediocre prowess. Were his abilities formidable, even with just one alchemist. He would not be limited to a mere 2 followers. In a certain corner of the observation stands a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her eyes filled with anxiety. Lin Yimeng clutches her garments tightly, her heart racing with trepidation. "Teacher, please do not come harm." Ji Wuchang, a late-stage alchemist of remarkable talent, has achieved his current level of cultivation before even reaching 2,000 years of age, while Gongsun Yang's lifespan is rapidly dwindling. This stark contrast makes the disparity evident. A eunuch beside the sovereign of the Shocking Swan speaks, "Let the match commence." In the next instant, 2 formidable auras surge forth. A sharp blade of energy cleaves through the air, akin to a startled swan as it rushes towards Gongsun Yang. Gongsun Yang forms a seal, his inner strength surging wildly. Mountain-shattering seal, a colossal, ink-green stamp hurtles towards the blade's energy. Boom! An explosive sound reverberates, and a tempest tears through the air, a continuous wailing echoing in its wake. This clash alone would prove fatal to countless spectators had the arena not been fortified with protective formations. Such as the might of a late-stage alchemist. Gongsun Yang is sent flying, blood trickling from his lips, his aura disordered. The exchange between the two was devoid of preliminary tests. They launched straight into their most powerful techniques. Yet, it is abundantly clear that Gongsun Yang has lost. Ji Wuchang sneers coldly, his gaze devoid of warmth. He raises his hand once more, the intent of his blade soaring skyward, piercing the clouds. In that moment, he embodies the essence of a sword. In the next heartbeat, Ji Wuchang vanishes from sight, transforming into a streak of light as he charges toward Gongsun Yang. "Teacher." Lin Yimeng rises, her expression fraught with concern. It appears Gongsun Yang is on the verge of defeat. The disparity in their strengths is insurmountable. Ji Wuchang, a true prodigy, had previously battled a perfected alchemist, his power far exceeding that of a mid-stage alchemist like Gongsun Yang. The spectators regard Gongsun Yang's impending downfall with a sense of inevitability. It is a matter of logic. As Gongsun Yang faces the rapidly approaching Ji Wuchang, his eyes betray a cold indifference, and he fearlessly charges forward. Witnessing this, many shake their heads. To confront someone stronger head-on, without retreating, is nothing short of folly, a reckless endeavor. With a sneer, Ji Wuchang intensifies his grip on the blade, its sharpness palpable to those observing, causing a stinging sensation in their eyes. Just as the two are about to collide, a golden light suddenly emanates from Gongsun Yang's hand. Buzz! The void begins to ripple, a formidable sword intent spreading outward. What is this? Ji Wuchang's eyes flicker with a grave intensity. This sword intent sends chills down his spine, as if he has encountered a nemesis. In the next moment, the golden light flashes before his eyes, instantly piercing through Ji Wuchang's neck, severing his head cleanly. He barely has time to react before he is slain. The confrontation is far from over. The golden radiance has not yet ceased. It pierced through the formation of the arena, leaving a gaping wound in its wake before finally coming to a halt. How can this be possible? Ji Wuchang's pupils dilated in disbelief, his life force rapidly waning. His voice filled with incredulity. How could he possibly face defeat? Thud, thud. The sound of his severed head striking the ground resonated sharply, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. Ji Wuchang has fallen. This outcome was utterly unexpected. They had anticipated that the next strike would see Gongsun Yang stained with blood upon the stage. Yet the reality was the exact opposite. Ji Wuchang's head lay severed. The sudden twist of fate left the onlookers bewildered, their expressions tinged with confusion. What had transpired moments ago? Upon the throne, King Jing narrowed his eyes, glancing at the breach formation with interest, and remarked, "Tianjian Mountain, the sword intent of the Sword King. This seventh brother is quite formidable." Chapter 42. The seventh prince is doomed, preparing for battle at the platform. The other princes displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated that Ji Wuchang would be slain so abruptly. Several princes narrowed their eyes at Lin Jin, relieved that their initial plan was to eliminate him first, for he might have otherwise seized an opportunity. From the overwhelming sword intent they had just witnessed, they surmised the origin of Lin Jin's treasure. Tianjiao Mountain. This formidable royal-level power boasts a Sword King, a formidable sword cultivator at the mid-stage of the fusion realm. In the past, before the Jing King had broken through to the half-step returning origin realm, the Sword King was capable of contending with him. Of course, that is no longer the case. Within the Jing Empire, only the Sword King possesses such a potent sword intent. The golden light they had seen earlier likely contained a blow from the Sword King, which was sufficient to slay Ji Wuchang. The first prince's expression darkened considerably. His eyes were as cold as ice. He had suffered yet another loss of a late-stage void refinement cultivator. These individuals not only represented him in the struggle for the throne, but would also be his crucial ministers upon ascending to power. The death of any one of them constituted a significant loss. Lin Mu cast a frosty glance at Lin Jin before speaking indifferently. "Seventh brother, you possess remarkable means." Lin Jin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, paying him no heed. Observing this, Lin Mu chuckled coldly. "I shall see how many more trump cards you have." "Wei Zhou, you go." A seemingly unremarkable individual stepped forward from behind him, exuding a potent aura, also a late-stage void refinement cultivator. However, his presence was slightly weaker than Ji Wuchang's. This man was Wei Zhou, the sect leader of the Wanfu sect. He was a high-level 7th-grade talisman master, equipped with numerous treasures, boasting a formidable ability to protect himself. Even if Gong Sun Yang had some hidden cards, as long as he remained cautious, it would be challenging to eliminate Wei Zhou. Wei Zhou bowed respectfully to Lin Mu before vanishing from the preparation platform. When he reappeared, he had already arrived on the arena. The rules of the struggle for the throne dictate that one can challenge anyone, and anyone can challenge you, with no option to refuse. Naturally, one may choose to concede, but to do so equates to elimination, disallowing further challenges or being challenged. However, the victor enjoys greater freedom in their choices, deciding whether to continue challenging or to recuperate. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the two figures on the arena, their expressions heavy with concern. Following Ji Wuchang's death, they regarded Gong Sun Yang with newfound respect. Indeed, none of the 9 princes were to be underestimated. It is self-evident. Yet one might wonder how many such trump cards one could possess continuously. It would be extraordinary. The sword intent they had just witnessed was clearly that of a powerful being in the fusion stage. If the 7th prince had an abundance of such treasures, he would undoubtedly claim the throne. While Gong Sun Yang had killed Ji Wuchang, the majority still believed the 7th prince's prospects were bleak. Victory? It seemed utterly impossible. The voice of the Grand Eunuch rang out once more. "Commence." As the sound echoed, Wei Zhou raised his hand and launched a talisman toward Gong Sun Yang, which detonated in midair, transforming into a torrential flood that surged forward. This talisman retained the lethal power capable of slaying those in the void refinement stage, causing Gong Sun Yang's expression to shift dramatically. His eyes filled with gravity. He realized that defeat was inevitable, and his objective was solely to wound Wei Zhou and diminish his strength. With this thought, Gong Sun Yang's aura surged to its zenith, his eyes glinting crimson as he charged at Wei Zhou. "Kill!" Wei Zhou sneered. "Do you think you can withstand my Tianhai talisman? You overestimate yourself." Instantly, the deluge engulfed Gong Sun Yang, the immense force nearly tearing him apart. It took every ounce of his strength to escape its grasp. Bang! Gong Sun Yang collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood, his aura dwindling to its lowest ebb. A single talisman had proven too much for him to bear, a testament to the prowess of the late void refinement stage. For most ordinary cultivators, the ability to transcend their ranks in combat was a distant dream. Even when faced with someone merely a minor realm above them, they could only be overwhelmed. Moreover, Wei Zhou had chosen to deploy his most powerful talisman right away, seeking to unveil Gong Sun Yang's hidden cards. The Tianhai talisman posed a significant threat even to those in the late void refinement stage, let alone Gong Sun Yang, who was merely in the mid-stage. To survive this encounter was already a remarkable stroke of fortune. Wei Zhou chuckled coldly. "What is this? No more hidden cards?" As he spoke, a fiery red talisman emerged in his hand, emanating an astonishing power that raised the temperature within the arena dramatically. Just as Wei Zhou prepared to unleash it, Gong Sun Yang gritted his teeth and declared, "I concede." At this proclamation, a wave of derisive murmurs swept through the martial arena. Wei Zhou narrowed his eyes, retracting the talisman from his grasp, a cold smile gracing his lips. To refuse to concede meant death, and conceding bore the same fate. Once the seventh prince fell, the first prince would undoubtedly spare no one. Gong Sun Yang struggled to rise, vanishing from the arena, only to reappear at the preparation stage. He approached Lin Jing, an apologetic expression on his face. "Your Highness, I am truly sorry." Lin Jing shook his head dismissively, indicating that there was no harm done, Mr. Gong Sun, you should rest well. At that moment, Wei Zhou's voice rang out once more from the arena. "I challenge Zhang Yang under the seventh prince." Lin Jin's side was left with only a novice in the void refinement stage and a spirit transformation stage cultivator, if they could deal with the void refinement stage adversary. The remaining one in the spirit transformation stage would pose little threat. Zhang Yang was about to ascend to the arena when Lin Jin halted him, concede. Zhang had yet to fully recover from his injuries. Engaging Wei Zhou would be tantamount to suicide, and he might not even be able to utter his concession. Zhang glanced at Lin Jin and immediately proclaimed loudly, "I concede." As the words echoed within the preparation stage, the expressions of those in the martial arena turned peculiar. What was happening? Was the seventh prince's challenge about to come to an abrupt end? There remains but one stage of the transformation realm. Is that not utterly disheartening? Even if there exists a hidden trump card as before, the chasm between the void refinement and the transformation realm is insurmountable. And possessing formidable artifacts does not guarantee their effective utilization. It appears that the seventh prince is destined to exit the stage post-haste. One ponders the rationale behind his choice of a transformation realm practitioner. Is it a jest? How amusing! I surmise that the transformation realm contender shall be dispatched in an instant. Upon the arena, a glint of derision flickered in Wei Zhou's eyes. I challenge the seventh prince's subordinate, Su Chen. In the preparation area, Lin Jin cast a glance at Su Chen behind him and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, remarking, "This is troublesome." Witnessing this scene, the other princes displayed expressions of mockery. Has the seventh prince lost his wits? Showing such deference to a transformation realm practitioner, does he truly believe victory is attainable? It seems the seventh prince's fervent desire to win has led him to an irrational state. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully before gracefully departing the preparation area. He ascended with a lightness of being, eventually alighting softly upon the arena. His aura remained firmly within the transformation realm. For him, to engage in combat at such a level necessitated the suppression of his own realm in order to savor the thrill of battle. Otherwise, it would be a mere formality. Seeing Su Chen's youthful visage, many spectators in the martial arena exhibited expressions of disdain. Indeed, he is of the transformation realm. It appears the seventh prince's defeat is a foregone conclusion. Chapter 43. What a situation! Is a transformation stage expert truly this powerful? Ha! Is this really a transformation stage expert? Could the seventh prince be jesting? Do not laugh. Who knows, he might be concealing his true cultivation level. How is that possible? Concealing one's cultivation to the transformation stage. Do the others not see through it? If Su Chen's true strength exceeded the late stage of void refinement, do you think the crown prince would allow Wei Zhou to challenge him? This Su Chen at the transformation stage truly diminishes the caliber of the succession battle. Does he even deserve to partake in such a contest? Mocking and derisive voices echoed, as they found it utterly ludicrous that the only transformation stage participant in the succession battle was present. This is absurd. One wonders what the seventh prince was thinking. Introducing a transformation stage expert into the fray. Is this not a farce? Or perhaps the seventh prince truly had no other options. On the arena, Wei Zhou's lips curled into a slight smirk, his expression revealing disdain for Su Chen. Yet, undeterred by the laughter surrounding him, Su Chen calmly drew a long sword. This sword was unremarkable, merely a low-grade, earth-tier weapon. Grand Eunuch glanced at the nearby King Jing, and presuming nothing unexpected occurred, the seventh prince was about to be eliminated. He naturally sought his master's counsel. King Jing nodded indifferently. For him, as long as nothing too outrageous transpired during the process, he would not intervene. Grand Eunuch immediately announced, "Begin." With the sharp command echoing, a burst of crimson light erupted at the center of the stage. Su Chen had vanished from his original position, and Wei Zhou was cleaved in half, the scene drenched in blood. Su Chen murmured, "I still failed to control my strength. Suppressing it to the transformation stage is insufficient. I must also temper my Hongmeng celestial body." The fully realized Hongmeng celestial body was overwhelmingly powerful, with an immense increase in speed. Even though he had held back, he still annihilated Wei Zhou in an instant. The entire martial arena fell into a deathly silence following Wei Zhou's demise. Even King Jing displayed a look of astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. After a considerable time, the crowd emerged from their shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. What has transpired? Wei Zhou was killed in an instant. Was he not a transformation stage expert? How could he possibly eliminate a late-stage void refinement cultivator so swiftly? Good heavens! Is this truly the seventh prince? It is evident now. One should never underestimate any prince. Su Chen clearly possessed the means to suppress his cultivation. To eliminate a late-stage void refinement expert in a heartbeat, he must be at the pinnacle of void refinement, if not beyond. Expressions of horror filled the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Clearly, Su Chen's prowess had utterly astonished them. On the preparation platform, the Crown Prince's face turned ashen, his eyes igniting with a terrifying killing intent. Su Chen had concealed his cultivation, and he had failed to see through it, a notion difficult for him to accept. Thus, it appeared that only two possibilities existed regarding Su Chen. Either he possesses a treasure capable of cloaking his presence, or Su Chen is an unparalleled powerhouse, most likely a formidable being at the threshold of the fusion stage. Lin Mu's gaze was imbued with icy disdain. He could not bring himself to believe that Su Chen was a practitioner at the fusion stage. The most formidable individual of the Su family in Mingyue City was merely at the mid-stage of the void refinement, and Su Chen, being a member of the younger generation, could only aspire to the level of the god transformation stage at best. He cast a grim look towards Lin Jing, his expression darkened by the revelation. It was unexpected that Lin Jing harbored such capabilities, manipulating him through his sense of complacency, then employing specialized treasures akin to Gongsun Ming's to eliminate adversaries. This was his cunning scheme. Clearly, in Lin Mu's perspective, Su Chen lacked the ability to slay Wei Zhou independently. It was undoubtedly due to some treasure bestowed upon him by Lin Jing that had enabled the instantaneous defeat of Wei Zhou. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, turning to the middle-aged man behind him and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Mr. Ban Xing, it is your turn to take the stage." This man was his most powerful subordinate, who had previously lost two of his own in attempts to deal with Lin Jing. He could not afford further casualties, lest his reputation crumble into dust. Ban Xing's expression hardened as he nodded, then vanished from sight. Upon his appearance on the arena, the crowd was engulfed in confusion, clearly having never encountered him before. Was he not a part of the Jinghong Empire? Despite their unfamiliarity, the aura radiating from Ban Xing left many in awe. A culmination of the void refinement stage. Such a formidable presence, and should he advance further, he would become a being of the fusion stage. Even if Su Chen possessed some hidden cards, it seemed implausible that he could triumph over such a strong adversary, considering he was merely at the god transformation stage. Someone spoke with a grave demeanor. Yet, it was evident that the feats achieved by the seventh prince's subordinates had instilled a degree of uncertainty in many. Consequently, they opted to withhold their judgments until the outcome was fully realized. Excitement flickered across the faces of numerous spectators. If each prince possessed such a plethora of strategies, then today's contest for supremacy would surely be captivating. At the edge of the arena, Lin Yimeng's eyes gleamed with anticipation, her palms slick with perspiration. "Su Chen, you must emerge victorious." Ban Xing regarded Su Chen with a chilling voice, declaring killing Wei Zhou by mere chance was fortuitous, yet all that ends today. "You shall not prevail against me. I will demonstrate to you the vast chasm that separates the god transformation stage from the void refinement stage." Unlike the previous two opponents who relied solely on their own abilities, He had additional treasures bestowed by Lin Mu at his disposal. For Su Chen to attempt to vanquish him was akin to chasing a mirage. Su Chen maintained an expression of calm indifference, silently observing Ban Xing, a faint smirk of derision playing at the corners of his lips. Moments later, the voice of Elder Gao resonated throughout the martial arena. Gomos. In an instant, the two figures collided with tremendous force, the sharp essence of their swords permeating the entire arena. What? Lin Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene. Su Chen was capable of keeping pace with Ban Xing's speed. Could it be that he too was a practitioner at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage? If he truly has attained the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, why am I unable to see through his cultivation? On the arena, Su Chen maintained an air of nonchalance, wielding his sword with a presence as elusive as a specter. While it appeared that both combatants exchanged blows evenly, the reality was starkly different. Each of Su Chen's strikes left a mark on Ban Xing, while the latter could scarcely inflict any harm upon Su Chen. This disparity was glaring. How infuriating! A grave expression filled Ban Xing's eyes as he realized that Su Chen was far from being as simple as he seemed. He must be concealing his true cultivation. Could he be at the threshold of the integration stage? Just as he pondered this, a flash of sword light suddenly cleaved towards him. Caught unawares, Ban Xing suffered a gruesome gash across his chest. This scene sent a ripple of shock through the spectators in the martial arena. What is happening here? Is a mere transformation stage cultivator truly this formidable? Chapter 44. The Convergence of Power, a turn of events with Ban Xing's injury. The mindset of all present shifted once more regarding the battle. Upon the arena, Su Chen and Ban Xing swiftly engaged in combat, fierce waves of energy radiating outward, causing the platform to tremble under the force of their might. And it began to show signs of cracking. Gradually, Su Chen lost his enthusiasm for the duel. It was far too easy. Even when suppressing himself to the level of the transformation stage, he could still effortlessly exchange blows with Ban Xing. If he so desired, he could eliminate Ban Xing with a single strike. The disparity between them was staggering. Although the power gap between the transformation stage and the void refinement stage was indeed significant, this was only true for the average individual. In the eyes of the top prodigies of the Xian-Tian realm, the chasm between these two stages was not insurmountable. Ultimately, with a gentle flick of his wrist, Su Chen's sword light danced through the air, seemingly alive, accompanied by a resonant roar, enveloping Ban Xing entirely. Crack! A crisp and melodious sound echoed as something within Ban Xing shattered, and he was sent hurtling backward at breakneck speed. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon Ban Xing's expression. Such a simple strike had obliterated his protective treasure. He could scarcely fathom the consequences had that blow landed upon him directly. The confrontation between the two had captivated the audience, leaving many in awe. From the outset, they struggled to believe in Su Chen's prowess. Yet gradually, they began to accept the reality. Su Chen was indeed formidable, exceedingly so. It seemed that the seventh prince was the true dark horse. Who on earth is this individual, possessing such extraordinary strength? I have heard whispers that he is the young patriarch of the Su clan from Minghua City, but this level of power is simply astonishing. He is from a faction that recently achieved breakthroughs in 2 void refinement stages. Exclamations of astonishment filled the air, clearly reflecting the shock of Su Chen's overwhelming might. Ban Xing gazed at Su Chen with a solemn intensity, but gradually, this seriousness transformed into indifference. With a cold demeanor, he declared, "Your strength is impressive, at least a half step into the convergence stage, but it still falls short." As he spoke, an extraordinary aura emanated from him, as if he were a ferocious beast breaking free from his shackles, exuding an overwhelming presence. In that moment, Ban Xing's energy surged exponentially, creating a stark contrast to his previous state. He was now at the convergence stage. A wave of gasps erupted from the spectators' seats, with all eyes fixated on Ban Xing in astonishment. The first prince had managed to enlist the aid of a being at the convergence stage. Did this not guarantee his victory in the struggle for supremacy? Indeed, no matter how powerful Su Chen might be, he could not possibly surpass the convergence stage, could he? This individual from the convergence stage appeared to be no ordinary figure. "I estimate he is at least at the mid-convergence stage," remarked one observer of the transformation stage with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, gasps of disbelief arose from the surrounding crowd. Mid-convergence stage. Lin Yimeng, witnessing this turn of events, was filled with despair. It is not due to her lack of faith in Su Chen, but rather the formidable strength of the mid-stage integration realm that leaves her in awe. She has discerned that although Su Chen's combat prowess is exceedingly powerful, his aura remains consistently at the divine transformation stage. His exceptional strength can only be attributed to two possibilities. Either he possesses an extraordinary and unparalleled treasure, or he is an innate genius of unrivaled caliber, capable of overcoming adversaries beyond his realm. While such individuals are exceedingly rare, the vastness of the world does indeed harbor such extraordinary characters. Rumors occasionally circulate within the Jing Empire regarding prodigies who have achieved remarkable feats, such as a certain heir of a sacred land defeating foes from higher realms, or even a mid-stage integration practitioner overcoming a return-to-origin expert. Lin Yimeng finds it difficult to believe that Su Chen is such a genius, as it seems too distant from their reality. Although he currently displays remarkable strength, rivaling some of the top elites, the Su family is merely a minor clan. And despite Su Chen's exceptional talent, substantial limitations remain. While instinctively sensing impending defeat, she still harbors hope for Su Chen's victory. As Ban Xing revealed his aura, the eyes of the Jing king narrowed. He did not express joy at the presence of a mid-stage integration practitioner under Lin Mu's command. Rather, he appeared contemplative. At this moment, upon the arena, Ban Xing elevated his strength to its zenith and brandished a crescent moonblade. This represented his true power at the mid-stage integration. Initially, Ban Xing believed that suppressing himself to the perfected void refinement stage, with his experience and techniques, would not pose significant difficulty in securing victory within the succession battle. However, he did not anticipate such an unexpected turn of events that would compel him to exert his full strength. With a cold expression, Ban Xing declared, "Your ability to draw forth my complete prowess is commendable, but this is where it ends." As he spoke, his aura erupted, shattering the surrounding void, and an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from the arena, causing even those shielded by formations to experience a sense of suffocation. How terrifying! Is this the might of a mid-stage integration expert? Merely witnessing it induces trepidation, and it seems increasingly unlikely that Su Chen could emerge victorious. Indeed, he had only managed to gain a slight upper hand previously. Now, defeating Ban Xing at the integration stage appears nearly impossible. The display of Ban Xing's prowess swayed the onlookers entirely in his favor, dispelling any belief that Su Chen could triumph. Initially, many anticipated Su Chen's victory, but now uncertainty looms. The succession battle has only just begun, yet it unfolds with such brilliance, igniting excitement among all present. A series of twists and turns ensue. At first, everyone believed the seventh prince was destined to lose, yet he repeatedly defied the odds. Meanwhile, the first prince, possessing formidable foundations, commands a mid-stage integration powerhouse, sweeping away the competition. Observing this scene from the preparation platform, the expressions of the other princes shifted from calm to one of sheer terror and panic. Although they had made some preparations, they were far from equipped to contend with a mid-stage integration expert. This signifies that in this battle for supremacy, Lin Mu undoubtedly stands as the strongest contender, leaving no opportunity for others to vie for power. On the arena, Su Chen regarded the disdainful expression of Ban Xing and calmly remarked, "Are you so certain that you can take my life?" As he spoke, Su Chen raised the sword in his hand, his demeanor tinged with scorn. "Since you are so eager to seek your own demise, allow me to demonstrate a couple of moves, so you may comprehend that there are always greater powers beyond your reckoning." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, for reasons unknown, Ban Xing felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, as if he were about to confront an immense terror. His expression turned grave. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, his internal aura reaching its zenith. He unleashed all his strength, determined to eliminate Su Chen with utmost speed to preempt further complications. Su Chen responded with a cold smile. In the next moment, he too sprang into action. Chapter 45. The Terrifying Power of Su Chen. Astonishment among the crowd. Su Chen raised the sword in his hand and suddenly swung it forward. Heaven slash! In an instant, a horrifying spectacle unfolded before countless eyes. A colossal rift manifested between heaven and earth, brimming with starlight, radiating an extraordinary brilliance that captivated all who beheld it. This immense fissure stretched for thousands of zhang, casting its shadow over the highest point of Jing city, visible to nearly everyone present. Faces turned pale as many realized that, despite the dazzling allure of the starlight, it was infused with a ferocious force of annihilation. They could scarcely fathom the terror that would ensue should the starlight cascade forth. Could anyone in this world withstand such a formidable power? Among them, Ban Xing was the most terrified, struck directly by the sword, enveloped in starlight as his corporeal form rapidly disintegrated. In a mere breath, he would likely face complete obliteration. Such was the sheer horror. For an ordinary person, a breath may seem fleeting, yet for a cultivator in the integration stage, that same span feels interminable. Ban Xing, encased in starlight, found himself rendered immobile. His expression initially one of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. But soon, despair and regret filled his gaze. Why? Why did such a formidable being partake in the battle for supremacy? And to aid the worthless seventh prince, no less? Ban Xing was utterly confounded. The power exhibited by Su Chen was overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving even him, a mid-integration cultivator, utterly defenseless. This was irrefutable proof that Su Chen's strength was at least at the returning origin realm. He could not believe that anyone could slay a mid-integration cultivator during the transformation stage, even if one possessed treasures and unique physiques to contend with an integration stage opponent. It was inconceivable that they could so effortlessly bring about his demise. Surely there would be a few exchanges? Yet from Su Chen, he felt only despair, devoid of any means of resistance. Not only was he unable to withstand this strike, he realized the chasm in power was insurmountably vast. Silence enveloped the entire martial arena. As all present stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen, having lost the capacity to mask their shock. The scene before them shattered all understanding and preconceived notions. An integration stage cultivator was about to fall, and they were to witness this unprecedented event. For years, the Jing Empire had not witnessed the demise of an integration stage cultivator. Yet today, they bore witness. As they watched Ban Xing struggle, their hearts felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving them frozen in place, at a loss for words to express the tumult of emotions swirling within them. The most striking aspect was that the one who had dealt this death blow was merely a transformation stage cultivator, albeit perhaps a deceptive one. Su Chen's aura resonated solely with that of the transformation stage, which instinctively led them to believe a mid-integration cultivator had been slain by one of lesser standing. He had killed an integration stage cultivator. From this moment forth, the name Su Chen, the young master of the Su family, would resound throughout the entire Jing Empire. Not only the Empire of Jing, but the entirety of the Eastern Domain, nay, the entire Xintian realm will inevitably become acquainted with this name. Do you comprehend the significance of a being in the transformation stage being capable of vanquishing one in the integration stage? Even within ancient texts, it is only said that legendary princes possess such prowess. A prince, are they not the progeny of the great emperors? Indeed, thus you may grasp the sheer terror that Su Chen embodies. He is already comparable to the fabled prince of legend. Throughout, Su Chen has merely manifested the strength of the transformation stage. Even the final strike was executed solely with his cultivation at that level. Were he to utilize that technique with the cultivation of the integration stage, it is likely that the entire city of Jing would be enveloped by the starlit domain. In the blink of an eye, Ban Xing was rendered lifeless. Meanwhile, the emperor of Jing, seated upon his throne, abruptly rose, his eyes reflecting disbelief and panic. It is unfathomable that the sovereign of the empire of Jing would exhibit such trepidation. Given Ban Xing's strength, it would have been impossible for anyone to so easily dispatch him. Yet Su Chen achieved this feat, seemingly with considerable ease, appearing as though he were merely enjoying a gentle breeze. This indicates that the individual before him possesses strength that undoubtedly surpasses his own. The realm of returning essence. The Emperor of Jing could never have anticipated that the seventh son, Lin Jing, would be able to enlist the aid of such a formidable being. However, he found himself puzzled. Why would a master of the realm of returning essence take an interest in the meager assets of the Jing Empire? If he so desired, he could easily incorporate the empire under his dominion without lifting a finger. So why assist Lin Jing in ascending to the throne? Regardless of the reasoning, he understood that his attitude towards Lin Jing must be more favorable in the future. This young man not only commands the assistance of the Sword King, but has now also summoned a master of the realm of returning essence, a truly terrifying prospect. He cared not for who the Emperor of Jing was, as long as the strength displayed could command the empire and guide it towards greater heights. That sufficed. Although somewhat cold-hearted, one must be ruthless to survive in this world. At this moment, within the preparation arena, Lin Mu bellowed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. How could Ban Xing possibly be outmatched? He is a practitioner of the mid-integration stage. Not only he, but Lin Jing too was similarly incredulous. Recalling the words of Su Chen as they departed the Su family, he felt the absurdity of the situation wash over him. Was it truly so outrageous? Could the son of Su Chen possess such extraordinary capabilities? Surely, the strength of the Su family could not have increased to such an extent without Su Chen's influence. Though Lin Jing had not interacted extensively with the Su family, he believed he understood them fairly well. They had managed to sweep aside other factions upon entering Mingwei City and rapidly ascended in power. This evidently surpassed their inherent capabilities. Initially, Lin Jing speculated that the Su family must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity to progress so swiftly. But upon reflection, was it not Su Chen who was the very opportunity? With such a formidable powerhouse, how could the Su family possibly fail to advance? Within the preparation arena, all the princes were engulfed in terror. Had Su Chen merely been an integration stage practitioner, they would possess the resolve to fight with all their might. But he was a master of the realm of returning essence. How could they possibly contend against such overwhelming strength? It is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot or an egg striking a rock. If they possessed the strength to eliminate Su Chen, they would have long since ousted the king of the Phoenix, rather than engage in this futile power struggle. The ninth prince, Lin Feng, was the first to speak. Addressing Lin Jing with utmost respect, seventh brother, it appears that the throne is rightfully yours. Allow me to extend my early congratulations. The eighth prince, Lin Bu, echoed his sentiments. Congratulations, seventh brother. Though history has shown that those who ascend to the throne often eliminate their own siblings, there remains a glimmer of hope in their hearts. None wish for their demise. The other princes also offered their congratulations to Lin Jing, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. After a deep breath to quell the tumult of his emotions, he finally smiled and replied, "The matter is not yet resolved. Let us not rush into congratulations." In truth, he had long since made his decisions regarding his brothers. Those who must perish would undoubtedly be dealt with, while those who pose no threat need not be harmed. Among the 9 princes, not all sought the throne. For instance, Lin Feng had never contemplated such ambitions, desiring only a carefree existence, albeit reluctantly thrust into this battle for succession. Furthermore, he posed no threat to Lin Jing, thus he could be spared. Conversely, individuals like Lin Mu were driven by a lethal resolve. However, it would be imprudent for him to coldly declare his intentions to eliminate them all upon his ascension. At the very least, he must feign benevolence, granting them the illusion of survival. Once his hold on the throne was secure, he could swiftly turn against them. After all, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Should they feel sufficiently threatened, they could resort to desperate measures, leading to a myriad of complications. He then cast his gaze once more towards Su Chen, the realm of returning essence. Su Chen was truly formidable. In an instant, A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Su Chen, was he still unwed? My beloved Meng is renowned as a great beauty in the city of Phoenix. Yet with such terrifying prowess, what woman could he not have? If need be, perhaps Meng could serve as a concubine or maid. Lin Jin's thoughts spiraled, unaware that his dear daughter had nearly been offered to another. Chapter 46. The Majestic Cloud Mountain, a celestial sanctuary for Su Chen. Vanquishing a cultivator at the integration stage was an effortless feat, leaving his expression largely unchanged. Rather than prolonging the encounter, he suggested that all the warriors under the princes unite in their efforts. His calm voice reverberated throughout the martial arena, rendering the audience speechless in astonishment. A single individual daring to challenge dozens of formidable refinement stage experts was a display of sheer terror. All eyes turned towards the preparation platform, eager to observe the reactions of the princes, and they anticipated that the other royal contenders might possess even greater prowess. However, it was evident that the remaining princes had no remarkable strategies left. Ultimately, the battle for supremacy concluded with Su Chen's effortless victory, leaving the eldest prince in a daze as he departed the preparation platform. Su Chen represented the seventh prince, signifying that Lin Jin was destined to become the future sovereign of the Phoenix Empire. The presence of a guardian at the returning origin stage was not met with disdain or aversion by the future sovereign. Rather, it was viewed as a boon for the Phoenix Empire that such a powerful ally could lend assistance. At his level of achievement, Lin Jin no longer placed significant importance on factions. He was solely concerned with gains and losses. The support of Guardian at the returning origin stage brought only benefits to the Phoenix Empire. 3 days later, the news of Lin Jin's ascension was proclaimed throughout the Phoenix Empire with remarkable swiftness. The empire was vast and powerful, and aside from the refinement stage warriors who had participated in the contest for supremacy, there were dozens more who remained neutral due to their affiliations with integration stage backgrounds, thus not entangled in the conflict. Yet, upon Lin Jin's coronation, many of these individuals still made their way to offer congratulations and express goodwill. In the imperial palace, the Harren Hall now served as Lin Jin's residence, a stark contrast to the opulence of the Jin Wangfu. Clad in a blue robe, Lin Jin smiled as he expressed his gratitude. I must extend my thanks to you, young Master Su. Su Chen nodded in response. It was a trifling matter. Your prior assistance to the Su family warrants this debt of gratitude. Lin Jin chuckled awkwardly, striving to cultivate a closer relationship with Su Chen, yet the latter remained aloof, seemingly disinterested. This indifference was hardly surprising. They had no prior acquaintance, and Su Chen's involvement was solely due to Su Qingtian's influence. Had the Su family not owed him a favor, it was likely that Su Chen would have disregarded him entirely. At that moment, Lin Yimeng gracefully entered, having visited her father and young Master Su. She greeted the two with a respectful bow, embodying the demeanor of a refined lady, radiating an aura of comfort. Her bright eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration as they scrutinized Su Chen. In any realm, women revered those who possess strength, and in the mundane world, such strength translated to status, wealth, and power. However, in a world where strength reigned supreme, women naturally revered true power. Suddenly, Lin Jin remarked, young Master Su, I have already dispatched individuals to seek out locations abundant in spiritual energy, and we have made some progress. Soon, the Su family will be able to relocate to the Phoenix Empire. This endeavor had been previously suggested by Su Chen, prompting Lin Jin to mobilize the royal resources immediately following his ascension. The royal family possesses immense power, making the search for locations rich in spiritual veins a trivial endeavor. A smile finally graced Su Chen's lips. That would be troublesome. Observing Su Chen's demeanor, Lin Jin revealed a hint of joy. From Su Chen's attitude, it was evident that prying open his heart might prove difficult. However, by extending goodwill towards the Su family, she hoped to earn Su Chen's favor. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while, though Su Chen maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, lacking a strong desire to converse. Ultimately, Lin Jin could only suppress her thoughts of having Lin Yimeng accompany him deep within her heart. Moreover, from Su Chen's attitude. It seemed he harbored little enthusiasm for Lin Yimeng. With no other recourse, Lin Jin suggested, since young master Su has yet to explore Jinghong City, why not allow Yimeng to accompany you? She has spent considerable time in Jinghong City and is quite familiar with the local attractions, making her an excellent guide. This was a compromise. Su Chen had not indicated any immediate plans to leave the Jinghong Empire, so fostering a connection between him and Lin Yimeng might yield unforeseen possibilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Yimeng looked at Su Chen with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. It was unclear when these strange feelings for him had begun to arise, an emotion she could not quite articulate, yet she yearned to draw closer to him. Su Chen nodded. Very well. He had intended to explore Jinghong City, so having a guide would indeed be beneficial. As someone who had traversed from another world and possessed unparalleled strength, Su Chen could easily adopt a carefree attitude towards his existence in this realm, treating it more like a game. Upon hearing Su Chen's agreement, Lin Yimeng felt a surge of nervous excitement, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Would this mean they would have the chance to be alone together? Happiness bubbled within Lin Yimeng as her mind recalled Su Chen's dashing figure at the Royal Martial Arena, erasing the unpleasant image he had initially presented at the Jinwang mansion. After further conversation, Lin Yimeng shyly led Su Chen out, and they began to meander through Jinghong City. She guided him to various locales, indulging in food, drink, and entertainment. Jinghong City was indeed far more prosperous, with culinary ingredients of a higher caliber than those in Mingyue City, including the rare meats of spiritual beasts from the transformation stage and even the void refinement stage, though the latter were quite scarce. Such a notion would have been unimaginable in Mingyue City. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It had been quite some time since Lin Jin's ascension to the throne, and the Jinghong Empire had fully accepted Lin Jin as their new king. The eldest prince, Lin Mu, had been eliminated by Lin Jin's scheme a fortnight ago, and the Du family, which had supported Lin Mu, remained silent. Furthermore, the Grand General of the nation publicly expressed his congratulations, which clearly signified his support. Thus, Lin Jin had firmly established his position within the Jinghong Empire. Wangyun Mountain. This place soared into the clouds, surrounded by an unending chain of mountains, presenting a truly magnificent sight. At the foot of the mountain lies a river that spans several dozen fathoms in width. This locale is imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, as the mountains harbor exquisite spiritual veins. These veins are typically categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite grades. The inferior veins contain tens of millions of inferior spirit stones. The medium veins harbor hundreds of millions, and the superior veins encompass billions of inferior spirit stones. However, the exquisite veins are even more formidable, possessing at least hundreds of billions of inferior spirit stones. It is worth noting that these inferior spirit stones merely serve as a statistical unit within exquisite veins. One primarily finds medium and superior spirit stones, with only a scant number of exquisite stones, making inferior spirit stones quite rare. Most significantly, the exquisite veins contain dragon veins. As long as the dragon vein remains undisturbed, it will perpetually generate additional spiritual energy, thereby enriching the spiritual force in this region over time. The majestic Mount Wangyun is the current abode of the Su family, situated in the heart of Qinghu County within the Jinghong Empire, a veritable paradise of celestial delights. Chapter 47. The Scarlet Horned Lizard. Treasures abound in the empire of the soaring phoenix at the pinnacle of Mount Wangyun. Su Chen gazed downward, nodding in approval. This locale far surpassed Mingyue City in its splendor. However, the Su family had not entirely severed ties with the 5 great cities. Su Chen undertook minor renovations in that area, establishing several spirit summoning arrays to enrich the spiritual energy. He then appointed Elder Su Yuanba and Elder Su Holuan to take turns guarding the place, along with a few branches of the collateral family. The Su family strategy was to allow the collateral branches to take over the guardianship once they gained sufficient strength, a customary practice among prominent families. The 5 great cities, after all, offered substantial benefits, and the Su family was reluctant to relinquish them without a fight. The principal city of Qinghe County, named Qingfeng City. Though not as vast as soaring Phoenix City, still boasted a size of at least 3/5 that of its grander counterpart, rendering it quite prosperous. With the support of the royal family, the Su family successfully entered the city and commenced numerous ventures. Although other factions were displeased with the Su family's presence, they refrained from voicing their objections, especially with Lin Jing newly in power. No one wished to provoke conflict. Of course, even in the absence of Lin Jing, they would still hesitate to challenge the Su family, given their possession of a practitioner at the returning Yuan realm. With established industries in Qingfeng City, the Su family had firmly entrenched themselves within soaring Phoenix City. Mount Wanyun is divided into 3 distinct sections. At the top resided the direct descendants of the Su family, followed by the collateral relatives and then the servants. Due to the mountain's vastness, the uppermost area could accommodate at least 10,000 inhabitants. Yet the direct lineage of the Su family numbered only a few dozen, rendering Su Chen's estate remarkably opulent. It was nearly 5 times the size of his residence in Mingwest City, adorned luxuriously, with dedicated guard stationed at the entrance, a detail arranged specifically by Su Chen. Within the entirety of the Su family, apart from Su Chen and his attendant Ruo Shi, anyone wishing to enter must first seek Su Chen's consent, a rule that applied even to him. This was not a regulation dictated by Su Chen, but rather established by Su Chen. Su Chen's formidable power rendered him the guardian of the Su family, and it was imperative to prevent any disturbances while instilling reverence in all family members towards him. Su Qingtian's measures were intended to ensure that everyone recognized Su Chen's exalted status, paving the way for his future as the family head, a notion somewhat redundant, given that Su Chen's prowess left no room for dissent regarding his ascension. Wangyun Courtyard. This was the name of Su Chen's residence. As he sat within the courtyard, Ruo Shi dutifully stood beside him, providing a massage. Although the spiritual energy in Mount Wanyun was abundant, it still lacked certain elements. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen began to make arrangements within the mountain. He meticulously set up high-level spirit summoning arrays and 2 defensive formations, which would activate automatically upon detecting an enemy assault: the Sky Snatching Formation and the Demon Laying Formation. The Demon Suppression Array possesses remarkable sentience. It autonomously records the auras of all individuals within Mount Wanyun, should anyone harbor malevolent intent, especially if such hostility has never been previously detected. The array will swiftly eliminate the threat. The Sky Prowling Array serves as a supplementary formation, siphoning energy from specific individuals and providing a power source for the Demon Suppression Array. Coupled with the Dragon Vein beneath Mount Wanyun, this creates a continuous flow of energy. With the establishment of the Spirit Summoning Array, the Dragon Vein has become increasingly active, accelerating the generation of spiritual energy on Mount Wanyun by at least 3-fold. If this pace continues, the Su family will soon have their own cultivators at the fusion stage, thus gaining substantial leverage within the Jinghong Empire. At present, they rely solely on the might of Su Chen. The Zixia mountain range lies adjacent to Mount Wanyun, stretching nearly 10,000 miles and showcasing a peculiar natural phenomenon. While sunsets elsewhere are bathed in golden hues, the twilight over the Zixia mountain range is adorned with a soft lavender glow. Many once speculated that this was indicative of some treasure, prompting numerous powerful beings to investigate. However, upon realizing the absence of anything extraordinary, it became merely a part of the landscape. Within the Zixia mountain range, although there are no beasts of the void refinement stage, many exist at the god transformation stage. Su Yuza, accompanied by 3 direct descendants, races through the mountains. Recently, Su Yuza's aura has become formidable. He has just broken through to the nascent soul stage, making him the first in the Su family, aside from Su Chen, to achieve this milestone. Today, he ventures forth to hunt beasts in the Zixia mountain range to solidify his strength. The group soon encounters a suitable beast, a 3rd-tier perfected red-horned lizard, emanating a powerful aura that is not far from that of 4th-tier beast. Comparable to the early nascent soul stage, an excellent target for honing their skills. Slay it. Su Yuza leads the charge, battling fiercely against the red-horned lizard, accompanied by Su Minghu, Su Chen, and Su Kongshan. After a considerable effort, The four successfully vanquish the creature, though Su Mingze bears several injuries, none of which are severe. He steps forward, wielding his blade to sever the fiery red horn from the lizard, a joyful smile gracing his face. From this day forth, I, Su Mingze, am also a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Witnessing this, Su Minghu's face is alight with envy. Elder brother, your pace of breakthrough is astonishing. Su Yuza responds with a smile. What are you saying? I have merely cultivated 6 months longer than you. You three are all at the perfected core formation stage. Your own breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage will occur within a month or two. At this, smiles spread across the faces of the trio. The Su family's growth rate is indeed remarkable. Nearly all of the younger generation have reached the core formation stage, with the exception of Su Qingran, the fourth daughter of Su Yunpeng, who remains at the foundation establishment stage due to her youth. Meanwhile, several of the collateral family S stewards are on the verge of breaking into the god transformation stage, and the direct elder, Su Yunxian, has reached the perfected god transformation stage, drawing ever closer to the void refinement stage. Suddenly, Su Chen exclaimed, "Look over there." The crowd followed his gaze and beheld a small nest in the very spot where the crimson-horned lizard had been coiled, containing nearly 10 vibrant red eggs. Crimson-horned lizard eggs. Su Minghu gasped in astonishment, for they had not anticipated encountering such a fortuitous discovery. The crimson-horned lizard is indeed a peculiar creature among demonic beasts, known for secreting a substance called blood crystal, which aids practitioners in cleansing their meridians with remarkable gentleness, often surpassing the efficacy of certain elixirs. Should they nurture the crimson-horned lizard diligently, elevating it to the nascent soul stage, or even the transformation stage, it would provide tremendous assistance to the younger generation of the Su family. From an early age, they would have access to blood crystal for their cultivation. Due to the extreme rarity of crimson-horned lizard eggs, often a single lizard may never produce offspring throughout its lifetime, coupled with the benefits offered by blood crystal. One such egg could fetch around 500 million low-grade spirit stones in the market. With 10 eggs at hand, it was akin to discovering a treasure worth 5 billion low-grade spirit stones. Excitement radiated from the faces of the four, affirming that indeed, in the empire of the surprising swan, treasures abound everywhere. Chapter 48. Qingfeng City, the Zhixiao mountain range, has now become the private hunting ground of the Su family. Ever since they seized control of Wangyun Mountain, few have dared to venture into this area. It resembles wild beasts, each possessing an inherent territorial instinct. No one wishes to provoke the Su family, hence they maintain a respectful distance. Furthermore, influenced by the dragon vein of Wangyun Mountain, the Zhixiao mountain range is abundant in spiritual energy, serving as a veritable resource supply for the Su family. Recently, the treasures acquired by the Su family within the Zhixiao mountain range have amassed nearly 10 billion low-grade spirit stones, a feat once deemed unimaginable. Time passes swiftly, and before long, the Su family has resided in Wangyun Mountain for half a year. Just a couple of days ago, the patriarch Su Qingtian achieved a breakthrough to the perfected phase of the refinement void stage, while Su Qingyun accomplished his own breakthrough a month prior. Now, the Su family boasts 3 formidable practitioners in the refinement void stage. During this half year, significant transformations have unfolded within the family, with 13 peripheral stewards breaking through to the god transformation stage. Although the Su family lacks practitioners at the combined body stage, it stands as a powerful force within the Jinghong Empire, excluding several royal powers at the combined body stage. Those at the perfected refinement void stage are nearly the strongest entities in the empire. Meanwhile, the younger generation of the Su family has predominantly embarked on journeys for training. Su Yuza has even established a faction named Luoyun sect. Though it may seem trivial at present, he is earnest in its development, and it may yet evolve into a formidable force in the future. In Wanyan courtyard, a servant reported, "Young master, Princess Lin Yimeng has sent a letter." Su Chen opened his eyes and replied calmly, "Bring it in." During this period, Lin Yimeng frequently sent him letters and gifts, often bringing him delicacies and amusements. The guard entered the courtyard respectfully and presented the letter. Su Chen tore it open, revealing 3 sheets of yellowed paper, each inscribed with densely packed, delicate characters, flowing like an exquisite piece of art. Young Master Su, are you still at Wanyan Mountain? When will you come to Jinghong City for a visit? I recently discovered a restaurant with remarkably delicious food. The first two sheets contain nearly 100 words detailing recent happenings in Jinghong City and events surrounding her. Then, Su Chen picked up the final sheet. I have heard that Qianshan County boasts stunning scenery, regarded as one of the most beautiful places within the Jinghong Empire. I plan to attend to some matters there soon. Don't you enjoy traveling, young Master Su? Would you care to accompany me? Upon reaching the end, Su Chen furrowed his brow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Was she inviting him? A beautiful visage appeared in his mind, one that always carried a hint of shyness in his presence. Qianshan County, he recalled, had been mentioned by his subordinates before, and the rumors suggested it was indeed picturesque. However, he had no immediate plans to visit there. Perhaps he would go in the future, or perhaps not at all. Ruashi smiled and remarked, "Young master, it seems the princess has quite the fondness for you." Su Chen offered a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. In his previous life, although he was rather ordinary, he had experienced a few romantic relationships, so it was impossible for him not to understand what Lin Yimeng was contemplating. Observing this, Rushi stepped forward once more to massage Su Chen. Deep down, she felt little sense of crisis regarding Lin Yimeng's appearance. She was acutely aware of her own position and would not covet what did not belong to her. Su Chen addressed the guard outside the courtyard, instructing him to send a message stating that he would not be visiting Qianshan County in the near future. "As you command," came the respectful reply from the guard. Su Chen gazed into the distance, lost in thought. "Fifth brother, are you there?" Suddenly, a delicate voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Su Chen immediately recognized who it was and replied, "Come in." Shortly thereafter, a young girl clad in a pale, pink dress entered, her eyes sparkling with a charming innocence reminiscent of a porcelain doll. The visitor was none other than Su Yunpeng's daughter, Su Chen, who was now around 15 or 16 years old. Though young, her cultivation level was impressively high, having already reached the core formation stage, surpassing even that of his original self. This clearly illustrated the immense benefits that resources could provide to a cultivator. Sitting up straight, Su Chen smiled and asked, "Ninth sister, do you need something from me?" Su Chen, somewhat bashful, replied, "Fifth brother, there are no suitable cultivation techniques for me within the family, so my father sent me to inquire with you." "Cultivation techniques?" Su Chen was momentarily taken aback and then asked, "What aspect are you cultivating?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen promptly produced a beautifully crafted red fan, and Su Chen instantly understood. The Su family indeed lacked powerful techniques related to fans, as they were rather uncommon, with few practitioners pursuing this path. In the Xintian realm, the most prevalent cultivators were sword and saber wielders, comprising nearly half of the entire population of cultivators. Su Chen began searching within the system space and soon discovered a high-tier celestial technique, also pertaining to the fan category. Flame and Wind Azure Fan. This technique, embodying both fire and wind attributes, was quite suitable for Su Chen. "Take a look at this," Su Chen said, handing over the memory jade slip containing the technique. A bright smile illuminated Su Chen's face upon realizing that Su Chen indeed had a technique for her. "Thank you, fifth brother." As she utilized the memory jade slip, the cultivation route for the Flame and Wind Azure Fan immediately manifested in her mind. However, in the next moment, she stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. Celestial high tier. The disbelief in her eyes was palpable. This technique was indeed of celestial high tier caliber. The most advanced technique the Su family had was the high tier earthly technique that Su Chen had previously provided, sufficient for reaching the integration stage. She had assumed that this was the pinnacle, only to discover that Su Chen had directly gifted her a celestial high-tier technique. Su Chen, smiling gently, remarked, "Fifth brother has never given you a gift since you were little. Consider this technique as a compensation." Upon hearing these words, the usually sentimental Su Chen was immediately overcome with tears. "Thank you, fifth brother." The two conversed for a while longer, and before long, Su Chen departed the courtyard to begin her cultivation. The record of martial arts within the Memory Jade Talisman is exceedingly detailed. As long as one follows the prescribed methods diligently, issues are unlikely to arise, rendering guidance unnecessary. In Qingfeng City, Su He and Su Chen strolled arm in arm, leisurely exploring the town. This city is a mere 300 miles from their destination, Wanyan Mountain, a distance easily covered in approximately 10 minutes given their current cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, they need not traverse on foot, as the Su family has conveniently established a teleportation array between Wanyan Mountain and Qingfeng City. This modest distance can be traversed in just 10 breaths using the teleportation array. Both young women possess striking appearances, drawing the admiring gazes of many young men who glance at them with a glimmer of intrigue. As they wandered through the expansive city, they eventually found themselves on a sparsely populated street. Suddenly, two hands seized them, and in an instant, they vanished from the thoroughfare. Fear filled their eyes, and muffled cries echoed as they were forcibly taken into a nearby courtyard. Given the already limited foot traffic on that street, their disappearance went largely unnoticed. Chapter 49. The Cult of Refining Essence. The Tragedy of the Su Family. Who are you? Sui gazed at the three men before her, terror etched across her features. Their flamboyant attire and sinister demeanor sent chills down her spine. From the moment they entered, her cultivation had been sealed, and an intricate formation surrounded them, rendering any sound utterly inaudible. "Ha! What exquisite little vixens we have here," one of the men, a man with single eyelids, leered with a wicked grin. "Why don't you take a guess as to who we are?" Upon noticing the insignia on their sleeves, Su Chen face paled in sudden horror. "You are from the cult of refining essence." At the mention of this sect, Su He's complexion transformed into one of profound dread. The cult of refining essence was a notorious dark force within the kingdom of Jing, infamous for their vile practice of refining women for cultivation. Their methods mirrored those of the Harmony sect, extracting the essence of women through intimate acts. Yet the cult of refining essence was exponentially more malevolent. While the Harmony sect practiced dual cultivation, the cult of refining essence was a bona fide evil sect, renowned for their nefarious deeds throughout the kingdom of Jing. How could they have encountered such a malevolent sect? Su He's eyes shimmered with tears, overwhelmed by anxiety and fear. The single-eyed man grinned wickedly, licking his lips as he spoke. "Indeed, you recognize our sect. You must also understand our purpose, do you not?" He fixed his gaze on Su Chen, his eyes brimming with chilling malevolence. He relished the sight of young women's terror in their final moments. It brought him immense satisfaction. As expected, the expressions of both Su He and Su Chen shifted dramatically upon hearing his words. The reality that they were indeed facing members of the cult of refining essence rendered their fates all but sealed, destined for unspeakable tragedy. A prickling sensation danced upon their scalps, and goosebumps erupted across their skin. They yearned to escape, but were seized by a burly man, rendering them utterly immobile. With their cultivation sealed, their internal spiritual energy lay dormant. In that moment, despair engulfed them. How could they be so unfortunate as to encounter the demonic cultivators of the cult of refining essence within the city of Qingfeng? The single-eyed man approached with a malevolent smile, lifting Su Chen's chin to inspect her closely. "Such delicate skin," he remarked appreciatively. Just then, his expression shifted abruptly. "Why is there such an abundance of spiritual energy within you?" "No, it cannot be. Are you a heavenly spirit root?" A gleam of elation crossed his face as he channeled his spiritual energy into Su Chen to ascertain the truth. Moments later, his delight intensified. Indeed, a heavenly spirit root. The cult of refining essence could devour a woman's essence and bloodline. If her cultivation aptitude was exceptional, it could also enhance their own physical roots to a certain extent. Although such enhancement was limited, for him, now at the peak of the nascent soul stage, even a slight improvement to his root would mean a breakthrough to the God transformation stage, or perhaps beyond. He then turned his attention to Su He, probing her as well, only to discover that both women possessed heavenly spirit roots. Amidst laughter, he casually captured two individuals to satiate his desires, only to discover that both possessed celestial roots, an unexpected stroke of fortune. His face radiated with unrestrained joy. for such talent was indeed rare within the realm of the Jing dynasty. Even among the powers of the void refinement stage, they were considered treasures. Despite any intentions he may have harbored, he lacked the strength to seize such high-caliber prey. To his astonishment, the two he inadvertently captured were celestial roots, akin to stumbling upon a million top-tier spirit stones on a bustling street. A veritable windfall. Little girl, have you not been warned by your family? The outside world is perilous. Do not venture out aimlessly, sneered the single-lidded man, his face adorned with a wicked grin. Take these two to my chamber. I wish to indulge myself thoroughly. The other two members of the Jing sect, upon learning that Su He and her companion were of celestial roots, were ignited with fervor. However, as mere early-stage nascent soul practitioners, they dared not defy him, and could only respond with, "At your command." Thus, they seized Su He and her companion, escorting them toward the room. Despair enveloped Su He and her companion. They found themselves devoid of any strength to resist. Even the thought of self-harm eluded them. They were acutely aware of the grim fate awaiting them upon entering that room. Suddenly, Su Chen cried out, "We are of the Su family. Should you dare to harm us, the Su family will not let you go unpunished, and the Jing sect will surely face annihilation." The Su family? The single-lidded man's steps faltered as he turned, a grave expression momentarily crossing his face before a sneer graced his lips. "No wonder you, as prodigies with celestial roots, are unaccompanied by even a single guard. Do you believe you can disregard everything merely because of the Su family's protection? This formation is a high-grade, Earth-tier shielding array, bestowed personally by the sect leader. As long as that elder of the Su family is not nearby, none shall know what transpires within. Once I eliminate you two, who could possibly trace it back to me? Who would dare to confront the Jing sect?" Upon hearing these words, despair consumed them utterly. They understood the truth in his assertions. Not only was the formation a high-grade shielding array, but even from a considerable distance, a mere mystic tier formation could obstruct the probing of a returning Yuan stage practitioner. Su Chen typically resided in Wangyan Mountain, seldom venturing out, while only a handful of Su family's God transformation stage guardians remained in Qingshui City, rendering it improbable for anyone to uncover their demise. At that moment, a blinding cold light surged forth. "Who goes there?" The single-lidded man bellowed, turning towards the source of the disturbance, as a sword light pierced through the outermost shielding array, advancing menacingly towards him. Though the courtyard was shrouded in a shielding array, its defensive capabilities were woefully inadequate. While it shielded against external threats, it simultaneously ensnared its own. "Luin, prepare to meet your end." Alongside this fierce declaration, a figure clad in white emerged from beyond the formation, her countenance resolute and imbued with murderous intent. The expression of Lu Yin shifted abruptly, a half-step into God transformation. A formidable aura erupted from within him as he struck towards the radiant sword light, endeavoring to thwart its aggressive advance. Yet all his efforts proved futile. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of this figure, the eyes of Su He and her companion shimmered with a glimmer of hope. Yuan Ming wasted no time, launching an immediate assault that severed a limb from Lu Yin in an instant. A piercing scream echoed, reverberating throughout the courtyard. "Who exactly are you?" Lu Yin's gaze darkened to an ominous depth. This woman was evidently aware of their presence and had clearly followed them all the way. For how could a perfected Yuanying stage cultivator possibly discern the situation within the formation otherwise? This individual had come specifically to eliminate him. Yuan Ming let out a cold laugh. "You have slain my two sisters, and now you can't even recall my appearance?" Lu Yin scrutinized Yuan Ming closely, and then his pupils constricted sharply. "You are the little girl from the Yuan family." Chapter 50. Do not fear. Your fifth brother has come to your rescue. Yuan Ming let out a cold chuckle, her face etched with profound resentment as she spoke. "Lu Yin, the Jing sect has annihilated my Yuan family, and you have drained the life force of my two elder sisters. Today, I shall undoubtedly slay you to appease the spirits of my kin." With that, she shifted her stance, unleashing a more ferocious assault upon Lu Yin. Lu Yin's countenance reflected panic. He never anticipated that Yuan Ming could transcend to the threshold of the half-step divine transformation. When the Huajing sect obliterated the Yuan family, she was merely at the core formation stage, and in less than a decade, she had achieved this formidable advancement. In the same span, Lu Yin had only progressed from the early stage of the nascent soul to its completion. Such rapid development was comparable to many elite spiritual roots. Yet Yuan Ming had surpassed them all. With a swift motion, Lu Yin brandished a small flag, hurling it directly at Yuan Ming. Boom! The explosive sound reverberated, and Yuan Ming, unable to evade in time, was hurled back, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. This item had been bestowed upon him by an elder of the Huajing sect, capable of delivering a strike at the divine transformation stage. It was meant for his survival, yet he found himself compelled to use it today. Lu Yin sneered, "Since you have so willingly presented yourself, I shall consume you whole." A glint of greed shone in his eyes. Two female cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots, along with his half-step divine transformation Yuan Ming. If he could devour them all, he would undoubtedly breach the divine transformation stage. Crucially, he recalled that Yuan Ming's aptitude was supposedly only of a superior spiritual root. Her rapid ascension to half-step divine transformation must have been a result of some fortuitous encounter. If he could seize that opportunity for himself, he would surely advance further, even to the rank of an inter-sect elder. The Huajing sect was a demonic faction, and all disciples below the rank of inter-sect elder practiced flawed techniques. Only upon reaching the half-step void refinement stage and becoming an inter-sect elder could the sect leader personally eliminate these drawbacks. For many disciples of the Huajing sect, transcending to the half-step void refinement stage was a cherished aspiration. Yuan Ming's eyes glimmered with icy determination. "Rest assured, you shall not have that chance." Rising to her feet, she charged once more at Lu Yin. "How could this be? Why are you unscathed?" As Yuan Ming's might remained undiminished, a look of alarm spread across Lu Yin's face. Although his previous attack was unlikely to have killed her, it should have inflicted grave injury. How could she, at the half-step divine transformation stage, possibly emerge unscathed? Yuan Ming let out a cold laugh. Though the earlier strike had wounded her, most of its power was absorbed by the protective talisman she bore. She had only sustained a fraction of its force. Her attack speed was blindingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, she was upon Lu Yin. Sui watched this unfold with a look of elation. As long as Lu Yin perished, their salvation would be assured. Both women felt a sense of survival after the calamity, grateful for their good fortune in encountering someone seeking vengeance against the Huajing sect. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. However, just as Yuan Ming was poised to deliver the final blow to Lu Yin, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Bold! A resonant reprimand echoed, reverberating through the minds of all present. The most affected among them was Yuan Ming, who collapsed to the ground, her face etched with anguish. From a main house on the other side of the courtyard, a man in his 60s emerged slowly. His countenance was cold and forbidding, although he appeared somewhat aged. His eyes sparkled with an intense sharpness. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yin quickly regained his composure and greeted the elder. "Greetings, Elder Wang." Wang Jing cast a dark glance at him. "Lu Yin, is this truly the esteemed place you sought? Are you unaware that someone has followed you? Should she disrupt the plans of the sect leader, your life would be forfeit." At these words, terror washed over Lu Yin's face, and he promptly knelt. "Elder Wang, I was momentarily negligent. I implore you to punish me." There was no need for excuses in this matter. With Yuan Ming now under control, the best course of action for him was to sincerely acknowledge his mistake. Wang Jing spoke coldly. "Had this been another elder, your life would have been at risk today. However, as it stands, do not commit such a grave error again. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Lu Yin had been nurtured by him and had performed many tasks, including procuring women for him each year. Thus, Wang Jing would not easily dispose of him. Feeling the chill in Wang Jin's tone, Lu Yin trembled inwardly, aware that any recurrence of such issues could indeed jeopardize his life. "Thank you, Elder Wang." Wang Jing chose not to elaborate further and turned his gaze toward Yuan Ming. In the next moment, he raised his hand sharply, causing Yuan Ming to crash against the wall as if struck, her aura diminishing significantly. A half step into the transformation stage is a decent prize. I shall take her, and you may keep the other two. His tone brooked no dissent. Although Lu Yin felt some reluctance, he could only nod in agreement, grateful that at least 2 heavenly roots remained for himself. In truth, a half step into the transformation stage offered little assistance to Wang Jin, who had attained complete mastery in that realm. His interest in Yuan Ming undoubtedly stemmed from something extraordinary about her. It seemed evident that she possessed great fortune. What a pity! Lu Yin's heart burned with anger, yet he dared not direct his fury at Wang Jin. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Su He and her companion. Little beauty, soon you shall experience what it means to teeter between life and death. A sinister smile graced his face, resembling that of a demon, instilling utmost fear in Su He and her friend. Initially, they had thought they were to be saved, only for yet another transformation stage practitioner to appear. Su Chen, younger than Su He, was already brimming with tears. Sister Su He, what shall we do? At merely 17, still a young girl, how could she not tremble in the face of such peril? Fear and despair enveloped the two like a dark cloud. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Ming felt as though she were reliving the moment when her own family had suffered at the hands of the transformation sect. Release them. Yuan Ming's heart surged with fury, and she could not help but scream in defiance. Although Su He and Su Chen had merely crossed paths, she was unwilling to witness the events that unfolded within the Yuan family repeat before her eyes. At that moment, a suffocating sense of oppression enveloped her. As Wang Jin's indifferent voice resonated, with their own survival at stake, there was little room for concern for others. Yuan Ming's anger remained unabated, and he hastily channeled his spiritual energy into the ring adorning his finger, his tone laced with urgency. Master, have you awakened? In an instant, a resigned sigh echoed through the air. You foolish girl, I've merely slumbered for 3 months, and you have managed to stir up such trouble. Truly, you give me no peace of mind. With your insufficient strength, why must you provoke the Jing sect? The voice carried a hint of tenderness and indulgence, recalling how she had fallen into slumber due to Yuan Ming's reckless pursuit of vengeance against the Jing sect while still in the nascent soul stage. This had led to a perilous encounter with a cultivator in the void refinement stage, compelling her to intervene. That battle had gravely injured her spiritual essence, forcing her into a deep sleep. Now, upon her awakening, she found herself once again entangled in turmoil. This foolish disciple truly seemed intent on hindering her recovery. As a dignified sage, it was disheartening to realize that, even after a decade of awakening, she remained weaker than upon her initial revival. Very well, focus your mind, and allow me to handle the aftermath. However, I cannot guarantee the death of this perfected God transformation. At most, I can facilitate your escape along with those 2 young ladies. Yet, my spiritual strength has just begun to recover and is still somewhat feeble. I may not be able to ensure the safety of all 3 of you. If it comes to that, I shall have to abandon the 2 of them. Just as she was about to seize control of Yuan Ming's body, a disquieting aura permeated the courtyard. Following that, a gentle yet magnetic youthful voice resonated through the air. Do not fear, little sister Su He. Your 5th brother has come to rescue you. Chapter 51. Su Chen takes action, merely a transformation of essence sect. Upon hearing this statement, Su He was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of excitement and grievance. Elder brother, is that you? She turned to the direction from which the voice had emanated, and there stood a young man with a gentle demeanor, resembling a caring older brother. Just gazing upon him evoked a refreshing sense of springtime. At that moment, Su Chen also exclaimed in excitement, Elder brother. The members of the Su family were now acutely aware of Su Chen's formidable strength. With his arrival, the transformation of Essence sect was certainly no longer a threat. Tears welled in their eyes, uncertain whether they were a result of fear or overwhelming joy. Wang Jin faced the sudden appearance of Su Chen with a grave expression. In the next instant, his aura erupted, resembling an enraged lion, as he charged towards Su Chen. Although Su Chen emitted no discernible energy, Wang Jin still felt an immense pressure. Faced with such an opponent, One could either exert every ounce of strength to vanquish him or flee. Yet, outside lay the city of Qingfeng, and escape was not an option. He could only gamble on defeating Su Chen. Su Chen regarded him with a calm, indifferent gaze, and his voice resonated with an authority akin to celestial decree, instantly reverberating outward. Bang! Wang Jing was forcefully brought to the ground, as if crushed by Mount Tai. His bones groaned under the unbearable pressure, producing an eerie cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. You! Wang Jing struggled to lift his head, his eyes wide with terror. Who is it? The suffocating sense of oppression instilled a profound despair within him, a sensation he had never experienced even in the presence of the transformation of essence sect's combined cultivation stage leader. In truth, Wang Jing had already deduced the answer. So he had previously mentioned they hailed from the Su family, leaving only one possibility for the person before him. The Su family. Su Chen, a practitioner of the returning element realm. At that moment, his fear reached its zenith, and he yearned to plead for mercy, yet the intense pressure rendered him speechless. Wang Jing had even shattered his molars in his desperation, truly wishing to eliminate Lu Yin. Why choose to target the members of the Su family? Witnessing this situation, Lu Yin was equally filled with dread. In a moment of crisis, he resolved to threaten Su He and her companion with their lives. However, just as he reached for them, his body began to contort uncontrollably, an excruciating pain engulfing him as his limbs twisted and ultimately entwined around his waist like a pretzel, leaving him utterly breathless. His eyes widened in horror, and the expression on his face bore witness to the torment he endured. The other two members of the Transformation of Essence sect met a similar fate, unable to emit a sound, only capable of silent screams. Meanwhile, Wang Jing could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and was mercilessly crushed into a pulp. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable, entirely within different realms. Su Chen had not even exerted a fraction of his power. For him, eliminating a perfected transformation of divine stage opponent was as effortless as a mere trifle. It's all over. Su Chen turned his gaze towards Su He and the other, speaking in a gentle tone. Next time, remember to bring the family token. It contains a formation that can safeguard your lives in critical moments and inform the other members of the Su family. However, at this moment, Su He and the other were beyond such concerns. They rushed towards Su Chen with tear-streaked faces and embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "Fifth brother." Although they had previously restrained their tears, upon seeing Su Chen, their emotions could no longer be contained. Su Chen raised his hand and gently ruffled their hair, speaking softly. "It's all right. With me here, no one in this world can harm you." After a brief emotional outburst, the two gradually calmed down. Su Chen expressed his concern for them before turning his attention to Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng's heart tightened. She sensed that the person before her was extraordinary. Hastily, she bowed and said, "Greetings, esteemed elder." Su Chen glanced at Yuan Meng and then at the ring she wore. An elder within the ring? Yet, it seemed to be a female presence based on the aura emanating from it, which bore a faint hint of holiness, albeit weak, perhaps only a saint at her peak. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and spoke coolly. "Are you willing to serve the Su family?" For the Su family's future growth, powerful allies were indispensable. Both Yuan Meng and the saint within her ring could significantly contribute to the family's advancement. Yuan Meng's expression shifted abruptly. The Su family, the individual before her, with such formidable strength and youth, could only be Su Chen of the Return to Origin Realm. However, a moment of conflict crossed her face. Joining the Su family meant living under their roof, and she still had a deep-seated vendetta. Would she be able to seek revenge after becoming a member of the Su family? With a hint of caution, Yuan Meng replied, "Esteemed elder, I still have a great vendetta to settle, and I fear." She hesitated to refuse outright, concerned that such a direct rejection might displease Su Chen. "A vendetta? Are you referring to the Transformation sect?" Su Chen inquired, his tone unperturbed. "That sect will cease to exist in this world today, so you need not worry about that." He certainly had no intention of sparing the Transformation sect. Once matters here concluded, he would eradicate it without hesitation. Yuan Meng was taken aback, a flicker of joy illuminating her face. "Esteemed elder, is that true?" Realizing her indiscretion, she quickly recognized that such a powerful being had no need to deceive a mere half-step divine transformation ant like herself. She promptly added, "Esteemed elder, if you are willing to annihilate the transformation sect, then I shall become a member of the Su family, willing to offer my life and loyalty." Su Chen nodded and then turned to Su He and the other with a smile, saying, "I shall take my leave now. Be cautious next time you venture out." They nodded earnestly. Through this ordeal, they had come to realize that the world was far more perilous than they had previously imagined. In the next moment, Su Chen vanished from sight, accompanied by Yuan Meng. Due to Su Chen's astonishing speed, Yuan Meng found her vision blurred, rendering her unable to discern what was transpiring, as though she were caught in a whirlwind. After a few moments, clarity returned, revealing an immensely grand sect before her. At the forefront of the sect hung a sign, adorned with 3 ornate characters, Jing sect. Although this sect belonged to the demonic forces, its overwhelming power granted it a prominent position within the realm of the Jing dynasty. To the imperial family, despite its affiliation with dark arts, as long as the sect did not overstep its bounds, it remained a part of their dominion. Thus, the royal family chose to suppress rather than eradicate it entirely. Upon witnessing this sect, resentment filled Yuan Meng's gaze. "Jing sect," she uttered through clenched teeth. This sect was the very force she yearned to annihilate, for it was they who had caused the demise of her kin, forcing her into a life of wandering and solitude. Had it not been for the Jing sect, she would likely still be at the Yuan estate, relishing the affection of her parents and sister. But now all that was lost. Su Chen looked down, a powerful surge emanating from within him, akin to an awakened primordial beast, instilling a sense of dread. He raised his hand and pointed downwards. With that gesture, the very fabric of reality began to fracture, fissures appearing in the void, as the earth trembled in fear of this formidable force. "Which esteemed elder approaches?" came the terrified cries from within the Jing sect. In the next instant, a figure shot forth from the sect, his face contorted with an indescribable terror. This individual was the sect leader of Jing. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, immense power descended from above, accompanied by a deafening explosion, causing every practitioner of the God transformation stage and above in the entire Jing Empire to sense this ominous presence. Countless eyes turned toward the source of the eruption, their expressions fraught with panic. What a terrifying aura! Who could it be? Chapter 52. The terrifying Su Chen, the ascendance of the Saint Emperor. Under the weight of this formidable power, the leader of the transformation sect was rendered as helpless as a mortal beset by natural disasters, devoid of any means to resist. Without even a cry of anguish, he was obliterated, his essence dissolved within the cosmos, his soul extinguished. The site of the transformation sect was left with a deep pit measuring hundreds of meters, extending for dozens of miles, a sight that evoked sheer awe. Almost all the formidable warriors of the transformation sect perished in that singular strike. Yuan Meng, witnessing this scene, was completely astounded, rendered speechless. This is the prowess of a returning origin realm cultivator? How could it be so overwhelmingly powerful? The most formidable practitioner she had encountered before was at the void refinement stage. Yet before Su Chen, she felt there was no comparison, a stark contrast akin to clouds and mud. Previously, she had regarded the void refinement stage as the pinnacle of strength, but after witnessing Su Chen's capabilities, her entire understanding had irrevocably transformed. On the other hand, Su Chen maintained an air of utter calmness, as if he had merely performed a mundane act. After concluding his task, Su Chen brought Yuan Meng to the foot of Wangyun Mountain, entrusted her to Su He, and then departed. Someone of Yuan Meng's stature could not be treated as an ordinary servant. She was meant to serve the direct lineage specifically. Thus, even as a servant, her status within the Su family would not be low. Having witnessed Su Chen's might, Yuan Meng was naturally eager to join the Su family. After Su He registered her identity and assigned her residence, she officially became a member of the Su family. In a room halfway up the mountain, Yuan Meng could not help but whisper, "Master, are you still there?" Since Su Chen's emergence, her master had been utterly unresponsive. After a long while, A wisp of blue smoke drifted from Yuan Meng's ring, coalescing into a woman. She donned a flowing azure gown, her beauty akin to that of a celestial being, with a figure so exquisite it resembled a masterpiece. And Qinglian gazed with a complex expression at the summit of Wanyun Mountain. That individual must be aware of my existence, and there is no need for concealment. Her tone carried a hint of reverence and respect, which instantly left Yuan Meng astonished. Master, that individual? What do you mean? She was acutely aware that her master was once a being of saintly caliber. To command such deference from her indicated an extraordinary figure. Could it be that young Master Su was not merely a returning origin realm cultivator, but something more? And Qinglian fell silent for a moment, recalling the overwhelming sanctity emanating from Su Chen. After taking a deep breath, she spoke. It is the young master of the Su family, Su Chen. Your joining the Su family poses no issue. With Su Chen safeguarding the family, it is destined to become one of the mightiest powers within the entire Xintian realm. Though she had only engaged briefly, and Qinglian had already discerned that Su Chen's cultivation far surpassed her peak. He was undoubtedly at the threshold of the Saint Emperor realm. Cultivators of such caliber were nearly titans in the Xintian realm, revered as ancestral guardians of sacred lands. She could hardly fathom that the Su family harbored such a formidable practitioner. Yuan Meng could not restrain her curiosity. Who exactly is he? And Qinglian shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Yet she elaborated, I do not possess extensive knowledge on the matter, but this Master Su Chen is undoubtedly more formidable than I was at the peak of my power. What? Yuan Meng exclaimed, her eyes reflecting shock. The Su clan, it appeared, harbored a being of saintly caliber. In the next moment, excitement lit up her face. To join a faction overseen by such a powerful entity was, for her, an extraordinary opportunity. A saint. Yuan Meng could not help but swallow hard. The world believed Su Chen to be merely at the returning origin realm, yet he was, in fact, a figure of saintly prowess. And Qinglian's expression grew grave as she cautioned, matters of this nature must not be divulged without the consent of Master Su. The consequences could be dire. She understood that beings of such caliber have their own reasons for acting. Perhaps Su Chen was devising something, and should Yuan Meng spread this information, calamity might befall her. Yuan Meng's heart tightened. Rest assured, Master, I shall not breathe a word to anyone. In a bid for safety, she enacted a silent spell upon herself to prevent any inadvertent slip of the tongue. After a brief moment of elation, Yuan Meng gradually regained her composure. She gazed into the distance. Standing on the mountainside of Wanyun Mountain afforded her an expansive view. As the gentle breeze caressed her face, she could not suppress a deep sigh. The demise of the Jing sect did not bring her joy. Instead, a profound weight settled upon her heart. What did it matter that the Jing sect had been vanquished when her sister and kin could never return? Observing her distress, and Qinglian gently placed a hand on her shoulder, speaking with a soothing tone. Child, you are the last of the Yuan family. For the sake of your family, you must live on. Their spirits will find peace in knowing you are well. Yuan Meng nodded solemnly. Master, I understand. Her heart was not so fragile. She simply felt a wave of melancholy. Soon, Yuan Meng managed to reassemble her emotions, her expression resolute as she declared, since the Su clan possesses such strength, my progress in reconstructing your physical form will surely accelerate. Moreover, did you not mention that there are many seeking to harm you? With Master Su Chen's protection, those individuals will undoubtedly think twice before causing you trouble. And Qinglian nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, none among them can rival the Saint Emperor, so they would naturally refrain from seeking me out. Saint Emperor? Yuan Meng's mind was filled with questions, clearly unfamiliar with the term. And Qinglian shook her head. You will understand in time. For now, the priority is to awaken your empty mind's sacred body. Yuan Meng promptly agreed. Yes, I will heed your guidance. Whispers continued to echo within the confines of the dwelling. Meanwhile, at the site of the Jing sect, countless powerful beings cautiously approached to assess the situation. Upon discovering that the Jing sect had vanished without a trace, leaving only a vast crater, shock rippled through the crowd. The Jing sect had been obliterated. Who was responsible for such an act? This is indeed a formidable power at the integration stage. Could it possibly be the work of the old emperor? It seems implausible, for the old emperor has long secluded himself to break through to the returning origin realm. Given the proximity to Mount Wangyun, it is more likely that the one capable of slaying a formidable being at the integration stage is from the Su family. I suspect it is indeed that individual from the Su family. The aura we sensed moments ago was overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding that of the old emperor. It appears that the Jing sect has truly courted disaster by provoking such a figure. Clearly, they all believe that the annihilation of the Jing sect was orchestrated by Su Chen. This demonic force is immensely powerful, its leader being a practitioner at the mid-integration stage, and within the entirety of the Jinghong Empire, only the royal family possesses the might to extinguish it. Regrettably, the royal family has yet to take action. Now, with the Jing sect eradicated by the Su family, countless individuals are applauding this turn of events. In an instant, the reputation of the Su family has surged once more, establishing them as the most prominent power within the Jinghong Empire, with numerous prodigies even actively seeking to align themselves with the Su family. Nonetheless, Su Chen has chosen to retain only a select few of high caliber, while the majority have been declined. The Su family seeks loyalty and reliability, rather than those who merely seek to curry favor. Chapter 53. Conquering the elixirs with an increasing number of allies, the Su family grew rapidly, their influence expanding significantly. However, Su Chen remained indifferent to these matters, content to languish in the Wangyun courtyard. He cherished this tranquil lifestyle, free from worries, and when boredom struck, he would venture out for a stroll. He even took to hosting barbecues in the courtyard from time to time, living a life of utmost comfort. This serene and leisurely existence was precisely what he sought. "Report, young master." A respectful voice from outside the courtyard broke the stillness. "The search for mounts of the Demon King level, as you previously commanded, has yielded progress. In the eastern region of the Wanhai County, within the Sea of Lost Paths, it is said that a Jiao dragon at the integration stage has been located." The guard's voice carried a hint of excitement and reverence. The young master was indeed formidable, daring to capture an integration stage Demon King as a mount. "Wanhai County?" Su Chen nodded, acknowledging the information. Upon finishing his words, his consciousness expanded, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Wanhai County, and soon he located the Jiao dragon. However, he sensed its aura was somewhat feeble, and its life force was gradually dissipating. It was evident that this dragon had little time left. Typically, beast lifespan exceeds that of humans, with integration stage cultivators living up to 10,000 years. And creatures of such a powerful lineage as the Jiao dragon boasting lifespans of at least 20 to 30,000 years. Yet, its dwindling lifespan was indicative of its advanced age. A Jiao dragon, albeit not a true dragon, still, with a bit of bloodline refinement, it should suffice as a mount. Su Chen mused before vanishing from Wanyan Mountain. When he reappeared, he found himself in the depths of the Sea of Lost Paths. This vast expanse was fraught with hidden currents and numerous demon beasts, including formidable six-tier creatures, marking it as a forbidden zone for humans, hence its ominous name. Deep within the Sea of Lost Paths lay a colossal creature, its massive form approaching 1,000 feet in length. Within a 100-mile radius, no other beast dared to approach. This behemoth bore a pair of claws, a horse-like head, and a serpent-like tail, clothed in dark-scaled armor, with prominent whiskers adorning its head, exuding an extraordinary aura. A small horn atop its head emitted a verdant glow. This was the sovereign of the Sea of Lost Paths, the elixirs, a descendant of the Azure Dragon, albeit with a diluted bloodline. Suddenly, the elixirs' eyes snapped open, its immense pupils resembling starry skies, radiating a faint green luminescence. "Human." The voice of the elixirs resonated, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently, with powerful waves crashing upon the surface. Its gaze was laden with gravity. Demon beasts possessed a keener sense than humans, and the fact that this individual had approached silently indicated an overwhelming strength. As an integration stage demon king, it was far from the foolishness of lower-tier beasts and refrained from launching a reckless attack. Nevertheless, the Azure Flood Dragon of Mo Hai remained exceedingly cautious, as tensions between the human and demon races were ever present. The human race could easily become prey for the demons, and the various parts of the demon bodies could aid in alchemy and artifact crafting. Could this unfamiliar human be here to slay him? Su Chen did not respond, but instead scrutinized him intently before nodding and saying, "Indeed, your appearance is somewhat acceptable." He then raised his gaze towards the Azure Flood Dragon. Speaking in a calm tone, "I offer you a chance to become my steed." The Azure Flood Dragon's enormous eyes widened, and with a voice that resonated like thunder, he retorted, "Human, do you comprehend the words you utter?" A formidable aura of malevolence emanated from him, causing the entire misty sea to become agitated, with countless demon beasts hastily retreating to the periphery. The Demon King had awakened. He was about to commence his hunt. Some demon beasts, having attained sentience, gazed with fear towards the source of the overwhelming aura. The Azure Flood Dragon's eyes were filled with murderous intent. To consider him as a mount was an affront that even the illustrious King of the Phoenix would not dare to impose. As a dragon, his combat prowess was naturally formidable, although he was merely a mid-level 7th stage, comparable to a mid-stage human cultivator. His actual combat strength was akin to that of a half-step into the returning Origin realm. A flicker of wariness crossed the Azure Flood Dragon's gaze as he coldly stated, "Human, my lifespan is drawing to a close, and I possess no further prospects for advancement. In a century at most, I shall perish. Allow me to spend my final days in peace, and when the time comes, my body shall be yours. Otherwise, I shall fight to the death to ensure your suffering." With his imminent demise, all he desired in his remaining time was to witness the world once more. He had no qualms about facing Su Chen, for he was destined to die regardless. Su Chen remained silent, his palm quickly coalescing a drop of vivid red blood, which seemed to contain the roar of a true dragon, emitting a terrifying resonance. The Azure Flood Dragon trembled, his pupils constricting suddenly as he exclaimed, "What is this?" Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "A drop of true dragon blood. As a descendant of the dragon lineage, you should understand the immense benefit this offers you." The Azure Flood Dragon trembled all over, his aura becoming increasingly agitated. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. True dragon blood, if he could absorb it, not only would it evolve his bloodline, but it would also enhance his cultivation further. The Azure Flood Dragon looked at Su Chen, his expression grave. With true dragon blood presented before him, it seemed the other was not here to kill him. A steed, the Azure Flood Dragon's eyes were filled with conflict. As a descendant of the true dragon, albeit with a diluted bloodline, his pride remained unyielding. The thought of being relegated to a human's mount was indeed hard to accept. Observing his hesitation, Su Chen did not rush him. In Su Chen's view, compelling the Azure Flood Dragon was futile, if he wished for him to be his steed. It was no different from seeking a companion. Should the Azure Flood Dragon ultimately refuse, Su Chen would not press the matter further. After a prolonged silence, the Azure Flood Dragon finally lifted his head and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Very well, I accept your offer." Regardless of his impending demise, the true dragon blood not only promised to elevate him further, but also offered the possibility of ancestral bloodline revival. Such extraordinary benefits were indeed difficult to resist. Above all, he was unwilling to embrace death. The true dragon blood could ensure his continued existence. Su Chen nodded, raising his hand to inscribe a mark directly upon the brow of the Mo Hai Jiao. This was a master-servant contract. How could this be? Mo Hai Jiao's pupils constricted sharply, his expression reflecting sheer terror as he gazed at Su Chen. To forge a master-servant contract with a beast, the creature must willingly consent. Otherwise, it is exceedingly challenging to accomplish. Yet, he had sensed nothing before being forcibly bound by this contract. This implied that the strength of this human surpassed his wildest imaginings. In that moment, his pride was utterly relinquished, leaving only a profound respect. The demon race revered the powerful. If one was stronger, they were deemed king. The terrifying prowess exhibited by Su Chen was undeniable, and to submit to such a formidable being was far from a loss of dignity. Furthermore, The fact that the other party could so casually produce the extraordinary true dragon blood only underscored his exceptional nature. Su Chen extended the true dragon blood, calmly instructing, "Hurry and refine it." Mo Hai Qing Jiao's heart quaked, and he promptly replied, "Yes, master." Chapter 54. The pinnacle of prestige, the blood of the true dragon, was consumed by the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, and immediately, the immense power of its lineage began to circulate throughout its body, rejuvenating it entirely. In an instant, a formidable aura emanated, enveloping the entire Mei's Sea. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, and from the forehead of the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, a small horn transformed into a magnificent pair, grand and striking. Accompanied by this roar, all the beasts in the Mei's Sea prostrated themselves in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Then the Mo Hai Qing Jiao began to bellow incessantly, a visage of agony upon its face. The true dragon's blood was overwhelmingly dominant, relentlessly altering its flesh and bloodline, a process akin to rebirth that was excruciatingly painful. Yet despite the discomfort, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao reveled in the transformation. It sensed the burgeoning power of its bloodline within, igniting a fervor throughout its being. Soon, its physical form began to change. The dark scales fell away in a chaotic flurry, leaving behind a ghastly sight of flesh. However, it was not long before lush green scales emerged, radiating a peculiar luminescence, harmonizing with the undulating sea, creating an aura of profound mystery. The aura of the Mo Hai Qing Jiao surged, ascending from the mid-stage of its combined form to the threshold of the primordial realm. In terms of the demon hierarchy, this was akin to stepping into the realm of the 8th tier, a half-step demon emperor. Suddenly, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao erupted from the Mei's Sea, its aura unleashing unabashedly into the atmosphere, weaving through the heavens and earth like a soaring dragon. "Ha ha! I have transformed into a dragon. This is the essence of the true dragon." At this moment, it was overwhelmed with exhilaration, although it could not rival the might of the powerful dragon bloodlines. It had undeniably transcended the confines of a mere Jiao, becoming a true dragon. Its form had expanded nearly threefold, from a mere 1,000 feet to a staggering 3,000 feet, a colossal entity that instilled fear merely by its presence. Within the Jing Empire, countless individuals sensed this terrifying aura, their expressions reflecting a mix of astonishment and dread. That direction was Wanhai County. Such a potent demonic energy. Could it be that the demon king of the Mei's Sea had achieved a breakthrough? Wasn't he the Mo Hai Qing Jiao nearing the end of its lifespan? To break through at such a moment seemed exceedingly fortunate. This aura was overwhelmingly powerful, distinctly different from the Mo Hai Qing Jiao. Could it be that a new demon king had emerged from the Mei's Sea? Almost simultaneously, the strong within the Jing Empire gazed gravely towards the direction of the Mei's Sea. The Mo Hai Qing Jiao, already formidable in strength, had now achieved another breakthrough. Was it now capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Jing Empire? Above the Mei's Sea, after a fit of joyous laughter, the Mo Hai Qing Jiao approached Su Chen once more, lowering its head in silence. As a mount, it required no further words, only to act upon its master's commands. Su Chen leaped atop the majestic creature, gazing into the distance, where the view was quite splendid. With the enhancement of the Mo Hai Qing Jiao's bloodline, its appearance was strikingly impressive, exuding an air of grandeur. Indeed, Su Chen felt a deep satisfaction with his mount. Let's proceed back to Wanya Mountain. Accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar, a colossal figure surged through the clouds, moving towards the horizon. As it passed over the territories of several human cultivators, an overwhelming sense of awe and fear filled their eyes at the sight of the dragon soaring above. What a terrifying aura! From whence does this beast hail? Is there truly such a powerful demon king within our Jing dynasty? Could it be that a demon king from elsewhere has come to assault our empire? This beast seems somewhat peculiar. It resembles a dragon. Are you jesting? The eastern region has long been devoid of dragons. Only the Lost Sea harbors a single Jiao. Whispers of speculation arose among the onlookers. Initially taken aback upon sighting the Mo Hai Qing Jiao, they soon relaxed, sensing no malice from the creature. As they passed through Qingfeng City, the city's lord was suddenly taken aback. He immediately rushed from his residence, respectfully exclaiming, "Which esteemed demon clan elder graces us with their presence?" Though humans and demons have historically been at odds, they both pursued the path of cultivation, seeking longevity. Moreover, achieving the status of a demon king meant their intelligence was akin to that of humans, thus addressing one as elder was not inappropriate. The Hai Qing Jiao remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze upon the diminutive figure before it. The lord of Qingfeng City finally discerned the true nature of the colossal being ahead. A true dragon. His eyes widened in disbelief, for the demon before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the dragon lineage. With antlers like a deer, a head akin to a camel, eyes resembling a rabbit, a neck like a serpent, a belly akin to a clam, scales reminiscent of fish, claws like an eagle, paws resembling a tiger's, and ears like a cow's. Aside from a few slight differences, it was indistinguishable from a dragon. Could it be that a true dragon still exists in the Xiantian realm? Such divine beasts were once known, yet following the disappearance of the Xiantian emperor, many divine creatures faded into obscurity, including the true dragons. After so many years of evolution, divine beasts in the Xiantian realm had become exceedingly rare. The aura emanating from the Hai Qing Jiao was overwhelmingly fearsome, distinctly different from that of other demons. Suffused with divinity. Could it truly be a divine beast? Yet soon, he noticed a young man of extraordinary bearing seated atop the dragon. A human. The lord of Qingfeng City's pupils constricted in shock. Could this dragon be his mount? What level of power must one possess to tame such a formidable dragon? He hastily bowed. "I pay my respects, esteemed elder." He dared not gaze too long at Su Chen, but a fleeting glance struck him with a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this individual before. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "Ah, Lord Zhou, it is good to see you well." The lord of Qingfeng abruptly raised his head, and upon recognizing the figure atop the colossal dragon, he felt a profound shock within his heart. Su Chen. The Su family had recently settled in Wanyan Mountain, located in close proximity to Qingfeng City. During a prior visit to the Su residence, he had encountered Su Chen once before. The remarkable memory of cultivators allowed him to instantly identify Su Chen. Zhou Yuan was rendered speechless. Was Su Chen's power truly so extraordinary? To have even tamed a true dragon? Based on the aura emanating from the Hai Qing Jiao, it was evident that it was at least at the threshold of the return to Origin Realm, exuding a pressure far surpassing that of the former King Jing. Zhou Yuan hastily bowed to Su Chen, inquiring, "Greetings, young Master Su, what is this?" Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "Just a mount." A mount? Zhou Yuan was astounded. It was indeed his mount. To have such a formidable beast as a companion would undoubtedly solidify the Su family's position beyond challenge. Su Chen, however, did not engage in lengthy conversation and proceeded directly to Wangyun Mountain atop the Hai Qing Jiao. When Su Chen returned riding the Hai Qing Jiao, the entire Su family was engulfed in awe, especially upon witnessing Su Chen seated majestically upon the dragon's head. The grandeur was simply overwhelming, evoking envy among the members of the Su family. Ultimately, the Hai Qing Jiao took residence in the lofty clouds of the Zhixiao mountain range. It had transformed into a dragon, and although its lineage was not yet sufficiently robust, it possessed all the essential abilities inherent to its kind. Mastery over wind, rain, thunder, and lightning was merely a fundamental skill, and traversing the realms of heaven and earth posed no challenge. The Hai Qing Jiao was also bestowed with a new name by Su Chen, Qing Shi. Looking from Wanyan Mountain towards the Zhixiao mountain range, one could discern the immense figure above, faintly visible amidst the mist. Chapter 55. The Secrets of the Xiantian Realm, Elevating to the Sacred Body. The tale of Su Chen subduing the true dragon swiftly spread throughout the Jinghong Empire, igniting a tempest of excitement. Even the neighboring empires prepared to witness the truth for themselves. A true dragon. How long has it been since the Xiantian realm encountered such a magnificent creature? Not to mention the dragon lineage, which is a pinnacle divine beast. Even other divine beasts have become mere whispers of the past, only spoken of in ancient sacred clans. The existence of a living divine beast stirs curiosity in all who hear of it. Consequently, each day, throngs of people gathered around the Zhixiao mountain range, gazing up at the colossal being. Its appearance undeniably resembled that of a dragon, exuding an aura of immense power, seemingly at least at the late stage of the integration realm, or even a half-step towards the origin realm. Such a terrifying divine beast, indeed captured by the Su family. Yet is this truly a divine beast? I have my suspicions. Divine beasts have long vanished from sight, especially the dragon lineage. Whispers of doubt echoed amongst the crowd, which naturally reached the ears of Jing. He found himself at a loss. In his former disposition, he would have obliterated them all without hesitation. However, as Su Chen steed now, he could not act without his master's command. Thus, he summoned clouds and mist to envelop himself completely, rendering him invisible to those who had come to Zhixiao mountain range. This caused a decline in their fervor, and the daily visitors dwindled. Yet, due to the lack of a sighting, many remained skeptical that it was indeed a dragon, and gradually, discussion surrounding the matter faded away. At Wanyan Academy, Su Chen reclined languidly in a chair, gazing at the clouds drifting in the distance. In his idle moments, he turned his attention to the system backpack to see what new acquisitions he had recently signed for. The system automatically flagged new items obtained within the past 6 months. After a brief examination, Su Chen discerned that his item level had likely reached the 8th tier of the immortal rank, although he was not entirely certain of its corresponding realm. He glanced at his accrued cultivation. Having previously expended over 2 million years of cultivation, he still possessed a staggering amount exceeding 100 billion years. It seemed prudent to utilize a portion now, using 1 million years of cultivation. As Su Chen executed the command, a torrent of power surged into his being. In mere moments, he ascended from the primordial ancient saint to the supreme sage, with the force of Tao pulsating within him, reaching an unparalleled density, as if the vitality of life were boundless and gushing forth. Upon attaining the status of a sage, his lifespan extended to at least 100,000 years. Should he break through among the sages, he could potentially enjoy a lifespan of 200 to 300,000 years. Now, as a supreme sage, he possessed an astonishing lifespan of over 1 million years. The cultivation acquired through the system was computed based on standard practices, yet his Hongmeng immortal body was inherently formidable, requiring a far greater energy for breakthroughs. Without supplementary resources, and relying solely on conventional cultivation methods, his advancement was exceedingly gradual. Even after reaching the supreme sage level, Su Chen's cultivation continued to ascend. Suddenly, an icy voice resonated within his mind. Warning, the host is about to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. This world cannot sustain an emperor-level being. Should the breakthrough occur, it would result in the collapse of this realm. Do you wish to halt the breakthrough? 10, 9, 8. A prompt appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Halt! Without hesitation, Su Chen chose to stop, yet his brows furrowed tightly. Halt successful, returning the host 50,000 years of unused cultivation. Su Chen gazed upward, acutely aware of the Tao of heaven within the Xiantian realm. The Xiantian realm is feeble, insignificant. With his current strength, a single punch could likely shatter the entire eastern region. This world is indeed so fragile. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. The weakening of the Tao of heaven and the inability to break through to the emperor level must be linked to the mysterious disappearance of the emperor level beings hundreds of thousands of years ago. During his leisure at the Wanyan Academy, he often perused various texts. According to the records, there were 3 emperor-level beings in the Xiantian realm several 100,000 years ago. But for reasons unknown, they inexplicably vanished. Concurrently, the spiritual energy within the entire Xiantian realm has diminished by nearly 2/3. It stands to reason that some sages from that era have survived until now. He could inquire about it later. Su Chen did not dwell on these matters further. He preferred not to become entangled in such complexities, as the truth would eventually reveal itself. After some contemplation, Su Chen directly communicated with Su Qingtian, Su Hanyuan, and Su Yunxian to summon them. Having previously elevated their status to that of heavenly roots, he was now ready to enhance their capabilities once more. However, he intended to elevate them in batches rather than all at once. Before long, the three arrived at the Wanyan Academy. "Shinner, what did you call us for?" Su Hanyuan asked, a warm smile gracing his face as he looked at his beloved grandson. Su Chen replied with a grin, "To enhance your qualifications." The three were momentarily taken aback. "Enhance qualifications?" Su Chen nodded and continued, "Having elevated you all to heavenly roots previously and seeing that everyone is fully adapted, I now plan to elevate the main branch of the Su family to the saint-level physique and also raise some core members of the collateral branch to heavenly roots." Huh? The trio's pupils constricted, astonished by Su Chen's proclamation. Elevated to saint-level physique. Su Yunxian stammered, his lips trembling as he asked, "Saint-level physique? Shinner, are you certain?" Heavenly roots are already considered top-tier qualifications within the Jinghong Empire, and those possessing a spirit body above heavenly roots are exceedingly rare. As for the legendary saint body, one had only appeared 3,000 years ago in the Jinghong Empire, subsequently joining a sacred land in the eastern region known as the Xiantian Sacred Land. Su Chen smiled reassuringly. "Is there any doubt?" "Great Elder, what cultivation method you practice? I can match you with an appropriate saint body." He had signed numerous saint bodies of all types. Su Yunxian swallowed hard. "I practice the sword Dao." "Sword?" Su Chen nodded, and then began to search within the confines of the system's backpack. The bodies of various sacred swords, Lanyue's sword body, Xingqian's sword body, Yin-Yang's sword body, flitted before his eyes. Soon, he selected a suitable sacred body, the Thunderclap sword body. Su Yunxian's sword was fiercely powerful, emphasizing might. And among the sacred bodies, the Thunderclap sword body was renowned for its formidable explosive force, making it a fitting choice for him. With a smile, Su Chen addressed the elder, "Please have a seat." Su Yunxian felt an overwhelming excitement. It was almost beyond belief that he had the chance to become a sacred body. Had this been anyone else, he would have dismissed such a notion as absurd, yet the numerous shocks Su Chen had delivered made it impossible for him to doubt. He settled onto the stool, and Su Chen placed his hand upon his head. Moments later, a surge of electric power coursed into Su Yunxian's body. In an instant, the tumultuous force of lightning erupted from him, as if it could annihilate everything in its path. Su Chen swiftly contained this energy, surrounding Su Yunxian with a protective barrier. Should this torrent of lightning be unleashed entirely, the safety of the Wanyan Academy would be in jeopardy. Before long, the academy was filled with piercing, anguished cries that sent shivers down the spine, leaving the hair on end. Chapter 56. The four symbols dissect. The anguished cries persisted for an extended duration, nearly threefold that of the previous transformation of the heavenly spirit root. Yet, the torment experienced was far beyond mere multiplication. Of course, Su Chen remained oblivious to this, merely speculating based on the excruciating visage of Su Yunxian. Lying on the ground, Su Yunxian writhed in agony, his entire being convulsing uncontrollably, his expression twisted in sheer torment. However, amidst those agonizing cries, the aura surrounding him grew increasingly formidable. The two guards at the entrance of Wangyun courtyard exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. What on earth was transpiring within? The cries continued for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. Inside Wangyun courtyard, Su Yunxian seemed utterly drained, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. "I feel as though I am on the verge of death." Yet, Su Qingtian was unfazed, hastily approaching to inquire, "Second brother, what is your condition?" Su Yunxian took a deep breath, sensing the immense power of lightning coursing through him, his expression transforming into one of sheer exhilaration. The potency of this lightning force was astonishing, surpassing even that of many high-level Earth-rank techniques, and this was merely the initial stage of his thunderclap sword body. He could scarcely fathom the terror it would embody upon reaching full mastery. Crucially, this thunderclap sword body resonated harmoniously with his swordsmanship, allowing the lightning energy to meld seamlessly into his martial art. "Elder brother, is this truly the sacred body? I feel as though my physical form has been augmented at least fourfold, and my body brims with lightning energy." As he spoke, he rose to his feet, a long sword materializing in his grasp. Slash! Su Chen bellowed, swinging towards the heavens. In an instant, a fierce beam of sword light streaked across the sky, accompanied by immense lightning power, cleaving a terrifying rift in the void above Wanyan Mountain. My heavens! Su Chen and Su Hanyuan stood dumbfounded, awestruck by the sheer might displayed. Su Chen, laughing heartily, exclaimed, "Is this the essence of the sacred body? I feel that the same technique has enhanced its potency at least tenfold. No wonder those prodigies can slay adversaries beyond their realms." Although he was still in the initial stage of the void refinement realm, this single strike could already contend with those in the late stage. Should he reach the minor completion of the thunderclap sword body, he might even stand against those at the brink of the integration realm. Filled with envy, Su Chen could hardly contain himself, urging, "Chener, quickly, grant me the same blessing." Su Chen smiled and nodded. After all, Su Chen also wielded a sword. However, his approach differed from Su Yunshin's, while Su Yunshin sought dominance. Su Qian's swordsmanship flowed like the ocean waves, growing stronger with each clash. Indestructible sword body. Although this sword body lacked the destructive force of the thunderclap sword body, it bestowed significant enhancements to the physical form and was inherently a sword physique. Regardless of the techniques Su Chen chose to cultivate in the future, he would swiftly master them, and the application would carry a sword intent, rendering it equally formidable. Before long, cries of agony resounded once more. After half an hour, Su Chen had elevated all three to the status of sacred body. Due to the cultivation of his physical body, Su Hanyuan directly chose the primordial sacred body for himself. This physique is considered exceptional among sacred bodies, boasting immense physical strength, with blood rebirth upon reaching great mastery being a fundamental ability. The sacred body. From this day forth, they have all become sacred bodies. Excitement radiated from the faces of the three, previously, while enhancing their spiritual roots. Aside from an increase in cultivation speed and slight fortification of their physical forms, there were no significant enhancements in other aspects. However, the sacred body made them acutely aware of their newfound strength. It was akin to a child suddenly maturing into an adult, with their overall combat prowess soaring beyond what it was before. The crucial point is that they had only just begun to integrate the sacred body, not yet having reached even the minor completion stage. Once they fully adapted to their physical forms, their combat abilities would truly be terrifying, capable of slaying foes across significant realms without difficulty. Naturally, this applies to ordinary cultivators. If their adversaries were also prodigies endowed with formidable physiques, the situation would prove considerably more challenging. In the following period, Su Chen would occasionally summon some direct descendants to assist in their elevation to the sacred body. After half a month, all direct descendants of the Su family had ascended to the sacred body level. The enhancement of their physical forms inevitably led to immense consumption, particularly given the number of sacred bodies involved. Thus, Su Chen provided Su Chen with nearly 300 billion high-grade spirit stones, along with countless precious materials. With the affairs of the direct descendants settled, Su Chen then began to enhance the qualifications of the collateral branches. From a bloodline perspective, they too were members of the Su family, and it was only natural that he would not neglect them. Among the collateral branches, Su Chen selected nearly 30 individuals to elevate to the heavenly spiritual root. At this point, the Su family could be regarded as the most formidable force in the eastern region, possessing unparalleled talent. With all direct descendants as sacred bodies, even the sacred lands could not claim such a feat. The strength of the Su family began to flourish once more, and it would not be long before the members of the Su family became renowned powerhouses within the Jing Empire. In the 5 great cities, when the Su family departed, Su Chen took the time to enhance the environment here. The spiritual energy became markedly more abundant. Although it still lagged significantly behind that of the Jing Empire, there was nonetheless a notable improvement. Presently, the 5 great cities held little significance for the Su family, yet they continued to maintain a presence, as no force would disdain its own territory. In Mingyue City, within the Su family, the once vibrant atmosphere had diminished considerably, with far fewer individuals coming and going. Only 3 collateral branch stewards and Su Yuanba remained to oversee the area. The Su family had grown exceedingly powerful, yet without Su Yuanba's presence in Mingyue City, the residents of the 5 great cities would undoubtedly become less orderly. This situation is akin to being at work without a supervisor. One would naturally tend to slack off. Initially, Su Yuanba and Su He took turns to guard the city, but eventually, Su Yuanba opted to remain there permanently. Although the spiritual energy in the 5 great cities was indeed far less than that of Wanyan Mountain, Su Yuanba could cultivate using spirit stones, achieving similar results. Suddenly, Su Yuanba abruptly opened his eyes, his expression growing grave. "Who is it?" As soon as the words were uttered, a formidable aura swiftly permeated the air within the Moonlight City, instilling profound terror in the hearts of countless individuals. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures materialized at the Su residence. The one in the forefront appeared relatively youthful, perhaps in his 20s, accompanied by a middle-aged man behind him. Both exuded an overwhelming presence. One was at the late stage of the void refinement realm, while the other was at the cusp of the integration stage. Su Yuanba abruptly rose to his feet, stepping out of his chamber. Upon seeing the 2 men, his heart raced, and he hurriedly approached, smiling as he inquired, "Might I ask what brings you esteemed elders here?" The young man standing at the forefront replied with a chilling tone, unequivocally declaring, "I am Zhangbu of the Four Symbols sect. From this day forth, the 5 major cities will be under the jurisdiction of my sect. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 57. The Resolute Su Yuanba. 4 chapters presented, as Zhangbu spoke. An overwhelming aura emanated from within him, enveloping Su Yuanba entirely. Despite Su Yuanba's attainment of the perfected divine transformation, the vast disparity in their realms left him feeling immense pressure. It was as if a colossal mountain bore down upon him, causing his vital energy and blood to congeal slightly. This display of dominance left Su Yuanba with no pretense of refusal. In another direction from the 5 great cities, the Four Symbols sect, a relatively weaker royal-level force, was manned by only one initial stage integration expert, falling short compared to the formidable Jing Empire. Initially dismissive of the 5 great cities, they were intrigued when their disciples reported favorable developments in the region. While a single city might not seem significant, the collective strength of 5 could rival some of the mid-sized cities under their own sect, promising considerable returns. Upon arriving in Mingyue City, Zhangbu and his companions felt the concentrated spiritual energy around them, confirming the reports from their disciples. In the eastern region, most territories were dominated by major powers. The Four Symbols sect did not possess the expansive territory of the Jing Empire. Thus, conquering the 5 great cities could enhance their foundation. Su Yuanba's countenance twisted in agony under the weight of pressure as he struggled to breathe. Yet, gritting his teeth, he declared, "Senior, the 5 great cities are the domain of the Su family. Are you not afraid of offending us with your actions?" The Su family was no longer the same as before, and he held a firm confidence, even in the face of the Four Symbols sect's royal status. "Impudence!" Zhangbu thundered, swiftly transforming into a blur and vanishing from sight. Boom! In an instant, Su Yuanba was sent flying, crashing through numerous walls and ultimately being hurled outside the Su family estate. With a frigid demeanor, Zhangbu remarked, "What is there to fear from a mere Su family? The inhabitants of such a small place are foolish. My Four Symbols sect is a royal-level force. Why should we fear a mere divine transformation practitioner?" Prior to their arrival, they had learned that the strongest individual in the Su family was merely at the void refinement stage. Such a force posed no threat. As Su Yuanba landed heavily on the ground, he coughed up blood. Fortunately, his enhanced sacred body was rooted in physical fortitude, sparing him from severe injuries. However, the tumult within his vital energy left him in considerable discomfort, his face flushed. The Su family's residence was situated on the most prosperous street in all of Mingyue City. As bystanders witnessed the commotion, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "Is that not the 4th elder of the Su family, Su Yuanba? Who dares to assault a member of the Su family? Do they not fear for their lives?" "Hush! Lower your voice. Did you not sense that formidable aura earlier? Such strength must belong to an expert at the void refinement stage, perhaps even a powerful one among them. Has the Su family offended a formidable force? It appears they have few left. Perhaps they have fled to escape some grand figure. It is highly probable. Otherwise, why would the Su family be so desolate? The once prominent figures of the Su family are now nowhere to be seen, although the events occurring in the Jing Empire have had far-reaching repercussions. The 5 great cities remain relatively remote, limiting the information available. It is difficult to associate the colossal Su family of the Jing Empire with the Su family residing in Mingwei City. Furthermore, the Su family has only recently established itself in the Jing Empire, and their reputation is not yet widespread. Elder 4. Those remaining in the Su family in Mingwei City have sensed the situation. The steward from the collateral 7th branch hastily retrieved a communication jade talisman to inform the Su family in Wanyan Mountain. Meanwhile, others rushed to assist Su Yuanba in rising to his feet. Elder 4, are you all right? Su Yuanba struggled to stand, his eyes aflame with fury and coldness. However, he understood that he was no match for Zhongbu, so he could only suppress his rage and speak. Are you implying that my Su family must surrender the 5 great cities? Zhongbu replied coldly. Naturally, not just the 5 great cities. Your Su family must also submit to me. Otherwise, there will be no need for the Su family to exist. As he spoke, a murderous intent suddenly erupted from his gaze. The 5 great cities would need management after their conquest, and it would be quite suitable for the Su family to continue such responsibilities. They would only require annual tributes from the Su family, a common tactic employed by many powerful factions. Upon hearing this, anger surged across Su Yuanbai's face. If it were another elder, they might feign compliance, waiting for reinforcements from the Su family to retaliate against the 4-symbol sect. However, Su Yuanbai's fiery temperament could not tolerate such indignity. To consume my Su family, you must first prove your worth. With those words, Su Yuanbai's body radiated a fierce heat, causing the surrounding temperature to rise dramatically. This was his sacred body, the Qiyang sacred body. In the next moment, Su Yuanbai charged toward Zhongbu, swinging his fist with tremendous force. Observing Su Yuanbai daring to strike first, Zhongbu narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, "You seek death." He raised his own fist, unleashing a torrent of power to clash with Su Yuanbai's attack. A resounding explosion ensued, sending Su Yuanbai flying backward, the shockwave shattering nearby buildings into ruins. Zhongbu staggered back 10 steps, feeling a stinging and burning sensation in his hand. Disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? Su Yuanbai's aura clearly indicated he was merely at the peak of the transformation stage, and it was evident that he had only recently broken through, his realm still somewhat unstable. In contrast, Zhongbu had long surpassed the late stage of the refinement void, and the disparity in their powers was immense. How could a transformation stage cultivator injure him? Despite his reluctance to admit it, Su Yuanbai had indeed harmed his physical body. Damn it! Zhongbu's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, a sense of humiliation swelling within him. How could he be injured by a mere transformation stage cultivator? Zhongbu vanished from his position, and when he reappeared, he was already at Su Yuanbai's side. After enduring the recent clash, Su Yuanbai remained unscathed in a fatal sense. Though his arm felt as if it were on the verge of breaking, an excruciating pain coursing through him. He struggled to rise from the ground. But before he could fully straighten himself, a tremendous force surged from his lower abdomen. Bang! Su Yuanbai was hurled backwards once more. Zhongbu immediately pursued him, his expression chilling as he remarked, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Su Yuanbai endured relentless assaults from Zhongbu. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable, and even with his sacred body, he could not withstand the blows. Soon, he was drenched in blood, lying on the ground, his breath becoming exceedingly weak. Zhongbu, with a grim countenance, slowly approached and placed his foot directly upon Su Yuanbai's head, coldly declaring, "A mere transformation realm cultivator dares to defy me." Despite being in such a wretched state, Su Yuanbai's inner fury remained undiminished. He had never endured such humiliation. If you wish to kill, then do so without further ado. Even in death, I shall never submit to you. The words fear death do not exist in my grandfather's dictionary. Slay me, and your four-symbol sect shall surely face annihilation at the hands of the Su family. Chapter 58. The unimaginable Su family. Su Yuanba gritted his teeth. Embodying his resolute character, he would rather perish standing than survive kneeling. To compel him to submit to the four-symbol sect was inconceivable, and even the pretense of compliance was beyond his willingness. Observers in Mingwei City shook their heads upon witnessing Su Yuanba's dire predicament. It was evident today would likely mark his demise. Those two individuals bore jade, tokens that seemed to signify their status as elders of the four-symbol sect. How had the Su family provoked such a formidable royal power? The four-symbol sect? No wonder the Su family sought to flee from Mingwei City. They had unwittingly entangled themselves with such a colossal entity. Their decision to depart was indeed sagacious. Curiously, once one individual suggested that the Su family might be attempting to escape, the collective sentiment echoed that notion. The Su family's recent behavior had been particularly peculiar. As a prominent family in Mingwei City with thousands of members, they had fallen into an unusual silence, with scarcely a sighting of their kin. The arrival of the four-symbol sect further validated the townsfolk's speculations. Zhang Bu's expression turned frigid. He harbored a fierce desire to crush Su Yuanba beneath his foot. Yet, upon observing the derisive countenance of his adversary, he recognized that this was not a man prone to fear for his life. With a cold sneer, Zhang Bu concluded that dispatching such a person would yield little satisfaction. Rather, he sought to inflict unbearable suffering. Since you wish for death, I shall deny you that mercy. With these words, he produced a talisman, his gaze laced with mockery. This artifact, known as the Soul Control Talisman, contained the essence of a canine spirit. Affixing it to one's person would compel all actions to mirror those of a dog. I shall ensure that you, this despicable insect, endure the utmost humiliation. Upon hearing this, Su Yuanba erupted in fury. You wretched beast, if you possess any courage, kill me. In response to his outburst, Zhang Bu merely sneered. Just as he prepared to affix the soul control talisman to Su Yuanba, a sudden surge of spiritual energy rippled through Mingwei City. What on earth? Zhang Bu was taken aback, swiftly turning his gaze skyward. Above the city, for beams of light illuminated the sky, and in their midst, a spatial disturbance became evident. A teleportation formation. Zhang Bu furrowed his brow in concern. What was transpiring? In the next moment, a massive spatial rift materialized, and two figures emerged. Leading the charge was Su Hanyuan, exuding an aura reminiscent of a primal beast, imposing and formidable. His eyes glimmered with golden flecks, and golden stripes adorned his physique, exuding an air of mystery and strength. Following closely behind was Su Chen, his entire being radiating sword intent that soared skyward, akin to a lethal blade capable of severing all that existed. Many onlookers were captivated, their senses overwhelmed by the piercing sword intent. Those of lesser cultivation even felt a sharp pain, as if pricked by needles. Upon noticing Su Yuanba sprawled on the ground, Su Chen eyes ignited with an icy, murderous intent. He unleashed a sword strike, aiming directly at Zhang Bu. This strike contained an overwhelming force, imbued with the essence of sword intent. Zhang Bu was instantly taken aback. Although Su Chen's aura only indicated the initial stage of the void refinement realm, a swordsman endowed with sword intent was an entirely different entity from one devoid of it. What was most alarming was the formidable sword intent emanating from Su Chen, which even Zhang Bu, at the late stage of void refinement, felt threatened by. However, his expression soon turned cold, seeking death. Despite the potency of this sword intent, the initial stage of void refinement remained just that, and there was still a significant gap in their realms. He unleashed his entire momentum and charged towards Su Chen's sword light. Yet in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhang Bu's hand was severed, blood gushing from the wound, a gruesome sight to behold. What? A middle-aged man accompanying Zhang Bu, upon witnessing this, wore an expression of disbelief. How could Su Chen, merely at the initial stage of void refinement, so easily disrupt Zhang Bu's attack? Su Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. Those who dare to harm members of the Su family seek their own demise. He had been elevated to the sacred body at the outset, and, after a period of cultivation, had reached the minor completion of the sacred body realm. Coupled with his own foundation in the initial stage of void refinement, engaging an ordinary late-stage void refinement practitioner posed him no pressure whatsoever. He even saw opportunities to directly eliminate his opponent. Such was the might of the sacred body. In an instant, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight, his sword descending like a celestial swan upon Zhang Bu's head, an aura of terror that instilled dread. Before this overwhelming sword intent, Zhang Bu felt as if he were confronting a terrifying entity, his body unable to muster the strength to resist. Or perhaps he simply lacked the courage to fight back. Why? He was merely at the initial stage of void refinement. How could he possess such formidable power? In the face of Su Chen's strike, despair and helplessness filled his heart. No wonder that individual from the Su family warned that if they killed him, the Su family would not let them off. It turned out they had such powerful warriors among them. Regret flooded Zhang Bu's mind. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted more cautiously, leaving himself room for retreat. Zhang Bu, the middle-aged man's expression shifted, wishing to intervene, but it was already too late. A crisp sound echoed as Zhang Bu did not meet his anticipated fate of being cleaved in two. Instead, his body collapsed under the immense pressure of the sword intent, disintegrating into dust. The middle-aged man's pupils dilated sharply. He was at the cusp of the integration realm, his strength far surpassing Zhang Bu's. Yet, even he could not have dispatched Zhang Bu so effortlessly. Just what kind of background did the Su family possess? The middle-aged man was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have thoroughly investigated before coming to Mingwei City. Clearly, the terrifying nature of the Su family exceeded all his expectations. At this moment, whether from the collateral branches of the Su family or the inhabitants of Mingwei City, all were struck with fear and shock upon witnessing Su Chen directly slay a late-stage void refinement practitioner with a single stroke. Such formidable prowess. This is Su Chen, the head of the Su family. Has his strength grown to such an extent? Who previously claimed that the Su family members had fled? Let them receive a couple of slaps for their audacity. Perhaps the Su family deemed Mingwei City beneath their notice and opted for other locales instead. It is truly terrifying. With a single sword stroke, a formidable being at the late stage of the void refinement realm was vanquished. If Su Chen possesses such prowess, one can only imagine the dreadfulness of Su Hongyuan, the first among the Su family to transcend the void refinement stage. How has the Su family's strength escalated so rapidly? I recall it has only been a few years. How could they have transformed so drastically? Gasps of astonishment echoed as they grappled with the magnitude of Su Chen's power, which was utterly incomprehensible. It surpassed all expectations. In recent years, the Su family had seemingly faded into obscurity, with scant reports of their exploits circulating within the 5 great cities. Thus, the public's perception of the Su family's capabilities remained rooted in the past. However, with Su Chen's formidable display of strength, it became evident that the Su family was far more formidable than anyone had previously envisioned. Chapter 59. The Mysterious Zhao Jian. The middle-aged man who accompanied Zhang Bu had no intention of counterattacking. Only one thought occupied his mind: to flee from his place. Particularly the strength displayed by Su Chen instilled in him an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Moreover, he was not the only one who returned with Su Chen through the teleportation array. Another individual exuded an even more terrifying aura. Even he, a half-step into the integration stage, felt an intense pressure. In the next moment, the middle-aged man transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. Su Hongyuan's gaze sharpened. He coldly declared, trying to escape. He reached out, and the void suddenly erupted, unleashing a violent surge of physical power. As Su Hongyuan advanced, his figure instantaneously appeared beside the middle-aged man, and he raised his hand to strike down upon a man's head. This punch seemed to embody the might of world annihilation. The middle-aged man, gazing at Su Hongyuan's sudden appearance, could not help but reveal a look of horror, especially upon sensing the cataclysmic power contained within Su Hongyuan's fist. Fear overtook his countenance. He instinctively realized that if he could not evade this blow, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Damn it! What exactly is this Su family? A mere initial refinement casually overpowering someone in the late refinement stage. Now, this perfect refinement stage individual toyed with him a half step into the integration stage, as if their realms were reversed. The two had yet to exchange blows, yet he already knew he was no match for Su Hongyuan. Boom! Ultimately, he failed to evade Su Hongyuan's fist. The middle-aged man flew back like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently to the ground. The intense tremors sent ripples throughout the entirety of Mingyue City, instilling fear in the faces of many whose cultivation was lacking. What on earth had transpired? Despite the impact, he was not embedded into the earth. The overwhelming force Su Hongyuan exerted created a massive pit, dozens of meters in diameter and nearly 10 meters deep. Within this pit, numerous fine cracks emerged. This scene alone was enough to showcase the terrifying power contained in Su Hongyuan's punch. A chilling glint filled Su Hongyuan's eyes, golden stripes manifesting upon his surface. He resembled a deity of war as he charged toward the middle-aged man. Su Yuanba had nearly been killed, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Those who dared to strike against the Su family must pay the price. The middle-aged man could only watch in horror as Su Hongyuan approached, unable to react in time due to the incredible speed. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, and the distant void violently exploded. Following this, a figure surged towards Su Hongyuan, striking him away and causing a multitude of buildings to collapse. Under this impact, Su Hongyuan was hurled against the outer wall of Mingyue City. The newcomer was tall, clad in a black robe, his expression exceedingly grim. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, far surpassing the bounds of the refinement stage. Integration stage. Su Lin, a member of the Su family's collateral line, helped Su Yuanba to his feet and then turned to gaze into the distance, his eyes filled with trepidation. What an overwhelming aura! What manner of formidable opponent is this? Su Yuanba's expression also grew serious. It is the integration stage. What? Su Lin's countenance darkened. He was unaware that the direct descendants of the Su family had already achieved the sacred body. Faced with a practitioner at the integration stage, could the family head and the elder patriarch prevail? Perhaps it would be wise to send a message to the young clan leader? Worry etched on Su Lin's face, as he believed that only Su Chen could address such a powerful adversary. Su Yuanba shook his head, reassuring him, "Do not fret, the old master will be fine." Though he harbored some concern, he chose to place his trust in Su Hongyuan. Surely, an early integration stage practitioner could be defeated, right? Nonetheless, to be prudent, Su Yuanba added, "Send another message to the Su family, informing them of the situation here. If necessary, have Little Chen come." Despite his confidence in the old master, he remained apprehensive about unforeseen developments. Meanwhile, Zhao Jian, the head of the Four Symbols sect, spoke grimly. "You have injured my sect's grand elder and slain our fifth elder, Zhangbu. If you cannot provide an explanation today, I fear you may not leave unscathed." The moment Zhangbu met his fate, Zhao Jian had hastened to Mingyue City, for if he had delayed even slightly, the grand elder may have perished as well. In his perception, although Su Hongyuan exuded a formidable presence, he was merely at the refining void stage. The chasm between the refining void stage and the integration stage was akin to a vast abyss. Even the mightiest of refining void practitioners would be rendered insignificant in the face of an integration stage master. Before Zhao Jian's arrival, many in Mingyue City had been spectators. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Jian, numerous individuals could no longer remain seated and hastily retreated. The residual force from a battle of such caliber could obliterate them 1,000 times over. How had the Su family provoked such a powerful foe? The aura clearly indicated a presence beyond the refining void stage. The Su family was doomed. How could they have attracted an integration stage practitioner? With a royal-level powerhouse targeting the Su family, Su Hongyuan, being merely at the refining void stage, stood little chance of resistance. In the eyes of the public, the outcome of the conflict between the Su family and the Four Symbols sect appeared grim. The Four Symbols sect strength was overwhelmingly superior, being a royal-level force. As for the Su family, although Su Chen and Su Hongyuan had previously demonstrated formidable prowess, he remained only at the refining void stage. The disparity between the integration stage and the refining void stage was insurmountably vast. Rising from the ground, Su Hongyuan steadied the tumultuous energy within him and let out a cold laugh. I intended to visit the Four Symbols sect personally, since you have come seeking me. You have spared me the trouble. With that, his figure vanished from his position, propelling forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly toward Zhao Jian. A jolt of alarm surged through Zhao Jian. The heightened sensitivity of his integration state perception allowed him to sense the terrifying power within Su Hongyuan. How audacious of a mere refining void practitioner to act with such arrogance. Though a sense of wariness flickered within Zhao Jian, he was not intimidated. In the realm of cultivation, one would ponder how a being in the combined body stage could possibly fear one in the virtual refinement stage. Zhao's formidable power surged forth, casting an oppressive aura over the entire Minghua city. In an instant, he charged towards Su Hongyuan. The two clashed violently, their tremendous forces radiating outward, causing buildings and streets to collapse within a radius of nearly a mile, leaving devastation in their wake. Zhao was hurled backward for 100 meters before he managed to regain his footing. The excruciating pain radiating from his arm left him in a state of disbelief. How could this be possible? A mere practitioner of the virtual refinement stage was capable of inflicting harm upon him. As Zhao lifted his gaze towards Su Hongyuan, his pupils constricted in shock. Su Hongyuan had only staggered back a few steps. His physical form was utterly inadequate in comparison. The chasm between the virtual refinement stage and the combined body stage was akin to the disparity between a primary school student and an adult. For an adult, a single punch might suffice to defeat a child. Yet, it was Su Hongyuan who emerged victorious in this confrontation. Zhao's expression began to shift, transitioning from rage to a chilling calm as he fixated intently on Su Hongyuan. Holy power! Zhao finally comprehended the source of Su Hongyuan's formidable strength. It was due to his sacred body constitution. The realization ignited a glimmer of avarice in Zhao's eyes. A sacred body, without a doubt, marked one as a renowned genius within the Xiantian realm, often backed by terrifying forces. Yet the individual before him did not appear to be one of those sanctified beings. A sinister smile crept across Zhao's lips, and his gaze morphed into something unsettling. His eyes dark as ink, emanating an oppressive aura. What is fearsome combat prowess? Ultimately, he was still merely a practitioner of the virtual refinement stage. Today, none could save you. As Zhao's voice resonated, his aura intensified, swiftly escalating to the returning origin stage within mere breaths. Dark, eerie patterns emerged upon his face, enveloping him in a malevolent atmosphere that was profoundly unsettling. One sacred body is ample reason for me to risk exposing my identity. In other circumstances, I would indeed hesitate to reveal myself, but here in the 5 great cities, there are no formidable opponents. Regrettably, all the inhabitants of Minghua City shall accompany you to the grave. Chapter 60. The Demon Clan and the Dual Realms, sensing the ominous aura emanating from Zhao Jian. Su Hongyuan's pupils constricted sharply, and his countenance transformed into one of sheer terror. It was not merely Zhao Jian's cultivation in the return to origin realm that instilled fear in him, but rather the malevolent essence that enveloped him. You are of the Demon Clan. Su Hongyuan could not restrain a scream, his expression gravely serious. Though both the Demon Clan and Demon Cultivators bear the name Demon, they are fundamentally distinct. The Xiantian realm is divided into 2 facets. The Yang side, predominantly ruled by the human and beast races, and the Yin side, governed by the Demon Clan, commonly referred to as the Demon Realm. Despite belonging to the same world, these 2 sides have never coexisted peacefully. Both factions harbor desires to consume one another, leading to frequent and protracted conflicts that have endured for countless ages. The demon realm operates under a rule system akin to that of the beast races, with a singular monarch. In contrast, the yang realm is marked by a complex web of power, led by numerous formidable entities, resulting in a landscape rife with cunning and deceit. Throughout the prolonged struggle against the demon realm, the yang realm suffered numerous defeats. Historical records suggest that it was only through the sacrifice of a great emperor that the two realms were irrevocably separated, finally bringing this lengthy war to a close. Although the strife between the yang and demon realms has ceased, the demon realm's ambitions to invade the yang realm have never waned. In subsequent years, demons have occasionally traversed the rifts in space to infiltrate the yang realm, particularly after the disappearance of the yang realm's emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago. The seals that once bound the two realms began to weaken, leading to an increasing number of demons appearing within the yang realm. However, Su Chen could never have anticipated such misfortune as to encounter a member of the demon clan. At this moment, many in Mingyue City became aware of the figure in the sky, sensing the repugnant aura surrounding him, their brows furrowed in concern. Demon cultivator? No, this is the demon clan. Panic spread as some faces turned pale with horror. Run! The demon clan has appeared in Mingyue City. The very essence of this presence sent shivers down their spines, as whispers circulated about how the demon clan left a trail of devastation in their wake. Are we doomed? Instantly, chaos erupted in Mingyue City. Beings from both realms can devour one another to cultivate. Yet this demon was evidently far too powerful. Su Chen Beyobed Qingtian. Quickly take the Su family and flee. I will hold them off. With that, a golden radiance erupted from his being, transforming him into a golden deity of war. However, he refrained from launching an attack, instead regarding Zhao Jian with utmost vigilance. Against such a formidable adversary, an offensive approach would be decidedly unwise. Zhao Jian wore an enigmatic expression, a look of ecstasy crossing his face. Finally, I need not disguise myself anymore. As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards Mingyue City, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Not a single one shall escape today. Zhao Jian was determined to prevent the events of this day from leaking out, for it would spell catastrophic consequences for him. Entering the yang realm was not particularly arduous. Those below the sage level could cross over if they were willing to pay a certain price. However, returning was an entirely different matter altogether. Thus, he found himself with no avenue of escape. The malevolent aura emanating from Zhao Jian enveloped the entirety of Mingyue City in mere moments, isolating it from the outside world. His power was overwhelming. The mightiest within the city barely reached the transformation stage, rendering them incapable of breaching that demonic energy. After accomplishing this, Zhao Jian turned his gaze towards Su Chen, excitement flickering in his eyes. The sacred body, such a boon. With that, he raised his hand and effortlessly dispatched the half-step integration stage leader of the Four Symbols sect. The middle-aged man's face was a canvas of disbelief, his eyes wide as he succumbed to his fate. From his lifeless body, a faint essence drifted away, which Zhao Jian absorbed instantaneously, transforming the man into a mere desiccated corpse, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Once he absorbed the essence, Zhao Jian vanished from his original location. Su Chen, sensing the gravity of the situation, heightened his focus to the utmost, an overwhelming pressure radiating outward. The golden patterns etched upon his physique were remarkably resilient. Surely, he must possess the legendary primordial sacred body. To consume such formidable constitution could offer me a glimpse into the realm of the demon saint. He cackled with malicious delight. The sound alone enough to raise the hairs on the back of one's neck. Suddenly, Fao Hian metirilaist beside Su Chen, lunging at him with ferocity as the surrounding space began to collapse under the strain, chaotic currents swirling in all directions. Su Chen, instinctively tense, struck out with a punch. Zhao Jian scoffed, a mere insect of the refinement stage. Even with the primordial sacred body, you are but a fledgling. Daring to oppose me is akin to an ant attempting to halt a chariot. With a slight exertion, Su Chen was sent crashing to the ground, spewing forth a spray of golden blood. The force of the blow was unimaginable. He felt as though his body might rupture, each limb seemingly on the verge of detachment. A torrent of agony flooding his mind. While the primordial sacred body could mend flesh and heal its bearer, the severity of his injuries rendered him temporarily immobile, despite its restorative properties being at their peak. A look of horror filled Su Hongyuan's eyes. Was this the power of the returning origin realm? Since acquiring the sacred body, he had felt invincible, yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Against those in the integration stage, he felt he could at least contend, but facing someone of the returning origin realm left him utterly defenseless. Zhao Jian hovered in the air, his visage resembling that of a sinister specter from the depths of the abyss. The primordial sacred body is nothing extraordinary, he mocked, disdain etched across his features. In the next instant, he was beside Su Hongyuan, a dark aura erupting from him, engulfing Su Hongyuan entirely. With the prospect of devouring a sacred body so tantalizing, a grotesque grin spread across his face. Suddenly, a sharp streak of sword light surged from a distance. Bang! Zhao Jian effortlessly caught the blade with a raised hand, his eyes narrowing as he turned towards Su Chen, a look of surprise dawning on his face. It appears that there is a divine power within you. Could it be that you possess a sacred body as well? Ha ha ha! I never anticipated that fortune would smile upon me so generously, allowing me to encounter two sacred bodies. Su Hongyuan's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed. We must leave at once. Leave? Zhao Jian replied with a cold sneer. Neither of you shall escape today. With a casual flick of his hand, a terrifying force struck Su Chen, rendering him incapable of battle, collapsing to the ground, utterly immobilized. After executing this, Zhao Jian turned his gaze toward Su Hongyuan, licking his lips in anticipation. It's time to indulge. He prepared to devour Su Hongyuan directly. Yet suddenly, a chill ran through Zhao Jian's heart. He turned his head, his expression grave as he gazed skyward. There, amidst the clouds, a colossal creature loomed. As the mist gradually dissipated, its true form was revealed, a gigantic true dragon, with 5 claws, emerald scales, and verdant horns. What is this? Zhao Jian did not hold a particularly vivid recollection of such a creature, but instinctively recognized that this beast was undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 61. The Origin of the Demon Clan. Breakthrough to the return to origin realm, he was a being from the demon realm, where the dragon clan did not exist. Thus he could not possibly be acquainted with them. Half-step to the return to origin realm, Zhao Jian furrowed his brows, his heartbeat quickening as he felt as if a terrifying entity was fixated upon him. Yet, the creature before him merely emanated the fluctuations of a half-step return to origin realm. Why, then, did it invoke such a sense of dread within him? In Minghui City, nearly everyone beheld the sudden emergence of this colossal beast. What was happening? What kind of monstrous creature is this? Such a terrifying aura. The demon clan is a common enemy of both our human race and the beast clan. Could this signify our salvation? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. As at that moment, Zhao Jian's demonic energy enveloped Minghui City, rendering its inhabitants powerless to act, leaving them to await their demise in silence. They had all but succumbed to despair. Yet now, behind Qingshi, the people of Minghui City felt a flicker of hope rekindled. Something was amiss. Did you observe the appearance of this beast? How strikingly similar it is to the legendary dragon clan. Indeed seems so. Moreover, there appears to be a person seated upon its head. Could this be the mount of a powerful human warrior? To tame such a formidable creature, it seems we might yet be saved today. Among the crowd in Minghui City, a woman frowned deeply. She had married into the Jinghong Empire long ago and had returned today to visit her family, unexpectedly finding herself amidst such chaos. To subdue the dragon clan. Her father had once mentioned a Su family in Minghui City. Could it possibly be the same Su family from Wanyan Mountain? Before she could ponder further, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the clouds as Qingshi's figure plunged downward, its immense form spiraling through the skies of Minghui City. Qingshi looked down at Zhao Jian. At that instant, Zhao Jian's pupils constricted sharply, and the malevolent aura around him instinctively receded slightly. It was not solely due to Qing Shi, but rather the strikingly handsome young man seated atop, whose presence radiated an aura of extraordinary strength. Su Chen sat motionless, yet he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. A true powerhouse, a genuine force to be reckoned with. At the very least, he was at the entry realm. Zhao Jian's eyes quivered. Such a formidable figure was certainly beyond his capabilities to confront. His own strength resided in the mid-stages of the return to origin realm, and beings from the realms of yin and yang possess comparable power. Some prodigies of the demon clan could indeed contend with the entry realm even at the mid-stages of return to origin, yet he could never hope to do so. Zhao Jian's expression darkened considerably. He had thoroughly studied all the holy sites in the eastern region, and found no connections linking Su Hanyuan with these sites. Naturally, neither did they bear any ties to forces beyond the eastern region or any of the top-tier royal powers, existing purely as free agents without any formidable background. Now, however, a figure of the entry realm had suddenly emerged. The Su family. What is their true origin? Could they be the same Su family from the Jing Empire? But were they not said to possess only one practitioner in the return to origin realm? At this moment, a myriad of thoughts surged within Zhao Jian's mind. However, what he desired most was to expeditiously vacate the premises, for the pressure of Qing Shi's gaze was overwhelming. Just then, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he regarded Zhao Jian, the demon clan. Observing the malevolent aura swirling within his adversary, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. For this was his first encounter with the demon race. As a supreme sage, he effortlessly discerned the essence of Zhao Jian. A look of surprise crossed Su Chen's features. Although the aura emanating from the demon clan was exceedingly sinister, its essence was remarkably sweet and delectable, precisely as recorded. It appeared that the realms of demons and the realm of light could mutually devour one another. Did this imply that if a cultivator from the realm of light were to consume him, they could directly seize his essence and transcend to the realm of return? The demon and light realms seemingly shared a common origin, yet due to their extreme divergence, mutual absorption could remedy their respective flaws. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Su Chen's eyes. The relationship between the demon and light realms seemed quite fascinating. He was almost certain that these two realms of yin and yang were far more complex than mere adversaries. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He reached out towards Zhao Jian, who immediately attempted to flee. Yet before he could move, he found himself ensnared in mid-air, as if he were a mere chick. As Zhao Jian was held captive, the dark energy enveloping Mingyue City began to dissipate rapidly. Fear was etched across Zhao Jian's eyes. Damn! A sage. The instant Su Chen took action, he sensed that Su Chen was undoubtedly not merely in the realm of entry, but at least a half-step sage-level powerhouse. The beings of the demon realm possessed an acute sensitivity towards those of the light realm, and vice versa. Beings of the light realm could easily identify them. Zhao Jian had distinctly sensed the faint aura of sanctity emanating from Su Chen, a clear sign of a sage. Zhao Jian felt paralyzed. He wanted to weep. He had initially believed he had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune, discovering two sage bodies, only to find himself ensnared. Regret flooded Zhao Jian's heart. After all, these were two sage bodies, and it was inconceivable that there were no formidable forces behind them. Even if he harbored murderous intent, he should have been more prudent. Preparing the opportune moment to eliminate them and then retreating, this was clearly the most prudent course of action. Little Chen, in the distance, Su Yuanba's face was a mixture of delight and astonishment, though the members of the Su family were aware of Su Chen's formidable strength. Witnessing him effortlessly subdue Zhao Jian elicited a sense of awe. Su Chen smiled in response, addressing fourth uncle. The collateral members of the Su family approached in unison, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the young clan leader." Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement, then gestured toward Zhao Jian. In an instant, Zhao Jian fell, coalescing into a massive black orb, approximately the size of a basketball. This was the essence of Zhao Jian, directly consolidated by Su Chen. After dealing with Zhao Jian, they returned to the Su family residence. The four core members of the Su family gathered in the inner courtyard. Su Hanyuan gazed at his young grandson. unable to suppress a sense of admiration. My boy, your strength is truly remarkable. The strength exhibited by Su Chen truly astonished him. Zhao Jian's formidable power was effortlessly subdued. The members of the Su family began to comprehend that Su Chen's abilities were perhaps far more intricate than mere return to Origin Realm. However, they shared an unspoken understanding and refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that Su Chen harbored his own secrets, and pressing on the matter would be rather pointless. Su Chen smiled lightly, not dwelling excessively on the issue. He extracted the essence of Zhao Jian's origin and remarked, "Elder, this substance is the essence of the demon clan's origin. I trust you are aware that the beings of the yin and yang realms can consume one another. With the demon clan possessing cultivation at the return to origin level, consuming this essence would enable a breakthrough into that realm, devoid of any adverse effects. I leave this matter in your capable hands to decide who shall absorb and refine it." Upon hearing this, Su Hongyuan's gaze ignited with fervor as he fixed his eyes on the black orb in Su Chen's hand. He was undoubtedly aware of the mutual consumption possible between the two realms. Should they manage to consume Zhao Jian, the Su family would possess their own return-to-origin cultivator, thereby elevating themselves to a king-level power without reliance on Su Chen. Chapter 62. How does the Taoist address? Concerning the essence of the demon race and who should refine it, both Su Qingtian and Su Yuanbai unanimously agreed that Su Hongyuan should consume it. The elder has devoted much for the family. Now that benefits have arisen, it is only fitting that he, as the first to enjoy them, partakes without issue. Su Hongyuan is not one to dawdle, and soon retreated into seclusion within Mingwei City with the essence of the demon race. Su Qingtian returned to Wanyan Mountain, while Su Chen remained in Mingwei City, awaiting the elder's breakthrough. In the Dongyu Jinghong Empire region, only Su Chen possessed a dragon as a mount, and there were also individuals from the Jinghong Empire in Mingwei City. Before long, news of the Su family in Mingwei City reached Wanyan Mountain. Wait, what are you saying about the Wanyan Mountain Su family? What connection does that have with the Mingwei City Su family? Recently, the ascension of the 8th prince was well known, and the rise of the 7th prince relied on a Guanyuan realm cultivator, who happened to be Su Chen, the young patriarch of the Su family. I am aware of this matter. Subsequently, the royal family granted the Su family a blessed land, which is Wanyan Mountain. This implies that the disappearance of so many from the Su family was not an act of fleeing, but rather a relocation to a superior place. In Mingwei City, many residents, upon learning of the Su family's exploits, displayed expressions of awe. No one anticipated the Su family's power to be so formidable. Thus, half a month passed, and the atmosphere in Mingwei City gradually calmed. For the inhabitants, the emergence of a powerful Su family brought them joy, with such a strong force protecting them. Their sense of security soared dramatically. For instance, had the demon race attacked without the Su family's presence, their fate would have likely been dire. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from within the Su family, spreading outward towards the outskirts of Mingwei City. The terrifying pressure sent waves of panic through the populace, with countless individuals gazing upward in fear towards the source of the overwhelming force. Recalling the day half a month prior, the aura that day had been equally terrifying. This is the might of a Guanyuan realm expert. Before long, the oppressive aura retracted. In the inner courtyard of the Su family, Su Hongyuan opened his eyes, an unmistakable look of ecstasy adorning his face. Guanyuan realm. Is this truly the Guanyuan realm? At this moment, Su Hongyuan's aura was harmonious, emanating an ethereal quality, as if he had returned to a state of primordial simplicity. The path of cultivation bifurcates into two directions. One seeks to enhance one's cultivation, while the other involves purifying oneself, returning to a state of authenticity. From the moment of birth, one is beset by myriad impurities and filth that must be cleansed through cultivation, striving for a state of complete purity. As cultivation strengthens, one becomes increasingly clear and transparent. Attaining the Tao realm and crossing the heavenly threshold, a sage must sever the three corpses, achieving ultimate clarity and transparency thereafter. However, Su Chen, having directly utilized his cultivation, bypassed these stages and broke through directly. Su Chen's figure emerged, and he smiled, saying, "Congratulations, Elder, on breaking through to the Guanyuan realm." Su Hongyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Yet soon his expression began to recede. Su Hongyuan gazed intently at Su Chen, attempting to penetrate the depths of his young grandson's being, yet ultimately found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Su Chen seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mist, or rather, countless layers of it. For every layer he pierced, another awaited him. No matter how many layers he uncovered, there seemed to be no end, resembling an abyss that was infinite and boundless. A grave expression flickered in Su Hongyuan's eyes. He had believed that upon breaking through to the returning origin realm, he would at least gain a rough understanding of Su Chen's true level of cultivation. However, upon reaching that realm, he discovered that Su Chen was even more formidable than he had imagined. He could not help but let out a wry smile. The depths of Su Chen's strength were beyond his comprehension. There were numerous uncertainties surrounding Su Chen, particularly regarding the origins of his formidable power and the celestial treasures he possessed. Previously, Su Chen had mentioned a mysterious master, yet now it seemed that this enigmatic figure was none other than himself. However, Su Hongyuan found these matters inconsequential. What mattered was that Su Chen wished for the prosperity of the Su family, which was more than sufficient. Regardless of the secrets he harbored, he remained an integral part of the Su clan. With a smile, Su Hongyuan said, "Chener, I am preparing to return to Wanyan Mountain. Would you care to accompany me?" Su Chen shook his head, replying, "No, I intend to explore a bit." Since entering this world, he had yet to truly venture out, having never even roamed the outskirts of Minghua City. He had grown weary of Wanyan Mountain and desired a change of scenery to clear his mind. Su Hongyuan paused momentarily. Then a teasing smile graced his face. "Chener, you are no longer a child. Perhaps I should help you find a suitable match?" Su Chen cleared his throat lightly, saying, "Perhaps not, as I have no such intentions at the moment." Su Hongyuan smiled, refraining from further persuasion, and turned to leave the Su residence. Su Chen also departed from the Su family, meandering through Minghua City. After several hours, he left Minghua City, heading towards Pingyang City. In his memories, he recalled a childhood companion from when he was around 10 years old. Afterward, she had moved to Pingyang City with her parents, and now Su Chen intended to visit and see her again. In his recollections, this companion had been one of the few friends he had during his formative years. Not in a hurry, Su Chen leisurely made his way towards Pingyang City, stopping occasionally to rest whenever he encountered picturesque scenery. Alone amidst mountains and waters, I wander freely under the setting sun. Su Chen relished this tranquil and comfortable existence, quietly observing the sun rise and set, savoring the essence of nature. The distance between Minghua City and Pingyang City was vast, and without urgency, he took nearly 2 months to cover half the journey. On one particular day, Su Chen lay resting on a stone beside a small stream when 2 figures emerged from the adjacent woods. Both were clad in the attire of Taoist priests. One was a man in his 60s, whose expression appeared somewhat dazed, his eyes dimming with the flicker of wisdom. Beside him stood a young Taoist priest, who appeared to be of similar age to Su Chen. Although he appeared youthful, there was an incongruous weariness etched upon his face that belied his age. Upon glimpsing Su Chen, the young Taoist expression shifted to one of solemnity. Within his perception, he had utterly failed to discern the presence of another by the brookside. A formidable presence. In an instant, the young Taoist recognized that the individual before him was far from ordinary. Throughout the eastern region, few could evade his scrutiny. Just as he was about to take his leave, Su Chen sat up and, with a smile, inquired, "What is your esteemed title? Taoist?" Chapter 63. Severing the 3 corpses. The difficult path of cultivation, the young Taoist paused in his steps, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "I am from the Jiyun Taoist temple, known as Ziyang Zhenren. This beside me is my disciple, Ziyang Zhenren." Su Chen nodded, surprise flickering in his eyes. A title reserved for those of saintly stature. He never anticipated encountering such a being in this locale. With a courteous gesture, Su Chen introduced himself. "I am Su Chen." "Su Chen?" Ziyang Zhenren was taken aback. Having hailed from the Jinghong Empire, He was intimately familiar with the name. Su Chen was a prominent figure within the empire, renowned to the point of being a household name, though rumors suggested Su Chen was merely at the returning to origin stage. Zhang Zhenren sensed a far greater depth of power. As a mid-stage Saint King himself, he found it perplexing to gauge Su Chen's true capabilities, indicating that the young man was indeed formidable. With genuine curiosity, Su Chen inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, Taoist?" Zhang Zhenren candidly replied, casting a glance at the elder beside him, "My disciple has lost his wits after severing the middle corpse and has been wandering in this direction. Reluctantly, I have followed suit." Middle corpse. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that the elder was on the verge of breaking through to saintly status. The three corpses comprise the upper, middle, and lower corpses. The lower corpse embodies desire, the middle corpse represents wisdom, and the upper corpse signifies life and death. To sever the middle corpse indicates that this Taoist possesses notable skill. If he can overcome this trial, he would have made significant progress in severing the three corpses. The essence of severing the three corpses lies in relinquishing attachments, a process of dying to be reborn, akin to a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly. The severing of the middle corpse entails a complete loss of wisdom, leading to foolishness. If one cannot attain enlightenment and regain their wisdom, they risk becoming a true simpleton. Each of the three corpses relates to life and death, while the lower and middle corpses do not lead to actual demise. Failure in severing the upper corpse results in true death. Zhang Zhenren observed his disciple, noting his reluctance to continue onward. Thus, he found a stone to sit upon. Gazing at the gently flowing stream before him, his expression tinged with melancholy. The heavens are devoid of compassion. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. To transcend the returning to origin stage and enter the Tao, one must endure the heavenly tribulation. Failing to do so leads only to a dead end. The transition from the Tao stage to saint is even more daunting, with the severing of the three corpses having thwarted countless cultivators throughout history. As memories of his own trials in severing the three corpses resurfaced, he felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Su Chen smiled gently. Is this not a test in itself? Without enduring hardship, how can one attain formidable cultivation? Zhang Zhenren paused at these words, then burst into laughter. Indeed, it appears I have become reflective. He then turned his gaze back to the elder, his demeanor tranquil. The act of severing the three corpses is inherently a triad of tribulations. One could choose not to confront them. Since he had chosen this path, whatever the outcome, it was within the realm of reason. With that, he released his lingering concerns. He believed that his disciple's choice to sever the three corpses was undoubtedly a preparation for the worst possible outcome. After a brief moment, the old Taoist again wandered aimlessly towards the distance, stepping directly into the icy waters of the stream, yet remained oblivious to his surroundings. The flicker of wisdom in his eyes guided him onward. Zhang Zhenren also rose to his feet and respectfully bowed to Su Chen, stating, "I shall take my leave now." Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for him to proceed. He observed the direction in which the two departed, which seemed to align with his own, both heading towards Pingyang City. However, Su Chen chose not to accompany them. Everyone has their own path to tread. Thus, he journeyed for another 3 months, finally arriving at Pingyang City. Among the 5 major cities, Pingyang was slightly less grand than Mingwei City. Following the map etched in his memory, he made his way to the Ning family residence. His childhood friend belonged to a collateral branch of the Ning family, having grown up managing affairs in Mingwei City before being summoned back for various reasons. "Esteemed young sir, whom do you seek?" inquired a guard at the entrance of the Ning residence, noting Su Chen's dignified appearance. "I would appreciate it if you could announce my arrival to Ningyan." Stating that an old acquaintance wishes to see her, Su Chen replied, "Ningyan." The guard's expressions suddenly darkened, and one of them asked, "What business do you have with Miss Ningyan?" Though she was of collateral lineage, she was still regarded as a young lady within the Ning family, albeit of lesser standing. Su Chen replied calmly, "Simply inform her that I am from Mingwei City." Mingwei City? The guards visibly relaxed. It seemed there was no connection to the Su family. "Please wait a moment, esteemed young sir." One guard turned to leave and returned after a considerable time. Please, follow me. Su Chen complied, quickly reaching the guest hall of the Ning residence, where a composed young woman sat, clad in a long, azure garment. She exuded a gentle demeanor, her features clean and pure, akin to a neighborly sister. Upon seeing Su Chen, Ning Yan's expression shifted to one of confusion. Su Chen possessed an admirable bearing and striking good looks. She couldn't recall ever knowing such a person in Minghua City. Encountering his childhood friend stirred a wave of nostalgia in Su Chen. It was astonishing how much time had altered Ning Yan, nearly erasing all traces of her former self. If not for the certainty that she was indeed Ning Yan, he might have doubted his recognition. How one changes as they grow, he mused, shaking his head with a smile. What is this? You no longer recognize me? As he spoke, he retrieved a pale, purple stone, inscribed with the character Yin. This stone was a relic from their childhood adventures in Minghua City, a piece they had found beautiful enough to split in two. One half bore the character Chen while the other held Yin. They had exchanged these halves as tokens of their fondness for one another, a gesture laden with youthful sentiment. Su Chen's visit was twofold: to reconnect with an old friend and to revisit the feelings he had for Ning Yan, feelings which, in his youthful ignorance, he had never learned to express. As he matured, the family often found itself besieged by crises from other clans in Minghua City. Thus, Su Chen ceased to dwell on this affection, focusing instead on enhancing his prowess. Now that he found himself with leisure time, he suddenly felt compelled to revisit the past, seeking to provide a semblance of closure to his former feelings. Upon seeing the stone in Su Chen's hand, Ning Yan displayed a moment of bewilderment, quickly followed by a radiant expression of joy. "You are Su Chen," she exclaimed, removing the small purple stone from her waist and placing it on the table. Upon gazing at Ning Yan's stone, Su Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would still keep it after all these years. He had assumed she had long discarded it. Nodding with a smile, he remarked, "It has been quite a while." Witnessing Su Chen smile, Ning Yan felt tears welling in her eyes. Particularly as she contemplated the fate that awaited her, her heart grew profoundly heavy with sorrow. Nevertheless, she mustered a smile and said, "Su Chen, it is truly wonderful to see you again." Chapter 64. The aggrieved Ning Yan upon encountering Su Chen once more. Ning Yan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Once her childhood companion, he had now ascended to a height that felt utterly unattainable. The Su family wielded dominion over 5 major cities, and news from Minghua City revealed that Su Chen had become a formidable practitioner in the returning Origin realm. In terms of both power and status, Su Chen now stood leagues apart from her. With a smile, Su Chen inquired, "So, how have you been lately? I have yet to visit Pingyang City. Why haven't you come to Minghua City to see me?" Ning Yan let out a bitter laugh, momentarily at a loss for words in response to his query. In truth, upon returning to her family, the collateral branch of the Ning lineage had faced considerable hardship, continually oppressed and targeted. Their return had been orchestrated by the elder of the Ning family. Ning Yan's father had managed the affairs of Minghua City with remarkable diligence, expanding their operations nearly tenfold. It was perhaps this very success that ignited the desire of the direct line to usurp their achievements. Since returning to the Ning family, Ning Yan had to report even minor outings from the Ning residence, leaving her with little opportunity to see Su Chen. Observing her demeanor, Su Chen, with curiosity, asked, "What's wrong? Have you been bullied?" Upon hearing those words, Ning Yan felt a subtle tremor in her heart. Back when they were in Minghua City, she would often seek solace in Su Chen's company whenever her parents reprimanded her, shedding tears in his presence. He would invariably ask her the same question, "Have you been bullied?" To this day, she could still vividly recall his expression, marked by a blend of anger and concern. For reasons unknown, a warm feeling enveloped her as she shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. Everything is quite well." With that, she rose, a smile gracing her face. "Wait for me a moment. I'll take you for a tour of Pingyang City. It has been so long since we last met. I shall treat you to a proper meal." Seeing her reluctance to delve further, Su Chen merely nodded. "All right." Ning Yan then exited the reception hall, only to return shortly with a bright smile, announcing, "Let us go, Su Chen." As Su Chen stood up, they prepared to leave the Ning residence. Prior to their arrival, Su Chen had anticipated that Ning Yan's demeanor might be one of reverence, fear, or even flattery. However, he was taken aback to find that she exhibited none of these emotions, only joy. He could distinctly sense her unadulterated happiness. Just as they were about to step out of the Ning family, a cold voice pierced the air. "Ning Yan, stop right there." Ning Yan's expression shifted instantly as she turned to face the source of the voice, where a haughty young man glared at her with icy disdain. It was Ning Lin, the son of the elder, who, under the elder's influence, had often tormented her in the past. Ning Lin slowly approached, commanding, "Get back inside. Who permitted you to come out?" Under ordinary circumstances, Ning Yan might have endured such an affront. However, today, with Su Chen by her side, Ning Yan was filled with a surge of anger, perhaps not wanting him to witness her predicament. "The third elder has already granted me permission to leave. On what grounds do you interfere?" Ning Lin's eyes narrowed dangerously as he stepped forward, raising his hand to strike Ning Yan's face. "Dare to retort? You seek a beating." Yet, before he could land the blow, Su Chen intervened, blocking him. Ning Lin, taken aback by Su Chen's audacity to obstruct him, felt a wave of rage surge within him. Who is this wild whelp, daring to meddle in the affairs of the Ning family? You court death. With that, he unleashed his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, attempting to free himself from Su Chen's grip, only to find it impossible. Su Chen's hand was like a vice, firmly holding him in place. Realizing he could not escape, Ning Lin, in a fit of humiliation and fury, spat, "Damn it, release me at once, or I shall kill you today." Su Chen merely pushed him away with a gentle palm, sending Ning Lin hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his aura waning to the utmost degree. "Begone! Had it not been for the fact that you are related to Ning Yan, I would have slain you without hesitation." At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from within the Ning residence, and a figure swiftly approached. It was none other than the grand elder of the Ning family, Ning Wei. Upon seeing him, Ning Lin exclaimed in agitation, "Father, he dares to harm me. Kill him at once." Ning Wei first glanced at Ning Lin, instructing a servant to take him for treatment, before turning his icy gaze towards Su Chen. "You have injured a direct descendant of the Ning family. Your audacity is truly remarkable." He then fixed his eyes on Ning Yan. "Ning Yan, did you bring this person into the Ning family?" A flicker of fear crossed Ning Yan's eyes as she stammered, "Grand Elder, he is my friend, and it was young Master Ning Lin who first attacked me, preventing me from leaving the Ning family." "Preposterous!" Ning Wei bellowed, his fury boiling over, especially upon witnessing his son's grievous injuries, which drove him to the brink of madness. Were it not for the need to maintain the dignity of the collateral branches, he would have been tempted to slap Ning Yan into submission. Ning Lin is a direct descendant. You, from a collateral branch, must heed his commands. What if the third elder has consented? If Ning Lin decrees you are not to leave the Ning family, then you shall not. Moreover, you are to be wed to the Su family. How can you consort with other men? Your father, Ning Feng, has been imprisoned due to your actions. Do you wish for your mother to join him as well? Return home at once and prepare to marry into the Su family in half a month." Hearing the grand elder's cold words, Ning Yan lowered her head, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Ning Feng was her father. 6 months ago, Ning Wei had orchestrated a scheme to frame her father, coercing her into marrying into the Su family. The Su family was a dominant force in Pingyang City, boasting 3 elders in the transformation realm, and their 4th young master had long held an affection for her. Thus Ning Wei sought to curry favor with them through her. Ning Yan, naturally unwilling to wed the Su family's 4th young master, had no choice but to acquiesce to the grand elder's demands due to her parents' pressure. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her heart. Despite having committed no wrongdoing, they too find themselves relentlessly targeted by the elder. Ning Wei's tone brooked no contradiction, leaving Ning Yan with no room for negotiation. He then turned his gaze towards Su Chen, his voice laced with a chilling intent. "Now, it is your turn, young man. You dare to strike at the direct lineage of the Ning clan? If you cannot provide satisfactory justification today, You may enter the gates of the Ning family, but you shall not leave. Ning Wei regarded Su Chen with a frigid stare. Had it not been for the young man's extraordinary demeanor, suggesting a notable background, he would have likely already taken lethal action against him. Chapter 65. The feelings of that year. Su Chen gazed at him, a sneer playing upon his lips. What explanation do you seek from me? With a hint of curiosity, he turned his attention to Ning Wei, intrigued by his forthcoming actions. Ning Wei's eyes darkened as he fixed a fierce stare upon Su Chen. For years, Ning Yin had remained within the confines of the Ning family, rarely venturing out, and even then, not far from home. It was inconceivable that she possessed any formidable allies. With this thought, a chill swept through Ning Wei's gaze. You seek death, boy. In the next instant, he transformed into a blur, charging towards Su Chen with an impressive aura. Yet, Su Chen's eyes reflected nothing but disdain, merely an ant. As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Ning Wei, forcing him down to his knees. His face flushed crimson as he struggled against the oppressive force. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his knees buckled under the weight. Impossible! At that moment, a wave of horror washed over Ning Wei. The sheer might of the pressure was staggering, and he feared that should Su Chen choose to strike, he would be obliterated in an instant. Ning Wei was engulfed in terror, unable to fathom that Ning Yin had such an extraordinary friend. Su Chen approached him slowly, his demeanor cold and indifferent. Do you truly believe you are worthy of demanding an explanation from me? As Su Chen advanced, the pressure intensified, causing Ning Wei to cry out in agony. Please spare me, my lord. I was momentarily blind. I beg for your mercy. Ning Wei hoped. His voice laced with humility and desperation. Before Su Chen, he felt no different than an insect. With a mere flick of Su Chen's finger, his life could be extinguished. This harrowing sense of oppression was something even the cultivators of the transformation stage in Pingyang City could not evoke. Could he possibly be a being beyond the transformation stage? At this moment, Ning Wei's fear reached its zenith. Just then, a figure emerged from the surroundings, hastening forward. I implore you, young Master Su, show mercy. The newcomer was Ning Huayu, the head of the Ning family. He had visited Mingwei City numerous times and was familiar with Su Chen, though he never anticipated that Ning Yin would be connected to him. This was Su Chen, the rumored powerful cultivator of the returning origin realm. Ning Huayu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Had he known this would unfold, he would never have allowed Ning Wei to suppress Ning Yan's family. If the Ning family could align with the Su family, it would be infinitely more advantageous than courting the Su family. Su Chen cast a glance at Ning Huayu before diverting his gaze once more. With a gentle flick of his hand, Ning Wei unleashed a spray of crimson blood. His aura diminished to the brink of death. This strike not only severely injured Ning Wei, but also shattered his meridians, severing his ability to advance in his cultivation. Were it not for his ties to the Ning family, Su Chen might have ended him then and there. He spared his life primarily for Ning Yan's sake. After concluding his actions, Su Chen turned toward Ning Yin, a smile gracing his features. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, do not hesitate to come to the Su family and seek me out. Upon hearing those words, Ning Huayu's expression changed drastically. It was evident that Su Chen was providing support for Ning Yin. He watched the departing figures and hastily instructed his servants to release Ning Feng from the dungeon and to treat Ning Yan's mother with kindness. In truth, Ning Huayu and Ning Yin harbored no enmity towards each other, nor had they ever sought to target her family. Yet, he had refrained from offering assistance. He was aware of Ning Wei's animosity towards Ning Feng, but he deemed the Feng family unworthy of jeopardizing his relationship with the Grand Elder. Thus he chose to remain uninvolved, allowing the Grand Elder to act as he pleased. However, circumstances appeared to have shifted dramatically. The Su family now stood as a titan among the 5 great cities, a formidable presence in the eyes of the Ning clan. With Ning Yin establishing ties with the Su family, it was certain that no one would dare to provoke them within the 5 great cities. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Ning Wei struggled to inquire, Master, that individual is. Ning Huayu cast him a fleeting glance before responding in a calm and indifferent tone. The Grand Elder should have heard of him. He is Su Chen, the heir of the Su family. What? Ning Wei's eyes widened in shock, his vitality deflating like a punctured balloon as he collapsed onto the ground. He could sense the coldness emanating from the family head, and he envisioned how his standing within the Ning family would inevitably suffer a severe blow. In comparison, Ning Yan's value was unmistakably greater. Her closeness to Su Chen would render the Ning family untouchable. Yet, Ning Wei was baffled as to why Ning Yan had developed such a strong bond with Su Chen. Regret consumed him. Had he foreseen this day, he would have acted differently. Had he not targeted Ning Feng or conspired against him, he might have still had a chance for redemption. Ning Huayu coldly stated, Grand Elder, since it was you who initiated Ning Yan's engagement to the Su family, you shall be the one to dissolve it. Given Ning Yan's evident connection to Su Chen, should Su Chen learn of this matter, your life may not be spared. At this proclamation, Ning Wei felt a chill run down his spine. Normally, he would have never dared to approach the Su family about breaking the engagement, but with Ning Yan's association with Su Chen, a mere mention of Su Chen would compel the Su family to comply. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. How foolish it was to lose sight of the bigger picture. Had he not oppressed Ning Feng's branch, he might have leveraged Ning Yan's relationship to ascend to greater heights within the Su family. Outside the Ning residence, Ning Yan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, a smile blossoming anew on her face. Su Chen, thank you. Su Chen shook his head. It was but a trivial effort. In the ensuing hours, Ning Yan guided Su Chen through Pingyang City, indulging in delightful treats and leisurely conversations. Initially, Ning Yan intended to cover the expenses, but alas, the Ning family had exploited her so severely that she found herself lacking in spirit stones, ultimately leaving Su Chen to foot the bill. Nevertheless, Su Chen was unfazed by this. As they chatted along the way, it felt as though they had returned to their childhood, when their bond was equally carefree. In the company of Ning Yan, Su Chen experienced a sense of relaxation and comfort, free from the burdens of pressure. When two individuals are together, there is no awkwardness stemming from a lack of conversation. Even a simple stroll together feels remarkably comfortable. Ning Yan suddenly recalled something and couldn't help but inquire, Su Chen, I remember when we parted in Mingwest City. You mentioned that you would tell me something when we met again. Do you still remember that? A sentence? Su Chen pondered for a moment and indeed recalled such a promise. Back then, he had harbored quite an affection for Ning Yan, and upon their next meeting, he had intended to confess his feelings and propose to take her home as his bride. Alas, circumstances had changed, and the world they once knew was now unrecognizable. Turning his gaze, Su Chen beheld Ning Yan's exquisitely fair visage, her eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. It has been so long. I find myself struggling to remember, he admitted. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ning Yan let out a soft "oh," lowering her head as disappointment flickered in her eyes. Ning Yan sighed inwardly, acknowledging the vast disparity in their social standings, which had only grown more pronounced over time, rendering her unworthy of Su Chen. As she gently exhaled, preparing to speak, her path was suddenly obstructed by several figures. Upon discerning the identities of those ahead, her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 66. The reluctant cancellation of the engagement. The visitor was none other than Su Zhengqi, the fourth young master of the Su family. With a dark expression, he cast a glance at Ning Yan before turning his attention to Su Chen. After a brief moment, he smiled and said, Yinner, might I be introduced to this gentleman? Ning Yan took a deep breath and replied with poise, This is my friend. Friend? Su Zhengqi's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention to Su Chen, a flicker of murderous intent evident in his eyes. Boy, are you not aware that Ning Yan is to be my concubine? At these words, Ning Yan trembled, her eyes ablaze with fury. She had never consented to marry Su Zhengqi. This arrangement had been forcibly imposed upon her by her family. Moreover, Su Zhengqi was nothing more than a debauched scion, known for his indulgent lifestyle, having dallied with countless women. How could she possibly entertain the thought of marrying him? Su Zhengqi, when have I ever agreed to wed you? She retorted. Su Zhengqi fixed his gaze upon Ning Yan, a flicker of desire flashing in his eyes, quickly suppressed. The Su family and the Ning family are already bound by a marriage alliance. You, Ning Yan, are now my concubine, a fact well known throughout Pingyang City. Furthermore, his expression grew cold. You shameless woman, we are already betrothed. Why do you associate with other men? Do you possess no sense of shame? Their confrontation unfolded in the bustling street, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Isn't that Su Chen, the fourth young master of the Su family? Who are those two with him? I've been watching for a while. The woman opposite him is Ning Yan from the Ning family, who has an engagement with Su Chen. It seems she has been caught with another man. How thrilling. This fellow is indeed bold, daring to pursue Su Chen's woman. Does he not fear for his life? Yet, it was clear that Su Chen possessed a greater charm and elegance than Su Chen. Whispers filled the air, many voices disparaging Ning Yan for her perceived lack of modesty. As onlookers cast glances at Su Chen, they could not help but shake their heads. Su Chen was known for his ruthless nature, and anyone daring to touch his woman could easily foresee a grim fate. Ning Yan's eyes blazed with indignation. Su Chen, would I ever express a desire to marry you? A person like you would never be worthy of my hand. Under normal circumstances, Ning Yan would never have dared to speak to Su Chen in such a manner. However, with Su Chen by her side, she felt a profound sense of security. His presence emboldened her greatly. You insolent wretch! Su Chen seethed with rage. You reject my favor? You are merely a collateral member of the Ning family. If I wish to take you, I could simply seize you without the need to wed you as a concubine. Since you are so ungrateful, very well. Bring Ning Yan back to the Su family. Today, I shall show her what it means to be with a man. As he spoke, a lewd expression crept across his face. Under normal circumstances, once he became infatuated with Ning Yan, he could have easily taken her by force, and the Ning family would hardly have dared to protest. However, during that period, the head of the Su family advised him to avoid trouble, and moreover, Ning Yan's beauty genuinely captivated him, prompting him to acquiesce to Ning Wei's request for her to become a minor concubine. Otherwise, why would he permit Ning Yan to enter the Su household, considering her lowly status as a distant relative? At this moment, several servants beside Su Chen gathered around Ning Yan, their faces adorned with malicious grins. Onlookers, witnessing the scene, could not help but shake their heads. Here was a perfectly good opportunity for a concubine, yet she foolishly resisted, bringing upon herself a dire fate. What could she do? The Su family was immensely powerful. Marrying into such a family would surely entail no disadvantage. Now, not only would she fail to enter the Su household, but her reputation would also be tarnished. While losing one's reputation was a minor issue, the methods employed by Su Chen were well known. Few women who found themselves within the Su family emerged unscathed. Rumor had it that the fourth young master of the Su family had rather perverse inclinations. It was a pity. Ning Yan had once been my goddess, and now she was destined to be sullied by Su Chen. In Pingyang City, Ning Yan was indeed quite a beauty. Otherwise, the fastidious Su Chen would not have taken notice of her, and she had her fair share of admirers. Now, many men around her, witnessing her impending misfortune, could not help but sigh in sympathy. Yet, no one dared to step forward to offer assistance. The Su family's influence was too formidable. They were the undisputed tyrants of Pingyang City, and who could possibly provoke them? Su Chen, observing the scene, found himself at a loss for words. He merely wished to enjoy a leisurely stroll through the market, yet trouble seemed to find him. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a streak of sword light shot forth, instantly slaying those who approached Ning Yan, blood gushing forth. This sudden turn of events left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. After a moment, they grasped the gravity of the situation. He dared to kill members of the Su family. Did he not fear for his life? My heavens! He was undoubtedly doomed. To lay hands on someone from the Su family was an entirely different matter. Amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, Su Chen turned his attention to Ning Yan, a warm smile gracing his lips. Why did you not inform me of such matters? It is merely the Su family. I could have resolved this for you. Do you not recall how, as children, whenever you faced an insurmountable problem, you would come to me for help? Have you grown distant now that we are older? Gazing at Su Chen's expression, Ning Yan, despite her initial panic, felt a wave of calm wash over her. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she found herself at a loss for words in response to Su Chen. With a light chuckle, Su Chen turned his gaze towards Su Jingqi, who now bore an expression of disarray and terror. Among his servants was one at the perfected stage of core formation, capable of dispatching him in an instant, each of them at least at the nascent soul stage. Su Jingqi, accustomed to being overbearing, glared fiercely and declared, "You dare to kill my servants? The Su family will not let you off easily." Su Chen remained expressionless, not even flinching as Su Jingqi was propelled away by the force he had unleashed. Instantly devoid of breath, this individual was excessively loquacious and had disrupted his tranquility, rendering it impossible for him to spare him. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with terror. He dared to kill Su Jingqi. Did he not realize that he was the fourth young master of the Su family? Many began to discreetly retreat, fearful of being implicated by Su Chen. Having slain Su Jingqi, the Su family would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. In their eyes, Su Chen was left with only a path to demise. With a smile, Su Chen remarked, "Since I find myself with idle time, let me accompany you to the Su family to annul the engagement." What audacity! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, emanating a terrifying pressure from afar. The onlookers, who had initially gathered to watch, retreated hastily, their faces etched with fear. Soon, a towering figure emerged before Su Chen, his countenance shrouded in darkness. The undulating rise and fall of his chest resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. The newcomer gazed at Su Chen with a murderous intent. "You have slain a member of the Su family, and yet you dare to come forth to annul the engagement? Your audacity knows no bounds." Chapter 67. All right, I shall await you. The grand elder of the Su clan, Su Hua, is at the peak of the transformation stage. A sense of instinctive worry enveloped Ning Yan. However, the presence of Su Chen beside her eased her anxiety somewhat. Although the Su clan holds a dominant position in Pingyang City, they are insignificant before the Su clan. Not to mention Su Chen himself. Even a casual elder of the Su clan would be beyond the Su clan's capabilities. It's over, with Su Hua emerging. That young man is certainly doomed. I can't fathom his thoughts. He likely possesses the strength of the nascent soul stage. Why not simply escape? Su Jingqi probably wouldn't be able to kill him anyway. Why must he provoke the Su clan? Now, it seems he has lost his life. Perhaps it was all for the sake of Ning Yan. The saying that beautiful women bring disaster rings true. The Su clan has long been a formidable force, and in the 5 great cities, there are rarely any strong practitioners around. Su Chen appears quite unfamiliar to everyone. Thus, very few believe he possesses the means to contend against the Su clan. At this moment, Su Hua's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Su Chen's act of killing their direct line was akin to challenging the Su clan itself. Should he fail to eliminate Su Chen today, the prestige of the Su clan would suffer a severe blow. With a frosty demeanor, Su Hua declared, "Young man, today I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending the Su clan." He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Su Chen. Embodying the aura of a formidable warrior, his gaze riddled with disdain and contempt. Su Chen's aura was not particularly strong. Even if he could slay Su Jingqi and the others, he would only reach the nascent soul stage and would be utterly incapable of enduring this strike. Casting a glance at Su Hua, a flicker of impatience crossed Su Chen's eyes. "If you're intent on seeking death, then I shall oblige." Suddenly, the sky above ruptured, opening a vast chasm that engulfed Su Hua. Accompanied by his anguished screams, he was obliterated within the void. Only those at the refinement void stage possessed the strength to withstand the void. Su Hua, being merely at the transformation stage, had no hope of survival there. Su Chen, taking Ning Yan with him, tore through the void and materialized above the Su clan. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful strike, unleashing a fierce aura that flattened the entire Su clan to the ground. As he gazed upon the ruins of the Su clan, a sense of indifference filled Su Chen's eyes. He understood that many innocents perished within the clan, yet it mattered not. The principle of eradicating the roots of trouble was a simple one he grasped well. This action would also alleviate some troubles for the Su clan. After all, isn't this world a realm where the strong prey upon the weak? The weak are vanquished by the strong. There are no myriad reasons behind it. If one day Su Chen were to be extinguished by a powerful adversary, it would merely reflect the inadequacy of the Su clan's strength. Of course, whether anyone could obliterate him is an entirely different matter. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout Pingyang City, drawing countless gazes towards the source of the blast. Their eyes filled with terror. What has transpired? Meanwhile, at the initial location where Su Chen had stood, the crowd gradually recovered from the shock of Su Hua's demise. He can tear through the void. This is a practitioner of the refinement void stage. Among the 5 great cities, only the Su family possesses a cultivator at the void refinement stage. Could this individual possibly belong to the Su family? Upon hearing this, a sense of familiarity washed over me regarding the young man, as though I had seen him before. It was Su Chen, the heir of the Su family, whom I had chanced upon in Mingyue City several years ago. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, their expressions filled with terror. No one had anticipated that the person beside Ningyan was Su Chen. Reflecting on the earlier words of Su Jingqi, many now realized the perilous nature of his previous remarks. Had he known that he was addressing Su Chen, one could only imagine the fright that would have ensued. In Pingyang City, it was common knowledge that Su Jingqi was a cowardly figure, one who preyed on the weak. Years prior, when a direct descendant of the Su family visited Pingyang City, Su Jingqi had prostrated himself before them like an obedient hound. Shortly thereafter, news of the Su family's annihilation spread throughout the city. Those who heard this news were aghast. The Su family, they were the dominators of Pingyang City, who possessed the strength to obliterate them. The other cultivators at the God transformation stage were equally shaken by this revelation. However, another piece of news soon emerged, claiming that the Su family's demise was a consequence of provoking Su Chen. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Was the Su family truly so audacious as to challenge the Su family? Meanwhile, Ningwei, who was on his way to the Su family to initiate a withdrawal from the engagement, was nearly paralyzed with fear upon hearing this news. He felt a chill run down his spine. Reflecting on his previous encounters with Su Chen, he realized his own precarious situation. Had he not been related to Ningyan, he might have already met his end at Su Chen's hands. After 2 hours of turmoil, the scene shifted to Fenghua Shu, a renowned restaurant in Pingyang City. Celebrated for its exquisite cuisine, Ningyan and Su Chen found themselves seated in a private room on the top floor. The table laden with delectable dishes that filled the air with tantalizing aromas, igniting their appetites. As Ningyan gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, ripples of emotion stirred within her beautiful eyes, especially when she recalled Su Chen's formidable prowess. However, she chose not to dwell on her feelings for him, content with their current closeness. After all, few could claim to be as near to Su Chen as she was. She simply aimed to maintain her image in his heart, finding joy in the thought that he would return to see her whenever he had the chance. Unbeknownst to her, Ningyan had unwittingly become infatuated with Su Chen to a blind and devoted extent. Over the subsequent months, the two explored every corner of Pingyang City and even ventured beyond its borders. This leisurely time together stretched over 3 months, marking the most relaxed period Su Chen had experienced since arriving in this world. Upon returning to Pingyang City, Su Chen gifted Ning Yin some resources, aiding her in elevating her spiritual route to the heavenly grade. He regarded her as a confidant in whatever future developments may arise. He resolved to let them unfold naturally, in a narrow path not far from the Ning family. Ning Yin turned her head to gaze at Su Chen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Su Chen, will you come and find me again?" she asked. Su Chen replied with a smile, "I will." Ning Yin took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable urge to weep, perhaps out of fear that this separation might mean they would never have the chance to meet again. "All right, I will wait for you." A radiant smile illuminated Ning Yan's face. She wished for her final impression in Su Chen's memory to be that of a cheerful Ning Yan, not one consumed by tears. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, the words she uttered today would exact a profound toll in the future. Chapter 68. Meeting is fate. Let us bestow a blessing upon you. In the end, the two parted ways. That day, the dusk was exceptionally beautiful, with crimson clouds sprawling across the sky, casting a sanguine hue upon the earth. Su Chen was also preparing to depart from Pingyang City. For him, the significance of Pingyang City had transformed. He would forever cherish the memories of this city and of Ningyan. Though Ningyan's beauty could hardly be deemed extraordinary, especially when compared to Lin Meng, she was indelibly etched in Su Chen's heart as the most remarkable woman he had ever encountered. Furthermore, he was resolute in his belief that their paths would cross again. As Su Chen was about to leave Pingyang City, a sudden cacophony of weeping reached his ears from the distance, accompanied by a throng of onlookers. He turned his head and, with a raised brow, recognized the two Taoist priests he had encountered earlier, with the source of the lamentation being a disciple of the Ziyang true man. The disciple, akin to a petulant child, was sprawled on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the expression on Ziyang's face was grave, as he sensed the flow of Tao rhythm emanating from his disciple. It was a crucial moment in the process of severing the corpse, for such emotional upheaval was unfathomable otherwise. The bystanders, witnessing the elder Taoist's incessant sobbing, were indeed taken aback. However, the novelty of the spectacle soon wore off, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Su Chen approached slowly, and Ziyang immediately spotted him, offering a slight bow and greeting. Their paths crossed once more. Su Chen found a step to sit upon a few meters away, his demeanor tranquil as he observed the elder Taoist before speaking. To sever the corpse, one must identify the deepest fixation of the heart. Your disciple has halted in Pingyang City. It seems the opportunity lies here. Upon hearing these words, Ziyang let out a resigned sigh, casting a glance at his disciple. The worry etched deeper upon his face. Alas, it is a difficult situation. Before my disciple came under my tutelage, he was merely an ordinary inhabitant of Pingyang City. He once fell in love with a woman, yet she belonged to a prestigious family. Though they shared a deep affection, they ultimately could not unite. The woman was compelled by her family to marry another man. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What became of this woman?" "She has passed away," Ziyang replied, shaking his head with a sigh. "Neither she nor her family remains. This occurred 10,000 years ago." 10,000 years. Su Chen's brow knitted tighter. Did this imply that Pingyang City had existed for a millennium? Such a rich history? Yet in this world, a span of 10,000 years could hardly be deemed excessively long. It was akin to the enduring landscape of ironclad dynasties amidst the flow of time. Compared to 10 millennia ago, the powers within Pingyang City had likely undergone multiple transformations. Ziyang, with a tone of helplessness, remarked, "To untie the knot, one must find one who tied it. Without a liberator, my disciple cannot overcome this barrier within his heart. The task of severing the corpse is fraught with peril." Su Chen fell into contemplation, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It indeed posed considerable challenges. He gazed towards the venerable Taoist, noticing the fluctuations of Taoist essence around him begin to surge violently. It was evident that if this continued, he would undoubtedly meet with failure. The esteemed Ziyang, feeling utterly powerless, sat despondently on the ground. He had invested immense effort in this disciple, regarding him as his soul kin. Witnessing the imminent demise of his beloved disciple filled his heart with profound sorrow. To sever the three corpses would, upon failure, result in the complete obliteration of consciousness, rendering one akin to a mindless being, which was tantamount to death itself. Was this not akin to becoming a soulless shell? As time ticked away, the aged Taoist ceased his weeping, staring vacantly at the ground, his expression becoming somewhat wooden. If this state persisted, he would surely be unable to successfully sever the three corpses. Ziyang gazed up at the heavens, his eyes brimming with melancholy. After countless years of cultivation, nearly all of his friends, family, and kin had perished. This disciple was, in truth, his only remaining relative in this world. Now, he was to witness the gradual loss of his cherished companion. An overwhelming tide of grief surged within Ziyang's heart. Despite his youthful visage, he felt as frail and weary as an old man. With a bitter smile, Ziyang posed a poignant question to his own soul. What is the ultimate purpose of cultivation? Su Chen also fell into contemplative silence. Cultivation encompasses a myriad of intentions. Some pursue it purely for the love of practice, seeking to attain greater prowess. Yet, most are not so unadulterated. The majority cultivate for the sake of their loved ones, striving to protect those close to them or to ensure their happiness and well-being. Both motivations are valid, yet it is evident that the former tends to facilitate a more profound journey along the path of cultivation, as their hearts are more untainted. Nonetheless, exceptions abound. At times, the power of love is boundless, capable of manifesting astonishing strength, leading Su Chen to believe that both motivations ultimately converge. The confusion on Xiang's face was palpable. Clearly, he was not one who cultivated purely for its own sake, but rather for the latter reason. A person who cultivates for their kin may naturally become disoriented when faced with the prospect of losing them. Slowly rising to his feet, Su Chen spoke softly. To meet is fate. Thus, allow me to bestow upon you a fortuitous transformation. As his words resonated in the air, the previously tumultuous Taoist essence surrounding the old Taoist solidified once more, and his aura grew significantly stronger. Gradually, clarity returned to the old man's eyes, dispelling the previous dullness. He surveyed the surroundings, bewilderment etched across his features. What is happening? Have I succeeded in severing the 3 corpses? At this moment, Xiang also regained his composure. Rising abruptly, astonishment flickering in his gaze. How is this possible? He exclaimed. Su Chen has managed to forcibly intervene in the severing of the 3 corpses. It is known that this act aligns with the celestial order, a rule that no one can defy, not even the sacred sovereigns. Could it be he has reached that realm? Beyond the sacred sovereign, the ancient saint. Only at this realm can one intervene in the celestial order and effortlessly meddle in the affairs of others. However, those who attain such a level of cultivation are invariably formidable beings, not easily overlooked or obscure. Why, then, had he never encountered the name Su Chen? Master Wang turned to gaze at Su Chen, but the latter had long since vanished without a trace. A presence that arrives without a shadow and departs without a sound. Truly a peerless powerhouse. His gaze grew exceedingly grave. This favor must be repaid. The practitioners of Taoism are particularly devoted to the principles of cause and effect. Su Chen had saved his disciple, and such a profound kindness warranted a repayment that could even extend to the sacrifice of his own life. Jinghong City, the Su family. After pondering for but a moment, Master Zhang resolved that his next destination would be Wanyun Mountain. In the Jian Taoist temple, it mattered not where he and his disciple resided. To his knowledge, the Su family was not particularly strong, lacking even a single member of the Return to Origin realm. Thus, he concluded that it would be prudent to remain at Wanyun Mountain for the time being. His own cultivation was commendable, and by offering protection to the Su family and assisting Su Chen in guiding the family's cultivation efforts, he could fulfill his debt of gratitude. Chapter 69. The terrifying Su family, the Wanyun Cave Heaven. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this period, Su Chen remained at Wanyun Mountain, leading a life of tranquility and ease. The Su family experienced rapid growth, with Su Hanyuan fully adapting to the strength of the returning origin realm. Old King Jinghong, who had exerted tremendous effort to break through his own realm, must be astonished to learn that Su Hanyuan achieved this milestone with such apparent ease. With the aid of abundant resources, Su Qingtian also stepped into the integration phase. Presently, the overall strength of the Su family has surpassed that of the Jinghong Empire. One day, 2 Taoist priests arrived at Wanyun Mountain. The Xiang Taoist appeared unchanged, yet the elder by his side looked remarkably youthful, resembling someone in their early 20s. However, this transformation was not due to a breakthrough, but rather the process of severing the corpse. After a brief glance, Su Chen instructed, "Go inform the family head that if 2 Taoist priests arrive shortly, they should be warmly welcomed." Both individuals possessed formidable strength, and after divining the heavenly secrets, Su Chen deduced that they were both unanchored. If the Su family could embrace them, it would greatly benefit their clan. Understood. The servant responded and departed. Shortly thereafter, a quaint Taoist temple appeared at the foot of Wanyun Mountain. Su Chen had never placed such significance on an individual before. So Su Chen recognized that these two were indeed extraordinary, treating them as esteemed guests. Although a larger temple was initially proposed for them, Zhang declined. For someone of his disposition, opulence held no allure. He preferred the understated charm of a secluded existence. After a cursory glance, Su Chen shifted his focus back to Huanyuan Mountain, feeling that something essential was lacking. Despite the rapid growth of the Su family, there lingered a sense of superficiality in their foundation. Contemplating this, Su Chen ascended to the very apex of Huanyuan Mountain. With a wave of his hand, a colossal rift in the void materialized before him. Gradually, this rift stabilized, and the space within began to transform. Su Chen was in the process of creating a cave heaven. In the Xintian realm, most major powers possess their own cave heavens, a luxury that the Su family had yet to acquire. After approximately half an hour, Su Chen successfully constructed a cave heaven. Upon entering, he found the spiritual energy within to be extraordinarily abundant, nearly 3 times that of the surrounding environment, specifically Huanyuan Mountain itself. However, the space was exceedingly limited, measuring only around 100 square meters. Not sufficient. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he unleashed the power within him, an unceasing flow pouring into the cave heaven. Soon, the dimensions of the cave heaven began to expand, and the density of spiritual energy intensified. After several more hours, feeling fatigued and having expended much of his holy power, the cave heaven underwent a remarkable transformation. Originally about 100 square meters, it now expanded to 10,000 square meters, with the concentration of spiritual energy approximately 15 times that of Huanyuan Mountain. Yet, certain issues persist. Within this celestial realm, although the concentration of spiritual energy has intensified by 15-fold, the rate at which this energy is generated remains merely twice that of the outside world. It is only natural for the slow emergence of spiritual power to occur in such an imperfectly regulated space. Su Chen quickly devised a solution. He retrieved a 7-colored spirit stone from his system backpack. This was a 3rd-grade celestial item, the Dao Yuan crystal, specifically designed as a consumable to refine the rules of the realm. As the Dao Yuan crystal gradually dissipated, the entire space began to vibrate incessantly. Being a celestial-grade item, the Dao Yuan crystal far surpassed imperial-grade artifacts in efficacy. Su Chen could distinctly sense that the generation speed of spiritual energy within this realm had the potential to increase by at least 30-fold compared to the lofty Yunsan. It was simply astonishing. The most crucial aspect was that the Dao Yuan crystal had transformed this space, rendering it akin to a miniature world unto itself, capable of incessantly generating spiritual power. Unlike other celestial realms that rely on consumables, which, while capable of producing pure spiritual energy, necessitate alternative treasures as energy sources, Su Chen's realm faced no such predicaments. This remarkable situation was entirely attributable to the Dao Yuan crystal. Glancing at his system backpack, Su Chen noted Dao Yuan crystals, 315. With over 300 remaining, there was no cause for concern. The spiritual energy within this realm was ample for the Su family's use, allowing for a pause in further enhancement. He contemplated relocating the direct descendants of the Su family to this space, leaving decisions regarding the collateral branches to Su Chen. However, since this realm required a name, he decided to call it Huanyuan Cave. Although a name is merely a label, Su Chen approached this matter with great nonchalance. With the establishment of Huanyuan Cave, he anticipated that the Su family's development would accelerate significantly. Suddenly, Su Chen found himself eagerly awaiting the day the Su family would flourish, akin to playing a simulation game. Quite an intriguing prospect. Before long, Su Chen was the first to enter Huanyuan Cave for observation, his jaw agape in astonishment. What an extraordinary feat. It was akin to directly opening a miniature world. My goodness. Subsequently, the direct descendants of the Su family, upon hearing the news, rushed over, their expressions mirroring one another, overwhelmed with shock. They hastily moved in, recognizing Huanyuan Cave as perhaps the finest celestial realm within the entire Xintian realm. Even the celestial realms of the imperial families from before paled in comparison to Wanyun Cave. In the ensuing time, tranquility returned to the Jinghong Empire, with no significant upheaval among the various factions. Thus, 3 years passed. One day, the old Jinghong king emerged from seclusion, his formidable aura palpable throughout the empire. Many within the Jinghong Empire exhaled in relief. The old Jinghong king was not merely their ruler, but their guardian deity. Without him, neighboring empires would undoubtedly invade. Thus, within the realm of the Jinghong Empire, not a soul wished for the failure of the venerable King Jinghong's breakthrough. Fortunately, all has settled into place. The venerable King Jinghong has indeed succeeded in his advancement. Over the past 3 years, the most significant transformations have occurred within the Su family. Among the direct line, Su Chen and several elders, with the exception of the 5th elder, Su Yunpeng, have all achieved the integration stage. Among the younger generation, the most formidable, Su Yuza, has also ascended to the late stage of divine transformation. The collateral branches of the Su family have made swift progress, with numerous stewards breaking through to the void refinement stage. The current state of the Su family can be deemed unprecedentedly robust. Notably, the Ziyang Taoist often offers guidance to the Su family in their cultivation, greatly benefiting even the likes of Su Honyuan and Su Qingtian, significantly enhancing their realms and prowess. Undoubtedly, the most astonishing aspect remains the Ziyang Taoist himself, who has begun to harbor doubts about his own capabilities. To his dismay, the Su family is replete with sacred bodies. Initially, he sought to repay Su Chen's kindness by advising the Su family, only to discover their rapid progress in cultivation. At first, he thought little of it, but gradually he sensed something amiss. After all, he has encountered at least 20 sacred bodies within the Su family. The Ziyang Taoist's heart has grown heavy with foreboding, for he understands that all of this must surely relate to Su Chen. It appears that this individual is far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Chapter 70. The helpless Lin Yidream since the establishment of the Wanyun Cave. The power of the Su family has soared dramatically. Within just a year, all the elders of the Su family have broken through to the combined body stage. Currently, the Su family boasts 1 Yuan return realm and 5 combined body strongmen. With boundless resources and the support of the Wanyun Cave, the Su family has embarked on a path of vigorous growth, shattering records in their rate of advancement. Report to the young clan leader. Princess Lin Yidream has sent another message. Upon hearing this, Su Chen replied directly, "Bring it in." Despite the passage of time, Lin Yidream continues to send him messages, sometimes just days apart, and, at other times, weeks or even a month apart. Yet, she has never ceased. However, over the past year, Su Chen has barely glanced at the letters she sent. The content has become monotonous, repetitive in nature, mainly revolving around trivial matters of leisure and her recent thoughts and experiences. Consequently, he has chosen to ignore them, especially in recent months, leaving the envelopes unopened. Reflecting on this, Su Chen waved his hand, retrieving all the letters from his spatial ring, nearly 30 in total. This girl has truly fallen in love. He sighed helplessly. He opened the latest envelope, and unlike before, it contained only a single letter. Looking down, a series of words caught his eye. "Su Chen, if you receive this letter, it means I have arrived in the Qinyu Empire. There is so much I wish to share with you, but alas, I fear I may never return to the Jinghong Empire again. Su Chen, have you received my letters? Why do you never reply? I have inquired with the couriers, and they insist they delivered them directly to the Su family. Yidream is bewildered. Have I done something wrong? Do you truly despise me so much that you cannot even respond?" Su Chen, Fedway. This letter was unlike any before. Previously, her words had been filled with joy and laughter, yet now, each sentence resonated with sorrow. Su Chen's expression shifted as he hastily picked up the earlier letters from Lin Yidream. "Young Master Su, this morning I learned a new dish. The palace calls it 7 stars revolving. It tastes delightful. When you next visit Jinghong City, I must prepare it for you. It is guaranteed to be delicious. Young Master Su, when will you come to Jinghong City? I am dreadfully bored. My father insists I practice endlessly, and I feel as though I am withering away." As Su Chen opened several more envelopes, he found the contents to be largely similar. Upon opening another letter, he sensed a gradual shift in the tone of her words. Lord Su, recently the Qinyu Empire has been exerting immense pressure on my father, causing him great distress. This may be due to my grandfather's recent breakthrough into the Return to Origin realm, prompting the Qinyu Empire to seek to entice him while simultaneously employing threats and coercion. They have also been persistently pressuring the Jinghong Empire during this period. After conferring with my father has decided to compromise with the Qinyu Empire, offering 3 prefectures in the east of the Jinghong Empire. Today, the Qinyu Empire has sent envoys once more, seeking a marriage alliance with our empire, specifically insisting that I wed their eldest prince. What should I do, Su Chen? I do not wish to marry that prince of the Qinyu Empire. Under the relentless pressure from the Qinyu Empire, I was compelled to agree to the union. In half a month's time, their bridal procession will arrive to take me away. Su Chen, I do not want to go. As Su Chen perused the letters one by one, his hand trembled slightly when he grasped the final missive. The note contained but a few words, yet it profoundly moved him. Su Chen, can you take me away? Upon finishing all the letters, Su Chen closed his eyes and exhaled gently. From those letters, he could feel Lin Yiming's despair and helplessness. He had heard of the Qinyu Empire, a formidable power in the eastern domain, protected by formidable warriors. Gazing at the pile of letters on the table, Su Chen felt a tumult of emotions within him. He was well aware of Lin Yiming's affections for him, yet he hesitated to tarnish her feelings. If it were merely a fleeting encounter with Lin Yiming, he doubted he would refuse, for it would be unthinkable for a man to turn down such beauty. However, he could not genuinely claim to love Lin Yiming. Even if they were to be together, his feelings would likely mirror those he held for Ruoshi, a passing thought to be indulged in occasionally. He understood his own heart clearly, which is why he had never responded to her. He did not wish to betray Lin Yiming's feelings. But now, as he gazed upon the letters, each word seemed to brim with boundless affection, leaving him in a state of turmoil. He turned his gaze toward the Qinyu Empire and, in the next moment, vanished into the clouds of Wanyun Mountain. Qinyu Empire. Qitian City. This is the imperial city of the Qinyu Empire, far grander than Jinghong City, resembling a small world of its own. Today, Qitian City is adorned with festive decorations, for their eldest prince is to be wed. Similar to the arrangements of the Jinghong Empire, the eldest prince is the most powerful among the princes of the Qinyu Empire. However, there is one notable difference. This prince, due to his unparalleled strength, has been informally appointed as the crown prince. I have heard that the eldest prince is marrying only a concubine, and moreover, she is a princess of the Jinghong Empire. Is such a grand spectacle truly necessary? What relevance does it hold? Everyone knows our eldest prince values his reputation. It cannot possibly be because of that Lin Yiming. However, I have heard that the Jinghong Empire has declined to become a vassal of my Qinyu Empire. An act of folly indeed, especially considering they have only recently secured a guardian from the Guiyuan realm. Numerous individuals within the city are engaged in discussions, yet it is evident that hardly anyone regards this wedding with any significance, although both the Jinghong Empire and the Qinyu Empire are royal-level forces. The disparity between them is substantial. In the presence of the Qinyu Empire, the Jinghong Empire resembles nothing more than a minuscule nation. Previously, the Jinghong Empire lacked practitioners of the Guiyuan realm, rendering it unnecessary for the Qinyu Empire to take notice. However, with the former king of Jinghong achieving a breakthrough into the Guiyuan realm, the Qinyu Empire's interest was piqued, hoping for their allegiance, only to be met with rejection from the Jinghong Empire. The cost of this refusal was exorbitant. Not only did they lose 3 counties, but Lin Mu also sacrificed his own daughter to preserve the Jinghong Empire. Otherwise, it is highly likely that the Qinyu Empire would have annihilated the Jinghong Empire. Such is the law of survival in this world. Even if one is unwilling to serve as a vassal to a stronger power, one must still demonstrate a posture of submission. Chapter 71. The Empire of Thousand Feathers within the opulent palace of the Empire of Thousand Feathers. Lin Yiming's gaze was tinged with melancholy. The room around her was awash in vibrant red, exuding an air of festivity. However, the sorrowful expression on her face transformed this celebration into something somber and desolate. Soon, when the hour struck, she would be bound in matrimony to the crown prince of the Thousand Feathers Empire. The thought filled her with despair and helplessness. She bore no resentment toward her father. He too was trapped in a situation devoid of options. When she departed from the Jing Empire, the one who felt the deepest sorrow was undoubtedly her father. Yet, they had no choice. The Jing Empire was powerless against the might of the Thousand Feathers Empire, and this was their only recourse. Should they submit to the Empire of Thousand Feathers, the future of the Jing Empire would be bleak. Utterly assimilated, it would cease to exist as an independent force. Thus, Lin Yimeng made the painful decision to acquiesce to the demands of the Thousand Feathers Empire. The notion of marrying someone she held no affection for pierced her heart with profound anguish. In her darkest moments, she wished for death. Yet she could not entertain such thoughts, for it would surely incite the wrath of the Thousand Feathers Empire upon the Jing Empire. Suddenly, her thoughts drifted to the one who haunted her dreams, Su Chen. Since their parting in Jing City, Lin Yimeng had become utterly enamored with him, yearning for the chance to see him again, yet fate had denied her that wish. As she prepared to marry into the Thousand Feathers Empire, she penned a letter expressing her desire to meet Su Chen, but she received no reply. This realization deepened her sorrow. Did he truly harbor no feelings for her at all? Lin Yimeng had long perceived Su Chen's indifference, yet she could not suppress her longing to reach out to him. With a heavy sigh, she resolved not to dwell on the matter any longer. Her feelings had always been one-sided. If Su Chen did not reciprocate, that was a burden she must bear alone. Nevertheless, her emotions surged like a tempest, and tears streamed down her cheeks. A tumult of feelings, resentment, helplessness, confusion, and pain intertwined within her. After what felt like an eternity, a maid entered the room, her voice cool and detached. "Your Highness, the prince has summoned you. Please come with me." Lin Yimeng remained rooted to the spot, prompting the maid to furrow her brow slightly before approaching her and guiding her towards the exit. Though she was addressed as Your Highness, in truth, she was merely a token of dignity bestowed upon the Jing Empire by the crown prince. The realm of Guiyuan was considered a formidable power within the eastern domain, and the crown prince sought to cultivate goodwill, unwilling to offend her completely, hence the pretense of a wedding ceremony. Before long, they entered a lavish grand hall, already filled to capacity with attendees, each a powerful figure from the Thousand Feathers Empire, among them 4 from the Guiyuan realm, present to support the crown prince, Zhou Mengyang. Within the hall, there were no formalities or arrangement for the marriage ceremony to be observed. Zhou Mengyang, adorned in a resplendent crimson robe, occupied the foremost seat, engaging in light-hearted banter with those around him, as if this gathering were merely a casual soiree rather than a momentous wedding day. The Qinyu Empire, steeped in a long and illustrious history, boasts a plethora of formidable figures, among them the formidable Zhou Mengyang, the crown prince, whose strength is nothing short of terrifying, possessing the prowess of a late-stage return to origin practitioner. The emperor of the Qinyu Empire, however, is even more fearsome, reportedly having brushed against the sacred level, though such claims remain speculative. Today, under the guise of his wedding, Zhou Mengyang summoned a cadre of powerful allies to fortify their bonds, ostensibly to nurture camaraderie. "Your Highness, the princess has arrived." A servant approached Zhou Mengyang, speaking in hushed tones. He nodded slightly, his demeanor impassive as he commanded, "Let her enter." Soon, Lin Yimeng gracefully stepped into the hall, drawing the cold glares of the assembled strongmen, none of whom rose to acknowledge her presence, a clear testament to their disdain. Lin Yimeng pressed her lips together, walking directly to Zhou Mengyang's side before quietly taking her seat. Instantly, Zhou Mengyang's brow furrowed, and he coldly reprimanded, "Who permitted you to sit? Are you unaware of your own status? You are unworthy to sit beside me. Go stand aside." In his eyes, Lin Yimeng was merely a lowly plaything, a pawn to be used in his schemes. He had only married her to placate the concerned Jing king, with ulterior motives of eventually subsuming the Jing Empire. Were it not for the need to leverage Lin Yimeng against the Jing king and to court that powerful return to origin practitioner, he would have deemed the wedding unnecessary. Upon hearing Zhou Mengyang's words, Lin Yiming's gaze turned despondent as she foresaw the bleakness of her future, perhaps destined to occupy a status even lower than that of a servant. Rising quietly, she moved to the side, standing among the servants. Yet, her body trembled slightly, fists clenched, revealing the turmoil within her heart. In the Jing Empire, she had been a princess, revered and respected. Now, reduced to the same level as mere servants. The indignity was unbearable. An overwhelming sense of despair engulfed Lin Yiming. At that moment, she could no longer face her fate with composure. She wished for death. Tear-shaped crystals glistened at the corners of her eyes. "Forgive me, Father," she lamented within. "Your daughter cannot accept such a future." Initially, she believed she could sacrifice herself for the Jing Empire. But upon arriving in the Qinyu Empire, she realized that such a notion was beyond her capacity. This outcome was intolerable. Even if Zhou Mingyang had not humiliated her, thoughts of ending her life had long plagued her mind, suppressed only by the fear of retribution against the Jing Empire. However, this incident had unleashed her darkest thoughts. Suddenly, Zhou Mingyang turned to see Lin Yiming softly weeping. He rose, a dark expression clouding his face as he approached her. With a resounding slap, Lin Yiming was struck to the ground, a vivid mark appearing on her delicate cheek. Zhou Mingyang spoke coldly. "On this joyous occasion, why are you crying? I am the future heir of the Qinyu Empire. To be able to marry me is an immense fortune for you, yet you still feel aggrieved?" His dissatisfaction with Lin Yiming was palpable. Had she been merely an ordinary woman, Zhou Mingyang might not have cared much. However, her exceptional beauty was rare even within the Qinyu Empire, marking her as a woman of high caliber. Yet, her tearful demeanor clearly indicated her reluctance to wed him, which he perceived as a slight against his own worth. Zhou Mingyang, who held a deep regard for his own pride, felt his self-esteem affronted in front of the many witnesses present. In a more typical scenario, had Lin Yiming chosen to humble herself and serve him with grace, Zhou Mingyang might have been inclined to bestow upon her a measure of status and recognition. Regrettably, he harbored no such intentions, viewing her merely as a misguided plaything. Within the Grand Hall, the gazes of other formidable figures toward Lin Yiming were steeped in disdain. To them, Zhou Mingyang's esteemed position meant that marrying him was a stroke of extraordinary luck. Her feigned grievances were, in their eyes, a lamentable display of ingratitude. Lin Yiming lay prostrate on the ground, her head spinning and a throbbing pain coursing through her skull. The force of Zhou Mingyang's slap was considerable. Had she been an ordinary person, it might have resulted in grave injury. Yet, inexplicably emboldened, she eventually regained her composure and, with a steely expression, declared, "Aggrieved? I do not feel aggrieved. Rather, I find the disparity between you and my ideal partner insurmountable. You are wholly unworthy to be my husband." Her words sliced through the air with an intensity that caused many in the hall to shift uncomfortably. To speak thus to the crown prince was tantamount to courting death. Lin Yiming had already resolved to embrace her demise. Should Zhou Mingyang choose to take her life, it would align perfectly with her desires. Upon hearing her audacious proclamation, Zhou Mingyang's countenance darkened to an ominous degree, a storm cloud of fury gathering in his eyes, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Chapter 72. The indomitable Lin Yiming. Zhou Mingyang gazed at her with a look that hinted at her desire for death, and he let out a cold laugh. "Do you wish to die?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to cast a binding spell upon Lin Yiming, rendering her incapable of taking her own life. "Having come to the Qinyu Empire, do you truly believe you can escape? You insolent wretch dare to insult me. I shall ensure you find no solace in life or death." Zhou Mingyang's voice dripped with malice, his fury ignited by Lin Yiming's disdainful words. He had no intention of ending her life so easily. "You do not wish to marry me, do you? Then I shall humiliate you, allowing you to experience the depths of despair." With a frigid glance, Zhou Mingyang dismissed her and turned his attention elsewhere. At that moment, the air in the grand hall began to tremble, and a figure slowly emerged from the void. A terrifying aura surged forth, permeating the entirety of Qitian City, causing countless individuals to look up in shock, their faces etched with fear. One extraordinary powerhouse. Zhou Mingyang abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes wide with trepidation as he sensed the overwhelming presence. This aura far surpassed that of his own father, indicating the arrival of a being beyond the Dao realm. In an instant, Zhou Mingyang's heart quaked with fear. A saint-level powerhouse. It was common knowledge that his father was a late-stage Dao practitioner. Thus, the only possibility for such overwhelming strength was that this individual was indeed a saint. Crucially, Su Chen seemed to have a specific purpose for coming, as his gaze remained fixed upon Zhou Mingyang since entering the hall. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder." An ancient voice resonated, and the figure of King Qinyu materialized, his demeanor markedly humble as he looked towards Su Chen with a hint of trepidation. No one could fathom that the mightiest being of the Qinyu Empire, a late-stage Dao practitioner, could exhibit such humility. This time, Su Chen did not conceal his presence. He unleashed the full force of his saintly might. Upon witnessing King Qinyu's subservience, the others in the Grand Hall, including Zhou Mingyang, dared not remain seated and rose to pay their respects to Su Chen. At that moment, Lin Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Su Chen. "Su Chen," she uttered softly, her gaze clouded with skepticism. Was this merely an illusion? She questioned whether her recent blow had left her seeing things. As Su Chen spoke, his voice resonated calmly throughout the Grand Hall. "What are you standing there for? I have come to take you home." The familiar yet strange sound stunned everyone present. Lin Yimeng was momentarily frozen, but soon tears streamed down her face. "Su Chen, is it truly you?" Without responding, Su Chen raised his hand and swiftly dispatched Zhou Mingyang. The onlookers' pupils dilated in shock, yet they dared not react, bowing their heads in submission. This was a saint. Su Chen, was this the name of the saint? Many wore expressions of trepidation, fully aware of Lin Yimeng's identity as the princess of the Jing Empire. Yet, none knew of her entanglement with a sage. Zhou Mingyang's audacity to covet a woman of such caliber astonished all. The powerful figures within the Grand Hall followed Zhou Mingyang, but none would choose to face death for him. Soon after, Su Chen and Lin Yimeng vanished from sight, and throughout. Su Chen had not once cast a glance at the others. Within the palace, Qinyu King appeared somewhat anxious. Only after Su Chen's departure did his emotions stabilize slightly. It seemed this individual was not here to annihilate their Qinyu Empire. Although he had long resided in the inner palace, he was well aware of the events transpiring outside, including Zhou Mingyang's recent actions. That woman must be Lin Yimeng of the Jing Empire. This fool dared to vie for a woman with a sage. He glanced at the lifeless Zhou Mingyang, devoid of any thoughts of vengeance. At this moment, Qinyu King felt a surge of annoyance. Addressing Zhou Mingyang's corpse, he remarked, "Fool, you nearly brought catastrophic peril to the Qinyu Empire. Your death is truly regrettable." With that, he surveyed the other attendees in the hall, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Had Zhou Mingyang heard Qinyu King's words, he would likely feel profoundly aggrieved. For who could have anticipated that a mere royal faction from the Jing Empire could be intertwined with a sage, compelling the sage to take action personally? Under Qinyu King's icy gaze, the others in the hall felt a shiver of fear. At Wangyan Mountain, Su Chen and Lin Yimeng slowly emerged from a void. Now, atop Wangyan Mountain, only Su Chen's Wangyan courtyard remained. Others had relocated to Wangyan Cave, rendering the area eerily tranquil, with weeds beginning to overgrow the summit. As they walked along the path, feeling the gentle breeze from the horizon, neither spoke. Lin Yimeng contemplated speaking, but was unsure what to say. After a considerable time, Su Chen presented her with a jade pendant, his tone gentle as he said, "This item contains a trace of my aura. Should anything occur, I will be aware." Lin Yimeng nodded softly in response. She lifted her gaze to Su Chen's profile, recalling the letter she had written to him some time ago. Her cheeks flushing with warmth. He must have seen it, right? Or perhaps not. For some reason, Lin Yimeng now secretly wished he had not seen it. It was far too embarrassing, akin to a confession of feelings. Su Chen did not elaborate further. After exchanging a few casual words, they parted ways, with Lin Yimeng assigned to a guest room at Su's estate. However, she did not linger long. After 2 days at the Su residence, she prepared to depart. Yet, As she stood at the foot of Wangyun Mountain, she turned to gaze at the summit, her eyes brimming with determination. Su Chen, one day, I will catch up to your stride. Lin Yimeng silently resolved that she was indeed unworthy of Su Chen at present. Thus, she would diligently cultivate her abilities, waiting for the day when she could stand alongside him as an equal, at which point she would boldly express her affections. Currently, she felt a distinct lack of confidence. However, could she really catch up? Lin Yimeng posed this profound question to herself. From the moment Su Chen rescued her from the Qinyu Empire, it was clear that his power was exceedingly formidable. He might very well have reached the legendary Saint realm. Meanwhile, she was merely at the late stage of the transformation god realm. No, Lin Yimeng, you must not be disheartened. Dreams are essential to have, for who knows when it might come true. With renewed determination, Lin Yimeng set her course toward Jinghong City. Su Chen sat at the edge of a cliff on Wangyun Mountain, surveying the breathtaking scenery below. The distant sun hung high in the sky, casting a radiant glow that filled the world with beauty. As a cultivator, he was unfazed by the harshness of winter. The scorching sun had no effect on him. Beside him was a table laid with a fine blanket, and Ruo, she knelt upon it, continuously pouring wine for Su Chen. The alcoholic beverage in this world, to be honest, transcended the very notion of wine. It lacked the typical alcoholic sensation, instead offering a rich, fragrant taste akin to celestial nectar, captivating even Su Chen, who had never indulged in alcohol before. As he observed Lin Yimeng retreating in the distance, a gentle smile graced his lips, and he shook his head lightly. This girl. Soon, he withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and allowed a look of contentment to wash over his face. Sitting atop the mountain, feeling the breeze caress his ears, everything felt exceedingly comfortable, truly a paradise for someone like Su Chen, who cherished tranquility. Chapter 73. I take delight in dismantling talents such as yours. What Su Chen currently yearns for is to witness his own gradual ascent. The affairs of love and romance are not on his agenda at the moment. Moreover, the rewards he has garnered from his sign-in system do not render him invincible. Apart from the summoning card of Su Xiaoke, he lacks substantial confidence. While he possesses billions of years of cultivation, the question remains, can this power elevate him to the pinnacle of this world? Perhaps not. Thus, Su Chen prefers to limit his ties, with the Su family sufficing. What if he encounters an insurmountable foe? His sign-in system improves with the passage of time, yielding ever more formidable rewards. He is eager to discover what treasures he may acquire after 1,000,000 years of sign-ins. After all, it took him 1,000,000 years to attain a summoning card for Su Xiaoke. Might he also summon other characters? For instance, characters like Xiao Yin or Yi Fan. The prospect of gathering them for a game of mahjong is indeed exhilarating. However, maintaining their presence for even 10 seconds might prove challenging. Yet this is trivial. Perhaps after several million years of sign-ins, he could summon them permanently. Such possibilities are not to be dismissed. Yet, what if he cannot control such mighty beings? Time swiftly passes, and 30 years have elapsed. During this span, Su Chen has experienced little alteration. However, he has always found amusement in various pursuits, such as fishing and enjoying melodious performances, thus escaping the clutches of solitude. In any case, this existence is far superior to the void of the system he once inhabited during his initial traversal. It is precisely because of the 1,000,000 years spent in that ethereal space that he now harbors a profound interest in seemingly mundane activities. Take fishing, for example. A cultivator would undoubtedly deem it tedious, yet Su Chen revels in it. Over these 30 years, the Jinghong Empire has undergone remarkable transformations. Su Hongyuan has achieved the pinnacle of the returning origin realm and is currently in seclusion, refining his state in preparation for a breakthrough into the Dao realm. Meanwhile, Su Qingtian has also advanced to the initial stage of the returning origin realm, while several elders have merely reached the perfected stage of the harmonization realm. Throughout these 30 years, the Su family has attracted countless formidable experts. When they first arrived at Wangyun Mountain, their population barely exceeded 1,000. Yet now, the Su family boasts nearly 100,000 members. Most of these individuals are subservient to the Su family, while the true Su family members regardless of whether they are direct or collateral branches, constitute only a small fraction. From the heights of Wanyan Mountain, one can behold the base, bustling with houses resembling a small city. Among the 100,000 inhabitants, not all serve the Su family. Many are their kin, merely settled at the foot of the mountain, contributing to the population. However, the midsection of Wanyan Mountain remains sparsely populated, as only collateral branches are permitted to reside there. The Zhixiao mountain range has been entirely absorbed by the Su family, with no outsiders allowed entry. For the past decade, the Jing Empire has presented grand tributes to the Su family annually, fostering a sense of vassalage. It is quite normal, for the power of the Su family is immensely formidable. Should the Su family desire to seize the Jing Empire, it would be a rather effortless endeavor. In the Dingyang Prefecture lies the Luoyun sect, established by Su Yuza of the Su family. Owing to his own considerable cultivation and the backing of the Su family, the sect has flourished remarkably. Presently, the Luoyun sect stands as a significant force within the Dingyang Prefecture, boasting nearly 3,000 members. Furthermore, Su Yuza himself has ascended to the threshold of the half-integration realm. This is merely a fraction of the Su family's might. As the direct descendants of the Su family continue to expand their influence, the entirety of their power is indeed vast, far exceeding the mere 100,000 beneath Wanyan Mountain. Today, outside the tranquil Luoyun sect, a group of figures cloaked in black robes adorned with the character emerged, emanating a chilling aura. Master, this is indeed the Luoyun sect. According to our intelligence, Su Yuza is undoubtedly within, stated the leader. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor, his eyes devoid of warmth, resembling a heartless beast. Yang nodded indifferently. Since we have confirmed the information, let us gather our forces. When the opportune moment arrives, we shall eradicate the Luoyun sect. The Grand Elder immediately nodded, his expression brimming with excitement. It seems the Su family has unwittingly offended someone, for a public bounty has been placed on their heads. Assisting in the assassination of a Su family direct descendant yields 2 million high-grade spirit stones and 3 earth-tier weapons. Should we manage to obliterate the Su family, our Jing sect will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. At that moment, the second elder suddenly furrowed his brow. Grand Elder, we must exercise caution. Though our Jing sect possesses 3 late-stage returning origin experts, along with a master who stand at the half-path realm, we should not underestimate the Su family. Their rapid rise to power in such a short time surely indicates they are not to be trifled with. The Grand Elder scoffed. What do you have to fear? Second Elder, have you forgotten who has placed this bounty? Upon hearing this, the second elder pondered for a moment before falling silent. Indeed, the individual behind this public bounty is overwhelmingly powerful. The Su family lacks even a single entry path expert and could not possibly withstand such a force. Their mission is not to directly annihilate the Su family, but rather to lure them in, with the primary action to be taken by that formidable individual, as they merely assist from the sidelines. In the realm of covert operations, it is imperative that the rewards are handed over to the shadowy envoy. And once a task is accepted, the issuer is forbidden from harming the one who undertakes it. The shadowy envoy adheres to stringent regulations, and any violation incurs the wrath of their assassins. As a revered force in the Eastern Domain, no one wishes to provoke the shadowy envoy, providing them with considerable assurance, as they harbor no fears of betrayal from the task issuer. At this moment, Yang suddenly spoke. All right, most of our people have arrived. It is time for us to act. Upon hearing these words, a chilling smile spread across the faces of those beside him. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, enveloping the entirety of the falling cloud sect. The overwhelming pressure instilled dread in the hearts of all within the sect. Some of the elders, quick to react, bellowed a warning throughout the sect. We are under attack. Prepare for battle. Yet, scarcely had the words left their lips when a distant blade of light cleaved through the air, annihilating him instantly. Su Yuza burst forth from within the sect, his expression grave. Who dares to assault our falling cloud sect? State your name. Despite his bravado, he hastily sent a message to the Su family. For the auras of these intruders were overwhelmingly powerful, at least on par with those of the returning origin realm, forces that could not be dealt with lightly. In that moment, Yang Lung manifested, raising his hand to strike down upon Su Yuza. The sheer force of the blow was such that Su Yuza felt as if his entire body had been shattered, crashing back into the sect with a thunderous impact that sent shivers down the spine. The sound resembled a human plummeting from the 5th floor, landing heavily on the ground. With a mocking gaze directed downward, Yang Lung sneered. A mere ant at the void refining stage dares to inquire of our names? Su Yuza, hailed as the genius sect master of the Jinghong Empire, was said to have broken through to the half-step integration stage before the age of 60. Such a speed of cultivation rivaled even the prodigies of the sacred grounds. Yet, alas, you lack the backing of a sacred lineage. Yang Lung's lips curled into a smirk, a playful glint in his eyes. I take great pleasure in obliterating talents like you. Chapter 74. The Spirit Leader, it is over. Our leader has been defeated, and we are all doomed. Is the leader not a member of the Su family? Could we not summon them for assistance? The presence of these individuals is overwhelmingly potent, exceeding the realm of the void refinement stage. Could they be at the integration stage? No, this must be the return to origin realm. A chorus of anxious voices echoed within the Falling Cloud sect, as disciples and elders alike trembled with fear. Fortunately, these intruders seemed to focus solely on the sect as formidable members, sparing those of lesser strength. Yet, even the residual shockwaves had already claimed nearly 300 lives among the disciples. Yang Lung descended slowly from the sky. At that moment, Su Yuza lay on the ground, racked with excruciating pain, devoid of the strength to move. The return to origin realm. No, you are not of that realm, but rather a half-step into the Tao realm. Why do you assault the Falling Cloud sect? Su Yuza's voice was hoarse and low, reminiscent of a dying yet furious lion. Though he had the backing of the Su family, he had never sought conflict, and the Falling Cloud sect had always pursued steady development. He was certain that he had not provoked such formidable beings. Yet, why did they choose to attack the Falling Cloud sect? Judging by their demeanor, their intent clearly aimed at obliterating the sect. Yang Lung smirked coldly. You are not yet worthy of this knowledge. Quickly send a message to your Su family. They are your only hope for salvation. Send a message to the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Yuza's expression shifted dramatically. These individuals are targeting the Su family? Summoning all his strength, he retrieved the Su family jade pendant from his waist, desperate to warn them not to come, lest they fall into a trap. If his life were to end, so be it. The young ones of the Su family should not fear death. However, if the Su family were to be implicated, he would bear the burden of guilt. But just as he attempted to react, a wave of agony surged through his hand, threatening to shatter his resolve. Ah! A low cry of pain erupted as Su Yuza's eyes turned crimson, his visage contorted in agony. His entire arm had been severed. Though for a void refinement stage expert, losing an arm was not a fatal wound. As it could regrow, the pain remained unbearable. Yang Lung seized the token, a smile curling upon his lips. It seems you have already made contact. Hence, there is no need for further complications. With that, he began to stride forward, an eerie and malevolent grin spreading across his face. Now comes the moment of revelry. What I relish most is dismantling you so-called geniuses and observing the terror and chaos on your faces. Ha ha ha. Geniuses, mere trifles in my grasp, beneath my control. You are no more than swine. As his words fell, Su Yuza surged forth with ferocity, launching himself at Yang Lung like a cannonball. Ethereal violet markings appeared across his face, revealing his sacred body, the tripolar, illusory spirit body. Yang Lung was caught off guard, sent hurtling over 100 meters away. Su Yuza did not pursue. He tore through the void in an attempt to escape, only to discover that the space had been sealed. Reluctantly, he was left with no choice but to flee into the distance. However, he had scarcely made any headway when a colossal hand suddenly reached out to grasp him. "Ant, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations," came the voice. Su Yuza's expression shifted dramatically as the purple patterns on his face morphed into a deep, inky black. Simultaneously, his body expanded by nearly 30%. Bang! Yang Lung's palm struck him once more, sending Su Yuza flying. Yet this time, he sustained no severe injuries. Instead, he harnessed the force of the blow to propel himself further away. The patterns on his body reverted to purple. This was the power of the triadic illusory spirit body, which manifested in three forms. The purple patterns signified a surge in speed and strength. The black represented defense and recovery. And the final hue, yellow, enhanced spiritual energy and the potency of the soul. With Su Yu's current mastery over the triadic illusory spirit body, these augmentations were at least sevenfold. He could simultaneously activate two, or even all three, powers, but doing so would diminish the enhancement of any single ability. What? Yanglong's face bore an expression of disbelief. His previous strike, though tempered, was delivered with the force of a half-step returning origin realm, and yet Su Yu could still move? His eyes reflected a grave seriousness. The initial blow that had struck Su Yu had already reached the consummate level of the harmonization stage, and the fact that Su Yu could still articulate words had astonished him. Now, Yanglong was certain that Su Yu harbored some profound secret. After all, Su Yu was merely at the half-step harmonization stage. It was utterly absurd for someone at that level to withstand an attack from the consummate harmonization stage, let alone one from the half-step returning origin realm. It was fortunate that he had not perished instantly. Yanglong's eyes ignited with fervor. No wonder the Su family was targeted. There was a significant secret at play. To possess strength rivaling that of the half-step returning origin realm at the half-step harmonization stage was a feat that only the most exceptional prodigies of the Holy Lands could achieve. Contemplating this, his aura surged explosively. In mere moments, Yanglong caught up to Su Yu, pinning him firmly to the ground. Though Su Yu's defensive capabilities were comparable to the half-step returning origin realm, Yanglong was at the half-step path establishment realm. The disparity between their strengths was insurmountable. No matter how talented one might be, it was impossible to transcend such vast realms. Su Yu struggled ceaselessly, which only heightened Yanglong's excitement. Such formidable power. Even a consummate harmonization stage cultivator would be envious. The Su family certainly harbored many secrets. With a wicked smile, Yanglong remarked, "I find myself reluctant to end your life so swiftly. Such a powerful vessel. If I could refine it into a spirit sovereign, it would be quite remarkable." Spirit sovereign. Upon hearing this term, Su Yu's pupils constricted, fear evident on his face. He had heard of the refinement of spirit sovereigns, a technique developed by a demonic sect eons ago. However, it was deemed too nefarious, and that sect had long been annihilated. The spiritual entity, known as Ling Kuei, is not a mere puppet. Rather, it is a manifestation of a portion of consciousness that parasitically inhabits another individual, thereby exerting control over their physical form. The original owner of the body, whose soul is subjected to this manipulation, can only helplessly observe their own actions, powerless to intervene or alter the course of events. This form of Ling Kuei is typically employed on prodigious talents, as it ensures obedience while preserving the potential for growth and retaining a semblance of sentience. Su Yu's expression was fraught with trepidation. He feared not death itself, yet the prospect of being fashioned into a puppet was a fate he could not abide. "You beast! If you possess any courage, then kill me." In response to Su Yu's impotent fury, Yanglong maintained a demeanor of disdainful amusement. "Is this a provocation? Such trivial tactics are of no consequence to me." As he spoke, Yanglong began to summon his powers, preparing to delve into Su Yu's soul. After all, the preservation of this body depended on the disposition of a certain individual. Thus he intended to first extract secrets from the opponent's soul before proceeding. Just as he was poised to act, a series of resounding booms echoed from a distance, accompanied by a terrifying aura of pressure. Who dares to challenge the authority of the Su family? Chapter 75. Senior, please make your move. The hidden powerhouses. The formidable forces of the Su family converged, their presence echoing with thunderous intensity, drawing the curious gazes of surrounding factions towards the direction of the Falling Cloud sect. It appeared to be the Su family. Who had provoked them? That direction. The Falling Cloud sect, was there truly someone bold enough to confront them? Indeed, who could forget that this was a faction established by the direct lineage of the Su family? To offend the Falling Cloud sect was akin to incurring the wrath of the Su family itself. Nevertheless, the Su family was undeniably powerful. The auras of those few individuals just now seemed to belong to cultivators above the integration stage. At this moment, within the confines of the falling cloud sect, Su Yuan and his companions stood suspended in the void, each emanating an overwhelming presence that shook the heavens. Before they even initiated a confrontation, the surrounding space began to destabilize, unable to withstand the immense pressure. The members of the extreme Yin sect, sensing the disturbance, ceased their assault on the disciples of the setting sun sect, their expressions grave as they regarded the Su family. In a fleeting moment, aside from Su Yuza, the upper echelons of the setting sun sect had nearly perished, with only 30% of the disciples remaining. Yang Lung, narrowing his eyes at Su Yuza, raised his hand, immobilizing him upon the ground. Soul-searching required a tranquil environment, and with an imminent battle on the horizon, it was hardly suitable. He would have to eliminate the Su family first before proceeding with the soul search. Gradually rising to his feet, he cast a solemn gaze towards the 6 figures hovering above. According to reports, these 6 individuals represented the pinnacle of the Su family's combat prowess. One at the perfected return to origin stage, one at the initial return to origin stage, and 4 at the perfected integration stage. The Su family was indeed formidable. It was said that their most powerful member had only reached the void refinement stage several decades prior. To attain such heights in a brief span of time, they must have encountered some extraordinary fortuitous opportunity. With this thought, Yang Lung's eyes ignited with fervor. Whatever compelled that esteemed figure to take action against the Su family was certainly no ordinary matter. His expectations were modest. He merely hoped that the extreme Yin sect could benefit from the aftermath. Su Chen, observing Su Yuza's seal to the ground, was suddenly engulfed by a chilling, killing intent, his form vanishing instantaneously. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning erupted across the heavens. This bolt expanded dramatically, ultimately transforming into a colossal, thunderous pillar directed at Yang Lung. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to harm my Su family shall not escape today. Yang Lung's eyes brimmed with disdain. A mere perfected integration stage cultivator dared to boast so audaciously. He paid little heed to Su Yunchen's onslaught. The disparity in their strengths was monumental. He, a cultivator of the path establishment stage, had no reason to fear one who had yet to reach the return to origin stage. However, in an instant, his expression shifted. Something was amiss. The thunderous pillar not only harbored the ferocious power of lightning, but was also infused with the annihilating essence of sword chi, cleverly concealed within the thunder. He had failed to perceive this, perhaps due to the prior distance leading to his underestimation. Only when the thunderous pillar approached within 300 meters of him did he sense the terrifying force it contained. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted from the falling cloud sect, sending Yang Lung crashing to the ground. The earth fractured violently under the sheer force of the detonation, an ominous display of power that even the ground struggled to endure. In an instant, the entirety of falling cloud sect lay in ruins. Countless disciples, witnessing this cataclysmic event, bore expressions of exhilaration. How splendid! This is the formidable Su family supporting our sect. With their assistance, our falling cloud sect may yet survive. Alas, my master and senior brothers have perished. Those wretched foes must be vanquished. The might of the Su family is unparalleled, and they shall accomplish this task. The prowess exhibited by Su Yunshen instantly invigorated the surviving disciples of falling cloud sect. Meanwhile, numerous onlookers in the vicinity observed in silence, their hearts gripped by trepidation upon witnessing Su Yunshen's terrifying strength. Such power transcends the realm of the integration stage. How audacious are those who dare provoke the Su family! I seem to recognize these individuals. They belong to the extreme Yin sect of the Great Qian Empire. Yet, how could the Su family's influence, confined to the Jinghong Empire, have drawn the ire of the extreme Yin sect? Recently, a mission was disseminated among the scouts targeting the Su family, offering an exceedingly generous reward. I suspect it is connected to this incident, though my knowledge remains limited. The clandestine observers were predominantly cultivators of the void refinement stage or higher, maintaining a considerable distance while subtly extending their consciousness to observe. Upon hearing of the mission to eliminate the Su family, astonishment spread across their faces. Although the Su family has rapidly ascended, their conduct has always been amicable and far from tyrannical. Who would go to such lengths to eradicate them? Within Falling Cloud sect, the members of the extreme Yin sect were taken aback upon witnessing Yanglong's plight. How could this be? The sect leader is a half-step into the Tao. How could Su Chen, merely at the perfected integration stage, inflict harm upon him despite such a vast disparity in cultivation? Su Hanyuan, however, was not merely an observer. His presence loomed like a mountain as he charged toward Yanglong with overwhelming force, a sight that was truly alarming. Possessing the cultivation of the perfected returning Yuan stage and being a sacred body, he had no qualms about engaging in combat against those below the mid-stage of Tao. Thus, even facing Yanglong, who was a half-step into Tao, Su Hanyuan bore no fear. He unleashed a technique known as Heaven's Collapse, channeling his entire strength into his foot, a fundamental technique taught by the Ziyang Taoist. This method involved concentrating all one's power into a single point. For those who wield spiritual energy, this ability may be simple. However, for physical cultivators, true strength lies not in spiritual energy, but in raw power. Mastering the art of consolidating strength into a singular point demands unparalleled control. Just as Yanglong began to rise from the ground, he sensed Su Hanyuan charging toward him once more. No longer could he afford to underestimate his opponent. He summoned every ounce of his energy to defend himself. With a thunderous explosion, the ground beneath Falling Cloud sect sank several meters, a testament to the sheer terror of physical cultivation. A mouthful of blood erupted from Yanglong. His entire body felt as though it were on the verge of disintegration. His eyes filled with terror and confusion. Is this truly the pinnacle of the returning origin realm? Before Su Hanyuan, he found himself utterly devoid of any means of resistance, as if they were not even on the same tier. Yet, the aura emanating from Su Hanyuan undeniably signified that he had indeed reached the consummation of the returning origin realm. Suddenly, Yanglong was reminded of Su Yuza, whose combat prowess far exceeded his own realm. Gazing upon the formidable presence of Su Hanyuan, Yanglong could not help but bellow, "Senior, I have brought the person you sought. I implore you to take action." The strength of the Su family members surpassed his expectations, compelling Yanglong to refrain from engaging in battle alone, lest he risk his own demise this day. Upon hearing these words, Su Hongyuan's demeanor shifted to one of alertness, scanning the surroundings with a posture of readiness. Not only he, but the other members of the Su family exhibited the same vigilance. If this individual's strength was so formidable, then those whom he referred to as senior must surely be at least at the threshold of the path. Chapter 76. The Demise of the Extreme Yin Sect and the Emergence of Terrifying Powers. After a considerable period of silence, Yanglong began to feel a sense of urgency. "Esteemed elder, the core members of the Su family have already arrived. I implore you to reveal yourself." Despite his repeated calls, there was still no response. In that moment, even Yanglong, no matter how naive, realized he had been deceived. Not only him, but the expressions of the other elders of the extreme Yin sect were equally grim. They had intended to use Su Yuza as bait, only to discover that Su Yuza was indeed the bait, and they too were ensnared. Although the mission had been accomplished, should they perish, the rewards would revert to the task issuer, with only a 20% commission retained by the informant. It appeared that someone intended to sell them out directly. Yanglong's countenance darkened to an extreme degree. Struggling to his feet, he felt his aura surge to its zenith, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. At this juncture, he could only confront the harsh reality. While the Su family possessed formidable strength, the extreme Yin sect was not to be underestimated. Carving a path to survival was still within their grasp. Gritting his teeth, his eyes simmered with rage. How infuriating! Being ensnared by others was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet the circumstances demanded composure. He could not allow his fury to cloud his judgment. The mission was complete. Their immediate course of action was to flee. Yanglong hastily consumed a pill, and his once gravely injured body was rejuvenated, even growing more powerful. The Tyrant Dragon Pill. This concoction could temporarily enhance one's strength, but bore significant aftereffects, affecting one's foundation. He would not have resorted to it unless absolutely necessary. Su Hongyuan also grasped the gravity of their situation. They had no allies. They needed to eliminate their foes quickly, ensuring none escaped. He had heard of the extreme Yin sect. Allowing any of them to survive would spell considerable trouble for the Su family in the future. While they were not afraid, a strong adversary seeking revenge could make survival for the younger members of the Su family exceedingly difficult. Su Qingtian's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he suddenly pursued the Grand Elder of the extreme Yin sect. There were only 7 individuals from the extreme Yin sect, 3 at the returning origin stage, 1 half-step to the Tao, and 3 at the perfected integration stage. These constituted the elite fighting force of the extreme Yin sect. Under normal circumstances, the Su family's members would not stand a chance against them. Yet, the reality was that the extreme Yin sect was being relentlessly pursued and was utterly defenseless. Despite Su Qingtian's only being at the initial stage of returning origin, none below half-step to the Tao could rival him. Although Su Yunxian and the others were merely at the perfected integration stage, they could contend with those at the mid-returning origin stage. However, this was only true against ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, with the leader of the extreme Yin sect being overwhelmed, even if the remaining members could withstand the 5 from the Su family, who could endure if Yanglong were to fall? Observing the Su family's ferocity, the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect were swept up in excitement. The Su family was undeniably powerful. Is this truly the Su family? With the formidable power of our Falling Cloud sect as a shield, what do we have left to fear? Yanglong had initially believed that after consuming the Tyrant Dragon Pill, he would be able to escape his dire predicament. However, he soon realized the futility of his hopes. For Su Hongyuan's speed was simply unparalleled, at least that of a mid-stage Taoist. Despair engulfed Yanglong's heart, and in a moment of desperation, he turned to fight back fiercely, only to be met with Su Hongyuan's overwhelming force, which struck him down with a single devastating blow. Simultaneously, Su Hongyuan bore grievous injuries as well. A gaping wound marred his abdomen, blood oozing forth, a result of Yanglong's desperate counterattack. Yet in mere moments, the injury began to mend itself. For one endowed with the ancient sacred body, any wound could heal rapidly as long as he remained alive, even the most lethal of injuries. Following this, Su Hongyuan charged towards the remaining members of the extreme Yin sect. In the brief interval that had passed, only 3 elders of the extreme Yin sect had survived. However, with Su Hongyuan joining the fray, the remaining members stood no chance and were swiftly annihilated. Thus, the entirety of the extreme Yin sect was obliterated. The powerful figures concealed in the shadows could not suppress their astonishment upon witnessing this scene. The strength of the Su family was truly formidable. How could they possess the ability to vanquish foes beyond their realm? Her expression tinged with concern. Yuza, how is the situation? A strained smile broke across Su Yuza's pale visage. Father, I am unharmed. Though he had lost an arm and sustained severe injuries, they were not fatal. With time for recuperation, he would recover. Once he regained a portion of his strength, he activated the tripolar illusory body, and dark patterns instantly spread across his form, allowing his flesh to mend at an accelerated pace. This included the regrowth of his severed arm, which within a mere 5 or 6 breaths appeared as it had before. However, due to its recent regrowth, the arm remained considerably frail and was not fit for combat in the near term. In terms of recuperative capabilities, Su Yuza's tripolar illusory body was nearly on par with the ancient sacred body, though significant differences remained. The tripolar illusory body required conscious activation, while the ancient sacred body's restoration was innate. If fully mobilized, its healing prowess was at least thrice that of the tripolar illusory body, albeit the latter offered a broader array of abilities. Observing Su Yuza's astonishing recuperative prowess, Su Yunxian could not help but marvel at its sheer abnormality, noting that even her thunderclap sword body paled in comparison. Su Yuza gazed sorrowfully upon the ruins of the Falling Cloud sect, his heart heavy with grief. He had invested so much into this sect, yet many elders and disciples had perished in this cataclysmic battle. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved that he must grow stronger. Seeing her son's determined demeanor, Su Chen let out a resigned sigh. At that moment, from a distance, Su Hongyuan trembled, and he swiftly called out to the void. Which esteemed elder is present? Just moments ago, he sensed an overwhelmingly potent aura, one that far surpassed anyone he had encountered before. The members of the Su family, upon hearing this, were taken aback, rising to their feet with expressions of grave concern. Remarkably, it seemed that the extreme insect was rather feeble, having been effortlessly vanquished. A chilling voice resonated, causing the sky to ripple as if it were the surface of water. Soon after, a figure emerged from within, clad in white robes, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an extraordinary presence. His aura was subdued, rendering his depth indiscernible, yet it still sent shivers down the spine. This instinctive reaction was akin to that of a lamb encountering a tiger. Even in the absence of the tiger's aggression, the lamb would still tremble in fear. The newcomer cast a glance towards Su Hongyuan, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes, quite perceptive indeed. Even the slightest release of my aura has been detected by you. Chapter 77. The Nine Clouds Taoist Temple. The despair of the Su family upon seeing the man. Su Hongyuan immediately tensed as if confronted by a formidable adversary. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him, and his gaze was laden with gravity. Why does the senior wish to incite the extreme insect against the falling cloud sect? The man responded with a derisive smile. Are you questioning me? With a flick of his hand, a terrifying force descended with alarming swiftness. Despite being an ancient sacred body, Su Hongyuan was violently hurled to the ground, nearly shattering into pieces as golden blood spilled forth incessantly. The agony contorted his features, disbelief filling his eyes. The Tao realm. No, this is a cultivator beyond the Tao realm. A saint? He endeavored to mend his shattered form, yet found himself utterly incapable. A more formidable power within him obstructed his abilities, rendering him powerless to restore his corporeal state. Witnessing this, Su Chen and several elders of the Su family rushed forward, forming a protective circle around Su Hongyuan. The white-clad man surveyed Su Hongyuan's condition, his eyes momentarily revealing a hint of altered emotion. Golden blood. This must be the ancient sacred body. The countenances of the Su family shifted dramatically. The sacred body had always been their closely guarded secret, one that could not be divulged, lest they invite catastrophic calamity upon themselves. As their cultivation progressed, the members of the Su family understood the extraordinary difficulty of bestowing a sacred body upon an individual. Though Su Chen was exceptionally powerful, there existed realms beyond this world, where there were always those who could outmatch him. What would happen if someone coveted the Su family secret? The white-clad man cast his gaze over the Su family, unleashing a vast wave of spiritual power, rendering their secrets as exposed as if they had shed their garments before him. You all. His pupils constricted in shock. All of you possess the sacred body. His eyes reflected astonishment and disbelief. In the Eastern domain, it was exceedingly rare for a sacred-level force to harbor even one or two sacred bodies. Such a physique was truly a fortuitous encounter. Yet, here was a multitude of sacred bodies arising from a single family. The odds of such a phenomenon were astoundingly low. The white-clad man's eyes narrowed. It appears the Su family harbors extraordinary secrets. My master has commanded me to eradicate your clan. Decades ago, you were merely a minor force. Yet you have inexplicably burgeoned to this extent. Surely, you have encountered some extraordinary opportunities in these recent years? Years prior, he had meticulously scrutinized the intelligence on the Su family, discovering that at that time, they possessed not even a single top-tier spiritual root. Given their utter weakness, he had casually placed a bounty on them and then disregarded the matter. Such a feeble faction could not possibly rise. Their ceiling was evidently defined. Consequently, he had paid them little mind. It was a surprise, then, to hear the name of the Su family once more in recent years, and, alarmingly, they had grown exceedingly formidable. He procured some intelligence regarding the Su family from the Dark Watch, which astonishingly suggested the possible existence of a saint within their ranks. Consequently, he issued a bounty, intending to probe the depths of the Su family's power. To his dismay, he found the extreme insect lamentably inept. The man in white inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure as he cast his gaze once more upon the members of the Su family, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Saint bodies, so many saint bodies. If he could refine them all, it might allow his own saint body to ascend to the realm of the emperor body. Wouldn't it? The mutual devouring of saint bodies was not an uncommon practice. In this era, where saint bodies are scarce and treated as treasures by various factions, such occurrences are rare. However, several 100,000 years ago, during the reign of the emperors, such events were rather frequent. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Su family members shifted dramatically. The man in white's countenance grew increasingly menacing, a reflection of his excitement, as he boisterously proclaimed, "I never imagined that the Su family would present me with such a grand gift. And the secret to your saint body's birth, these treasures shall belong to me." He suddenly felt that his earlier decision to inform his superior that the Su family had been eradicated was indeed the wisest choice of his life. Otherwise, their secrets might never have been his to claim. In an instant, the saintly aura within him erupted, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon the Su family, rendering them powerless and collapsing them to the ground. This was the might of a saint. Merely through his imposing presence, he incapacitated them. Although the difference between a saint and an entry-realm cultivator is but a single tier, the chasm between them is vast. Even the most exceptional prodigies cannot bridge this divide. Only those endowed with the aptitude of an emperor could hope to defeat a saint within the entry realm. Though the members of the Su family were all saint bodies, they still fell short of the emperor's aptitude. Saint bodies may be numerous in the Xiantian realm, but those capable of ascending to emperor status are indeed few and far between. However, emperor aptitude is not solely measured by one's physique. Throughout history, many emperors have risen from obscurity, evolving from mortal bodies into the mightiest of beings. Luck and opportunity are indispensable. Once again, the man in white turned his gaze toward the Su family, raising his hand to grasp them. His colossal hand, imbued with saintly might and terrifying refining power, threatened to ensnare them. Should they be caught, it would take but a few breaths for the Su family's members to be utterly refined. The Su family could only lie prostrate on the ground, helplessly watching as the massive hand descended upon them. Despair and helplessness enveloped their hearts. This was the most formidable adversary they had ever faced. No, it was not the first time. Yi Qingling's kin had also possessed such immense strength. Su Qingtian's face was awash with reluctance. He had so many unfulfilled aspirations, longing to reunite with Qingling, to bring their family together. If he were to fall here, he would find no peace in the afterlife. Simultaneously, he realized the true caliber of Yi Qingling's family, undoubtedly of the saint level, an exceptionally powerful one at that. In times past, Su Chen might have succumbed to despair. However, his rapid advancement in cultivation now instills within him a burgeoning hope. Given time, the ascendance to sainthood would be well within his grasp. Yet, at this very moment, it all seemed destined to culminate in an untimely end. He was unwilling to accept this fate. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Su Chen endeavored to break free from the oppressive force, only to discover that escape was utterly beyond his reach. Just as the colossal hand was about to seize them, a gentle aura, reminiscent of a spring breeze, enveloped the scene, dissolving the giant hand into nothingness. At that instant, a refreshing zephyr swept across the realm, invigorating all in its path. Before the remnants of the giant hand stood a middle-aged Taoist priest, his countenance grave, yet his eyes exuding warmth. With a smile, he addressed the onlookers, inquiring if he might spare a moment to grant the Su family a chance at survival. Simultaneously, the oppressive weight that had loomed over the Su family dissipated, and upon glimpsing the middle-aged priest, they were seized by a profound shock. Could it be, you are the Taoist, Master Yuhua? The members of the Su family looked on in disbelief. Although they were aware of the extraordinary backgrounds of the two Taoist masters from Jiyun Taoist Temple, never could they have imagined that one of them was indeed a saint. Yuhua Jinren nodded with a smile, his presence akin to a gentle spring breeze, instilling a sense of comfort in all around him. The man in white, towering above, regarded Yuhua Zhenren with an icy gaze. You must be the saint from the Su family. Am I correct? A mere newly ascended saint dares to obstruct me? Such arrogance is truly astounding. Very well. It has been some time since I last engaged in combat. Today, I shall slay a saint and remind the eastern domain of the name of the saint of Guishu. Chapter 78. The formidable saint of the Guishu. Assistance from the Jing Taoist temple. Upon finishing his words, the saint of Guishu emanated an extraordinarily potent aura. This presence reverberated through the heavens and the earth, captivating the entire Jing Empire, as well as several neighboring realms, who became acutely aware of this terrifying force. The saintly might. It is indeed the saintly might. Someone shouted in terror. For countless years, the eastern region had not witnessed the aura of a saint. Who has dared to provoke such a being? In that direction, let us hasten to witness the saint in action, even at the cost of death. Will be worth it. Many fearless souls immediately rushed toward the source of the released aura, their eyes ablaze with fervor. In their eyes, a saint was akin to a mythical figure. Among those who gathered to witness, there were numerous powerful cultivators at the Tao realm, eager to observe the saint in action and glean insights into the sacred path. Though the assistance they could derive might be limited, any opportunity to comprehend a saint further was deemed invaluable. At this moment, within the confines of the Luoyun sect, the enlightened one gazed up with a tranquil demeanor. Yet his gentle eyes betrayed a blend of gravity and a sense of impending conflict. A decade prior, he had successfully severed the upper corpse, and for him, among the three corpses, the middle corpse presented the greatest challenge, while the upper corpse had proven relatively simpler. As a practitioner of Taoism, he had cultivated a disposition of detachment towards life and death. With Su Chen's assistance in overcoming the middle corpse, he felt a profound debt to the Su family, a debt so significant that sacrificing himself for their protection would be justified. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to safeguard the members of the Su family. The enlightened one's own aura began to radiate, confronting the saint of Guishu in the skies above. Yet his expression was one of utmost seriousness. The saint of Guishu, a name he had heard whispered among the learned, was the ancient patriarch of the Guishu sacred land, a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the Saint King realm, surpassing even his own master in strength. He held no confidence in his ability to triumph over such an opponent. Surrounding the Luoyun sect, a multitude had gathered, primarily cultivators at the initial stages of the Guiyuan realm, including the venerable old king, Jing himself. The commotion was simply too profound. As it was within the territory of his Jing Empire, his presence was unavoidable. This is the Su family. The old King Jing eyes reflected deep concern. How had they managed to provoke a saint? Two saints clashing. Such a spectacle had eluded him throughout his lifetime. Yet today he would finally have the privilege of witnessing it. In the shadows, a recently ascended cultivator's gaze shimmered with fervor. That individual is the venerable old saint of the Guishu sacred land. My Murong family is a vassal of the Guishu sacred land. I had the fortune of encountering him once before. What? I've heard he had already broken through to the Saint King realm. And look at the other saint. His aura is evidently much weaker, likely just to the saint realm, and he seems to have only recently made his breakthrough. This battle appears to hold no suspense. The newly ascended saint is bound to be defeated. Yet, how did he incur the wrath of the saint of Guishu? Many exchanged furtive glances, their expressions filled with confusion. In a mere moment, nearly 10 cultivators at the entry level of the Tao had gathered here, with many more approaching from afar, including several who had been diligently immersed in seclusion. The Battle of the Saints is an event that no one wishes to miss. Even a glimpse could significantly enhance one's chances of attaining sainthood. The gaze of the Guishu saint was imbued with a chilling intensity as he raised his hand, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble violently. Suddenly, a colossal hand, at least 10,000 feet in diameter, materialized in the sky, exuding an overwhelming force as if it could annihilate the world itself. From below, it appeared as though mere mortals stood before a deity. How dare a mere saint provoke my presence? The voice of the Goetiu saint resonated like a thunderous bell. Countless onlookers felt a shiver run down their spines at the sight of the gigantic hand. Although its descent seemed slow, they were overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, akin to ants facing the vastness of the heavens. The expression of the Yuhua real person was grave. This strike, though seemingly languid, was unavoidable, and he had no choice but to confront it. He raised the whisk in his hand, unleashing his sacred power. For the Goetiu saint, this was merely a casual blow. Yet the Yuhua real person had to exert all his strength to withstand it, and even then, success was not guaranteed. Though the difference between a saint and a saint king is merely one realm, at this level, every minor distinction represents an insurmountable chasm, especially considering the vast gulf between their major realms and several minor ones. In the next moment, a sword coalesced before the Yuhua real person. This sword was unlike any other. It was as gentle as a breeze, lacking any sense of sharpness, almost evoking the feeling that it could not harm him. The long sword clashed against the immense hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable sacred energy. The already dilapidated falling cloud sect became even more ravaged, almost unrecognizable from its former glory. Fortunately, the Yuhua real person shielded those behind him, and the residual waves did not affect the Su family members. The disciples of the falling cloud sect, though farther away, sustained injuries but no fatalities. However, the Yuhua real person sword was unable to withstand the giant hand, fracturing inch by inch. Observers in the shadows could not help but shake their heads at this sight. It appeared that this newly ascended saint was destined to fail. How unfortunate that he would fall so soon after his breakthrough. A freshly minted saint daring to provoke a saint king truly demonstrated a lack of awareness of the vastness of the world. What was anticipated as a grand battle turned out to be a mere display of dominance, utterly devoid of excitement. The spectators, who had come specifically to witness the clash of saints, found themselves disappointed as the Goetiu saint ended the confrontation with a single maneuver. The gravity of the enormous hand in the sky weighed heavily on the Yuhua real person's mind. That last strike had been his full-force attack. Even a mid-stage saint would struggle to withstand it, yet it had been so effortlessly shattered by his opponent. The disparity between the realms of saints and saint kings was indeed staggering. The Yuhua real person forced a wry smile and murmured, "Master, I apologize for the trouble." As the words fell, a figure materialized beside him. The newcomer appeared youthful, yet exuded an ancient and formidable aura. The Ziyang true man glanced upward at the colossal hand in the sky, his entire presence surging forth as he raised his hand to meet it, effortlessly dispersing the massive appendage. The act was executed with remarkable ease, in stark contrast to the previous exertions of the feather transformation true man witnessing this scene. Everyone involuntarily narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Another sage had emerged. No, a sage king. The Goetiu sage's gaze sharpened, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, shedding his earlier frivolity. The sanctified power within the Ziyang true man was immensely potent, nearly on par with his own. Could it be that the Su family had such a formidable ally hidden behind them? Soon, the fervor in the Goetiu sage's eyes reignited. Could the transformation of the Su family into its current state be attributed to these two sages before him? However, he deemed this possibility unlikely. Although the Sage King was formidable, he lacked the capacity to forge a sacred body. Yet, even if they were not the architects of this change, they were undoubtedly entwined in its intricacies, at the very least possessing knowledge of the underlying truths. Chapter 79. The inheritance of Jiyun Taoist Temple and the frustration of Master Wang. The members of the Su family gazed in astonishment, their expressions betraying their shock. They had initially believed that Taoist Yuhua was an extraordinary sage. They had not anticipated that Master Zhang was also among them. The Su family had two sages guarding their gates. While describing this as guarding might seem somewhat disrespectful, it was indeed an accurate representation. The Jiyun Taoist Temple lay at the base of Wanyan Mountain, precisely at the junction of the mountainside and the foot of the mountain, above which resided the core members of the Su family, both collateral and direct descendants. Below were the quarters of the Su family servants. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to say that Jiyun Taoist Temple served as their sentinels. Master Zhang cast a serene glance towards the saint of Guishu, his voice calm as he stated, "Friend, depart. Today you cannot harm the Su family." His tone, though understated, resonated with unwavering confidence. Despite his slightly inferior cultivation, he was utterly convinced of his ability to triumph over the saint of Guishu should a conflict arise. The reason was simple. His experience far surpassed that of the saint of Guishu. Long before the establishment of the Guishu Holy Land, he had already attained the status of a sage, albeit with a penchant for discretion in his conduct. Even within the eastern domain, he was the type to remain hidden beneath the surface, resulting in no prior encounters between the two. Over the years, he had amassed countless strategies, and Master Zhang possessed absolute confidence in his capacity to subdue the saint of Guishu. The saint of Guishu maintained his usual demeanor, coldly regarding Master Zhang. Despite the formidable aura emanating from his counterpart, there was no trace of trepidation in his eyes. "A mere Saint King dares to oppose me," he scoffed. With that, an overwhelming, primordial energy surged forth from his being, transforming him into a frenzied beast. His aura intensified several-fold, becoming exceedingly volatile. The onlookers, cultivators of the Tao and return to origin realms, were swept away by this energy, experiencing an overwhelming sensation of heat. This heat did not derive from temperature, but from the very blood within them, as their spiritual power surged to a boiling point. What an extraordinary encounter! This was indeed a battle between two sovereigns. Excitement flickered across some faces, their eyes gleaming with fervor. A clash between sovereigns would not yield a swift resolution, granting them ample opportunities for observation and learning. However, there was also a degree of peril should they be caught in the aftermath of the sovereign's battle. The consequences could be dire. The saint of Guishu scrutinized Master Zhang, his gaze filled with disdain and scorn. "Once, I too was a figure of extraordinary talent. Do you, a mid-stage Saint King, believe you can best me?" Upon witnessing the demeanor of the saint of Guishu, Master Zhang's expression turned gravely serious. Especially after feeling the heart-stopping aura emanating from his opponent, he felt a tightening in his chest. Master Zhang appeared to have overlooked a crucial detail. His confidence had largely stemmed from the assumption that his adversary was an ordinary cultivator, but this individual was anything but ordinary. He was a genius sage. When Master Zhang had been a sage, the saint of Guishu had only recently emerged, still in the Tao realm, just beginning to make a name for himself in the eastern domain. Until now, he has merely ascended to the mid-stage of the Saint King realm, while the Guishu saint has already advanced to the late stage of the Saint King realm. If the Guishu saint were an ordinary late-stage Saint King, the accumulated trump cards would certainly be beneficial. However, if he were a prodigy, victory might elude him. For prodigies are often accompanied by extraordinary fortunes, and their own reserves are not to be underestimated. The Zhang true man spoke with a grave expression. "Yuhua, take everyone and leave at once." Upon witnessing Zhang's demeanor, Yuhua's countenance also changed dramatically. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly leading the members of the Su family away. As for the disciples of the Luoyun sect, he could afford no thought for them. Their fates were now left to chance. Su Yuza observed this scene, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. As the sect leader, abandoning his disciples was a notion he found profoundly difficult to accept. Should the disciples of the Luoyun sect meet their demise, his anguish would only intensify. Thinking of fleeing? The Guishu saint sneered, his figure vanishing in an instant, akin to a ferocious beast, as he tore through the void towards Yuhua. This assault was delivered with full force, leaving Yuhua with no hope of defense. Zhang's expression shifted, and in a flash, he positioned himself in front, emanating an overwhelming aura of saintly power. Behind him, a spectral figure materialized, seated upon a Tao lotus, eyes tightly shut, exuding an imposing presence reminiscent of a youthful deity. He radiated boundless Tao rhythms, embodying an unparalleled divinity. This was the manifestation of the Taoist law, envisioning an ancient supreme deity, a true heir of their Jiyun Taoist temple. The identity of this supreme deity remained unclear even to Jing. He only knew that the artifact of visualization bore the inscription, Shanqing. Ziyang's long manifestation towered to a staggering height, visible throughout the entire Dingyang County. Countless souls gazed upward, their faces etched with terror. What on earth was transpiring? Should the battle erupt in its entirety today, Dingyang County, along with the entire Jinghong Empire, would be laid to ruin, all due to the clash of Saint Kings. As the weak, they were utterly oblivious to the underlying reasons. Meanwhile, the Guishu saint's eyes gleamed with disdain, his aura becoming increasingly savage, his hands sharpening into claws akin to a beast. This was his holy body, the wild beast saint body. Even among all holy bodies, this physique ranks within the top 30, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Boom! A colossal sound of collision resonated as fierce winds swept through the surroundings, leaving a radius of 10,000 meters in utter silence, annihilated by the terrifying force. Just as the disciples of the Luoyun sect were on the brink of perishing in the aftermath, their figures suddenly vanished from existence, as if they had never been there at all. This group was already weak, and the Guishu saint paid them no heed, remaining unaware of their disappearance. Crack, crack, crack! A crisp sound resonated, revealing cracks in the Dharma manifestation behind the purple sun true person. His expression changed dramatically. How could this be possible? Was this truly the saint of the prodigies? After many years without engaging in battle, he found himself confronting a saint for the first time in nearly 10,000 years. A rare encounter with an extraordinary being. The outcome bore striking similarity to past encounters. He was once again at a disadvantage. How infuriating! The countenance of the purple sun, true person, darkened considerably. Had he comprehended the essence of the inheritance, the saint of the abyss would not have been able to shatter his Dharma manifestation so easily. In fact, he could have potentially vanquished the saint of the abyss. He sensed the boundless power contained within the teachings of the nine-cloud Taoist temple, yet he remained incapable of truly grasping it. The saint of the abyss raised his hand once more, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the very heavens and earth to tremble violently, pouring forth terrifying energy towards the purple sun true person. His expression shifted again as he braced himself to withstand this onslaught. However, after executing this maneuver, the saint of the abyss chose not to continue his assault, but rather tore through the void and departed, moving with astonishing speed to catch up with the ascension true person ahead. To him, there was no need to linger with the purple sun true person. Although he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to defeat him, achieving victory without expending effort was no simple task. Any formidable being at the Saint King level was not to be underestimated. First, he would consume the sanctified body of the Su family, allowing his strength to grow further. Then, it would not be too late to seek trouble with this Saint King. Observing this scene, the purple sun true person yearned to intervene, but it was already too late. This was disastrous. In truth, he held no genuine concern for the safety of the Su family. He merely felt a pang of regret for the opportunity to repay their kindness slipping away right before his eyes. If he could save the members of the Su family, it would certainly suffice to settle his debts of gratitude. However, it now appeared that the chance was lost. After blocking the strike from the Saint of the Abyss, the purple sun true person remained motionless, casting a cold, derisive gaze in the direction of the departing saint. With that individual present in the Su family, did he truly believe he could manipulate them? The outcome of today, as confrontation, remained uncertain. Su Chen was a formidable figure capable of severing the three corpses. Such an extraordinary individual could easily slay a Saint King with ease, as if it were a mere game. Chapter 80. The Arrival of Su Chen. Have I allowed you to depart? On the other side, the Saint of Guishu, enveloped by boundless power, lunged toward the Ascendant Master, his formidable strength ensnaring the members of the Su family as well. Do you believe you possess the qualifications to escape from my grasp? The tone of the Guishu saint was laced with disdain and exhilaration, as he anticipated the imminent consumption of the Su family's sacred bodies. Should he ascend to the realm of the imperial body, not only would his combat prowess dramatically increase, but the ceiling of his cultivation would also be significantly raised. It was likely that within a short span, he could break through to the realm of the Saint Emperor. Though the divide between the Saint King and the Saint Emperor was but a thin line, it represented an entirely different concept. Once he became a Saint Emperor, he would be a formidable force within the entire Xiantian realm. In the blink of an eye, the Guishu Saint had seized everyone in his grasp, his towering figure resembling that of a colossal deity, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. It seemed this was how it would conclude. The Guishu Saint was simply too powerful, deserving of his title as the ancestor of Guishu Holy Land. Indeed, the disparity in strength between a Saint King possessing a sacred body and one lacking it was immense. "I advise you to reconsider," murmured a voice from the shadows. "A person without a sacred body can still reach the Saint King realm, which speaks volumes of his extraordinary methods. Do you truly believe that in a confrontation that Taoist could not escape? Even if he were to falter, he might even have the potential to vanquish the Guishu Saint." Whispers of speculation echoed from the darkness, yet this time, it was only the powerful in the Tao realm who engaged in discourse. Those in the Guiyuan realm had long since fled without a trace. Although the Ascendant Master appeared to be at a disadvantage on the surface, no one dared to underestimate him. A cultivator who attained the Saint King realm was no ordinary individual. With a cold smile gracing his lips, the Guishu Saint held the group in his grasp, evoking a sense of dread. The members of the Su family were utterly despondent. The enemy they faced was overwhelmingly powerful. Despite the fact that the Su family still possessed their greatest trump card, they no longer wished for Su Chen's arrival. In their eyes, even if Su Chen were to come, he would surely be unable to defeat the Guishu Saint. The sheer might of the Guishu Saint left them devoid of any confidence. Ignoring the Su family, the Guishu Saint turned to glance behind him, his brow furrowing slightly. Why had that Saint King not pursued? Did he intend to escape, realizing he was outmatched? At this thought, the Guishu Saint let out a cold laugh, acknowledging a semblance of self-awareness in his opponent. He then surveyed the surroundings, spotting numerous Tao realm cultivators and several Guiyuan realm practitioners cautiously observing from a distance. The Guishu Saint narrowed his eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate those who had dared to approach. However, those who had reached the Tao realm often had some backing, perhaps as vassals of certain holy lands. Currently, his primary objective was to consume the sacred bodies of the Su family and uncover their secrets. Engaging in conflict with other holy powers was unnecessary and would only invite further complications. After much contemplation, the Saint of Guishu ultimately relinquished his intentions of annihilating them. He turned his gaze towards the members of the Su family, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he proclaimed, "Such a plethora of sacred bodies. How intriguing. The secrets of your Su family now belong to me." Held captive by a colossal hand, the faces of the Su family members were etched with despair. They were utterly immobilized, unable even to channel their spiritual energy, the disparity in strength too vast to overcome. Worry clouded Su Chengtian's eyes. Should this individual uncover the secrets of the Su family, Su Chen would undoubtedly fall victim to his treacherous grasp. The Saint of Guishu did not squander time, preparing to depart from a scene. However, just as he was about to move, an unsettling sensation prickled at his scalp. His entire being tensed, and he addressed the heavens with a serious tone. Who dares to reveal themselves? The onlookers, watching this unfold, exchanged perplexed glances. Could there be a hidden powerhouse lurking in the shadows? At that moment, amidst the boundless sky, Su Chen sat cross-legged in the void, slightly opening his eyes to gaze downwards. He had arrived long ago, merely refraining from intervening. The members of the Su family, aided by his support, had traversed their journey with ease, encountering minimal obstacles. It was beneficial for them to understand that there were realms beyond their own. Thus, Su Chen had opted to remain in the shadows, observing quietly while also providing protection to a group of disciples from the Falling Cloud sect. It seemed the time for action had finally arrived. Moments later, Su Chen gently descended from the celestial heights, his demeanor languid and his expression profoundly serene. Within him, scarcely any aura was emanated. He appeared as an ordinary mortal. Su Chen, the members of the Su family gasped in astonishment. Yet their hearts were not filled with elation, but with trepidation. Why had he come? To them, as long as Su Chen existed, the Su family had not been extinguished. There remained a chance for resurgence. However, if Su Chen were to encounter peril, the Su family would indeed face ruin. Despite their anxiety, the Su family members found themselves at a loss for words, communicating their hopes through their gazes, silently urging him to retreat. Yet, Su Chen did not acknowledge them at all. On the other hand, the Saint of Guishu wore a countenance of utmost seriousness. He was utterly unable to discern the depth of the individual's cultivation before him. There were only two possibilities. Either Su Chen was merely an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation, or he was a practitioner whose strength far surpassed his own. Yet, the fact that Su Chen could traverse the skies indicated that he could not possibly be a mere mortal, implying that his power was indeed vastly superior. With this realization, the Saint of Guishu's expression grew grave. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and spoke, "Esteemed friend, may I inquire if you seek something?" Having never encountered Su Chen before, the Saint of Guishu surmised that the latter had discerned the plight of the Su family and had come to partake in the affair. This was the only rationale he could conceive. The Saint of Guishu began to ponder how to divide the sacred bodies of the Su family. Fully aware that the involvement of a practitioner stronger than himself would complicate his ambitions of claiming them all for himself, Su Chen maintained an expression of indifference as he sat amidst the void, resting his hand on his head with a curious inquiry. "You must be the one who, years ago, issued the bounty on the Su family from the Dark Watchtower, correct? If memory serves me right, it was a reward of 2 million high-grade spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, the Saint of the Return to the Void displayed a dramatic change in countenance. What could this mean? Was he not here to seek the sacred bodies of the Su family? Was it for his own sake that he had come? Su Chen spoke without any reference to the Su family's sacred bodies, directly mentioning the mission to eliminate the Su family that had been issued at the Dark Watchtower. This instilled a sense of unease within him, particularly when confronted by an unknown, formidable opponent, which heightened his anxiety. Despite the tension surging in his heart, the Saint of the Return to the Void maintained a stoic facade as he queried, "What does this mean, friend?" The members of the Su family, hearing the tone of the saint, were taken aback, their eyes reflecting shock. The trepidation in the saint's voice suggested that perhaps Su Chen's power could rival that of this saint. Could his strength truly be that formidable? In the distance, the Ziyang real person, upon witnessing Su Chen's appearance, exhaled in relief, genuinely fearing for the safety of his young disciple. "What does this mean?" Su Chen chuckled softly, his voice calm and placid as water. "It is rather simple. You are incapable of obstructing my probing because you are simply too weak, akin to a mere insect incapable of achieving such a feat. Thus, there must be another who wishes to annihilate the Su family." At these words, the Saint of the Return to the Void's pupils constricted sharply, his composure shattering as fear enveloped him. In the next moment, he underwent a complete transformation, morphing into a beast resembling a wolf. Without a backward glance, the saint tore through the void, fleeing at an astonishing speed, far surpassing that of his previous pursuit of the feather transformation real person. Su Chen, still bearing an air of indifference, calmly stated, "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Chapter 81. The Annihilation of the Saint of Guishu by Su Chen's terrifying power. Su Chen raised his hand slightly, devoid of any earth-shattering spectacle, embodying an infinite tranquility. Yet, in that very moment, the Saint of Guishu, far removed from the Luoyun sect, felt an unsettling trepidation, as if he were ensnared within an immense hand, forever unable to escape. In an instant, darkness enveloped the Saint of Guishu, and the scene before him underwent a cataclysmic transformation. He found himself once more before Su Chen, but this time he was rendered completely immobile, ensnared in an unyielding grip. How could this be possible? This man possesses such terrifying strength. The heart of the Saint of Guishu plummeted, an icy chill washing over him. A profound fear, indescribable in its intensity, enveloped him. After many years, he had never experienced such terror. Yet, this time it was not merely present, but overwhelmingly potent. The Saint of Guishu had never encountered such utter helplessness and despair. Before Su Chen, he felt like an insignificant insect, devoid of any capacity for resistance, a mere shadow in the face of an overwhelmingly superior being. Who is this person, and why does he possess such formidable power? The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Who could this individual possibly be? The Saint of Guishu, a renowned sovereign king known for his combat prowess, found himself utterly defenseless before this young man. What kind of terrifying strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? The most astonished were the members of the Su family. As the Saint of Guishu attempted to flee, the restraints upon them were lifted, granting them the freedom to move. Now, their eyes were wide with disbelief, mouths agape as they gazed at Su Chen. What manner of strength is this? Observing Su Chen as he effortlessly restrained the Saint of Guishu as one would a mere insect, it was difficult for them to fathom that this was their own young master. Incredulous indeed, Su Chen's expression remained serene as he spoke. Speak. Tell me who lies behind you. If you divulge this, I shall grant you a swift death today. Though his tone was calm, it sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. Even the Saint of Guishu felt his hair stand on end, his entire being plunged into an icy abyss. He could not suppress the swallow in his throat, aware that escape was utterly impossible. The being before him, capable of creating so many saints for the Su family, indicated an unfathomable power. Surely, he surpassed even the Saint Emperor, a celestial practitioner of the Saint Venerable rank or higher. Yet, the Saint of Guishu could not comprehend why such a formidable individual would choose to assist the Su family. Suddenly, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Could it be that his master intended to annihilate the Su family precisely because of this powerful ally? Was this a strategic contest between his master and this formidable figure? Or were there other motives at play? In this moment, the Saint of Guishu's heart was besieged by countless thoughts, culminating in a profound sense of despair. He understood that collaborating with Su Chen was his only glimmer of hope, and thus he reluctantly spoke, "My lord, I am unaware of who seeks to annihilate the Su family. All of this is orchestrated by the master. I'm not particularly clear about his origins, only that he hails from the southern region." Suddenly, the Saint of Guishu's eyes widened, and the aura within him became chaotic. His gaze soon laced with crimson veins. The saint seemed to sense something amiss, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. "Save me." Su Chen remained composed, as he had already gleaned the information he sought. The southern region, was it? It appeared to align closely with his prior investigations. He had previously looked into his mother's situation. Although he had not uncovered detailed information, he deduced that Yi Qingling resided within the Xintian realm, likely in the direction of the southern or western regions. The western region was a territory of Buddhism, making it improbable that she was there. Thus, the southern region seemed the most plausible. However, Su Chen did not rush to seek her out in the south. He maintained a serene demeanor. The fact that his mother had not encountered any misfortune over the years indicated that her current environment was quite secure. Moreover, he remained uncertain about the strength of that particular force. What if they were exceedingly powerful? After all, they had managed to thwart his inquiries. After much contemplation, Su Chen decided to adopt a cautious approach. The southern region was indeed a destination he intended to pursue, but certainly not at this moment. Furthermore, circumstances had shifted. Previously, Su Tian's talent was deemed lacking. Thus he hoped Su Chen could recover Yi Qingling on his behalf. However, with Su Tian's cultivation now advancing, his aspirations had transformed as well. Su Tian wished to undertake the quest to find Yi Qingling himself. This was a matter he must confront personally. Additionally, there was the issue of their kin being the ones to capture Yi Qingling. The motive behind the desire to eradicate the Su family stemmed from their belief that Su Tian was unworthy of associating with their lineage. Or perhaps they felt he had sullied their bloodline. Surely, they could not simply annihilate them upon arrival. Su Tian, being a man, harbored his own thoughts on the matter. He yearned for the day he could grow strong enough to stand proudly before those individuals, using his own strength to render the forces behind Yi Qingling incapable of opposition. Thus, Su Chen refrained from proactively searching. Had he chosen to do so, he could have launched a thorough search based on his deductions long ago and retrieved Yi Qingling. The Xiantian realm was not vast enough to conceal any formidable beings that could impede his inquiries. With a proper estimation of the general direction, locating her would have been remarkably simple. Su Chen made no further moves, merely watching as the saint of Guishu gradually dissipated before him. A profound silence enveloped the world. As everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide, they were oblivious to the specifics of the situation, mistakenly believing Su Chen had slain the saint, and thus, expressions of terror and reverence adorned their faces. Su Chen turned, offering a smile and a nod to the members of the Su family. Then, with a wave of his hand, he cast out the disciples of the Luoyun sect he had protected and vanished from sight. Since the matter has been resolved, there is no longer any need for him to remain here. Ziyang Jinren gazed at Su Chen's departing figure, unable to suppress a sigh. The strength of this individual is truly formidable. Suddenly, he chuckled wryly and shook his head. What was initially meant to be a repayment of favors now seems increasingly arduous. Not only has the favor not been repaid, but Su Chen has also saved Yuhua Jinren, which undoubtedly compounds the debt of gratitude. Ziyang Jinren shook his head and smiled, not overly troubled by the situation. The Taoist philosophy advocates for a clear understanding of one's thoughts. Becoming too entangled in a single matter is counterproductive. Once everyone had departed, Su Yuza began to lead the disciples of Luoyun sect to migrate elsewhere. Originally, there was a spiritual vein beneath Luoyun sect, but due to the recent battle, the entire terrain has transformed, leaving the spiritual vein utterly non-existent. From a high vantage point, one could see nothing but bottomless chasms below, all caused by the rifts resulting from the conflict. With the spiritual vein vanished, Su Yuzhen naturally could not continue to establish Luoyun sect in this location. He must embark on a quest to rediscover a spiritual vein. Chapter 82. The tapestry woven by the power of causality, the onlookers surrounding the falling cloud sect were left in a state of shock as the events unfolded, unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had transpired. From this day forth, they would forever remember the emergence of a formidable force within the eastern region, the Su family, a power capable of vanquishing a sacred king. As this news spread, it sent ripples throughout the entire eastern region, particularly among the citizens of the Jinghong Empire, who were left utterly astounded. The Su family possessed a warrior capable of slaying a sacred king. This was beyond anyone's imagination. The Su family first came to prominence during the battle for the Nine Dragons, when Su Chen showcased his formidable prowess, assisting Lin Jin in seizing the throne. Since then, the Su family's strength had grown increasingly formidable, bordering on the unbelievable. In the span of just a few decades, the Su family underwent a transformation of monumental proportions. Just when everyone thought they had seen it all, the Su family delivered another staggering revelation. They had a holy being. This was utterly preposterous. It was not only the outsiders who were taken aback. Even the members of the Su family themselves found it hard to believe. That Su Chen could annihilate a sacred king was something they had never anticipated. In an instant, Su Chen became the hero of the Su family. 3 months later, at the heart of the Wangyun cave heaven, Su Chen stood aloft, surveying his surroundings. Although the spiritual energy within the Wangyun cave heaven was abundant, it was beginning to feel somewhat insufficient. The rapid breakthroughs of the Su family members, coupled with their exceptionally robust physiques, led to an immense demand for spiritual energy, making it challenging to meet their needs. The supply was clearly outstripped by the demand. If this continued, the Su family's growing power would soon overwhelm the cave's capacity for spiritual energy generation. Raising his hand, Su Chen retrieved 2 Dao Yuan crystals and infused them into the Wangyun cave heaven. Instantly, the entire cave began to tremble violently, startling the members of the Su family, who awakened from their meditative states, their expressions a mix of astonishment and curiosity as they looked around. However, upon seeing Su Chen in the air, they felt reassured. With him present, they knew all would be well. As the Wangyun cave heaven quaked with intensity, an abundant surge of spiritual energy began to erupt forth, transforming the cave dramatically. Not only did its size double, but the rules governing it became more refined. Most importantly, after absorbing the 2 Dao Yuan crystals, the rate of spiritual energy generation within the Wangyun cave heaven surged nearly tenfold. It is worth noting that prior to this, the cave's rate of spiritual energy generation was already astonishing, surpassing that of the Wangyun Mountain S Dragon Vein by several multiples. The rich spiritual energy enveloped the entire cave, resembling a shroud of mist. However, this was no mere fog. It was the manifestation of spiritual energy. The overwhelming density of spiritual energy even caused numerous spiritual pools to form on the cave's surface. In response to this explosive increase in spiritual energy, several auras erupted within the cave, as Su Chen and other fully realized cultivators began to break through to the return to Origin Realm. With 2 Dao Yuan crystals, it should suffice for a considerable duration. Su Chen departed from the Wangyun cave heaven and returned to his quaint courtyard, where Ruo she was diligently cultivating within the cave. As his devoted maid, she consistently attended to his needs with utmost care. Consequently, Su Chen granted her certain privileges, allowing her 3 hours of cultivation within the cave each day. Ruo Shi's strength had rapidly progressed, reaching the late stage of the transformation god realm. However, her lack of combat experience would likely put her at a disadvantage against seasoned practitioners of the same realm. Nonetheless, this was of little concern to Su Chen, as he had no intention of sending her into battle. Gazing into the distance, Su Chen squinted slightly, savoring the gentle breeze caressing his face, his expression radiating tranquility. His days were leisurely. He merely needed to assist the Su family when they encountered insurmountable difficulties. Yet, as he squinted towards the sky, he noticed that over the years, the heavenly Tao within the Xiantian realm had grown increasingly feeble. Although this weakening might not be overtly discernible, it was indeed present. Over several decades, it had diminished by nearly 1,000th. While this reduction may not be immediately lethal, what if the same trend continued every few decades? If this pattern persists, in just a few tens of thousands of years, the Xiantian realm could descend into an era devoid of magic, rendering cultivation impossible. A chill flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He would not permit such a fate to unfold. But why was the heavenly Tao weakening? What lay behind this phenomenon? Contemplating this, Su Chen found himself devoid of leisure, leaving the peak of Wangyun Mountain and descending to the Jiyun Taoist Temple. The presence of Master Zhang had endured for quite some time, and he was likely privy to some insights. At that moment, Master Zhang and Master Yuhua were seated on the ground, absorbed in their meditation. Su Chen made no effort to conceal his approach, his footsteps resonating clearly. Master Zhang immediately turned to look, and upon recognizing Su Chen, promptly rose and clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, it is young Master Su." Su Chen offered a faint smile, casting a curious glance at the temple's antiquated yet simple furnishings, prompting him to inquire, "Is it common for Taoist masters to cultivate in such an extraordinary manner, without the need to seek out cave abodes or blessed lands?" He had already noticed that both of these Taoist masters had made significant advancements in their cultivation over the years. Logically, given their considerable strength, the favorable environment of Wangyun Mountain should have benefited them. Yet they had thrived despite the lack of external advantages, which was quite remarkable. Master Zhang pondered for a moment but refrained from answering. Observing this, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No matter if it is difficult to articulate, then let it be." Master Zhang chuckled. "In truth, it is not a matter of great secrecy. Other sects within the Taoist tradition may not share the same approach as our Jiyun Taoist temple. However, our temple is somewhat unique. We do not solely rely on cultivation to enhance our powers." Instantly intrigued, Su Chen's interest piqued, and he eagerly asked, "Could you elaborate on this?" Zhang Zhenren did not hesitate excessively. He calmly pointed to the painting in the center of the hall and said, "This is the foundation of the Jiyun Taoist temple. Our cultivation has flourished because we contemplate this image alongside the power of incense. However, the number of devotees to our Jiyun temple is limited, so the cultivation provided by the incense is not substantial. The primary source remains the visualization of this image." Su Chen's formidable strength alleviated Jinren's concerns regarding any potential interest he might take in the painting or any nefarious deeds he might contemplate. Moreover, the painting belonging to the Jiyun Temple is not something that others can seize. Jinren had entered this temple at a tender age, merely 5 or 6 years old. Still an ordinary mortal. Since then, he has followed his master in cultivation up until the present day. Throughout this time, the painting has indeed been taken numerous times. Yet invariably, within 3 days, it would return to the hands of the inheritor of the Jiyun Temple. Those who attempted to steal the painting have met with ruin without exception. The method of visualization is known to many within Taoism. Yet only the disciples of the Jiyun Temple can truly perceive this painting. For others, it appears as a mere chaos. In the past, Ziyang Daoist was unaware of the reason, but as his cultivation advanced, he came to understand the concept of causality. The immense power of causality resides behind this painting, determining that the scroll solely belongs to the Jiyun Temple, thus rendering it unstealable. Should one attempt to seize it, they would inevitably face misfortune due to their inability to bear the weight of causality. It is more accurate to say that this painting embodies the essence of causality itself. Chapter 83. One of the 3 pure ones, the supreme pure treasure Lord. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen, filled with curiosity, turned his gaze towards the portrait. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Although he could see the image, his spiritual sense could not penetrate it, as if it were an intangible entity. Yet, even without clarity of sight, he could feel a terrifying and unique power emanating from the portrait, akin to a colossal wave, causing his heart to race with trepidation. The force of causality? Su Chen was taken aback. He understood that the owner of this portrait was undoubtedly an exceedingly powerful individual, far surpassing his current understanding. The magnitude of causality within the portrait was too overwhelming. Ordinary cultivators could not possibly possess such formidable causality. However, as long as he refrained from recklessly interacting with the portrait, he would likely remain unharmed. With a solemn expression, Su Chen realized that the inheritance of the Jiyun Taoist temple was indeed extraordinary. Contemplating this, he approached the portrait slowly, examining it with keen attention. The image appeared quite ancient, depicting a young Taoist seated upon a Tao lotus, his eyes slightly open, cradling a sword in his hand. To the naked eye, the portrait seemed exceedingly ordinary. Even Su Chen could not discern its significance. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed 2 delicate characters above the image. Su Chen's pupils constricted in disbelief. Were these not characters from the Blue Planet? The script used in the Xiantian realm was entirely different from that of the Blue Planet, making this the first time he had encountered Blue Planet characters in the Xiantian realm. This was actually small seal script. Su Chen was taken aback. Could it be that someone had traversed to this world before him? The overwhelming force of causality indicated that the owner of this portrait was indeed immensely powerful. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, Su Chen focused intently on the 2 characters, uncertainly murmuring, "Supreme Pure?" His limited familiarity with small seal script left him unable to confirm the character's meaning immediately. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, both the Ziyang Daoist and the Yuhua Daoist were taken aback. "Young Master Su, how do you recognize these characters?" The Jiyun Daoist temple possessed its own lineage, with a singular cultivation technique that utilized small seal script. This script was entirely distinct from that of the Xiantian realm, and had always been passed down orally within the Jiyun Daoist temple, never shared with outsiders. Thus, upon hearing Su Chen utter these 2 characters, the astonishment on Ziyang Daoist's face was profound. Evidently, however, Su Chen was even more astonished. On one hand, it was due to witnessing Blue Planet script within the Xiantian realm. On the other, these 2 characters held immense significance. Supreme Pure. Su Chen recalled a figure from the mythological tales of the Blue Planet, an incredibly formidable being, one of the 3 pure ones, the Supreme Pure Treasure Lord, also known as the Master of Celestial Connections. The Jiyun Daoist temple was rooted in Taoism, and the Master of Celestial Connections was also associated with Taoism. Could it be that there was indeed a connection between the 2? After many years in the Xiantian realm, Su Chen felt no nostalgia for Blue Star and had never contemplated a return. However, at this moment, his perception of Blue Star underwent a profound transformation. Could it be that the myths and legends were indeed true? Of course, this was merely a conjecture. Su Chen turned to Master Ziyang and inquired, "Do you know the origins of this portrait?" Upon hearing this question, Master Ziyang appeared somewhat embarrassed. To speak frankly, he had no knowledge of the portrait's provenance. Not only was he unaware, but even his master had been in the dark. The Jing Taoist temple had endured several plunders, and its lineage had faced numerous fatalities. Consequently, records of the past had nearly vanished. Master Zhang shook his head, saying, "I do not know. Although I am the head of the Jing Taoist temple, I am not well versed in the origins of this portrait. I only know that our temple's legacy spans at least 500,000 years." After saying this, he asked, "Could it be that young Master Su knows something?" Su Chen did not respond. The matters concerning Blue Star were his own secret, one he would not easily reveal. He merely shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Master Zhang's eyes flickered with disappointment. Judging by Su Chen's earlier demeanor, he had presumed that the latter possessed some insights. Alas, Master Zhang did not dwell on it further. He gestured for Su Chen to sit down and, with curiosity, asked, "Young Master Su, you are often elusive. Yet today, you have time to visit my humble temple. What brings you here?" Su Chen took his time, first retrieving an exquisite and translucent tea set, then meticulously brewing and pouring the tea. Initially, Master Zhang paid little heed. However, as the rich aroma of the tea permeated the air, he was taken aback. This tea was extraordinary. The mere fragrance invigorated him, and considering he was at the Saint King level, the fact that a single cup of tea could elicit such a response spoke volumes about its potency. Su Chen poured a cup for Master Zhang before serving himself. "Please," Su Chen said with a smile. This gesture was a small token of gratitude from Master Zhang's assistance to the Su family. It was only fitting to express thanks. Master Zhang did not decline. He was not one to indulge in formalities. As he took a sip, his pupils suddenly constricted. This was the power of enlightenment. Could it be that these tea leaves were from the legendary enlightenment tree? Master Zhang had previously tasted tea brewed from the leaves of the enlightenment tree. While the inherent power was similar, this tea was far more concentrated and the flavor vastly superior. The enlightenment tea was rich and soothing, bringing a sense of ease to both body and mind. Remarkably, this cup of tea even stirred a slight tremor in his cultivation. This was the sensation of breaking through to the late stage of the Saint King realm. Master Zhang was astounded. He had discovered an opportunity for advancement merely through a cup of tea. He felt that with a few more cups and ample spiritual energy, he could directly transcend to the late stage of the Saint King realm. Su Chen raised his hand and poured another cup for Master Zhang. Upon witnessing this scene, Master Zhang could not help but let out a sigh. The power contained within this tea was immensely formidable, surpassing that of many sacred tier treasures. Even he, a sage king, found it beneficial, let alone someone who had just achieved the ascension. For the newly ascended, this cup of tea represented yet another fortuitous opportunity. Had he accumulated yet another debt of gratitude? Master Zhang suddenly felt that he might never escape from Wanyan Mountain for the rest of his life. The debts of gratitude continued to mount. How could one ever repay them? For their Taoist sect, it was crucial to maintain a clear understanding of one's intentions. Should he disregard Su Chen's kindness and depart, it could lead to entanglements of karma, potentially affecting his cultivation, and in severe cases, even resulting in a descent into madness. Of course, this applied only to the orthodox Taoists. Nowadays, many Taoist sects within the Xiantian realm practiced flawed cultivation methods, having been altered numerous times. They merely claimed to be Taoists, while in truth, they bore little resemblance to genuine Taoism. For these individuals, their Jiyun Taoist temple was indeed an anomaly. Chapter 84. The Secrets of the Fall of Empires, the Uncertain Twilight of the Primordial Emperor. What an exquisite tea! Exclaimed the realized one of Ziyang, unable to contain his admiration. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ascended one, upon sipping a cup of tea, was immediately taken aback. He quickly bowed to Su Chen and the realized one of Ziyang, before turning to withdraw to a side hall to process the overwhelming force he had just encountered. Thus, Only Su Chen and the realized one of Xiang remained in the Great Hall. At this moment, the realized one of Xiang spoke. "Young Master Su, your visit today must surely pertain to a matter of significance." Su Chen nodded, not denying the assertion. "Indeed, there are certain matters I wish to inquire about. Esteemed Taoist, are you familiar with the era of the fall of empires?" Upon hearing this, the expression of the realized one of Xiang changed dramatically, his countenance growing exceedingly grave as he regarded Su Chen. To pose such a question, could it be that this young Master Su was not of that era? Yet, how could he possess such formidable power? The realized one of Zhang lowered his gaze, revealing a contemplative demeanor, while Su Chen patiently sipped his tea, awaiting further discourse. After a considerable pause, the realized one of Zhang finally spoke. "I have not personally experienced the era of the fall of empires. However, my master did. He was a sage-level cultivator at that time and witnessed both the inception and conclusion of the entire epic." Nevertheless, the realized one's expression darkened with gravity. "This matter is entangled with many layers, and my master, having been of only moderate strength, did not possess extensive knowledge regarding it." Su Chen maintained a serene smile, quietly awaiting the continuation. The realized one of Zhang, with a serious demeanor, declared, "The catalyst for the fall of empires was a singular individual, whose true name escapes me. Though you may have heard of his title, the Primordial Emperor. He was one of 3 emperors whose disappearance marked the end of that era. I am not entirely versed in the intricacies, but my master recounted that it all began when the Primordial Emperor slew another emperor, the Emperor of Xian. Following this, the Primordial Emperor commenced a frenzied slaughter of various top-tier, sage-level factions. It is said that he succumbed to madness, prompting the entire Xiantian realm to rise against him. Another emperor joined the fray. The ultimate consequence was the simultaneous disappearance of the Primordial Emperor and the other emperor. Some say they perished, while others assert that the Primordial Emperor was defeated. The opinions are myriad. Alongside their disappearance, many elite, sage-level factions also vanished. Of course, several powerful figures who sought to subdue the Primordial Emperor survived and continue to exist to this day. Upon hearing this account, Su Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that the narrative presented by the realized one of Xiang diverged significantly from what he had gleaned from historical texts. It appeared that the chronicles were rife with conjecture, while the insights of the realized one bore the weight of authenticity. The realized one of Xiang continued, "However, at that time, my master was merely a sage and had only barely managed to break through. Thus, he was not ensnared in that vortex. For this reason, he had limited knowledge of the matters at hand." Su Shaozhu expressed interest in visiting the southern region or the western continent, where the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple and several factions in the southern region had once banded together to hunt down the Infinite Emperor. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He had no immediate plans to venture to the western continent, but a journey to the southern region was undoubtedly on his horizon. He began to grasp the underlying reasons for the Emperor's disappearance. The root cause lay in the Infinite Emperor's descent into madness and his indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, prompting the collective forces of the Xiantian realm to unite against him. However, a sense of unease lingered within him. Could a powerful emperor truly succumb to madness? He had heard of the Infinite Emperor's illustrious title, a legendary figure of unmatched combat prowess, regarded as the strongest among the 3 emperors of his time. The audacity of those holy-level factions in the Xiantian realm to confront a being of such formidable strength struck him as perplexing. Did they not perceive holy-level warriors as mere insects in the eyes of an emperor? Moreover, regardless of whether they succeeded in slaying the Infinite Emperor or not, one would expect a definitive outcome. Yet, the grim reality was that most of the would-be hunters had vanished without a trace. This was exceedingly abnormal. What troubled Su Chen most was the notion of the Emperor's madness. How could the Infinite Emperor, in his later years, have succumbed to such a fate? The information provided by Xiang Zhenren lacked precision, leaving Su Chen in the dark about the true events of that bygone era. He understood only 2 possibilities. Either the Infinite Emperor had genuinely fallen into madness, or he had not. If the latter were the case, the implications were indeed terrifying. If the Infinite Emperor had not succumbed to madness, Then why had the people of the Xiantian realm united against him? And why had they all vanished post-conflict? The crux of the matter lay in the terrifying possibility. If the infinite emperor had not gone mad, then who had? Or was it that no one had fallen into madness at all? Yet, if that were the case, what had instigated the outbreak of war? A multitude of questions burgeoned in Su Chen's mind. He took a deep breath, having initially believed the situation to be straightforward, only to find it growing increasingly intricate. He remained clueless about the answers he sought. Why had the heavenly Tao of the Xiantian realm weakened so drastically? However, he was certain of one thing. It was undoubtedly related to the fall of the emperors. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled his first exploration regarding his mother. The mournful wails transmitted by the heavenly Tao that day. What had transpired? He inhaled deeply, reassuring himself that he would eventually uncover these truths. It was only natural that he, having hardly ventured beyond the eastern region, possessed limited understanding of the Xiantian realm. Yet, he was determined to traverse the entirety of the Xiantian realm, and perhaps even enter the demon realm. By that time, he would unravel any secrets that lay hidden. A chill ran down Su Chen's spine as he sensed a grand conspiracy lurking within the Xiantian realm. He promptly examined his system inventory and, upon seeing his cultivation spanning over 100 billion years, he exhaled slowly in relief. If necessary, he could employ all of it at once. However, by that time, his own cultivation would undoubtedly render the Xiantian realm unable to withstand it, leading to the world's utter collapse. When an individual's power reaches a certain threshold, their very essence becomes overwhelmingly potent, rendering even concealed cultivation futile. Yet, should such a scenario arise, the destruction of the Xiantian realm would bear no consequence for him. He could simply flee with the Su family. While he may not be able to protect all sentient beings, he could certainly safeguard the Su family. Su Chen, although not a great demon, is by no means a saint. He harbors no thoughts of being concerned for the masses. Once his strength ascends to an invincible level, he might contemplate the welfare of others, but that is a distant prospect. In prosperity, one aids the world. In adversity, one cultivates oneself. After taking a deep breath, Su Chen slowly rose to his feet and approached the portrait, reaching for 3 incense sticks to place reverently before it, bowing 3 times. If all goes as anticipated, the figure depicted in the portrait should be one of the 3 clear ones, the Supreme Lord of the pure heavens. At the very least, it is highly probable. To behold a mythical figure from Blue Star in this realm stirred a subtle exhilaration within Su Chen. Would he one day have the fortune to meet the master of this portrait, that exalted deity of the primordial chaos? Contemplating this, a smile graced Su Chen's lips. Indeed, this world possesses an intriguing charm. Chapter 85. The melancholy young girl, observing Su Chen's earnest demeanor, mastering, narrowed his eyes, realizing that he indeed possessed some knowledge. However, as Su Chen remained reticent, he chose not to pursue the matter further. After paying his respects, Su Chen bid farewell to Master Zhang and departed. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after leaving the temple, the young Taoist in the painting, whose gaze had initially been cast downward, slightly lifted his eyes, seemingly surveying Su Chen's retreating figure. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he returned to his previous state. This peculiar occurrence went unnoticed by nearly everyone. Following the demise of the Guishu saint, the power of the Su family soared to unprecedented heights, leading the Jinghong Empire to align itself directly with them. The old king of Jinghong understood that with the Su family's formidable strength, it was inevitable they would not remain confined to a corner, but would instead seek to dominate the region. Thus, it was only a matter of time before the Jinghong Empire fell into the Su family's grasp. Rather than await the inevitable pressure from the Su family, it was wiser to proactively submit now, ensuring a favorable impression. Of course, the primary factor was Su Chen's terrifying prowess, which left the old king of Jinghong devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Indeed, not only Su Chen, but even Su Hongyuan was a formidable opponent. After all, if others could be slain by him, how could a newly ascended Guanyuan realm cultivator like the old king stand a chance? In addition to the Jinghong Empire, the neighboring Qinyu Empire also approached the Su family, expressing their willingness to submit. Compared to the Jing Empire, they were far more anxious. Previously, Su Chen had personally invaded the Qinyu Empire to seize individuals and had even killed the crown prince. Fearing a negative impression from Su Chen, the king of Qinyu promptly sought to ally with him. As Su Chen aspired to expand his influence in the eastern region, it was essential for him to establish his territory and vassals. Many factions surrounding the Jing Empire had yet to pledge allegiance to anyone, indicating that the Su family would surely conquer them in due course. However, there was no unwillingness among these factions. Becoming a vassal merely required them to provide sufficient resources to the Su family annually. While they would sacrifice some of their own benefits, they would gain the protection and deterrence of a powerful ally, thereby ensuring greater stability and prosperity for their empires, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Not only the Qinyu and Jing empires, but several other Guanyuan realm factions also expressed their desire to submit, even some without powerful guardians opting to ally themselves. The Su family graciously accepted all these offers of vassalage. They never expected these individuals to be obedient. As long as the annual tribute of resources was adequate, they would not meddle in other matters. Within the royal family of Jing City, Lin Yimeng was struck dumb upon hearing that the Jing Empire had become a vassal of the Su family, compounded by the revelation that Su Chen was a saint. Her eyes were filled with a profound melancholy. A saint? How could I ever hope to pursue him? Lin Yimeng bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She could not fathom why her heart was so heavy, overwhelmed by an urge to weep. She had once believed that if she diligently cultivated her skills, she would one day catch up to Su Chen and stand alongside him as equals. Even if it seems unattainable, as long as the gap is not insurmountable, it is still acceptable. However, she has now realized that this disparity has not only failed to diminish, but has, in fact, grown increasingly vast, instilling within her a profound sense of despair. Perhaps it is the awareness of her widening chasm with Su Chen that brings her to the brink of tears, for this signifies that any possibility between them has vanished. Soon, the soft sound of her sobbing fills the air, tears cascading relentlessly. In truth, her interactions with Su Chen have been rather limited, yet he occupies her thoughts incessantly, especially since her return from the Qinyu Empire. Her desire to catch up with Su Chen has intensified immensely. Unfortunately, her spirit has now waned dramatically. Su Chen is simply too formidable. She cannot hope to match him. The prospect of reaching the Saint realm feels like a distant dream, and whether she can even achieve that remains uncertain. Even if she were to break through to the Saint level, how much stronger would Su Chen be by then? Contemplating this, Lin Yimeng's heart sinks into despair once more. After a prolonged period of weeping, she eventually ceases, her eyes reddened. Taking a deep breath, she clenches her small fists tightly. No, I cannot concede defeat so easily. Lin Yimeng, you must gather your resolve. She encourages herself. Only a man like Su Chen is worthy of her, and others do not possess that qualification. So dedicating her remaining years to pursue him is worth it. Press on. Since meeting Su Chen, she has lost interest in other men. To her, they simply do not compare. Only Su Chen is deserving. Thus, if she were to resign herself to a solitary life, then achieving her goal of reaching Su Chen before her lifespan expires would be a tremendous gain. If she fails to catch up, it would matter little, as she had no intention of being with any other man. Yes, that's it. With a reason solidified in her mind, Lin Yimeng's confidence resurges, and her spirit is rekindled. From this day forth, I must strive harder than ever. I must venture out and gain experience, rather than languish in the confines of Jing City. With that thought, she begins her preparations without hesitation. Just 2 hours later, she departs from Jing City. Within the royal family, Lin Jing cannot help but smile wryly upon hearing the news. This foolish girl. Yet, he refrains from intervening. Lin Yimeng has grown up with her own thoughts and life to lead, and he does not wish to interfere excessively. However, is Su Chen truly someone she can catch up to? Thus, 13 years pass. During this period, the Su family experiences rapid growth in strength. Following the incident involving the last returning ruined saint, the members of the Su family have recognized the significance of power and have embarked on fervent cultivation. Additionally, with the upgrade of the Wangyun Cave, the Su family's abilities have advanced considerably, and Su Hongyuan's cultivation has even broken through to the mid-stage of the Dao entry. Aside from Su Chen, the Su family, though lacking in saint-level powerhouses, possesses practitioners of the path-entering realm, establishing themselves as a formidable force within the Eastern domain. Su Qingtian and the others have reached the late stage of the returning origin realm and are on the brink of a breakthrough. Once they all attain the path-entering realm, the strength of the Su family will escalate to a terrifying degree. Naturally, achieving the saint realm would render them exceedingly formidable. However, Su Chen can distinctly perceive that once one enters the path-entering realm, the pace of advancement significantly slows. Upon reaching the saint realm, the rate of breakthroughs becomes even more languid. Yet, these concerns are minor, as long as there is an abundance of rare, celestial materials. Facilitating a breakthrough for a saint is hardly a daunting task. Advancement for a saint is predominantly contingent upon comprehension of the Tao. Many celestial materials harbor immense Taoist powers, which can undoubtedly assist a saint in achieving breakthroughs. Moreover, these materials are birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, possessing exceptionally pure energy, thereby eliminating concerns of adverse side effects. However, excessive consumption may lead to the accumulation of residuals within the body. This issue is easily remedied through regular cleansing. Chapter 86. The three great saints disturb Mount Wangyun. What brings you here? Amidst the tranquility of the Jing Empire, an unexpected group of visitors has arrived. There are three individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, all exuding an aura of immense power, with the elder among them radiating an unparalleled strength. Among them, 2 are saints, while one has attained the realm of Saint King. Such a formidable assembly is indeed rare across the Eastern domain. The elder turned to the woman behind him and inquired, "Second elder, have you confirmed that Qinglian is indeed in this vicinity?" Meng Yu nodded, producing a peculiar stone from her possession, continuing, "According to the KNGM Pearl, she is undoubtedly quite close to our current location." Upon hearing this, a cold glimmer flickered in the elder's eyes. That wretched Qinglian dared to steal the KNGM Pearl while our guard was down. She is truly deserving of 1,000 deaths as atonement. Fortunately, our ancestor had left behind contingencies when crafting the pearl. Otherwise, it would have been lost to us. Meng Jin smirked maliciously, adding, "Indeed, that audacious woman has dared to set her sights on our Meng family. We must ensure that she does not meet a swift end this time. She should regret ever entering this world." After traversing from the southern domain and expending a millennium to refine the pursuit charm, I cannot quell my fury without tormenting her properly. In his mind, he began envisioning the events that would unfold after capturing Qinglian. As a saint, she would first have her cultivation sealed, then subjected to their whims. Once they grew weary of her, she would be handed over to the subordinates of the Meng family for further torment. The thought of a saint reduced to mere plaything brought him immense delight. Moreover, Qinglian was quite stunning, having once been regarded as a top beauty among saints, a fact he had long coveted. Meng Yu cast him a sidelong glance, but refrained from further comment, having already surmised Meng Jin's intentions. Amen. The trio then proceeded toward Qinglian's location. After half a day's journey, they arrived 100 miles from Mount Wangyun. Meng Yu immediately declared, "Indeed, it should be just ahead. We are very close now." The elder swiftly directed his attention toward Mount Wangyun, his expression tightening slightly. "It appears we have encroached upon a territory belonging to a certain faction, one of considerable strength, emanating an aura of the Tao realm. It seems that the wretched Qinglian has been assisting them." Surrounding the Jing Empire, no singular faction had yet been able to match their strength. Thus, they surmised that Qinglian must be the one aiding them. Nearly a millennium had passed since she had stolen their KNGM Pearl, and in that time, it seemed plausible for her to cultivate a powerful faction. A cold smile crept across Meng Jin's lips as he remarked icily, "Since we have located our target, let us act swiftly. The KNGM Pearl can only be used 3 times in total. Having already utilized it once ourselves, even if she uses it once more, there remains one opportunity left." Upon encountering Meng Jin Meng Yu contemplated the recent occurrences in the Eastern Domain, where it appeared a new force of Saint King caliber had emerged. She initially intended to advise caution and gather intelligence before taking action. However, she ultimately refrained from speaking, as the opposing force only consisted of practitioners at the Dao entry level, unlikely to engage with the Saint King level force. Moreover, a force of such stature, possessing a Saint King, could hardly be limited to a single saint. Just like their Meng family, which includes the family head, a Saint King practitioner, along with 3 formidable saints. In an instant, an overwhelming aura enveloped Wanyun Mountain. Meng Jin's gaze turned icy as he vanished from his location, reappearing directly above the Su family grounds. The terrifying pressure rendered everyone breathless. Within the Wanyun cave heaven, Su Hanyuan abruptly opened his eyes, his expression grave as he surveyed the outside. Not another saint, he muttered, feeling a surge of frustration. It had hardly been long since the last encounter. And now, once again, a saint had come knocking. Judging by the demeanor, their intentions appeared decidedly hostile, likely seeking revenge. What had the Su family done to provoke such ire? Although the incident involving the Guishu saint could be attributed to Yi Qingling's family, what was the purpose of this new saint's visit? Just as he rose to investigate, 2 more formidable auras surged from the skies above Wanyun Mountain, one of which rivaled that of the Guishu saint. This was not merely one saint, but 3. Su Hongyuan's expression tightened. Could these be individuals dispatched by Yi Qingling's family? The upper echelons of the Su family hastily emerged from their seclusion, departing the Wanyun cave heaven. At this moment, anxiety permeated the Su clan. Countless individuals gazed skyward, their faces etched with fear. What an intimidating presence. It feels infinitely more terrifying than our ancestral patriarch, one murmured. Of course, they're saints, and 3 at that. But what business could such powerful beings have with our Su family? Their demeanor seems decidedly unwelcoming, another replied. Unwelcoming? This is brazenly slapping our Su family in the face by descending upon us with such oppressive force. Can we truly endure this? But they are saints. Can our Su family withstand their might? What are we worried about? We have young Master Su Chen, who was previously slain as Saint King. I heard that Saint King was at the late stage and possessed a formidable physique. If he could defeat him, surely these 3 pose no insurmountable challenge. As discussions swirled within the Su family, many began to shake off their initial trepidation. Although saints had arrived, did the Su family lack their own saints? Even if they could not vanquish them entirely, they certainly possessed sufficient strength to contend. Esteemed seniors, do you come to our Su family on business? Su Hongyuan's figure materialized as he approached the trio, offering a respectful bow with a cordial smile. Though he felt a deep-seated displeasure, the 3 had yet to act aggressively, and given their status as saints, it was best to avoid conflict. Among the 3 members of the Meng family, Meng Yu narrowed his eyes as he gazed upon Mount Wanyun, then spoke in a low voice. This faction is rather formidable. They even possess a cave abode. When that individual emerged just now, I sense an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy, likely indicating at least a high-level cave abode. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes brightened with excitement. What a treasure! It is worth noting that our Meng family possesses only one high-level cave abode. Should we acquire another? It would be an immense boon for our family. He then turned his gaze toward the distant sky, his face alight with avarice. This minor faction holds quite a number of treasures. Observing the presence of that colossal insect, it appears to possess a lineage of pure dragon blood. Although its bloodline may not be particularly strong, it barely qualifies as part of the pure blood dragon category, making it a rare entity within the Xintian realm. Capturing it as a steed would indeed be a splendid choice. As the 3 concluded their conversation, the elder's gaze regained its composure as he turned his attention towards Su Hanyuan, coldly stating, "Are you unaware of proper etiquette? Do you not know that one must kneel in reverence upon encountering a sage?" With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, instantly enveloping Su Hongyuan. In that moment, Su Hongyuan's figure began to plummet rapidly, descending from the sky. His expression shifted in alarm as he felt the terrifying strength, reminiscent of the time when he was under the dominion of the Guishu sage. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, A young man clad in azure seized him. This youth possessed a fair complexion, striking features, and an extraordinary demeanor. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Is this yet another envoy sent by my mother's family? A chill flickered in his eyes as his voice resonated throughout the surroundings. What brings you here? Chapter 87. Too noisy, a glint of coldness flickered in the old man's eyes. Youngster, are you questioning me? As he spoke, he raised his hand, poised to annihilate Su Chen. Just then, a formidable aura erupted from within the mountains of the Su family. The old man's gaze sharpened, and he abandoned his intention to strike down Su Chen. A mere insect could be dispatched at any moment. He turned his attention toward the source of that powerful aura. And soon, a figure emerged, standing in the void, her gaze icy and resolute. Yuan Meng. Since entering the Su family, she had always been a pivotal figure among the servants, enjoying favorable treatment and a decent living environment, thus residing on the mountainside. Her status comparable to that of collateral relatives. Her own strength had also advanced rapidly. Once merely at the threshold of the transformation realm, she had now reached the late stage of the refinement void realm. In terms of talent, she was on par with the direct descendants of the Su family, who, however, had access to far greater resources. Yet, Yuan Meng possessed her own advantages. She had a sage as her personal mentor, a privilege not afforded to the direct descendants. Although the powerful aura emanated from Yuan Meng, it did not originate from her, but rather from the ring she wore. Meng Jing, recognizing the familiar presence, spoke with a chilling tone, and Qinglian, you have been elusive. As his words fell, a figure emerged from the ring in Yuan Meng's hand. Clad in a flowing red gown, her figure was alluring, her beauty ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being, exuding an otherworldly grace. And Qinglian possessed a formidable aura, exhibiting signs of being on the cusp of the half-step sage realm. With a little time, she could truly ascend to the sage level. Her physical form had fully recovered, for she had once been a sage herself. Thus, there was no need for her to sever her 3 corpses. The breakthrough to sagehood would come naturally. The old man gazed at Qinglian and Yuan Meng, his expression shifting dramatically, a chilling, murderous intent radiating from his eyes, as if the entire Wanyan Mountain had plunged into an icy winter, leaving everyone feeling an overwhelming chill. In a frigid tone, he inquired, both of you carry the aura of the Kongming's sacred body. Have you both utilized the last 2 chances of the Kongming Pearl? Meng family's ancestor was the Kongming's sacred body and had once been a peak sage king. Before his demise, he condensed all his bloodline power into the Kongming Pearl, which could bestow the sacred body upon 3 individuals, though it required immense resources to activate. Now, both Qinglian and the woman beside her exhibited the aura of the Kongming's sacred body, evidently having fully activated it long ago. Infuriating. Meng Jing and Meng Yu's expressions also shifted. They had expended a millennium and even journeyed from the southern region for the sake of this Kongming Pearl. Flames of rage engulfed Meng Jin's countenance. And Qinglian, you are cursed. The Kongming Pearl belongs to my Meng family. How dare you presume to use it, you wretched spawn? Today, I shall humiliate you to your death. If the Kongming Pearl had not yet been used, I would have been the first entitled to wield it. In the present day, the empty pearl has been utilized. How could he possibly remain unperturbed? And Qinglian let out a cold laugh. You, Meng family, annihilated my family. Is it unreasonable for me to claim this empty pearl as compensation? This empty pearl belongs to me, and I shall eventually bring ruin upon the Meng family. Upon hearing this, Meng Jing was infuriated. Arrogance. In an instant, a terrifying pressure surged forth, resonating throughout Mount Wanyan, creating a sensation akin to the earth trembling and mountains shaking. At the foot of Mount Wanyan, several newly constructed houses, not particularly stable, collapsed directly. The might of a sage was earth-shattering. The members of the Su family were engulfed in panic, especially the collateral branches and servants. The direct descendants remained somewhat composed, having witnessed the grandeur of the world. Although Meng Jing exuded a powerful aura, it paled in comparison to that of a saint of the returning ruins. Moreover, the Su family still had Su Chen. What was there to fear? Seeing Meng Jing about to strike, and Qinglian could not help but admonish, "Stop. If you wish to fight, it cannot be here. This is absurd. Mount Wangyun is the territory of the Su family. If we were to devastate this place in battle, would not Su Chen strangle me to death?" Meng Jin, however, did not heed her words. He surmised that Qinglian was concerned for the power she had cultivated. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more murderous intent churned within him. Today, not only must he eliminate Qinglian, but he also needed to obliterate this power entirely. The overwhelming might radiated outward, causing alarm within the ranks of the Jing Empire. What a terrifying aura! Meng Jin's power reached its zenith, unleashing a fearsome presence that momentarily stilled the blood of those nearby. Just as he prepared to take his next action, a chilling voice interjected. "I must ask, can you all refrain from the noise?" The oppressive atmosphere that enveloped Mount Wangyun vanished abruptly. Su Chen had appeared beside Meng Jin without anyone noticing, lifting a hand to grasp Meng Jin's neck as if he were merely a chick. How could this be? Meng Jin's face flushed, disbelief flooding his eyes. He had not even perceived Su Chen's approach, and now he found himself entirely powerless against him. What manner of terrifying strength was this? A Saint King? Or perhaps a Saint Emperor? A chill spread through Meng Jin's heart, terror etched upon his face. In that moment, he realized this power was not truly in Qinglian's domain. The elder and Meng Yu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and rather than intervening, they watched Su Chen with grave concern. "Who are you?" Su Chen stood suspended in the air, irritation evident in his gaze. "You bothersome fleas are truly tiresome. Since you have no ties to that power, I bid you farewell." With his words, the three were instantly erased, not even a cry escaping their lips before they vanished, as though obliterated by an overwhelming force. Had they been kin of his own mother, Su Chen might have sought dialogue. After all, one should extend courtesy before resorting to arms. Indeed, if reason fails to persuade them, then one must resort to strength. However, the audacity displayed by these individuals, who bear no relation to his mother, leaves Su Chen somewhat speechless. Judging from their earlier conversation, it appears that these three hail from the southern region and have come specifically for Qinglian. The Su family has only recently begun to rise in prominence within the eastern region, and it is entirely understandable that they are unfamiliar with them, given the considerable distance. One can only blame their foolishness. Did they not think to conduct a modicum of investigation before seeking trouble? Had they taken the time to learn, they would have discovered that the Su family of Wangyun Mountain is under the formidable protection of powerful sages. Within the Su family, witnessing Su Chen unleash his prowess, countless onlookers raised their arms in exuberance, their faces alight with fervor. "Young master is the strongest. Young master. Young master." Ultimately, the resounding chorus of "Young Master" echoed throughout the expanse of Wangyun Mountain. Chapter 88. And Qinglian, many individuals within the Su family, despite being aware of Su Chen's formidable strength, had never witnessed his prowess firsthand, leaving them somewhat uncertain. However, after observing Su Chen effortlessly dispatch the three great saints, their respect for the young master reached an unimaginable pinnacle. In the eyes of the Su family, Su Chen's stature had long eclipsed that of Su Hanyuan. It was now Su Chen who stood as their guardian deity, their king. This world venerates the strong, even though Su Chen held merely the title of young master. His overwhelming might was more than sufficient. Su Tian gazed at Su Chen's display of strength, unable to suppress a wry smile. Was he truly this powerful? Su Chen glanced at Qinglian and then said nonchalantly, "Come to Wangyun courtyard later." Soon the tumult subsided. At the summit of Wangyun Mountain, in Wangyun courtyard, Qinglian stood in the yard with a somewhat flustered expression, facing Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen reclined in a rocking chair, his demeanor radiating enjoyment. Qinglian had been present for quite some time, and seeing that Su Chen showed no inclination to acknowledge her, she remained standing in the courtyard, her heart racing with anxiety. Although she was acutely aware that Su Chen had likely noticed her presence, entering the Su family without permission felt inappropriate, especially since she had brought trouble upon them. The overwhelming strength of Su Chen placed immense pressure on her, and before she realized it, Beads of cold sweat had begun to trickle down her forehead. After what felt like an eternity, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, surveying the exquisite woman before him. In terms of sheer beauty, Qinglian ranked among the most stunning women he had ever encountered. Her delicate features paired with a mature grace created a captivating allure. Clad in a striking red garment, she exuded an ethereal charm, a delightful contradiction that rendered Qinglian all the more enticing. Su Chen regarded Qinglian with keen interest, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Such beauty was indeed a rarity. Qinglian, sensing Su Chen's gaze, lowered her head, too shy to meet his eyes, her heart fluttering with apprehension. Why is he staring at me? Does he perhaps harbor intentions towards me? As this thought took root in her mind, her nervousness intensified, accompanied by an array of peculiar emotions. This man is so powerful. Even being in his company would not diminish my worth. No, Qinglian, how can you think this way? Where's your sense of shame? Seemingly influenced by her errant thoughts, a faint blush crept onto Qinglian's cheeks, making her appear even more alluring. Unaware of her internal turmoil, Su Chen examined her for a moment before speaking slowly. Given your current abilities, you would be unable to handle those 3 individuals. I have taken care of them for you. How do you intend to repay me? Repay? Qinglian's heart tightened suddenly, her body becoming slightly rigid, and her heartbeat quickened. Could it be? Qinglian felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety within her. It is a well-known truth that women are often drawn to strength, with the exception of a few exceptional female leaders. Most women aspire to find a powerful man as their support. Even as a revered sage, Qinglian is not immune to this inclination. Before others, she presents herself as a lofty and untouchable figure. Yet in the presence of someone stronger than herself, she is no different from the average person. Furthermore, Su Chen possesses a commendable character. He is a graceful gentleman and enjoys an excellent reputation within the Su family. Yuan Meng frequently extols Su Chen's virtues in her presence, which has led Qinglian to harbor no aversion towards him. If Su Chen were to express a desire for a deeper relationship, Qinglian would likely respond with reluctant acceptance. Her gaze flickered, and her voice faltered as she inquired, "Young Master Su, what do you mean by that?" Observing her somewhat flustered demeanor, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Are you truly unaware of my intentions?" This seems rather too direct." Qinglian's heart raced, her mind momentarily paralyzed, leaving her speechless. Could she simply agree? That was certainly out of the question. She was a woman, after all, and could not respond so straightforwardly. Yet, would declining not displease Su Chen? Naturally, Qinglian was also reluctant to let go of such an exceptional man. Even if now was not the right time, she could still entertain the idea of getting to know him. Her heart quivered, and for a moment, she stood frozen, uncertain of how to reply to Su Chen. The mindset of a sage, which had been dormant for countless years, was now slightly stirred. Despite her formidable cultivation and numerous admirers, the tragic demise of the family at the hands of the Meng family had left her emotionally burdened, causing her to reject all suitors. However, over the years, her once oppressive emotions have been alleviated significantly by her disciple, Yuan Meng. Now, having returned to a more balanced state of mind, she found it difficult to resist the directness of Su Chen's advances. Seeing Qinglian so flustered amused Su Chen. A dignified sage, appearing as bashful as a young woman, was indeed a revelation for him. With a nonchalant demeanor, he proposed, "Let me offer you 2 choices. You may either remain in the Su family and serve us for a millennium, or..." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Since the core of the Su family has moved to the Wanyan cave, the summit has been neglected, overrun by weeds and trees. You could choose to stay here and assist me in its upkeep for the same duration of 1,000 years. The choice is yours." The second option had only just occurred to him. Qinglian, being a beauty in her own right, would undoubtedly enhance the scenery atop Wanyan Mountain, bringing him joy. After all, a woman of such exquisite beauty could render all other sights pale in comparison. What landscape could rival her allure? Upon hearing these words, Qinglian's expression stiffened, and as she gazed at Su Chen's teasing demeanor, a wave of indignation and embarrassment surged within her. Was she being toyed with? She had genuinely believed that Su Chen intended to take her under his wing. How infuriating! In a moment, feelings of discontent and disappointment welled up inside her. However, being a sage, she swiftly composed herself and spoke again. Then I choose to remain here, staying by the side of such a formidable individual. Should she be fortunate enough to receive even a small token of favor, would undoubtedly be a significant opportunity for her. In truth, having accompanied Yuan Meng into the Su family for many years, she had gradually developed a fondness for the Su household. Regardless of whether they were direct descendants or collateral branches, there was a genuine sincerity among them, devoid of ulterior motives. After her family was annihilated years ago, she found a sense of belonging within the Su family. Even if Su Chen did not put forth this request, she would undoubtedly opt to continue her stay in the Su household. Chapter 89. The World Tree, the Phoenix Tree before long. A quaint and exquisite dwelling was erected at the pinnacle of Wangyun Mountain, merely 300 meters from Wangyun Courtyard. This charming abode, adorned with elaborate decorations, unmistakably reflected the feminine touch of its inhabitant, as no man would indulge in such ornate embellishments. And Qinglian, diligent and attentive, meticulously refined the garden's floral arrangements. It must be said that a woman's aesthetic sensibility surpasses that of a man. Within just half a day's time, she transformed the summit of Wangyun Mountain into a sight to behold, reminiscent of an opulent garden belonging to a wealthy patron. The frequently traversed pathways were even paved with crushed stones, a significant improvement compared to its former state. Additionally, Qinglian ventured into the woods to capture some small creatures, all of which were magical beasts imbued with a gentle spirit, posing no threat to humans. Among them was a large white dog, exuding a faint aura of a first-tier magical beast. This dog often frolicked in the forest, eagerly approaching Su Chen for affection. As Su Chen gazed upon the summit of Wangyun Mountain, a subtle smile graced his lips. It seemed that keeping in Qinglian here was indeed a prudent decision. Thus, another decade passed. The eastern domain remained tranquil for 10 years, during which time there were scarcely any significant developments. As the Su family expanded its influence, they gained a deeper understanding of the eastern domain. Within this region, there were not many holy-level forces, merely around 10. Among these, 3 were presided over by holy kings, while the others were only at the saint level. Following Su Chen's annihilation of the Guishu saint, only 2 holy king forces remained in the eastern domain. However, one particular force stood out, the Dark Sentinel. This organization existed throughout the entire Xintian realm, shrouded in mystery. Reports suggested that the Dark Sentinel had once slain a holy king-level cultivator thousands of years ago, showcasing an unfathomable level of power. Thus, Su Chen surmised that the Dark Sentinel was likely not a native force of the eastern domain. Rising from his chair, Su Chen cast his gaze into the distance, his eyes sharpening with a hint of coldness. The Su family had conducted themselves with relative restraint over the years. It was time for a shift in strategy. For a force to grow stronger, it must possess ample territory and sufficient vassals, ensuring that resources could be harnessed for the family benefit. Presently, the resources acquired by the Su family from external sources were woefully inadequate for their needs. Were it not for Su Chen's support, their cultivation resources would dwindle significantly. Nonetheless, even in a reduced state, they were still sufficient for maintenance. With this in mind, Su Chen resolved to adopt a more aggressive approach, aiming to unify the entirety of the eastern domain. However, this unity did not entail the subjugation of all forces. It sufficed to compel the powerful royal and holy forces to submit. These forces commanded numerous vassals, and by subduing them, Su Chen would effectively dominate the eastern domain. In doing so, the Su family's resources would become self-sustaining. After all, while Su Chen possessed a wealth of resources, they were not limitless. In addition to expanding their influence, the Su family was also diligently crafting their own unique power. About 6 months ago, the Su family established a separate city known as Wangyun City, located 500 miles from Wangyun Mountain, which has already developed a considerable scale. As the ruling family, the Su family naturally has the authority to levy taxes. They impose taxes on those who engage in substantial business within the city, as well as on real estate transactions in prime locations. Although these revenues may seem modest individually, collectively they amount to a significant income. Given the formidable strength and high reputation of the Su family, it is no surprise that, shortly after the establishment of Wanyan City, most of its prime locations were swiftly claimed. Anyone with a modicum of commercial acumen understands that with the Su family's current might, should they choose to cultivate Wanyan City, it is destined to become one of the premier cities in the eastern region. Despite the Su family's relatively gentle expansion over the years, they have not ceased to grow. This indicates that the Su family is poised for gradual but certain expansion. Thus, investing in Wanyan City at this juncture presents a high probability of reaping substantial rewards with minimal risk. Indeed, this has been the trajectory of events. In a mere half-year, Wanyan City became bustling with activity, attracting forces from all directions. Originally comparable to Mingyue City, it rapidly gained popularity, and the Su family has been busy with further expansion efforts, planning to triple the size of Wanyan City. Currently, the Su family's profits from Wanyan City alone are staggering. All the properties within the city have been sold to other powerful factions. While characterized as sales, these properties are subject to a tax every 30 years, amounting to 20% of the current market value. After 10 such payments, a heavy tax of approximately 70% of the market value must be paid. This practice is not unique to Su Chen. It is a common operation among most privately owned cities in the eastern region. However, privately owned cities are exceedingly rare, as most are controlled by multiple factions simultaneously. Without absolute strength, it is challenging to maintain complete control over a city. The success of Wanyan City prompted the Su family to cease recruiting subordinates, focusing solely on individuals of exceptional talent. This marks a pivotal transformation for a faction as it evolves into a major power. Once Su Chen transitions from generating resources independently to having others contribute resources to the Su family, it signifies that the family has indeed grown stronger. In the case of Wanyan City, the Su family need only collect payments regularly and maintain order, requiring minimal manpower. Thus, the Su family is embarking on a path of higher quality. Once Wanyan City undergoes complete expansion, the returns will be truly formidable. However, there remains a significant drawback. Although the Jing Empire is rich in spiritual energy, it is not particularly appealing, making it challenging to attract formidable individuals, particularly those of Taoist realm and above. If they could entice practitioners of that caliber to settle in Wanyan City, the profits would likely multiply exponentially. Su Chen appeared deep in thought, contemplating whether to relocate or to continue developing in this area. After a moment, he found clarity in his decision. Even if one were to change their surroundings, could there truly exist a place superior to the current one? Must one perpetually seek new locales? If that is the case, then it is decided that development shall commence here. Wang Yinshan has resided in this place for many years and harbors no desire to venture elsewhere. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, and a diminutive golden tree materialized before him, emanating an extraordinary essence of Tao. This tree, known as the Wutong Divine Tree, is also referred to as the World Tree, one of the rare treasures he obtained through a lottery. Even Su Chen possesses only 11 of these. The effects of the Wutong Divine Tree are remarkably straightforward. It can enhance the laws of heaven and earth, and, as one grows stronger, it will provide immense assistance to the world in which it exists. Its most fundamental function is to amplify the spiritual energy that flows between heaven and earth. Chapter 90. The Secrets of the Xiantian Realm. Unifying the eastern domain, Su Chen raised his hand and tore through the void, casting the phoenix tree into it. In an instant, countless strands of golden silk began to spread, connecting the entirety of the Xiantian realm. Simultaneously, the chaotic forces within the void were drawn into the phoenix tree, becoming its nourishment. This is the terrifying aspect of the phoenix tree. It not only has the power to enhance the world, but also to absorb the tumultuous energies in the void, alleviating the pressure on the Xiantian realm. It consumes the most inferior nutrients while returning the most refined energy. Such is the nature of the phoenix tree. In merely a few breaths, the phoenix tree had doubled in size. The The spiritual energy of Mount Wangyun surged dramatically, increasing by nearly 30%, and this enhancement continued to grow, spreading outward. The results were impressive. It was indeed a divine tree. The chaotic energies within the Xiantian realm were abundant, more than sufficient for the phoenix tree to absorb. It was akin to a sapling being cast into the ocean. After an hour had passed, Su Chen could distinctly sense that the Tao of heaven surrounding Mount Wangyun had significantly strengthened. The spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius had also thickened considerably, with even the outermost areas experiencing nearly a 10% enhancement. The spiritual energy of Mount Wangyun itself had directly doubled. This was merely the beginning. As the phoenix tree continued to flourish, it would inevitably envelop the entire city of Wangyun and even the whole eastern domain. If I stabilize the world with the phoenix tree, could it be that the Xiantian realm will not weaken? A contemplative expression crossed Su Chen's face, as if he had stumbled upon a genuine possibility. The phoenix tree is a creation of the celestial realm, while the Xiantian realm is merely a lower domain. Its priority could hardly surpass that of the phoenix tree. Thus, even if the Xiantian realm were to weaken, any area influenced by the phoenix tree would undoubtedly remain unaffected, perhaps even growing stronger, ultimately allowing the phoenix tree to sustain the entirety of the Xiantian realm. With this thought, a smile crept across Su Chen's lips. He had not anticipated that the solution would be so simple. As long as the Xiantian realm did not weaken, he could gradually seek the reasons behind its decline. Suddenly, the power of the Tao of heaven around Su Chen began to stir. What is this? Su Chen's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. The power of the Tao of heaven. In the next moment, his hand was lifted, not by his own volition, but by an invisible force of the Tao of heaven. Soon after, he felt a soft sensation in his palm. What is this? Could it be the spirit of the Xiantian realm? Everything possesses life, and the Tao of heaven is no exception. Just as he pondered this, darkness enveloped his vision. When he reappeared, he found himself in a desolate and silent space, filled with malevolent energies that made him feel nauseated. This malevolent force was purely evil, entirely distinct from the demonic energy found in the demon realm. This malevolence was unadulterated. Even a sage could easily succumb to it and become a creature of darkness. What could this possibly be? Su Chen's heart was heavy with concern and confusion. Yet, amidst this profound silence, a glimmer of golden light emerged. Could it be the phoenix tree? As Su Chen discerned the source of the golden radiance, he realized it was indeed the phoenix tree he had planted. He observed that wherever the golden light of the tree shone, the malevolent energy retreated in fear, unwilling to taint itself with its presence. Suddenly, Su Chen's vision returned to normal, and the celestial power surrounding him dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he felt that he had peeled away a layer of the secrets within the Xiantian realm. The fierce battles of the era of the fallen emperor surely involved a faction succumbing to darkness. Of that he was certain. No wonder the celestial order had weakened. It had been tainted by that ominous essence. This malevolence possessed an unparalleled corrosive power, affecting the celestial order and leading to the decline of the Xiantian realm. However, with the phoenix tree, this issue could be easily resolved, albeit requiring some time. Moreover, with 10 phoenix trees at his disposal, should one prove insufficient, he could simply employ 2. The Xiantian realm would undoubtedly remain intact. Once the Xiantian realm is restored, he will be poised to transcend into the realm of the emperor. His current cultivation was but a step away from the threshold of the quasi-emperor stage, had it not been for the heaven's inability to accommodate such formidable beings. Su Chen would have already surpassed that barrier. Nevertheless, where did this malevolence originate? A grave expression crossed Su Chen's face, yet he shook his head after a moment. He would eventually uncover the answers to these mysteries. Having resolved the environmental concerns, he turned his gaze toward the horizon. Unifying the eastern domain was imperative and required prompt action. Su Chen instructed Ruo Shi, have the Su family send messages to all royal powers in the eastern domain, summoning them to our residence in half a month's time. Those who fail to comply shall bear the consequences. He needed to ascertain the sentiments of these individuals within the eastern domain. If they were amenable to allegiance, they would become vassals of the Su family. If they were obstinate, they would be dealt with directly. This would also serve to demonstrate his strength. In this world, formidable power could avert numerous troubles. Should the Su family dominate the entire eastern domain, their strength would multiply exponentially, ensuring that resource shortages would never arise in the future. From his understanding, among the 4 regions of the Xintian realm, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, the southern and northern regions were the most powerful, followed by the western region. The eastern domain was the weakest, lacking even a single saint emperor. The Xintian realm was in decline, and the eastern domain was the most significantly affected and severely weakened. Before the era of the fallen emperor, while not the strongest, the eastern domain had been on par with the other 3 regions. Now, it had fallen to such a state. However, these were minor issues. Once the ancient phoenix tree matured, the eastern domain would inevitably emerge as the strongest within the Xintian realm. Upon hearing this, Ruoshi displayed a look of astonishment and respectfully replied, "As you command." She then turned and departed from the summit of Wanyan Mountain to enter the secret realm. Shortly after, she returned and resumed her place beside Su Chen, massaging him and peeling fruits. Most of Ruoshi's time was dedicated to serving Su Chen, which meant her cultivation advancement was not particularly rapid. She was currently at the mid-stage of the refinement void realm. If not for her occasional entry into the Wangyun cave for cultivation, her realm would likely be even lower. Feeling the gentle kneading of her delicate hands on his shoulder, Su Chen smiled and said, "Ruoshi, your touch is so comforting." Upon hearing this, a rosy hue blossomed on Ruoshi's fair face. Since her aptitude and cultivation had improved, her beauty had ascended several tiers. Dressed in a white dress that gracefully concealed her knees while revealing her pristine ankles, she emanated an exquisite, ethereal charm, embodying the essence of youthful femininity. She gazed at Su Chen, who was blissfully enjoying the moment, her eyes brimming with affection. In this world, if there were one woman who understood Su Chen the most, it would undoubtedly be Ruoshi. She comprehended him deeply, both in body and spirit. Although she was merely Su Chen's servant, for Ruoshi, the mere opportunity to remain by his side was a source of profound contentment. Chapter 91. A show of strength to the Su family? The transformation of Mount Wanyan was quickly noticed